Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the NRG series where we are here live in Chicagoland and we're bringing you some Team Trios action. So if you're a fan of Standard, Modern, or even Legacy, you don't want to go anywhere. Sit down, keep this channel on, you're going to enjoy every moment of it. And joining me today, or should I say carrying me today, is the coach himself, Mr. Mason Clark. How you doing, my friend?
I'm doing well, Will. I'm excited to watch all of these formats. We don't get to see a lot of Legacy when it comes to Magic coverage these days, unless it's like actual Legacy events, right? Like hardcore things like Eternal Weekend, which are great. I love watching those. But I also just love seeing, what people bring to these Legacy team events because I think the incentives are so different and it's just such a great experience.
It is. It's something that is going to be a unique treat today. And, you only get it on the NRG series, so make sure you hit that follow button if you haven't. My name is, of course, Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP. Everyone's bored of it by now, I get it. But what you're not bored of is watching amazing Magic. And we've got, I think it was like 80-odd teams battling it out today to try and get themselves that top prize. Let's have a little look what they're battling out for today. Talk me through it, Mason.
Yeah, so I mean, this is the sort of the prize pool for what we're going over here. I think the dollars I don't really need to explain, but there's a lot of money going to first, second, third down the list. Now, the points on the right, that might be the thing that the viewer isn't as used to. So here on the NRG series, we like to reward consistent results and consistently good play. And so we have a leaderboard. At the end of the first half of the year, that's going to be our first 4 events. The top 4 players, when it comes to points who are not already qualified, will go to our Champs. Champs is a $30,000 invite-only invitational tournament with the winner goes straight to the Pro Tour and comes back to next year's Champs. And you get points for the MVP role here in the NRG series. The MVP player will obviously make it to Champs. They're the highest performing player of the year, but they also get free entry, Will, into all our events next year and a little bonus at Champs. We'll talk more about that when the time comes. So you're seeing here on your right, even if you don't, let's say top 8, Will, and you and I were playing, we get 9th through 12th here, well, we still get 10 points. You do that a couple times, you get one good finish, suddenly you're in the running. We've seen this happen many times. In fact, we've seen players make it to our Champs, Will, with never even top 8 an event, just consistently top 16ing, putting up great finishes, always coming up a little short of that top 8, but they did it so often, so consistently that they made it anyway. So that's what these players are playing for this weekend.
Points do equal prizes at the end of the day. I don't know if you've got that saying over in that side of the globe, but that's what we use over on this side. But this is the leaderboard updated from yesterday because this is the first event of the season. This is how it panned out. You did the commentary yesterday, so I'm going to let you talk through this. Who are some of the big name players? And did anyone bring anything spicy yesterday?
Yeah, so I mean, Grayson Nimitz was one of our players from Champs last year, and he won the event with Eldrazi. So you're going to see the name in orange. If you ever see a name in orange, that means they're already in Champs for us, but they are in the running for MVP / player of the year. So Grayson here, number 1 in that regard, obviously won the tournament. No one has a better finish yet. This will shake up a lot more today, but you can also see sort of how our top 8 broke down with this, right? Luke Wowskick here brought Teamer Breach, lost in the finals to Eldrazi. We're seeing some of the players that you've seen a lot here on the series on your screen. You're seeing Robert Hayes, Will Kruger, Rodney Bedell, all these players, Roger Suleiman, someone, and Steven Dykeman, 2 of our former champs, 2022 and 2023, on the board. They no longer have that free invite. They have to earn it again, and they're hungry to get back there. So this is sort of your updated leaderboard. We're going to keep you up to this as time goes on throughout the year. This really is honestly just a place of how the standings went currently, but it's going to get a lot more interesting with time. And speaking of interesting, it's time for Magic.
We're in, and it is teams trio action, so we get to flick back and forth between all the different matchups. We've got our returning former champions in the team going head to head, and we're going to start over on the Legacy side, where we've got Eldrazi. Is it Eldrazi Stompy versus Mono Red Stompy? It kind of feels like that when people are casting Eldrazi's.
Yeah, I mean, so this new version of Eldrazi, if you haven't seen it post MH3, it is still like a Stompy-esque deck. Like we have Chalice of the Void. We're not seeing things like Trinisphere in the deck, but in the main decks. But it is sort of just like, hey, I'm going to put these big Eldrazi into play. I'm going to use cards like Glaring Fleshraker and It That Heralds the End and sort of kind of take over. And we've seen that, in this format with all the double lands, you're just very easily able to put out a lot of Eldrazi very quickly.
Yeah, if people haven't ever got the chance to pick up Legacy or even watch Legacy, you're going to see some extremely powerful things, even from going up from something like Modern. This format is extremely crazy on the things they can do. These 2 decks, though, the way that they're going to kind of go head-to-head, would you say has kind of got the advantage or more of the silver bullets in their deck?
Yeah, I think, Will, this is one of the rare times where I'd rather be on the play than on the deck because both decks are really strong. Now, the mono red deck obviously has a lot of Blood Moon type effects, as we are seeing. Even though we've done a bunch of things here for Michael, we finally are casting our first spell Once Upon a Time. So that'll be a free little selection here while I'm talking. But, the red deck can lock the mana out. But there's things that this Eldrazi deck can do to get around that. So it's not exactly game over unless we get it very quickly, which is why I think I'd rather be on the play than on a deck. Because I think both these decks can kind of get down, start snowballing. If we see something like, a Thought-Knot Seer here, it might take the one thing here from Kamari, our defending champ, that will be the thing that can, sort of break up this Eldrazi deck and then get overpowered. So it's going to be an interesting matchup. As with a lot of things in Legacy, a lot of high power, a lot of ways the games can go.
Here we go. So it looks like we're tapping at least, well, no, it is 4 mana and it is Thought-Knot Seer, as you said. So then that on ETBs, we get to exile a card from our opponent's hand, or at least a non-land card. We get to have a little look as well. We've got a Chalice, we've got a Magus, we've got the Bombardier. What's that other card at the back?
Fable.
Fable. How could I forget?
Have you ever seen that one before? It's a bit of a brewski. Kamari's the fan. I haven't seen many other players pick it in their deck yet. Maybe we'll catch on.
I hear it's all right. It's been pretty good over the last since it's been printed. And they're going to play a bit up with us here as well. So that's really nice of them to do that. Have the option to play it on free. And that's exactly where we're going to go. Here comes Fable the Mirrorbreaker, generating a 2/2 Goblin Shaman token. And of course, it just gets better and better the more we go up. If we need to filter cards that make our hand a bit better, we can do that. It turns into a threat later on the game goes. But how can we respond here over on Michael's side? I do see, well, we know about the Devourer in hand. It's Devourer, it's Devourer of Destiny, isn't it?
Yeah, that's Devourer Destiny, which we saw on turn one with the kind of a Once Upon a Time-esque mode into the Once Upon a Time. But I think you're seeing here, Will, a little bit of what I meant, right? Imagine this game's reversed. Kamari plays turn 2 Blood Moon on the play. Oh, yeah, Michael's like, oh no, looks to his friends and goes, I'm dead. Like game's over. But now, because we were able to get down something like this Thought-Knot Seer, we actually have a little bit more game. Now, I actually argue that, Michael here is running a little cold, seeing so many cards and doesn't have a thing to do with 6 mana. We're getting close to stuff with 7, but yeah, it just shows like how, one, fast both these decks are, and two, how important, the ability to get on the board first can matter in these kind of stompy matchups that look a lot like normal Magic a lot of the time.
It really does. And we're going to go into combat here. We're going to generate a treasure token because, of course, the Goblin Shaman token. This card needs to do a little bit more than it already does. 2 damage is going to connect. And now we're going to have access to 4 mana minimum for the turn. I think we've got another City of Traders if we really want to, basically Stone Rain ourselves, but add the extra 2. But we're going to play a second Fable. I don't like at the minute. I think they're just jockeying for position, right? There's no brainstorm effects going on here. No one cracking fetches, shuffling things back in. It is kind of face up who can go over the top of the other one.
Yeah, and I said a second ago, it's kind of like normal Magic, which is silly to say in some regards, right? I mean, look, Michael put a 4 mana thing worth of on the board after casting 2 free spells. So it doesn't sound like limited to me. But what you're going to see is the game's going to become a lot about the battlefield very quickly. Now Michael has a bunch of cards that can go over the top, as Eldrazi do. But the board position just matters a ton. Kamari has things like Fury in their deck. So that can be something that totally takes over the game as well. So what we're going to find is that we are going to either have, one player sort of run away with things, or the board's going to get stalled up. We're not going to be much we can do because we both have a bunch of dead cards in our main deck as well. Things like Chalice of the Void are meant to fight these blue decks, right? Yeah. These combo decks. And they're not really good at stopping these 3 decks that are built around 3 and 4 drops. If anything, Michael is the one who can maybe lock Kamari out, but even that is very unlikely to happen in a typical game of Legacy.
I guess it kind of they're both Chalice of the Void decks at the end of the day, but on the on Cam's side, we can filter them away with these fables. So any of the dead draws that we do get, we can try and turn them into replacement cards, hopefully good ones. Looks like we're going to have a big turn here now, though. Are we going to generate 5, 6? So this is the 7 mana. Got to imagine this is going to be Devourer of Destiny coming down.
This is 8 mana, which is the craziest part, right? Every land from Michael here makes 2 mana. If you want to do wild stuff, Legacy is the format for you.
I'm in my head. We're just tapping the Eldrazi Temple for 1, though. It's just a little flex. Yeah. It's going to exile a permanent, though. It's going to exile the Fable. That's I believe that was the one with only 1 counter on it, so no more rummage effects going on. And then we're going to get in there for 4 points of damage as we pass the turn back to Cam.
Yeah, and Will, it's looking like this might be a game where Ivugan's activated ability comes into play. Being able to go and find an Eldrazi from our deck is a pretty powerful thing to do. Technically, it's any colorless creature. Memnite could join the squad if it was here. But like that's one of the strengths to this deck, right? We talked about how the board gets stalled. The games go kind of longer in these stompy mirrors. Well, that does. Michael has this, recursive, hey, I get a card, hey, I get a card over and over again. That's going to be really hard for Kamari to beat if Kamari can't get some real pressure going very soon here.
Well, here comes a broadside bombardier. So this is like, kind of an all-star in this deck, right? Like one of the main reasons to play it. 3 mana for a 2/2 with menace and haste, but it has, is it boast? Is that the mechanic? There it is on the screen. Look, followed up production. So once we've at least turned one thing started attacking, we can sacrifice another creature artifact, and it will do damage equal to its CMC +2. So maybe that's a way to get 6 damage across here. This is. Oh, did we play 2 in the same turn, or am I missing something?
Yeah, we did. So we ended up using Steel Traders and then the treasure along with our 1 red land. So now, yeah, these broadside bombardiers are going to make combat a little confusing, and you got to be a little careful about what you get into combat here.
You can sacrifice after blocks as well, correct?
I believe so, yeah, because the way boast works is it's like after you've attacked or declared an attack, if I remember correctly. Because I believe the way it works is it's if a creature attacked this turn, and attacking does not involve like having done damage, is my understanding. I could be a little mistaken there, which I think is different than raid, which like you need to cast after combat, which is why it's not just raid.
Having a look at the bottom of our screens there, looks like Will's managed to take down the first match with mono red aggro in the standard of the 3. Because remember, we've got standard, modern, and legacy all day here. Now, how do we block? Do we block?
We gotta figure that out. By the way, that's huge for the team here on the left, Team Gosling, as they have their name here on Spice Track for us. I guess big Ryan Gosling fan, who isn't? But yeah, I mean the mono red versus mono white matchup is not good for mono red. So yeah, it looks like we're just blocking the token, and then we're just shooting.
I was about to say this is lethal, right?
Lethal. Yeah, there's actually just no way around it there. The broadside bombardiers are menace. They're also just 2/2, so you couldn't do anything. So Kamari, I was just saying we got to take over this game before it gets out of hand, and the second broadside bombardiers really did that.
Really good card. Right, well, we don't need to talk about sideboard, and we can just go flick to another match. It looks like the only one playing, though, is the our middle table right now. It's going to be a modern where we have got the, basically 2 of the better decks in the format right now. We've got the green, like the Grinding Station Breach decks, which we know are so powerful. We've just seen that in the regional championships, and I'm sure we're going to see a lot more of it today. Go right up against the new kid on the block. This the blue-black Flicker deck, which I'm not gonna lie to you, I've just built myself, so I'm really looking forward to seeing how this does go. At the minute, we've got a couple of overlords on the battlefield.
Yeah, it looks like we just impended our second one, and we've used its ability, and we're getting back our Recruiter of the Guard. And this matchup's pretty interesting. So game 1, you have some cards that matter from the black-white deck here. Aven Interrupter, for example, is I think the one we always call out as it's sort of like, a main deck hate card against the Breach combo itself. The Breach deck can interact a bit more, and what it's doing is a bit harder for black-white to beat. Black-white really is a control deck at its core. So, that means these kind of combo decks that are typically good against traditional control are still good against Charlie. Post-board things get tougher. Black-white's obviously coming prepared to fight the most popular deck in the format. But it is typically a spot where you see like, okay, kind of expect Grinding Breach to win game 1. They're still kind of favorite-ish game 2, depending on how much sideboard you have, but it gets a lot tougher as, black-white has a ton of things that can interact very effectively with both the graveyard and artifacts.
I'm really like the overlords. I think there was a lot of hype behind the green one, and then obviously there's an overlord deck that's in standard at the minute, and then it's kind of bleeding a little bit into Pioneer. So it's really interesting to see how we're utilizing the power level of them now in modern, and this seems to be like almost the front runner of it. I was playing one in Yawgmoth for a little bit, seeing if I could do any spice with that and Soul Cauldrons, but I feel like this is a shell built around how good this card can be. Just being able to get it down for 2, flicker it on 3. You've now got the 5/5, all the value that's generating. And that's one thing I noticed with these Orzhov decks is they never seem to have an empty hand. They've always got a grip of cards.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I know it sounds weird if you maybe haven't played against this deck. I think you should really think of this deck like a control deck. And control decks always have a grip hand, like if things aren't going terribly, they've got a lot of cards in hand. And that's what this deck's trying to do. It chains value and chains like creatures on the board and just uses creatures as its removal spells quite often. And really, a lot of this deck's strength comes to the fact of, hey, I Solitude, 5-8 times a game, like if the game goes, a little bit long, and that's really hard for any sort of fair creature deck to interact with.
All right, let's talk about the team of breach decks. Obviously, they just got a new toy that got unbanned by Wizards in Mox Opal, and since that's been unbanned, this seems to be the deck that has really, benefited the most from it. Almost put it into overdrive, took it up to that S tier level. Do you think that we were able to see the meta is going to adapt and just start playing more like Stony Science effects and ways to fight against this, or do you think, oh, maybe this is a bit too much for this deck, and maybe something's going to have to be changed in the future?
Yeah, I really wanted to see how all the regional championships go. We had the European one. I think the real question was, one, how many players will actually bring it? Like, is this just online hype or is it the real deal? And two, okay, let's assume everyone thinks it is the real deal, right? Which I think was kind of most of the case before. Everyone knows, can it actually hold up to the hate? Can it hold up to all these different types of hate, all these different plans from players? So far, the answer is yes. People have 6 or 7 cards in their sideboard, kind of at minimum for Breach. But the nice thing about Breach sideboard cards is they often overlap in a very real way with other decks. So there's very few things you have that are just, only for Breach and not for any other deck. So, that means that players have these well-built sideboards, and they're getting better with it, of course. As we play matches more, we get better going into it. So I think this is something that with time, I want to see how players continue to adapt. But Will, the regional championship happened. The deck won. I saw a lot of people freaking out because they're like, oh no, people are going to have more sideboard cards. I don't know if the 9th and 10th sideboard card really, move the needle that much in the matchup. But I think Legacy's ready. So let's go watch that. We'll come back here as these players are grinding it out.
Yeah, we're going to move back across. Like I was at that regional championships, and I can confirm that Stony Silence was sold out from every vendor on the Friday. They literally were completely out of them, and that was kind of the talk of the town. I think a lot of people were hoping to kind of pick it up that weekend, and it was completely gone. And really, because we all know that Breach was on the radar and how good it was, and it was eventually be able to take it down with Alex Rohan, one of my nice friends. I got a good story that I've known him since he was like 12 years old on the local scene here in England. He brought up on almost like the sister series to NRG, which we have in England, and he was one of the young lads that have come through that and is now literally the European champion. It was so nice to see and be able to give him that trophy and interview him. It was cool, dude. It was a nice little moment to be. I actually was going to miss my flight as well, but my flight got delayed, so it all worked out perfectly in the end of the day.
You love to see it.
We do that indeed. Looking at you, chat, as well. We are monitoring the chat. So if you've got any questions, you want to talk to any of us, do let us know. We'll interact with you, especially in these down moments that we can see here while players are taking a nice little mulligan. I do see is kind of well-known Breach player in there. I think you're going to be working with him a little bit in the future. Mr. Corey, how are you doing, my friend? Good morning.
Oh, that's that big fan of mine in the Twitch chat. They always come in and are talking to me. Actually, I should talk about it off air. It's very inappropriate to talk about a fan on camera. That's my bad.
I just whenever there's Breach on camera, I just always see Corey pop up. It's like there's a chat room somewhere that they just DM him every single time. But I like it. I appreciate it. If Infect was the other way around, I'd love people to DM me about, there's Infects on camera.
Yeah,
never gonna happen.
I think the secret is that Corey's actually always here, but he just pops in whenever he has a good joke, which is rarely. And then he pops in when there's Breach because it's the brand.
It's a pun. I'm here for the Corey puns. In fact, you and Corey love a pun. I love
punting. That's the difference, you see.
That's what it is. I see. There you go. You're welcome, chat. We're here at least for the first half of today's show. We're looking at the opening hands, though. We've got to keep on the right. Cam still likes the 7 over on the left. Michael's down to 6, and it looks like deep in the tank about it. What would you say is like the best opener that Michael could have here on the play?
Yeah, I mean, we have some turn 1 plays and it that heralds the end, but really kind of what we did last game is sort of like a very reasonable but strong turn 1. We just want to have like a double mana land. Oh, here we go. Lotus Petal is a great way to make that happen and have 3 mana in order to do something. But you kind of just want to set up to slam a big thing every single turn. That's what you're hoping to do with this kind of Eldrazi deck, as Glaring Fleshraker is a all-star from MH3.
I'm literally looking at this deck list now in front of me. I'm trying to find cards that aren't from MH3. There is a lot of Eldrazi's for MH3 in this deck.
There's Thought-Knot Seer is the only creature that isn't from MH3, which makes sense, right? Like standard designed level Eldrazi are just probably not going to hold up to modern levels for the most part anymore. And then we made a lot of very strong Eldrazi in order to support limited and maybe make shots in modern. And a lot of these don't see play in modern because you don't have 16 double mana lands. And when working on this, I thought kind of was like, should we be thinking about Legacy? And my take was, well, Legacy is all these double lands. It's either we try and have cool cards in modern, and we see if Legacy can handle it, or we don't have cool cards in modern potentially. And here we are as Blood Moon comes down.
I don't see any double lands. I don't see any double lands. I see mountains upon mountains. We might, though, with this on the stack, be able to fire off this Kozilek's command that I see brought to the front of the grip. That will be able to make us a few Eldrazi spawn, which would keep our colorless mana on point, at least for the next couple of spells. And what is that alternate art card? Not even I know that one, and I'm good at the alternate art cards.
That's Yavimaya Cradle, I believe.
Is that a Cradle?
Yeah. You're seeing this one because the deck's green. They used to play Urbor because with Eye of Ugin, it creates 3 mana. It also gives you, 1 land that gives you multiple colored sources in case you draw your few colored spells. And this Kozilek's command is actually going to be pretty huge because even though it's only for 1, the Glaring Flesh Taker will trigger whenever you cast a colorless spell. We make a Scion, and whenever another colorless creature enters the battlefield, each opponent takes 1 damage. Pardon me. And so that's going to mean 2 damage here for Kamari and 2 mana for Michael, which is important because we need specifically colorless pips here to cast a lot of our spells. So this might help us, sowing Myco Spawn this turn into doing something else in the next turn after we grab our waste.
Each opponent bit is also a key bit of text, right? For when we used to have the 1 ring floating around in modern, this was a way to get around it. And there is the 1 rings in this mono red Stompy deck. That's the way for it to refill its hand. I believe there is 1 in hand as well for Cam. So if potentially we've got a quick Accelerant, another Chrome Mox, which is about to get a reprint, come down as well as a land, we might be able to deploy it as early as next turn.
Yeah, so one of the interesting things here, I thought this deck had a waste and a forest. It does not have a forest. So I actually don't think we're going to be able to cast the Myco Spawn. That is my mistake. But we do have the wasted hand, Will. There we go. We have the Lotus Petal. Okay, there was a way to make it my mistake. Yes. So, okay, we've got some stuff going here. But we drew the waste. So we just have our basic, quote unquote, under the Blood Moon.
Would you say that this is like one of the resilient parts of these Eldrazi decks? We see them becoming more and more popular, especially in Legacy in the last 6 or so months, coming to the forefront. Everyone thinks Mono Red Stompy is kind of the deck to do this, to beat things. It's very aggressive, able to lock out our opponents and finish the game early. Are we kind of seeing that change now on Eldrazi Stompy by playing things like these Lotus Petals to get around that, or has it always been? I know we're all about just hitting fast mana on the battlefield and going as big as we can.
Yeah, I think both are just a matter of which way do you think this sort of fast disruptive strategy is best for what's going on, right? In my mind, these are decks that are brothers, right? They came up in the same family. They do a lot of the similar things, but they're different people. They have a little bit of different flavor to them. And I think that's what you're kind of seeing here is hey, there's a lot of game plans that look very similar as, oh, baby, hello, the Wastegate Battle Mage comes down, destroying that Blood Moon. That's a great one there for Michael.
It's also a really good answer for the 1 ring as well. If we say, and I'm going to keep mentioning the 1 ring here, it's just because I feel like this is going to be a 1 ring game if we get another couple of turns or not. And we only just escaped that over in Modern and Legacy. We've got a few more answers to it, but here comes the waste.
Yeah, it's interesting. You can Devourer of Destiny. To answer the 1 ring, but besides that, it's just the Battle Mage here in the main deck. There isn't a ton. We didn't go over sideboards, but we do have things like Null Rod in our sideboard that could potentially have come in here. So, and there's Disruptor Flute. So there are a couple things that can fight the 1 ring, but there isn't a ton. And with the Yavimaya Cradle here, I think we're going to see Michael actually blow up one of Kamari's lands and then search his deck for another one.
I've been on the receiving end of this effect multiple times. I'm not a fan of it. Not gonna lie to you. It's not good when it's happening to me.
Yeah.
We're gonna leave Cam with 1 land here, and we get to go and 2 up. Potentially another one of these dual lands or these 2-man lands moving forward. Could get a city, could go for Eldrazi Temple, could even go for Eye of Ugin now that we've got no more cards in hand.
Yeah, I think there's maybe some confusion about Kamari started to search the deck but paid 6. I don't really understand what's happening here. My guess is that maybe players think they've missed the ability. I don't know exactly how this one works, but I'll say this. I like the fact that Michael went after the City of Traders, because City of Traders, you might think, well, Will, that land blows itself up when you play another land. I'll blow up the other one. Kamari has to play a land. I'm going to lose all the mana. Get got, game over. But Michael very astutely thinking about the One Ring, like you mentioned. So even though we won't blow up as many lands as we potentially could, we are going to have our opponent not be able to easily put the One Ring into play next turn. And let's be honest, the One Ring is going to most likely find you more land drops. So playing around that, especially with some pressure on board, great play from Michael. While this judge call is going on, I want to check in on the modern game real quick, because I don't like judge calls. It bores me in real life. It bores me here.
I was going to go for that line there. So we Stone Rain, go two up our own land. We can then find a wasteland and completely take them off mana for the whole turn. But joining into this is another game that looks a little bit one-sided. Game 1 as well, remember?
Yeah, so we're coming in. I think we're coming in on the winning turn here potentially for Adam, because we just killed the Aven Interrupter, which had plotted a Underworld Breach. Remember, Aven Interrupter says cards in exile and cards in graveyard. It has that little extra point, to give it a little extra value. And that means Underworld Breach costs 2 mana to escape every single card. And with a graveyard like this, I can't imagine Adam won't be able to win the game unless all these stations are gone. Does look like one got exiled potentially from that Emperor of Bones in play. It looks like there's still all the win conditions in the deck. And it does look like,
talk me through that win condition. Like, people might be, might just be tuning in now for the first time. This might be the first time they're seeing Breach Golf. What is the win con? How are they going to achieve this win?
Yeah, so what we're going to do is we're going to get the card Grinding Station to play, which is a very normal and intuitive Magic card. We can pull that one up on screen for you potentially. The long story short on Grinding Station is you sack an artifact and you mill a player for 3 cards. So we're going to mill ourselves, Will. And we're going to play all of our graveyard. Now, Adam here is playing Grape Shot over the commonly played Thassa's Oracle. If you played CDH, you know Thassa's Oracle. No cards in deck. You cast this card. You win the game. It technically can win a little sooner, but most of the time with this deck, you're going to have no cards in deck because Station costs 3 to mill yourself. Then you're skipping a card, just 3. We do that over and over and we win the game. Grape Shot, what we're going to end up doing is we're going to cast a bunch of spells. Then we're going to Grape Shot you. And we're just going to sort of storm count, and, pick apart Charlie. This is a card that players have really liked as a backup win condition, because you can just play it on turn 2 or 3, Will, and, kill an Ocelot Pride, right? If I go something like Opal, play this Grape Shot, I might kill your Pride and the token it made. I might kill your Johnny. So while it isn't as deterministic as Thassa's Oracle, a lot of the time it is. I would argue the big reason to play a Thassa's Oracle is actually for an event like the regional championship coming up in Portland, where you're more likely to actually play against someone's brew and some sort of weird deck. The example I love to give is Heliod Combo. Think about Heliod Combo in Modern right now. If you gain infinite life, you actually beat all the top decks. No top deck can beat that unless they have Thassa's Oracle in their deck, but people are playing Grape Shot, right? So in this situation, Adam wouldn't be able to actually win the game. Adam would need to, deck the opponent via Grinding Station, which could occur. That is something that you can do, but no traditional means wins. That's where Thassa's Oracle comes up. But you're not going to see as much Heliod Combo in a team tournament environment. In team tournaments, we see a lot more meta decks, and it makes a lot of sense, right? Think of it this way, Will. You, me, and let's say Will Kruger are teaming for an event, and me and Will are playing top-tier meta decks, and you're like, I really want to play my Heliod Combo. I heard this really smart guy on coverage say Infinite Life is unbeatable right now. Well, let's say even if it was a good call, you don't have a very good day with it, right? Now suddenly you feel bad. Maybe you don't want to make your friends put in that weird situation where you played the weird deck and they didn't. So now you're going to see more meta decks in these team environments quite often, because people don't want to let their friends down.
Well, it looks like we're coming to the conclusion of this. We see the Grape Shot, we see the double Opal, we see the station on the battlefield now. They're just talking through, this is how I'm going to achieve this combo. This is the spell count. It's all going to go to your face. I'm going to do this twice. I'm going to win this game, take down game number 1. So maybe we can go back to the Legacy, see how that's getting on. It looks like, what do we see? So it looks like we took out the red source and was able, so basically we weren't able to Stone Rain, but we found a wasteland and we used the wasteland to get rid of the red source. And from that, it looks like we've untapped, used City of Traders plus a treasure token, I think it's at the top of the screen, to cast this Fable, which you now see on the battlefield, and we are all caught up. Going to combat. Let's turn everything sideways. What we got on the battlefield? We got a 2/2. We got a 2 You've got a couple of 2/2s, actually, a couple of 2/2s and a 3/3. So that's going to be 5 points of damage coming across. Taking out the Flesh Raker, which makes sense. That's the one that can generate a bit of value and get more damage in nice and early. As Fable's going to go up to 2, which means we can discard 2, draw 2, or at least up to. One of them is going to be a Bombardier by the looks of it, and the other, maybe the One Ring. I see a couple of Pyroglyphs in the hand. Maybe 3 of them.
has 3 Pyroglyphs in the One Ring was the hand, I think.
Like Pyroglyphs is one of these cool cards. I like there's the Pyroglyph. What's the black one called? Necroglyph or something?
It's not Necro, because Necro is the MH2 one, and Nether is the real MH3 one. It has something like that. The Black Goyf, you know.
The black Goyfs. Basically, I could have a Jund deck of Goyfs, and that's all that really matters. You know what I mean? That'd be pretty sick to see. Here comes the Chrome Moxo. We are going to get rid of one of the Pyroglyphs to go underneath it. So now that can tap for red. That's going to act as our land drop for the turn because we don't have one. But it does give us access to 3 mana. So maybe we'll start dropping these Pyroglyphs, which maybe we can get on the screen for everybody at home to have a little look at as well.
Yeah, Pyroglyph, one of the inclusions in the Jund Goyf Commander deck from the MH3 cycle. It basically kind of does what you would think a reddish Goyf would do. It's got the Goyf text, and then it does damage equal to its power to any target. So kind of Flame Concavu-ish meets, Tarmogoyf. And, it's just like, I know this might seem silly, like a 4-mana card in the format of Daze, Dark Ritual, Brainstorm, but in this kind of deck, it's surprisingly good.
Yeah, you can get down pretty early, and once it hits the battlefield, it's got a load of effects that you can see there. We can start shooting everything down. We are 1 mana off from getting it down yet, though, so that means we've had to pass the turn back, keeping 2 in hand. Now on the other side, looks like we were able to draw another one of the Battle Mages. I can't quite make up that last card. It might be a Devourer at the back of the hand there.
I think it is a Devourer, yeah. And a little bit of an interesting play here from Kamari. We played the Mox and then passed when we know our opponent has Disenchants.
Oof, this is going to be rough.
So I'm not sure if we were trying to incite this Battle Mage so that we could maybe Pyrokinesis/Fury it. But that card's under Chrome Mox is gone. There we go.
Do you feel like Fury is probably the best top deck we can get at this point to kind of just stabilize the board, stem the bleeding a little bit?
Yeah, I think that would probably... We need something. Pyrokinesis is just Fury for the most part. It's like instant speed Fury if players haven't seen that one before. But yeah, I think something like that would be really good. I think we need some way to take over the battlefield. And, that's why I was a little interested in the Mox play there. Especially because we use an MDFC, we could have just played, if you play the Land of the Seer Traders goes away, but you can wait, or you could have done both to put a Goyf into play. It was just a line that I think was maybe trying to incite more Battle Mages to Fury them. But this Fable's flipped now, and it can chump block, so we get a turn.
It has to chump block. We are only at 3 life over on Cam's side. Big draw step.
Well, Kamari could just want to, go eat. I'm pretty hungry. What if I go get a snack?
Over in standard, looks like mono red has been able to defeat the mono white deck. So we get to go across back to a modern and see if they're finishing sideboarding there, going into game number 2, where we've got the Teamer Breach deck up against the Ovzov mid-range deck, the latest spice in the format.
Yeah, and I'll say yeah, so I talked about the team environment thing, right? And how you're more likely to see real decks, and it's sometimes you're a little less likely to see sort of more fringer decks. Right now, the mono white Caretaker deck at the start of the format looked to be one of the top decks, kind of fell off. One of its biggest points was that it really beat up on the red deck here. So this is a huge loss for Kamari's team. This was supposed to be like okay, guys, I've got this one, thumbs up, and and one of you win it. But losing to mono red, Will, no slouch, don't get me wrong, was in our finals yesterday, very strong player. But that's still a matchup where traditionally it's like, wow, I feel like, they got away with something there for me to lose this sort of game.
Yeah, I'm looking at the deck list now, and it's just so much removal in it. So much removal, so many bodies that come in, life gain, But yeah, no, it would take it down. It is what it is. That just means that the other 2 players in the team need now 1 victory to take it down for them to be able to advance in today's tournament 1-0. Because maybe people haven't played team events, but before, you basically get to go with 2 of your best buds, get to battle it out. You can have 1 left of you, 1 right of you. You can talk amongst yourselves, but between the team, you need to have 2 of you be victors overall in your match to advance and get the W. I think we've got both the middle table and the bottom table shuffling up. So maybe we can have a little quick look at an event that we've got coming up next in, I don't know which one it is. I've got
Madison, Wisconsin.
There you go.
March
I knew if I set you up,
16th, 10K standard showdown. You see that mice? It's the card no one can ever beat. And if you tell me you can beat the mice, I don't believe you. Unless you maybe have a pixie on your side. We'll be there Saturday at the 10K showdown. Sunday, we're going to do a 5K Pioneer trial. And here, this is what I got to say about this. Pioneer was getting kind of dope. It was finally maybe hitting a point where it was going to be really exciting. Who knows? Maybe if we kept playing it, we would have figured out some silly stuff. But we've had a couple sets since then, and this will be kind of the first big paper Pioneer tournament. So if you love Pioneer, this is your chance to come out and compete to Madison, Wisconsin. We'll see you there. But also, and just in general, I'm excited to see what are people going to do with Aether Drift. We saw Duskmourn really change Pioneer. Then Foundations came out, had a couple cards players with someone interested in, and then Aether Drift, which you can pick over at NRG.com, get your singles there. There's going to be a lot of interesting cards. Like we saw the new Death Shadow vehicle. Is that something that's going to see play in Pioneer? No one's talking about Pioneer right now because it isn't a competitive format this year when it comes to making it to the Pro Tour, but it's still a format players love with lots of cutthroat innovation going on. I can't wait to see what happens there. Make sure to follow the Twitch channel. That way you can watch it as well if you're not able to make it out. Will and I will most likely either be here or be there. And for Will, he's going to be here.
We got a team event coming up in the end of this season, right? We're all going to go. It's going to be me, you, and Doomwake battling out in one team, giving Norma an absolute headache on trying to find casters for that event.
Yeah, you know what it really sounds to me
Boom.
is like
Turn 1 Magus. How do you like those potatoes?
Yeah, and this is what I meant earlier, Will. When it came to the
who could be most explosive and being on the play?
Yeah. I see. They revealed the Devourer Destiny when we were talking. Sorry, I was like, why did we didn't reveal a Devourer? Pardon me. But anyways, yeah, the turn 1 on the play, that's what matters more. Michael has a lot of things that can fight through. We just picked one up in Lotus Petal. What a draw. But we still are limited. And if we can't get this Magus off the board, life's going to be tough.
I'm looking at the deck list and I can't see a way.
Well,
Lotus Petal doesn't give us colorless mana.
We have a waste in our deck, right?
Oh, okay. So
we can get some stuff out like the Glaring Fleshraker, which then if we can cast some of the other spells, that would give us the colorless. Now, you might know that's going to be kind of hard. We're going to need a lot of Lotus Petals to kind of get to the Scions, to then get to a Kozilek's Command, to get rid of the Magus. I'm not saying this is a walk in the park, all right? This isn't like when you and I hang out, but it is a situation you could theoretically get out of. Kind of like when you want to hang out after the show with me. I theoretically could get away. In practice, I often don't.
Hey, I've hung out with you after an event before. Where were we? Was it?
I know, like I said, theoretically, I could have gotten away. In practice, I don't.
We went to that bar and played in that quiz pub competition. Do you remember?
Oh yeah, that was tough. That we did not do well at that quiz.
No, we did not. It was a rough
day. No questions right, which is honestly impressive when some of them are multiple choice.
It was a skill. It was a skill. We chose to go with it, and it is what it is. But what's happening right now is free drop upon free drop. We start off with this Magus the Moon, follow up with a Fable the Mirror Breaker. The Goblin Shaman tokens come along with it, and we're going to connect for 2. So everything's going right here for Cam. For his team needs this win, needs this W to keep his team in it, of course, because they're already 1 match down, of course, over in Standard. Pass the turn back. Do we have a waste yet? And you see there's a bit of talking going on as well, right? This is because one of the teammates, Will's finished. Will can go across now. There can now potentially be 2 players kind of piloting the deck, so to speak. That's the waste. That's huge. That's the only one of in the deck list. Here's the petal. 3 mana. And that is one of our answers right there. Battle Mage going to come down. Green mana paid. And we're going to get rid of that Fable. Now we've got the blocker. So now it's going to stem the bleeding a little bit. That Magus can't really be turned sideways unless we have another answer for it in hand. Ancient Tomb off the top. What's your favorite Art of Ancient Tomb? Do you like the OG ones, or do you like
That one.
some of the new ones?
The OG one is so good. I mean, like the weird skull coming up from like the cave. Oh no, Will, it's broadside bombardiers. And with the Goblin Shaman, you're able to just make a treasure, immediately sack, deal 2, and attack for 6. And this is why you're seeing so many players love this deck. Even though, I mean, compared to like what you think about you could do in Legacy, like when it comes to like killing on turn 1, theoretically, you know, maybe turn 2 you storm off or whatever. In reality, that kind of thing doesn't really play out all that much. And games are a lot more fair. And so locking your opponent out of being able to play and playing these really strong 3-drops to take over the game is actually a very consistent strategy. And, you know, it's really rewarding for players who commit to it and really learn what kind of hands should I keep? What should I mull again? You see a lot of really strong Legacy players gravitate to this deck every now and again in the format. It makes sense to it, you know, despite maybe being really good at blue decks, let's say, because this strategy is just so good.
Would you say that this deck's kind of keeping the format in check? You know, like I'll throw to modern burn, or dredge, something like that. You know what I mean? These graveyard based decks, these burn decks, they keep the format in check. I've got to keep some cards in my sideboard ready just in case I do get paired against the mill players, etc. Is this keeping the format in check?
Yeah, I think this deck does a good job of being sort of like the fair, fun police. Like Chalice on 1 keeps a lot of decks honest. Blood Moon makes it so, you know, like if cards like that aren't seeing play, like Blood Moons, you're just not going to see as many basics. Obviously, Wasteland pushes the needle a little bit, but maybe, you know, you want to play a second one because of something like this, right? And if we don't have that kind of pressure, it's probably like a one and done situation for plenty of decks. But we're seeing here too, by the way, Broadside Bombardiers is just so
MVP.
good.
MVP of this matchup so far. Every single turn now with that Goblin Shaman token, generating a treasure token basically means we get a free shock effect. And unfortunately for Michael, all his creatures he's played so far have 2 toughness. So we're able to get them out of the way, dropping them down to 6, which means lethal plus is on the battlefield right now. Do we have a way to stabilize? Not entirely sure we do.
I don't think we do. I think the big problem is all the creatures we can play right now have 2 toughness, which means the broadside plus treasure combo is going to get them. But he also has broadside bombardiers plus like all these creatures. Any one creature we play is actually just still going to die, right? Broadside has menace. Everything else is a 2/2. That's just math.
Maybe they forget to attack. Maybe that's the line.
Yeah.
Turn everything sideways. Damn. Handshake. Okay, that's that one match. That means this game, this entire round 1 is going to come down to our modern seat, where we've got Temur Breach up against the Obzoth mid-range deck. Obzoth mid-range 1 game down. We're able to see the Grind Station deck kind of go off game 1 with Grape Shot. Now with sideboards, does this game get better or worse for the Obzoth deck?
It gets better. Now, part of the problem is, right, the Breach deck also gets the sideboard, and there's only so many cards that can super stop things here from the Orzhov deck. But it's a situation where there were some cards that just, you know, are kind of medium in the black-white deck to begin with, and getting those out of the deck, even for minor upgrades, would be huge. We get some pretty big ones and stuff like Stony Silence, etc. here, as the Ephemerate is going to get that Solitude, which will answer the Tameo or the Construct, and go for the Tameo. But yeah, I mean, this is one of the things, and we saw this, by the way, when Breach first started popping off with like Jesse Robkin here on the series, Corey Master, Ross Merriam. They were farming the 4-color control players, right? If you try to fight over the battlefield and you try to, you know, play these long games, Breach just excels at playing those kind of games. It is just very good and doesn't really care. And the introduction of Mox Opal means they kill quicker, and it means they're less reliant on having creatures on the battlefield. You know, we used to joke here that like this Breach deck's really good. It's only weak to artifact hate, graveyard hate, enchantment hate, creature hate. And while the creatures can still come up and matter, it's a lot, you know, more of a thing nowadays. As I think we shifting Woodlands to make a copy of the Urza Saga, so that we can now start activating here in a couple turns.
And that's like the C plan of this deck. If I can't combo you one way, can't combo you a second way, I'm just going to beat you up with these big construct tokens, because my deck basically consists of multiple artifacts anyway. And at the minute, is already a 4/4 construct.
Yeah, and actually, you're going to see a very sick interaction here. So Flicker Wisp can take care of the construct. You can also get rid of the clue if you wanted to, if you're not really worried about the beatdowns. But Will, we can flicker the dog on the Flicker Wisp. Felia, one of my favorite cards from MH3. And we could target that Shifting Woodland to reset the counter, because it will come back. And it will also put Adam down a land for the turn, because it'll be during the end step when we Flicker Wisp.
Question: if they still have to pay the 4 mana, right, to be able to turn the shifting wind to
Oh
for
yeah,
it to get the
it's
second
forever
counter?
away. Yeah,
Okay.
it is not like a timely thing. In fact, we might see now that we have this surveil land, we might see us target our own surveil land. Okay, we're gonna go for the clue. But yeah, but before it's one of the situations where it's like it's either the clue or the shifting. There's not many great targets. Your own surveil land is actually like kind of a nice thing. I like getting rid of the clue and Adam's on low resources and you're beating down. This makes a lot of sense to me. But it is a spot where just like you gotta get a little frisky when you play the black-white deck.
Yeah, you can't give it these boost decks all the time in the world because they'll just keep setting up, and then out of nowhere you have now just lost the game. We're going to see Unholy Heat though. That's going to take out the Thalia. So that's just make sure we've got Delirium, Planeswalker, Instant Land, Enchantment. Definitely got Delirium in that graveyard. Does leave us with 6 power on the battlefield though, so we'll start by turning that sideways, gaining 3 more life, dropping Adam down to 11, and then Wrath of the Skies for 2. Ugh.
Yeah.
Get rid of those 2 artifacts. Get a bit of energy for potentially any future Wrath of the Skies shenanigans. Now that definitely came out of the sideboard, right?
Yes, that is a sideboard card. In fact, you'll see often these black-white decks start with Aether Vial, and then in matchups like this, they'll side out their vials, bring that card in. And, if you haven't been paying attention to the deck list, this creature deck, right? Wrathing you can sometimes be a bit of a surprise, but its creatures are all more expensive than the average deck. And a Boggart Trawler off the top wheel to get rid of the graveyard. And Adam facing down this board state, he doesn't have the mana to cast the Thassa's Oracle, which the blocker would be kind of nice here, but that's going to do it. We're going to have a game 3 with about 15 minutes in the clock.
Love to see it. So now they will be shuffling up. They will have to go back to the sideboards. They will have a little bit of a team talk about it. So what you can do is we have to have a look at how yesterday went. Obviously, you did the commentary yesterday in the modern main event. We now have a leaderboard, a load of points have been given out, and that's basically what a lot of people are battling out for in the NRG series because they want to get to that end of year event. Not only is it $30,000, it's that Pro Tour invite direct to the Pro Tour. One of the few ways you can do it outside of Spotlight, outside of back-to-back RC wins or chaining it through Pro Tours. So we've now got some players on that leaderboard. Let's have a little look at it.
Yeah, so I mean, you're gonna see Will, who's on our future match here. We didn't get to watch any of Will. Got second yesterday, playing the Breach deck that we now see Will's teammate battling it out with. Might even be the same card. So we know that sort of 75 made the finals yesterday and is trying to run it back here today. Grayson Nimitz won on the Eldrazi Teamer ramp deck. That deck has been, I believe it was actually, no, it was Teamer. It was not the green-red version. But that deck has been doing very well. Players, I think, overestimated how much consigned memory makes that deck a non-factor. And it's done well. And we saw a bunch of other names on there like Roger Houlihan, Steven Dykeman, Rodney Burdell, Will Kruger, a bunch of NRG mainstays, sort of showing why their mainstays having a great day 1 of our series for this year.
Well, it looks like players shuffled up extremely quickly there and presented. So I'm trying to get a time check on how much longer is left in the round. Because when players move this quickly, that means there can't be much long and they need to get a win here. If you don't, your team's starting off today with a draw, it will be a very long day. And I'm being told by production that 2 minutes left on the clock. And we know at least one of these decks can win in that time.
Yeah, I mean, this is kind of a spot where Adam is the one that's most likely. I mean, this is the thing we got to talk about. When it comes to the team events, players talk with each other a lot. I think every now and again discussing stuff is good, but in spots where it's 2 minutes, you just kind of have to trust your teammate. I mean, ideally, right, that's the situation you're in. You have someone who you trust, and you're going to let them grind it out. If they ask you for an opinion, you give it to them as quickly as possible. But this is a matchup where both decks can take a while to win. Adam's probably set up to be a much more grindy deck post board, maybe trim down something like Grinding Station, maybe change that because of the time of the clock here. But they can win in the timely way. Charlie is much less likely to be able to actually win this game, but could do it. I mean, we have things like, Felia and Impended Overlord. Yeah, just Impended Overlord here. This can actually produce a clock that's quick enough to actually take over the game in a timely manner. So, yeah.
Yeah, if we can flicker that back, get the 5/5 body on the battlefield and start turning it sideways, we could see this game be over pretty quickly.
Okay, Adam's in trouble. Adam kept a 1-lander that was a Surveil with the Mox and Tameo and has, I believe, no blue cards except a Spell Pierce that we can play, which is somewhat matters in this matchup, for sideboard cards, but a lot of the deck is creatures. And we're just going to need to try and find something. If Charlie can play Flicker Wisp here and flicker this Overlord, which I think Charlie has.
They've got...
Yeah, that's okay. With the time of the clock, this is a real way to win the game. So this is going to come back. Yeah.
I've got a question about the keeping this one lander. Does that mean that am I playing this down to the fact there's not a lot long time on the clock, so they just kept a hand? Or is this hand extremely good if they manage to find that second
I think
land?
it's an extremely good one. Yeah, there's a rumble, there's a breach, there's an Emery, there's a lot going on. Yeah, we have got to move through this here. Bogart Trawler coming down as a land. This is an attack for 8, and you're seeing it right now. If we were to hit turns, Charlie would win, right? There is enough time because we're able to flicker this Overlord. And we're seeing it really matter here because the time on the clock will. But in general, this actually gives the deck something that these white, fair, controlling decks never had before, which is this way to kind of take over the game. So Adams found the land, can now start rumbling. We might see, ability to actually combo here, as I imagine we're getting dangerously close on the clock. But Charlie has Aven Interrupter plus Ephemerate in hand, Will. That means we're never going to get a spell down. This game is over. I mean, Adam can maybe double spell enough to get Charlie, but it's going to be incredibly hard here on so little mana.
That's where being an absolute master pilot of these decks come into it. Getting the reps in, knowing what your outs are, playing to them. Here comes Rumble, one of the all-stars, but that is going to have the Aven Interrupter come down, put it on plot, so it's going to cost an extra, or future spells are costing 2 out of that graveyard. And also, we can play it for 0 next turn. Is that correct now?
So you have to pay. It is normally 0 because it's plotted, but with the Aven Interrupter in play, it's actually 2 because Aven Interrupter says spells and exile and graveyards cost 2 more to cast. And you see Adams on 1. We don't have fetch lands anymore, Will. They're turned off.
Don't have our fetch lands, don't have our shock lands. This is going to be an uphill battle. Is it going to be a handshake? It is a handshake. And we're going to see our team of mono white Obs off mid-range and mono red Stompy take it down. Frederick, Charlie, and Cam. Congratulations to them. Doing it, taking it down to the wire, using every minute of that clock to be able to get that W.
Yeah, and I saw a bit more of the hand there for Adam. It makes a lot of sense kind of to keep it near the end. It looked to be like we kind of kept Spell, Snare, Tameo, Mox, a Malevolent Rumble, Breach. And that's a really strong hand. You draw a land, you can very easily win. We're on the play, and you need to kind of have those fast-ish draws in this sort of matchup. But we saw from the black-white flicker deck there, you're able to actually keep up. And once you kind of get that clock on the board, things like Aven Interrupter become these huge issues. Stony Silence would have also been a real problem.
Yeah.
So very impressive stuff there from both players. A nail-biting finish. I'm so glad we got to see that there. But speaking of finish, I think that means we're done for the round, Will.
Yeah, we don't have any more games. This is, of course, a team event where we're going to be bouncing between all 3. So there's no backup feature teams. We don't have that many cameras any time. Plus, me and Mason need a little break in between each round. So we're going to step away. Make sure you don't go anywhere, and we'll see you after this. And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NRG series where we are bringing you team trios. We've got players playing standard, modern, and legacy. So if you're a fan of those formats, don't go anywhere. Joining me in the booth, we've got none other than the coach himself, Mason Clark. That was the first round. How do you think it went? Was it pretty good? Do you think we can get a little bit more spice going on in the feature match?
Yeah, I mean, that was a really fun round. We got to see a nail-biting under the clock win there in the finals, the deciding match, I guess you could say, of round one. That was super fun. I'm excited to see what's going to happen in this round as we're starting with standard. The format we unfortunately didn't get to see in round one because Will won way too quickly with the mono red deck.
I hear it does that. But before we get to those matchups, we're going to tell you all how you can take part in some more future NRG events. Talk me through it, Mason.
Yeah, so you see here, we're done this week in the top left here. Below that, Madison, Wisconsin, March 15th to 16th. You mentioned it a little bit earlier. We have standard on Saturday, 10K showdown. Win one of those, you're going to be CS a champs. 5K Pioneer trial on Sunday. If you're a Pioneer lover, we know there's a lot of you out there. We know you're a little under-loved this year when it comes to competitive Magic. Come on out to Wisconsin. Have a good time. Get some cheese. It should be fun. May 10th through 11th, we're back in Chicagoland with a modern showdown on Saturday, standard trial on Sunday, 5K there. And then the 20th to the 29th is going to wrap up part one of season 2025 here with a 10K showdown team event on Sunday and then standard on Saturday. But the team is sealed. And, this is something that a lot of people were interested in. We don't normally do sealed the last year and some change, but we heard that players really liked it when we did. And so we want to try bringing it back, especially in this team environment. So you and your friends, if you're interested, I believe that should be Dragons. It might be Final Fantasy. I'll have to double check. It's going to be around that time, but it's going to be a great time. I can't wait to cover it. As it does, speaking of great times, look like our feature match players are ready to go.
That's the one that we're going to, right? You won't be covering it because it's going to be me, you, and Doomwake battling out in that one, because that way we don't have to actually battle who is going to be playing the modern seat, which I think me and Doom would be going at each other's necks for.
Yeah, well, it's one of those situations where that's the beauty of the team sealed. And, I personally can't wait to see us open 12 rare lands when we do our sealed pool. Our mana will be great.
Or 12 ley lines. Just be like, no, here we go again.
All right, the way they make ley lines these days, they might be good enough,
I'm not going to say anything. I'm going to stay out of that argument. I'm going to talk about some standard action when we're going to have the Gruul aggro deck, extremely powerful, extremely explosive, going up against the equally explosive Jeskai Convoke deck. Is this just going to be a straight who's on the play is going to be able to take this down straight, or is there any key bullets? Is this going to be a one-sided matchup at all?
It's going to be a very interesting matchup. I mean, so this Gruul aggro deck is able to have really, really fast starts and take over the game. It also can play a little bit of a longer game against more traditional decks. You see that with things like Paw Patch Recruit. Being on the play here, at least I believe that to be the case, matters a ton, as you're going to be able to be a bit more aggressive and then stick something like a Screaming Nemesis that might make combat a little harder. Jeskai Convoke is a really powerful deck that sometimes stumbles a little bit in standard. I think is honestly a little bit underplayed. It has a lot of good matchups versus some of the top decks. Its biggest thing is it needs a lot of resources to come together. And as kind of the Esper Pixie type decks have started to rise to prominence in standard, it's a little harder to have those resources you need, especially on a mulligan. So this is going to be a very interesting matchup with a lot of combat math, and I'm excited to see how it goes.
Well, here we go. Turn one, Hide Claw on the battlefield. Obviously, there is a Rakdos Lizards deck floating around for a little while. This was one of the all-stars in it. Good enough to just be a really good one-drop in any mono-red aggro deck you want, as we are turning everything sideways straight away, getting that point of damage in. Then go to blocks. I imagine we're blocking the Lizard there and just getting in 2 points from there's so many mice. This is going to really test my my casting speed, I believe, with the Emberheart Challenger also coming in and getting turned sideways. Back on the other side. Talk to me why we're splashing blue in these decks.
Yes, the blue is for things like Spyglass Siren to really just up the ability to have your artifact count for Gleeful Demolition, along with some sideboard cards. In game one, there's things like Mockingbird as well that some players play in high numbers, some play in low numbers. It looks like Nathaniel has one in the deck this weekend from what I can see, at least in hand. So that's going to mean you're able to have more of these creatures come down, which can be pretty impactful, of having just more Emidange Recruiters, more Novice Inspectors, things like that, as, kind of a really strong card in Innkeeper's Town here being played.
I say this card is extremely good in this deck, being able to trigger a lot of our creatures with is it Valiant Valiant is the
Correct.
mechanic I'm thinking of. Valiant. So we get to target it, one of our creatures, every turn of this, put a counter on it, get the trigger as well, gain that incremental value. But in this instance, we're going to put it on the Hired Claw, turn it into a 2/3. So there's no good blocks on the other side of the battlefield. And I think end of turn, we're going to see a recruiter come down and or no, a reinforcement, sorry, and potentially come up our board a little bit more, moving into our turn number 3.
Yeah, and you're seeing just this way, both creatures can't be blocked. You push a little bit more damage, and also diversifies, right? Things like Case of the Gateway Express and the Torch the Towers are played in these decks to varying numbers, and that means by having some of our creatures big in other spots, we might be able to survive, a kill spell and keep the pressure up here. So I really like this play to kind of diversify what's going on.
This looks like what we're going to do. Starting off with the Case of the Gateway Express. This is going to do, each creature is going to do 1 point of damage. Which creature are we going to target? Remember, there is 1 mana up. And
yeah,
go on.
I was going to say there's no real way to get out of it because the Burst Lightning gives prowess to the challenger, and then you just Burst Lightning one of the creatures and it only deals 3. Now we have a Torch the Tower in hand. That's going to help do the last point of damage. But, forcing the hand here of Nathaniel.
Well, so it's got to take a point of damage for the trouble. These pain lands are not free. We don't have access to things that we see in Modern and Legacy with fetches, jewels, etc. So the mana base is going to be slightly worse as we move forward in these. But at the end of the day, we are going to see that challenger get to the exile zone because of that Torch of the Tower. But that's going to take our whole turn up.
Yeah, I really want to also shout Nathaniel here for the way we sequenced the turn. We attacked first, then we played the Case, so guaranteeing our Case would resolve. I think plenty of players just like, I'll play my thing, attack, pass the turn. But really tight play here. Small things go a long way in these sort of tournaments.
So we're going to up the Innkeeper talent. So now everyone's going to have Ward 1 as well. That's got +1/+1 counter on it. I do see a Screaming Nemesis in hand as well. That card, we know how good that card can be. I actually think this was a pack 1 pick 1 draft for me in Vegas the end of last year. But I did it for the value. I didn't do it because I thought it was good. I was like, this card seems like it could be good. I'll take this. And that is now a 4/4 getting turned sideways and connecting straight away.
Yeah, and we're seeing sort of the fast draw here, right? Down to 3 for Nathaniel, and has to somehow still win the game while not dying, while being able to, every time you block the Nemesis, you still take damage, right? So it's just a really tough, yeah, we're just seeing the cards get picked up.
I was looking if we had actually had any ways in the deck to do that, and we did not. So let's move across to Modern. Let's have a little look what's going on over there while these players start going to the sideboard and shuffling up, where we are going to have the Boros Energy deck versus the Azorius mid-range deck. Are you think just a lot of people are picking up this Azorius deck because it's the hot spice, or is it just really good in the meta right now?
I think the Orzhov deck has a few things going on for it. First, I think it is very cool, which I think often players underrate, but people will just play a deck because it's cool, right? And I think there's a lot of coolness going on here. It's important to remember that, when Theo first won the challenge with this deck, hard to believe just 4 weeks ago now, Theo tweeted, "Don't play this deck. I don't think it's good." A lot of players said, "Bet." Played it and has been doing really well since then. So, there's been some innovation. The deck's changed for sure. But I think there is just something good going on with this deck. And it's really impressed me. And I think the way to look at this deck, once again, is this is like the controlling deck. This is the solitude role of the format. We don't really have a solitude deck, and we've seen that it's so good against creature decks. And this is a great solitude deck here. So Orzhov Blink, I think, is just nice whenever you're playing traditional games of Magic to varying degrees. I think, its energy matchups a little sketchy game 1, gets better post board. It's not a perfect matchup, but this deck just has a lot of game versus a lot of the decks in the format. It has some struggles for sure, but it's a lot better than I think people give it credit for.
Well, I'm jumping on that bandwagon. This is a deck that I've picked up. A lot of my friends have been giving it a bit of hype. So I'm going to give it a little go, see how we get on. It's going to have to be good, though, to get me off Yawgmoth. I really am a Yawgmoth fanboy recently. I enjoy that deck quite a bit. But how are we going to move forward? We know what the Boros deck can do. We know after 3 bans, it is still one of the best decks in the format. So consistent in what it can do. Can have those super explosive starts that are nigh impossible to stop, and still has key cards like we're seeing right now with Ajani. And that's enough to scoop it up and take that game down. So let's move across to Legacy, see how they're getting on, where we're going to have the Reanimator versus Eldrazi. Looks like we have reanimated a big Troll of Khazak Dune. So that's going to be a 5/5 that has to be blocked by 3 or more creatures. And the follow-up is going to be this is the one that the Narrow Goyf. This is the one we were talking about early on when we were trying to name what different Goyfs were. The Thorough Goyf.
Borogorf. It's boring in.
I actually just picked a couple of these up because I've got a legacy event coming up soon, and this I like to play my Simic colors, and I felt this card looks pretty good. I want to have a little try of it. You know, have a little Death Touch, a little Life Linker, fill my graveyard up a little bit more. It's a pretty cool card.
Yeah, this card's great. And it's hard to underrate just Death Touch, Lifelink, pretty big creature with some minor upside. All that stuff matters a ton and really help round the card out. And I think Troll of Khazal-Dûn actually is kind of showing you a very similar thing, right? Hey, I pitched to Grief. Hey, you can reanimate me sometimes. Not the best thing, but you kind of need to do it every now and again. Very similar to Borogorf. It's like, hey, I'm not the best thing in the world, but I'd have enough value, enough synergy with your deck that you should consider playing me. And I think that's so cool. Days.
Oof. His days. We are still going to generate an Eldrazi spawn token though, because a color spell was cast. There it is in the battlefield, top of our screen. And now we're going to pass the turn back. What else can we do? There isn't any like super big cards to go over the top. The one difference from the last Eldrazi deck we've seen though is a Sire of the 7 Deaths. Now, Mason, off the top of your head, can you name those 7 abilities? Go.
Sire 7 Death is Menace,
Correct.
Haste, Reach, Trample.
There's no haste.
Well, why isn't there? Why isn't there?
Okay. That would be really good. That would be really broken. If you had this massive 7/7 attacking you, gaining life. It does have ward, correct?
Okay. It was lifelink and
it
vigilance.
Does have lifelink. Does have vigilance. Does have first strike.
Someone told me this is a haiku or something like that, and I don't believe them, but I don't know what a haiku is either. I know what it is, but I don't know the definition of how you make a haiku. So if Twitch Chat could teach me right now, that would be great.
Yeah, just type it out. You've definitely got enough characters to do that. I believe Reach was the one you're missing. It's always the one that catches people out.
No, I think I had Reach. I definitely did not have first strike or lifelink. I don't know why that thing has lifelink.
Why wouldn't it?
I just feel like lifelink is very much a color, you need to be a specific color. I don't know, whatever. It's Sire of the 7 Deaths. That's cool.
Do you think it just stole 7 abilities from 7 different colored sources that died, maybe molded it into one big super Eldrazi? It's pretty cool. I like the idea, 7/7/7. I'm all about it. It's a cool little mechanic we got going on. But what we got going on the battlefield right now is lots of Eldrazi spawns being generated. And as good as these big creatures are, they don't have trample. So getting that extra combat damage across to finish the game is going to be a little bit hard. Remember, Troll, you do need 3 creatures to block it, though, which I actually love. I love the flavor text on it. I literally love the flavor text on it.
Is the Troll of Khazal-Dûn a very menacing thing in the lore?
Yeah, well, yes. I'm just going to stick with yes before we go too deep on that.
I don't need the whole thing. I just need to know if that was lore. Hey, speaking of lore, I think Standard's ready to go too. If we want to hop back into our main feature,
let's jump across.
It looks like this game's going to go for a while.
And this time we have to be on the play over on the Jeskai side, and instantly we're putting a +1/+1 encounter on the is it Sky Sovereign Inner Sky? That's the one. Warden of the Inner Sky. And we also get that lovely little Surveil as well. So I don't know if we like that top card or not. I'm guessing we're digging for land because I can't see unless that second card down is a land. It is a land.
I think that's a Spire Bluff Canal. I think that's the last. Yeah, so that's the last land. And Nathan's like, okay, do I need this third land? And it's surprising how much this deck actually does want all of its land drops.
Just to be able to curve off, I suppose after 3, is that where it kind of falls off? We don't want any more than 3 in this deck.
Yeah, I would say 3 is the spot where you're pretty happy. But honestly, your 4th isn't even that bad because with Knight Errand, you're able to kind of sometimes want to double spell. Ooh. And there's also plenty of times where you want to train the troops.
So here we go again. Use these 3 Phyrexian goblins. Tap their sideways, put another counter on it. Now on the other side, we've got 7 power as early as turn 2. Doesn't matter. We're now back to 3.
Yeah, that's a great Pyroclasm there. Cleaning up that board is so important. I mean, look, there's Knight Errant of Eos in hand. It would have been completely out of control. Still a great board here for Nathaniel, but it's definitely, a much trickier position than we were in just a couple seconds ago.
And it's how do we rebuild as well? Obviously, we've got Knight Errants of the Eos. That card's really good when we can go a little bit wide. Weren't able to do it last turn. And we're really valuing this this kind of scry action to keep moving forward. Are we just digging for our 3rd land drop after we put one to the bottom?
I think so.
And pass the turn back, find another land off the top. Got Screaming Nemesis pulled to the front, and that's the card. And it just enters tapped. I love it when people do that. It's just fetch land straight to the graveyard. creature in play instantly tapped. We know what we're doing with it, and we're connecting 3 damage to the face. And weirdly, that's the first damage of this match, even though Nathaniel's been putting creature upon creature on the battlefield turn after turn. Passing it back to him. Currently got 2 creatures, now 3 creatures, another treasure. One clue is going to enter the battlefield. And now we're going to enter another creature. That's another Sky Warden, I believe. 1, 2 treasure tokens plus the spyglass. That's another scry. Don't like that, but that is the 4th counter now. So now it's got 4 counters on it. It will have flying and vigilance, so we can start connecting with that, as well as it being a great blocker.
A great blocker for non-screaming nemesis creatures.
It's the old Boris Reckoner effect, right? Like back in the day, like, yeah. I've lost to this card quite a few times in standard, where people have just, they're doing damage to their own screaming nemesis to finish me off. Things like Witch Stalker Frenzy, just bam, connected, 5 damage to it, and I'm just like, oh no, that's me not gaining life. That's me taking a big chunk of damage, and of course losing the game in classic Wilhul fashion.
Hard to believe this is like some of the first points of damage we're really getting in here.
Well, we're going big. We're definitely digging for something, though. We have hit every card to the bottom after every scry, and over on the other side, we are just drawing lands upon lands upon lands.
It might be we're looking for something like Sheltered by Ghosts, a great way to clean up the battlefield and also get lifelink so that it's pretty hard to die.
Yeah, tell me what Sheltered by Ghosts does, because
Sheltered by Ghost is the enchantment that you exile a creature, and then the creature that you've enchanted gets +1/+0 lifelink in Ward 2. This is a card that we see some of the Convoke decks play as a way to kind of battle it out here. I haven't taken a look at Nathaniel's deck list, but typically these decks play 1 or 2 somewhere in the 75. It looks like Nathaniel actually disregarding that card this weekend, so pardon me there. It's kind of leaning on the normal decks, but we're sort of taking a different approach here.
But I like that, bringing your deck in, so you can keep your tempo advantage. You're still getting damage in. Ward 2 is actually really, quite a lot against, low to the ground aggro decks, especially if you can get it down turn 2. Essentially, your opponent needs to have a 1-mana answer plus the extra 2 for Ward. So I do like that, and maybe that's the way moving forward for these decks. But at the minute, we're doing that math phase. What is best for me to do? Is it best for me to tap these creatures, get the combat in first? Do I put more counters on things? Do I keep going through my deck? Because we definitely have a Knight Errant in hand here for Nathaniel.
Yeah, it's interesting. With this case of the Gateway Express, we can clean up one of the mice. I imagine it's probably the double strike giving mice and Manifold. But I could also see a world where maybe you want to just get rid of the Challenger to stop any sort of extra digging that could be going on.
Get in.
Yeah, a little attack for 8 there.
Now here comes potentially. He's like, my nemesis. No. You can get the Manifold mouse off the battlefield, and we're gonna crack the clue. Have a little look at our top card. It is a spell, so we get a +1/+1 counter, and it is a good spell at that. If you want to go up a battlefield, Gleeful Demolition is a good one to do. I think there's another artifact just underneath the score there at the bottom of our screen.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think it might be the clue that we made on the Novice Inspector.
More land, more Screaming Nemesis. Equally as scary. 2 cards left in hand, and I think they're 2 pump spells. So at 10 life, 2 blockers. Everything's got, I think, because the did we manage to solve the case that turn?
We did, yeah. We attacked with 3 creatures. Yep.
So now everything's got Anthem effects of +1/+0, and yeah, we're turning everything sideways.
Yeah, it's funny. The Anthem actually, makes it so we can block one of these Nemesises, but if we do it, it could still do 3 damage to us, which is a pretty funny situation to be in. It might also help take down a ward in the inner sky. Yeah, I think Nathaniel's thinking, wait, should I even block here because I might lose my warden if I do? Double blocking the mouse is a nice way to play around some tricks here.
What's the card behind the Monstrous Rage in hand?
That's an Emberheart Challenger. The Fireheart Hero, the 1-drop.
Okay. So yeah, we can't double spell to win the game this turn. No damage to one of our Screaming Nemesis, etc. But what we are going to do is cast that Monstrous Rage, give it price. Oh, that would have been good if we had the extra land this turn.
Yeah, we're looking for burst lightning there too as a way to maybe finish off everything.
So by the time everything's said and done, that is going to be 7 damage coming across. 1 from the Monstrous Rage token, going to go to the graveyard. 6 from the Screaming Nemesis at the top. And the last play, as you said, is that Heartfire Hero. Now, on the backswing, can we go across the line? We've got the Gleeful Demolition, and we have the Ranger Captain in hand. And currently 5 damage on the battlefield. Well, no, actually, everyone's got +1/+0, so it's actually 8 damage on the battlefield. Have we done enough? Are we going to see the Gruul aggro deck take this down?
Yeah, it's looking really close. So it's interesting, right? We're in top deck mode here for Gruul. And that means that, you know, you've seen Nathaniel kind of like flick it. Like, I don't know. Like, I'm trying to think of what can actually win. But we don't have lethal with our attack. Now, we could make an attack and then lethal demolition. We think there's a clue off screen. We're not 100% sure. If there is a clue, you can make 3 1/1s. Those can block the Nemesis, and you'll be at 2 after the triggers, assuming there's nothing else going on. And then 1 from the Emberheart hero just, you know, attacking. So you can get in a little bit of damage here, but it's going to be hard to like actually go the distance. And I'm not really sure what Knight Errant can hit that's actually lethal, because to play it, you need to get rid of a lot of your... Oh, sorry. Yeah, it's actually the case makes it so all the 1/1s are 2/1s, so you can't actually block the Nemesis. Case really coming back to hurt us here. It's actually sort of making us lose the game in a lot of ways.
Just the absolute opposite effect of what you want. Yeah, that Pyroclasm is going to go to the graveyard. So they're just going through the... You know, you've got to play the outs, especially when you're there with your 2 of your oppos as well, with 2 of your friends. You don't want to let them down. You're going to do everything possible to do it. We're going to put our cards on the table face up and be like, right, this is what I got. Hands on head, how can I survive a turn? How can I try and turn this into a W in the face of 2 Screaming Nemesis and that hero, which all just do damage to the face if we are able to block or get them off the battlefield? Real hard situation, and I don't think there's an answer.
Yeah, I think we might be on E here, as it were. I don't... Can we talk about something different for a second? What did you call Nathaniel's friends? Oppos? Is that
Oppo. It's a military thing. Yeah. So like,
oh, it's a military nothing.
Yeah.
I don't care about that. I was curious if it was a British thing. All right. It looks like we were trying to draw maybe a torch, the tower. It was like, it looked maybe exactly lethal. I'm not exactly sure. Nathaniel played it like that kind of was the top deck, but congratulations there. We have to see if the rest of the team can tighten it up.
Well, we're going to go across to Modern then while we wait to see how it folds out for the rest of the 3 matchups. It looks like we've got a Orcish Bowmaster getting ephemerate, some Fatal Push shenanigans going on, and by the time it's all said and done, we're going to just keep pinging things to this Orcish Bowmaster, getting more Orca mass going on.
Definitely. Yeah, it seems like we came in at just the right time to see that get saved from a Thraben charm, it looked like. So, you know, we're kind of in the top decky mode. This is around the time Orzhov midrange really starts taking over. But with Flage tied into Fire's Fury in the graveyard for Kinman, it's going to be hard to win from here. We don't have a way to stop that.
I was saying to you in the break that I'm really happy in Modern at the minute, because in 2025 Modern, I've seen in feature matches Timoglyphs, Bobs, Aether Vials, Flicker Wisps. What was the other one I said?
I can't remember. You did. There was one other weird card.
There was a card that we haven't seen since 2014. Oh, Tasiga. And Tasiga yesterday.
Yeah.
So, you know what I mean? 2014 Magic is making a comeback this year. It only took about 11 years for it to happen, but it's on the radar. Boomers unite. Where are my boomers in chat?
It sounds to me like MH3 actually saved Modern in some ways, you could argue. As we're moving to combat here for Kinman.
It's got some all right cards, some all right power level in it. And one of them, it looks to be in hand here for Ken on the left of the screen. And I think we're going to see it come back out of the grave. Do you know anything about this card? Is this close to your heart?
I think Flage is just a super cool, super fun card for everyone involved. And I think whoever designed that is really smart and really handsome.
They need a pay rise, I would say. You know, I mean, their own...
Oh, what a draw! Skyclave Apparition off the top will to get rid of that Flage. Lucas needed that. Flage is one of the most important cards in this matchup.
Was that like another, I don't know, 2014 card? I think it came a little bit after that.
Skyclave Apparition is 2020.
Was it 2020?
Oh, yeah. It's the start of the pandemic. It's from, it was a way to answer Omnath in Standard.
How about this? Goblin Bombardment followed by another Flage. Shoot this, sacrifice it, ping you for another one, gain us a little bit more life. And this is like, realistically, I think Goblin Bombardment is one of the best cards in these Boros decks. Like, and I said this before the bans as well. I thought, like, in any mirror, I want Goblin Bombardment. I want to turn off all that removal. I want all my creatures to be removal spells in that mirror.
Yeah, I mean, Goblin Bombardment is something that like is sneakily powerful and is a card that like people try to play with a lot because of just how much impact it has on the game. And in this deck, it's such an easy include. It has such strong power. So, all right.
Here comes a trawler. That's going to get rid of the second Flage. What can we do? What did we draw? Have we used all our Surveil lands at this point? Wear and Tear. Not ideal right now with 0 targets on our opponent's side of the battlefield, as we just have to pass the turn back. Leave our illusion token there. Of course, it is a 3/3 from the Flage.
Yeah, and
oh yeah,
I love this attack. That is going to be a card that matters a lot against Overlord of the Bailmark. We saw how that card could take over in some of the other games. That's the main reason why you see Wear Tear come in from these players, just having a way to answer that card. And, sometimes some other things are here as well.
Here comes a Seasoned Pyromancer off the top. Imagine that one's going to get cast. We're going to discard the Wear and Tear, get a 1/1 elemental token, draw 2 fresh ones. And this is one of the ways that these Boros players have kind of adapted since the bans of the One Ring, since Raptor, to really kind of gain some card advantage. Didn't get a good look at what the card is in hand, though.
They drew another one well.
Oh, chaining them back to back. It's basically the One Ring all over again.
Yeah, I mean, I could be mistaken, but I'm pretty positive that was a Seasoned Pyromancer. Yeah, I think we're just attacking before we let them know that we have another 2/2 and another 2 cards in hand.
Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, we see a little bit of reaction there, like, oh, what a great top deck. Oh, my goodness. And you get a fresh turn. So this time we've added 5 power to the battlefield and drawn 2 fresh cards. Goblin Bombardment in full force with 4 creatures means we can get a lot of that tricky little creatures off the other side of the battlefield if they were to get flickered. Things like the Trawler, of course, only having 1 toughness. And then we'll pass the turn back. As end the turn, we're going to get a little doggo.
Yep. Flage and Galvanic Discharge were the pickups here for Kinman, and those cards are so strong in this position. And you're seeing the black-white deck, it can fight through everything that the Boros deck is doing to play a control role, but it's definitely not the easiest if you don't have sort of your engine going with the Overlord, with the Solitudes, and you kind of honestly need Wrath Disguise a lot of time to clean up stuff like Bombardment that makes it so that you can, permanently answer Flages. As we're going to see here, it's going to be really hard to keep a Flage off the battlefield in the coming turns. And you see Lucas's head and hands.
I think Lucas was able to draw a Recruiter. We can cast that. That can go find us a Solitude, but then to what value? How are we generating it? We don't want to be 2 for 1 on ourselves in this situation, not when we've seen back-to-back Seasoned Pyromancers, which is what, MH1, I want to say?
Seasoned Pyros MH1, that's right.
Yeah.
It's an oldie but a goodie.
Seeing it stay, it used to see quite a bit of play, kind of died off a little bit. Now seeing a bit more resurgence. I love it when cards do that. Metas, people, deck builders innovating, trying new things, and things really sticking. It's awesome to see and beautiful to be able to commentate on.
Yeah, I mean, Seasoned Pyromancer is one of those cards that like it reads really like appealing and strong. And when MH1 came out, a lot of people tried it. It was pretty good, but then we were in like a little bit of a Hokak issue. Then we were in a little bit of an Oko issue. And then after all that, players were like, okay, yeah, this was really good. We just had to, work through some really all-timer cards first.
I don't think we've been in the booth since the ban unban announcement. What's your take on some of the unbans?
Yeah, I mean, if you haven't heard, Mox Opal, Green Sun Zenith, Splinter Twin, and Faithless Looting all got unbanned. I think, Green Sun Zenith has been one of the more interesting ones to me. Mox Opal has done sort of what I expect, which was like Turbocharged Breach. I thought it might help the Hardened Scale decks out some, but I think some of the cards that have been fighting over Breach have made life really tough for those players. As we are going to see Felia try to flicker the Boggart Trawler. We'll see if Ken wants to actually ping that down with the Goblin Bombardment. Lose a power in order to save 2 cards in the graveyard might be close with Flage. That's something to consider. But I think, Mox Opal's been strong. I'm really curious to see how that looks. Like what happens if the format can answer Breach? Can some different Opal deck pop up? Maybe Breach leaves, who knows? But anyways, that's something that I'm pretty interested to see. It looks like it's actually going to be Felia. Maybe there's discussion with some teammates. And then we're going to sacrifice the thing that Felia targeted with Flicker. So that's a powerful thing. The Green Sun Zenith has been really interesting to see. It's like helped Yawgmoth a pretty good amount. It's been a big addition for the Titan decks after losing the One Ring. We see some double blocks to make sure we don't get got. no mutagenic growths here.
So Splinter Twin. Obviously, it's gonna be interesting to see how this pans out through the next couple of like RCs, like the high level. It is a modern season. Splinter Twin did not perform well in the European RC. I think there's one player registered it in the actual event, and they went. I believe it was like 1-7. Was not
that
not
sounds
good.
about right. I mean, here's the big thing about Splinter Twin, in my opinion. And I just got to make him double promo. Here's the big thing. Its strength in the past was it was like, yeah, and we're seeing a win here. That's gonna be a congratulations. The match is over. I believe maybe Brickman won the game, but that's gonna do it. The players are gonna pick up their stuff. Congratulations to Brickman's team here for winning it. They actually won one of our past team events last year and made it to champs, and they're on their way to doing it again today at 2-0. But to talk about Splinter Twin, what was the real strength of Splinter Twin back in the day, right? It was like, I am a control deck with a combo finish. That is really powerful. That is something that is hard for decks to beat. And my removal was really good, right? Back then, Bolt was the best removal spell. Snap, Bolt. Oh my God, how are you going to beat it? Right? Nowadays, you have all those same cards, you have some upgrades. The threats are a lot different. They have some higher toughness on average. They don't line up as cleanly. And it really, all those factors are, I think, trumped by the fact that Breach is the exact same thing, but better. You know, Breach plays the combo plus control role in the exact same way Splinter Twin does. If you want to, you can even play Breach more aggressively. We don't see that as much, but you can. And that really puts Splinter Twin in this awkward position of being, hey, I am a worse version of another deck. I have to have a creature in play. I have to resolve this enchantment. My enchantment has to stick around, and I have to do it on turn 4. Where Breach is killing people. We saw Dykeman almost went on turn 1 yesterday, right? Like that is a big difference in speed and the kind of pressure it puts on the format. So while Splinter Twin is a really powerful thing, it would not shock me if Splinter Twin, it like won a challenge the other day, right? It can do that sort of stuff. It is still something though that I think is sort of a worse version of another deck at the moment. And that's kind of a tough place to be. But we are going to try to get an interview with the winners here, which is nice.
Yeah, once they get across, we'll move across to that. We're going to keep talking about the bans and bans though, because I mean, it interests me. Like, I don't, obviously we haven't used them all to our advantage. We know that Mox Opal is good. We know Breach. Are you saying if we ban Breach, then Splinter Twin's going to be good? Is that what you're saying? Maybe
I'm saying more that I think Splinter Twin gets a big buff from a Breach ban, right? Okay. These are similar style decks, right? And it's just really hard to want to be a worse version of another deck. That's the thing I typically advise a lot of people of, like, hey, make sure you're playing a deck that has a real reason to be this deck or has some real strength and isn't a worse version of another deck, right? There are some strengths to Splinter Twin that are different than what Breach has, but it's not like, I think, enough that overcomes all the strengths that Breach has and makes it different. And speaking of different,
I just like to make Corey worry. That's all it is. But as you said, we've got our winners of the round in the booth. So first off, gents, congratulations taking that one down. First question is going to come from myself. I want to know, how did you decide who's playing what format and that deck?
So we let Ty pick the format. He picked Standard because he's playing in the Pro Tour in a couple of weeks. And then Ken and I decided which format we wanted to play based on who had better vibes on the format. Like, it's kind of who wanted to play the busted deck least. So,
okay, sure.
Like, in Madison, I played Nadu because he didn't want to. He played Legacy because I didn't want to play Grief. It's, perfect balance. And so
that's a good team.
He didn't want to play he didn't want to play Legacy because Eldrazi and Oops is kind of nonsense. So I'm like, all right, deal.
I like that plan. Try and make sure, hey, you know what? We got our Pro Tour player of the format they're testing, and I'll deal with the nonsense with the format that we like the least this weekend. That's a pretty good plan. Now, how do y'all feel, going into this weekend so far is my big question to you. You obviously won one of our team events last year. Now we're back again. Are you feeling good about things? How are you feeling about sort of the state of the format you're in and the tournament you're in so far?
I think Standard's really, really fun. You can play basically anything. Like, you can play aggro, you can play the new bounce decks. They're really cool. It's really unique, and I like that the gameplay is like to the board more than other formats.
Definitely.
I agree with that about Standard. I felt better about Modern when I registered when I signed up for the Modern seat, and as the weeks progressed and Breach went higher and higher, I felt worse. And that's basically how I ended up on NRG.
Gotcha.
This is the first time in 11 years since my very first Comp REL Legacy event I have not registered the card Brainstorm. Fair blue decks are kind of trash in the face of Sowing Mycospawn, and it's like, I'm like, all right, I'm going to play Eldrazi. It does not seem close. And This card should not be in the format, plain and simple. Play it until they take it away.
Oh,
So
that's an
inaccurate.
interesting take on it all. I haven't heard that one yet, but it makes sense. We're seeing a lot of these decks pop up. I think it's kind of we're seeing the Eldrazi versus Mono Red quite a lot in Legacy as kind of the top tier decks and no blue cards insight. So it's interesting how that's shifting around. I'm going to go back to talking about Modern though. We were talking about the bans and unbans before we came to you in the booth. Obviously, we've had the 3 big bans. We've had the 4 big unbans. What's your take on that? Is there anything that you're super excited about, or maybe you're waiting to see the light of day? Any Splinter Twin players amongst you all?
I wanted to.
I tried.
I was never going to, but
I tried to get
really
him.
wanted
I
to.
really did.
Just for the memes?
Yeah, but not a team tournament. Maybe yesterday, but not. I don't want to be responsible for playing Twin and then
Actions
lose.
were implied would be taken if we were allowed to register. One of us was allowed to register Splinter Twin.
Yeah.
But you've already got 1 W under your belt as a team. You might. This is the one you can take a bit of fun off, take the load off. Yeah, we're just going to register Splinter Twin.
I did come from Canada for this, so.
That's true.
Oh, it's a little bit of a long way to.
He was a little more discerning when he realized it didn't qualify him for champs because he was hoping to just one-shot it.
Yeah, that'd be
but
nice.
we're still gonna do it. We're gonna crush. We'll get there, but
I like it. Team spirit.
Yeah.
Mason, go ahead.
Yeah, great. I mean, so my last question to y'all here is, what has been your favorite part of this weekend so far?
I just really like seeing all my friends here. Like these events are so much fun. Just like getting to see everyone. Like even when I'm not playing in the main event, like we fired a draft last night. That was really fun after the main event. And it's the stuff like that. It's like it's the community.
Yeah, the vibes are great, and especially good for you since you get to come down here and hang with everyone again. Because
it's all about the gathering.
Yeah.
Like
Big
last
guy.
night, dinner, like 12 people, no problem. Good vibes all around.
Yeah.
That's exactly it, right? People coming together, they've got the passion for it. Got it. You've seen your mates, you hang out with them, you've been battling out against them sometimes. This time you get to pair with them and hopefully take it down and get another dub under your belt. So on that, we're going to wish you good luck moving forward. We're going to let you get off, maybe get some rehydration going on, and potentially we'll see you in some of the future rounds. So congratulations yet again.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
We're going to move back to the booth with me and Mason. That is going to be the end of the round, though. We're going to just have a step away, have a short break. And once we do that, we'll be coming back for round number 3 of our Team Trios action. Welcome back, everybody, to the NRG series. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP, and I'm joined by the coach himself, Mason Clark, and we're going into round number 3 of Team Trios action. We've got Standard, we've got Legacy, and we have, of course, everybody's favorite format right now, Modern post-ban, and that is where we're going to be starting this feature match this round. But this is what everyone's playing for today in our team trials, so talk me through it, Mason.
Yeah, I mean, first place is going to get $3,000 and 30 leaderboard points. Those leaderboard points are how you're going to make our champs at the end of the year via at large, or be our MVP, highest performing player, and get free entry to all our events next year and a little bonus at champs. Second place, $1,500, 25 points. Third through fourth, $1,120. Fifth through eighth, $570 and 15, and then ninth through 12th, $250 and 10 points. And then if you don't make our top 12, don't worry. You still get leaderboard points, which are so important if you're trying to make our champs. We talked about it earlier. Plenty of players have made it via, just grinding out points and getting there. Our player of the year in 2022, Connor Mullally, actually made it by 1 point. He never, ever dropped from an event. He always played it out when he was live for that second point. Got a couple 2-pointers, and end of the day, Will, that won him, free entry for the next year and a little bonus at champ. So you want to make sure you grind it out. As our players, they're going well. They're in the feature match.
They're playing. I was waiting for you. I'm like, our players are down. They are starting. They're kicking it off. We have got Amulet Titan versus Teamer Breach. Will versus Dylan. This is pretty explosive start over on the Teamer side. We're seeing a turn 1 Emery come down.
Yeah, I mean, this is, kind of a lot of what the deck is looking for. Obviously, you can get some turn 1 wins. They're very, very rare, but it can happen. So, I mean, this is a great sort of middle ground. As we see, Will sort of reveals to everyone, thank you, Will, for the feature match there, that it's an amulet on top of the deck.
We're going to see this Urza Saga go up to 2. And there's not many decks that you lead with Urza Saga. And you really want to have that as a second land, maybe third land, try and generate a bit of value from it. But Amulet's one of these decks that really takes advantage from getting it down early because it kind of acts as the 5th to 8th Amulet on the turn that you want to be able to pop off.
Definitely, yeah. And in this situation, right, it's kind of telling Dylan, like, hey, most likely you need to win on your next turn or have some real interaction, because I have, the threat of 4 mana from a single bounce land. And, we know that, interesting, Will's holding onto the amulet, wants to play around maybe something like Portable Hole, pretty heads up there from Will Kruger. We can see there's bounce lands in hand. There's like an Arboreal Grazer. Things are going to go wild as it looks like Dylan popped that bobble on the upkeep of Will for the start of the turn when we saw the draw, then popped it again on the end step. So that's why we saw so many cards enter the ham's hand.
Now, how can we utilize this card advantage, so to speak, into the W? We're going to start with an Urza Saga of our own. It's going to get the counter added to it. Is it a law counter? What is the type of counter that gets added to it?
I think they're called saga counters. Maybe I'm mistaken. That sounds wrong, but
I'll go with saga counter. Why not? Who's going to tell us we're wrong? It's me and you. We got microphones, and there's no one else here. It's fine.
Yeah, that card's in Japanese too. You can't read it. You don't know.
That is true. There it is on the screen for everybody at home.
Lore counter. You were right.
Let's go.
And
of course, I like getting Titus's artwork on there as well. Titus is one of my favorite Magic Gathering artists, and this one just looks absolutely phenomenal. But back to the match, we're going to be casting that Tabin Emery, recasting the Bauble from the graveyard, adding a little bit more card advantage. Now the card that has been untapped, the talk of the town, is going to be the powerful Mox Opal. That's the Portable Hole that Will was playing around, big brain there. And the last card we're going to see pass for the turn right now is the Rumble, which is going to go find a Lantern. And then we're going to cast it using the Eldrazi Spawn token. A lot of game actions happen there for turn 2.
Yeah, and this Soul Guide Lantern actually does matter a decent bit versus the new builds of Amulet. They use their graveyard a lot more. It used to be that, back in the day, this would not be anything. Will would get double Amulet. He'd play a Titan. He'd give the Titan +4/+0. He'd give it double strike, and he'd kill Dylan. That's not the way we play anymore because there's so much good creature removal. You even see Kruger talking to his teammate now, like, yeah, there's the Soul Guide Lantern. I think I can beat it. It's a little tough. It also matters what's in Ham's hand. But, this is a situation where, funny enough, if Kruger just had 2018 Amulet with Urza Saga, he'd win here. Now, that isn't what we have, so we got to, work through it all a little bit.
All right, so we find an amulet. We play an amulet from our hand with the 1 mana floating from the Urza Saga. Bounce land, generate 4. Dryad, 1 mana floating. Summers pack. Will's moving so quickly. I feel
Yeah,
it's
it's lethal. So Will actually had the Dryad in hand. That's one of the easy ways to get through this here. So what's going to happen here is I think Will's setting up where Summoner's Pact for the Titan. We're going to grab the Titan. I believe what's going to happen here is we're going to Vesuva copy the Mirror Pool, get a bounce land, generate mana, make a Titan. Then we're going to give both Titans haste. We're going to get Valakut as one of the lands, and we're going to deal 12 damage to the Titans and then a bunch of Valakut triggers. And with Ham at 18, that is probably going to be lethal. We need to see exactly what Kruger goes for. I put a lot of time back in the day. Sometimes you'd have it win the win theoretically, but your hand has the land that you need, and you need to make your first land drop. It looks like so far that isn't the case here for Kruger, as Vesuva is going to come in, Mirror Pool, and Lotus Field.
This is why I thank the Magic Online team so much for the F6 button. I am fully F6 in this. If it happens, like, yep, cool. I'm gonna get a drink. I'll be back in a minute. Tell me when you've won, or if I'm getting another turn. As we are going to see Will Duke go through the motions of what you said, because of course you got to play it out. You got to demonstrate to your opponent that you know what's going on. You can't just go, "I've got all these. I'm going to win the game." Like, sure, show me. Demonstrate the loop. Demonstrate how you were going to kill me. And it is a little bit of a math puzzle through this, the Soul Guide Lantern, as you spoke about. But Will more than capable of being able to do it. One, seasoned vet when it comes to these complicated Titan decks. And here he goes again, copying the Titan. And then that's going to give a bunch of triggers as well.
Yeah, it's interesting. So we actually had Will in our round 3 feature yesterday as well. I didn't realize that it was back-to-back round 3s until just now. And you're right, Will used to play Amulet back in 2017, but he was talking about it with us, and it's like he went kind of on an adventure in Magic and started playing a lot more of the like quote-unquote traditional decks, a lot of mid-range interactive piles and a lot of Hammer. And he was saying how he picked this deck back up on Monday. So there's a lot of the deck that he was like, it's like riding a bike. And there's a lot of things where I had to learn, like, okay, what's every iteration of the loop if I start from this point or whatever. And Will is someone who's very smart, very analytical, and is going to figure those sort of things out. So, Will here is sort of, getting back into the swing of things when it comes to this deck, as it looks like he is going straight here for the Hanwar battlements. I assume, okay, it looks like we're going to lead on the bounce land as the backup land. I assumed we were going to get Valakut, but I guess it just doesn't super matter.
Is this pretty much a straight lock right now, or is there actually some sort of complication here, like an interesting kind of sequence that we're going to see pan out, or should we go let's see what's happening in Legacy?
I think we should make sure we watch to the end of this just to make sure. There might be something once again that's like in hand that I'm not seeing. In my mind, I thought it was locked up because Will would get Valakut plus the haste land. The Valakut would be in play, and then there would be 6 lands, and we would deal 6 damage plus the 12 from the hasting. But Will has done a line where he's grabbing Boseiju, which makes me think I've done the math wrong, which is definitely possible. And yeah, the way Will's playing, he's not going for the win here.
So that means we've got to remember we've got a pack trigger and an upkeep, which we're going to have to pay for. So we have to be able to at least produce 4 mana to it being green.
Yeah. And Will has a Green Sun Zenith in hand.
Is there any? I guess there's always danger Will just loses on the next turn, right? Like, as in, like, untapped, Dylan's just able to combo off. So yeah, pretty interesting how it's going forward here. It looks like this might be the Valakut that you were speaking of.
Yeah.
Come.
No, you're good. I'm trying to think about how we ended up in this position.
Oh, we just played Magic cards in a sequence, and that's how we got here. But,
great.
That's my non-expert opinion.
Yeah, maybe there was something where we needed the bounce land to pick up one of the lands, and I messed up the math here, and so we wouldn't have had Valakut trigger. Maybe Valakut was only going to trigger once. I thought Valakut would be triggering twice from the second searching, but we'll have to see here.
We're going to crack the bauble end of turn. Have a look at what Will's top card is. So we'll be drawing 2 fresh ones in our turn here for Dylan. Will's obviously got that Boseiju in hand that we know about. Does he want to fire it off now and potentially disrupt that top, the draw sequence? Is there any key cards? Do we want to get the Saga off? Do we want to wait? Do we want to save it for potentially a Breach or a Grinding Station? There's 2 cards off the top. Looks like one was a Saga, one was an Opal. Now how are we going to move forward? Because I'm going to go out on a limb here and say we definitely don't get another turn if we pass it back to Will. We're going to go a card deeper.
Someone was
Find
like
yourself
this.
a
I miss
Tamio.
Tom.
And we're just going to scoop it up. We are going to see Will take that one down. So we get to hop across to Legacy and have a little look what's going on there, where we've got Nadu Breakfast versus Reanimate. Looks like I can see a Archon of Cruelty on the battlefield. So maybe this game's not going to be around for a little bit longer. I'll eat my words. That's the Swords of Plowshare on the stack.
Yeah, there's swords going on here, and Rodney Riddell is someone who has really, done well at a lot of our events and has crushed Legacy fairly consistently here on the NRG series. Has just sort of put up good result after good result every time we have a Legacy. There was a while there where I think Rodney won like 2 of our events in a row and finaled the other one when it came to Legacy. So there's not many people in the room, I'd rather dodge more than Rodney Bedell when it comes to Legacy.
That's a good run. I love it when you get specialists in certain archetypes, especially over certain decks. But like, I'm a legacy expert, I'm a modern expert, etc. Opposed to I can play any deck. I know what the meta is like, and I can adapt to it. So we're going to see that, and they decided to come here with the Nadu Breakfast deck. For people that kind of don't know what this isn't just bacon and eggs, right? Like why is it called breakfast, and what's the actual win con of the deck?
Yeah, I mean, so basically Nadu has transitioned to only really being legal in Legacy and Vintage when it comes to 60 card formats. And it's doing a great job there of sort of comboing off like we saw in Modern. And there's an old deck called Cephalid Breakfast, which did a very similar thing to Nadu, where you would actually use, I'm forgetting its name now, despite it causing me so much trouble for so long, the 0-mana artifact, the Equipper.
You're talking
God.
about Shuko?
Shuko, thank you. Yeah, they were actually playing Shuko before Nadu. So what some players have done is they've picked up this deck, and what happens is they actually would win in a very similar way to Nadu, except they would mill themselves out and play Thassa's Oracle. That was kind of what was going on. So we're seeing basically that deck that already wanted to have Shuko before has just added Nadu and added more of a fair plan. And, there's Nadu that's just value, and there's Nadu that's actually just like full-on combo. And that's what we're seeing here from Rodney Bedell's list.
And in a format like Legacy, where realistically the mana base is so easy to splash that third color, you leave yourself a little bit more open to Blood Moons and Wasteland effects. But the upside, the downside is almost non-existent. As we've just seen there, instantly drawn 2 extra cards into the grip. One of them being Force of Will, the other one being, I can't remember the name of that little annoying creature. It's the Illusionist, isn't it?
Yes, the Cephalid Illusionist, I believe, which is where the deck got its name of Cephalid. And then decks used to be named after like cereal and stuff. And so the deck was called Cephalid Breakfast. So we here are calling it Nadu Breakfast because it's sort of a Nadu here. But
okay, real question that everybody wants to know. What did Mason have for breakfast today?
I had a Pop-Tart. Pop-Tart and coffee.
That is the most American thing I've heard today.
I wish I had more time to cook real food. I overslept a little bit. I'll be real. I had like 7 minutes when I woke up between, needing to be here for our check-in for production. And so I just didn't have time to cook.
It's fine. I'll let you tell the truth. I appreciate, Pop-Tarts are a thing. It's almost like a delicacy for you, I imagine, on that side. But that you can't be a full English. That's what I'm saying. I'm throwing it out there. Don't come at me, chat. Back to the match. We got the attack trigger here from the Archon. That means that they're going to have to sacrifice a creature or planeswalker, discard a card, and lose 3 life points. And then once it connects, they're going to lose another 5. On the other side, they're going to gain 3. They're going to draw a card, and basically feel in a really good place, especially with this Ponder. Yeah, it's Ponder, isn't that art? We get to look at the top 3. We find ourselves a Fort Seize as well. This is a pretty good spot to potentially try and get 2 cards out of the hand and force the Force of Will to be played. And is that a load of Entombs in hand? I think that's 3 Entombs I see in the grip.
Yeah, it does look like Entomb, Brazen Borrower, and then some other card there as the last one. So a lot of options available here for Sam.
Do you feel like we're probably looking for something like a Brainstorm here, so we could pick a couple copies away, somehow shuffle our deck, stop that, or is it just being able to put loads of big fatties in our graveyard? So potentially our future unearth effects or our reanimate spells are going to be super powerful moving forward.
Yeah, I imagine my guess here in the way this Ponder is going is there's one card that's really good and probably some cards that aren't very good. Just the amount of thinking that was happening, and just sort of like the gesturing towards the hands and whatnot. So Thoughtseize was the card we drew from the Ponder. And yeah, Rodney is actually just kind of forced to protect the Cephalid Illusionist. And we'll see.
So talk me. So Archon of Cruelty is target player, right? Like, so basically, I don't actually have to target the creature for it to be sacked. So that's why there would be no Nardu trigger, correct?
Correct. Yes. Our card of cruelty. I think actually I might say each opponent, but it is involving the players, not a creature. Edict effects you can't typically like say target thing sacrifices itself.
Yeah, target opponent. All good.
So Leyline of the Sanctity would stop Archon of Cruelty. Technically, you'd still have an Archon, but you know.
We need a good top deck here to be able to. We're going to Surveil. That's going to go to the graveyard. Don't want an extra land. Draw for the turn. Didn't get a good look at it. I'm going to pick down the Illusionist.
And I think things are looking pretty good for Sam here as Brazen Bar was going to bounce the Illusionist. And we're going to have Daze.
Oof.
That's going to counter it. Uh-oh.
It looks like it's going to happen. Are we seeing a win out of nowhere here?
I think there's a good chance. Yeah, you're seeing Rodney flip the deck over. There should be, some Narc Amoebas and then a Dread Return.
Whoa.
And then we bring it back.
Whoa.
The Thassa's Oracle. Yeah, you're seeing Rodney be like, hey, you can look through my deck, but I've got the kill here.
And
this is why people play this.
Jeez.
Yes.
Okay, well, on that one, it looks like Modern is firing. So let's go back to Modern and see game number 2 here. Will one game up with this Amulet Titan deck versus Grinding Breach Station. Not as the most powerful start here for Dylan. We kind of over on Will's side had the big powerful one, powerful turn 1. Can, if we have a green source, take that Amulet out now that we've got the Haywire Might on the battlefield?
Yeah, it's interesting to see Will play that. You saw last game how Will protected his amulet. Now, Will had it like kind of rolled up in that situation, so the situation is maybe a little different. This strikes to me as maybe Will, I haven't seen able to see the hand yet, might have a for sure kill if the amulet sticks around. So maybe just develop the amulet to be like, hey, if you lose your Haywire, maybe that makes your Opal awkward. And if you don't kill this, I might kill you.
It's just going to be tap, land, and go. We find off the top here for Will finds himself the Aftermath Analyst.
Oh, okay. I think I see what happened. So I mentioned this amulet might be a kill. Will had an Urza Saga in hand. I think he was hoping that the amulet would die so that he could maybe develop his Saga.
Oh, look, trying to bait it out a little bit. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
I guess it's like there's bonuses to both ends of that, right? Like if it lives, great. If it doesn't live, I've got the backup plan sorted.
Exactly. Yeah. It's a real, like, what are you going to do? Leave me with my amulet? What are you going to do? Leave me with my amulet? You know, it's a real, like, how do you get out of this situation?
Here comes the Lotus. Lotus is going to come and play untapped with the trigger. We're going to sacrifice 2 lands, put it into just an untapped Lotus here for Will as he passes the turn back. That's Grinding Station in hand at the front. And that might have been a breach plus 1 extra off the top.
Yeah, it was a Breach Breeding Pool for the draw with Grinding Station in hand here for Ham. Mox Opal in the graveyard. Dangerously close to winning this game.
So I was kind of thinking about it. Like this is a turn. Like, when you know that you've kind of got it, locked up potentially in the next 2 turns, you want to try and make sure you do everything you can to not mess it up. Make sure you can play around everything that you can play around. The things you can't play around, don't be concerned about them. But Will does have 3 mana up, does have access to his sideboard now, because this is a sideboarded matchup, and has things like Besage You in the main, has Collector Oofs, Force of Vigors, quite a few good like silver bullets to this deck.
Yeah, so there's a lot of strong cards for Will. We know, hey, it's oops, all lands in hand. But Ham can win, but like you just said, if any of those, like, things like Besage or Force of Vigor in the way, Ham will be really far behind. Also has like Ottawa Haywire Might available as ways to interact. So could just see, like a development of Mox Opal. But I think what's going to happen is here, we're going to lead on Station. Then we're going to buy back the Opal, then play our land for turn, then play Underworld Breach. And I think Ham's just like, hey, it's getting worse for me. You have so much mana. I can't afford to play around things like Force of Vigor. And if I do make you Force of Vigor, you're on 1 card left in hand. It's going to be kind of hard, I imagine, for you to beat me.
So with that bauble on the stack, we're going to sacrifice it after we've floated some mana. Then we're going to mill ourselves free. So we've got 1 mana in the pool, which I'm going to go on a limb and say is red. That's our land drop for the turn, as you said. And then the follow-up card is going to be Breach, the namesake card of the deck. And talk me through the combo, Mason.
Yeah, so what's going to happen here is Breach will mill us 3 cards, and then we will, use those 3 cards to escape. We're going to use Opal over and over and over again. And then typically the way we win here is Thassa's Oracle. There is some grape shot stuff that's happening. You have to mill your whole deck. So Will gets to know every card that isn't in Dylan's hand. And so that's what you're seeing right now is Will saying, hey, let me look at your deck and then I'll concede because it will all be in the graveyard. Otherwise, Ham has to go like mill 3, escape 3, play flip mana. The players don't want to deal with that. So instead of, spending that time, Will's just saying, okay, how did you sideboard for me? We see the Jace, Wielder of Mysteries. We see the Thassa's Oracle. That's something that you do in order to play around stuff like Surgical Extraction, post-board games here. So Will's just taking a second to be like, okay, is there anything I need to be worried about here in game number 2? And how many stations do you have? Which can be sort of a big thing, right? If you see 2 stations in the graveyard, Will might want to fight over an Emery in a situation where maybe Will normally wouldn't, as a random example.
Right, well, we're going to have a quick move across to Legacy as they're going to finish shuffling up. And I want to talk about that. So we've just seen 2 matchups, both been finished by their opponents basically going, you can look through my deck. What sort of things as a player am I looking for? Like that one for Will is post-sideboard, so he's able to look at the sideboard. But like on the other side, am I looking for what Spicer is? Am I allowed to take notes of it? Do you take mental notes of it? Or do you kind of just, like, what do you do when you're looking through someone's deck? What's the advantage you're going to try and gain?
Yeah, so the biggest thing is I'm fairly familiar with most stock decks of most stock builds of like all the commonly played decks. So I'm really personally often looking for what did you like sideboard out? How are you trying to play the game? I couldn't already tell, especially if maybe there was a fast win. I'm trying to see what are you doing differently, right? Lots of times in Magic, there's like 57-ish cards locked in the main deck of these constructed decks at the highest level. And then the sideboards can be fairly flexible. So I'm looking to see sort of what's going on there to get an idea of what I'm playing on. So you notice Will kind of flick to the front, Pithy Needle, flicked, how many Unholy Heats do you have? And that's another big thing, right? What cards do you have that actually interact with me? So, in the case of Will, things that can interact with my lands, things that can stop my Titans. I want to know about those so that, once again, let's say you rumble and you mill over 2 Unholy Heats. Well, that might be all your Unholy Heats, right? Obviously, there are some cards in hand Kruger doesn't know, so maybe there's one there, but you can know with pretty high confidence that that's the case. And that information can be huge here as we do see Fetch, Surveil even hitting the Legacy format.
Yeah, it's so key, right? Like this mechanic, these lands making an impact in anything that's realistically got fetch lands in. Very beautiful deck, I must add here. It looks like it is fully foiled with the old school OG type arts. That's the Judge promo ones I think we see in the graveyard right now.
Yeah, I think all we're missing are Underground Seas when it comes to fully foil. We got to get some of those.
maybe Wizards will print them for us one day. One day. Put a good word in, and it's just going to be an island and pass the turn. Is this typically what we see for Legacy or from these kind of decks? Are they jockeying for position right now, or is it more, turn ones are always now Surveil lands?
I would say, with this Reanimator deck, it looks like we're taking a much slower position, like shoot the Sheriffs in the hand for Sam, right? We're trying to be a bit more controlling and set something up. So I think Sam maybe kept a hand that's like fairly good at interacting, trying to stop the Nadu deck from doing its thing, and then has this sort of, like, hey, if I hit an Archon or something, I'll put it into play. So sort of, kind of trying to ride the middle here. I would say most Legacy decks, I think things change a lot, and there's a lot of different Legacy decks. It's typically much more like, you want to try and get your thing done. But when you can have really strong starts or really versatile starts like this, it can be really rewarding.
Shooker on the other side, we all know what that card does at this point, and it looks like we're just going to pass the turn back. Maybe in turn, we're going to have a little bit of swamp cycling here. Troll of Khazak Dune going to the graveyard, and we go find ourselves a land that's got basic type swamp on it. That's going to be an Underground Sea, notably not foil, as Mason pointed out.
It's just such a foiled out deck. I guess they're just saving up to get it, maybe with today's winnings.
Yeah. Well, just make it yourself. Just put some glitter and glue on it. Definitely won't depreciate the value of it.
What a great idea. I've never thought about that. Why would I open packs if I could get glitter and glue?
Look, I'm a Marine. I like crayons, all right? Leave me alone. Here comes the Underground Sea. It's going to hit the battlefield. Now, what are we going to do with this mana? I see a couple extra lands in hand. Don't have a look at the rest of the hand. It's too shiny for me to be able to see, but it looks like we're going to pass the turn across.
I think there's like, another Surveil land, a Brainstorm, 2 fetch lands, and then shoot the Sheriff.
Okay. I do see a Fey Macabre in hands well here for Rodney. Fey Macabre and Nadu, maybe even no way, that's not an engineered explosives. I'm seeing it must be a Shuko. A little bit more swamp cycling. Some more trolls in there. Do you want the lore of Lord of the Rings and the trolls yet, or we just we don't want to go down that hole?
There's too much going on.
too much. One thing I do like about Legacy and the people that play it, the enthusiasts, they really do go all out on their decks. Like they get like the best art they can, or in this instance, the best foil versions they can in this deck. They really take a lot of pride in it because it's not one of those formats you can really, own every card and you can't swap between deck to deck each week in, week out. It's very much I'm a X player deck in Legacy, and they take it full forward.
Yeah. As you see, Burgoyf was picked up here for Sam. Still, holding up mana here, but
I'm passing the turn back. It looks like a Brainstorm could be the card end of turn. That's what we're going to fire off. But do we have to be, obviously, there is Orcish Bowmasters in this format, and a format with Orcish Bowmasters and Brainstorms, you can really get blown out at times. But in this one, we don't see the breakfast deck with it. Only 3 copies over here on Sam's side.
Yep, and Sam saw all of the game in deck 1. All of the deck in game 1. So we'll know that, Rodney doesn't even have the black lands for potentially like a sideboard Orcish Bowmaster.
Here comes the Surveil land end of turn again. Do you know all the full arts of these lands? If you put them next to each other, they reveal a code to solve one of the mysteries from the set.
Yeah, I did know that, and that's a really cool little thing that they
I loved
added.
it. I think it's really cool. When I put them all together, I was like, oh my god, this is amazing. And they did all that set was also the one that had like the ghost writing on it as well, right? Like you could only see it through certain lights there. Really cool design there from Wizards.
Yeah, there's a really good execution of like the mystery trope. I really like that part of the execution. The fedora on all my cards, I was a little less excited about, but
sure.
But I like that. That was good.
Surveil, do we like this card? Do we want to put it in the graveyard? Do we want to leave it on top? Leaving it on top? Yeah, we're going to leave it on top.
Yeah.
We like that one. Untap. 4 mana available.
Sam's lucky, by the way. We haven't put a creature in play yet because we're going to make those lands go back when it does. Out. Get
Dolphy Voidwalker.
No, I'm just kidding. Swords of Plowshare is getting that. And yeah, Dolphy, a card we saw a lot during Scam in Modern. Very strong in Legacy, and honestly still pretty good in Modern, just doesn't have a great home. It's a really powerful card that can look a little innocuous on first read.
Yeah, how about backup one?
Yeah. And
how about another swords? Nice art on the swords as well. I like that art.
Yeah, that's a very sick secret lair. And we're seeing here from Rodney. Rodney's sort of just been like, I've had these couple answer spells. I don't really want to go for anything. I feel like you're in a very similar position to me. I, try one to just make my land drops, and then eventually I'll play, this Nadu and draw some cards and set up for an illusionist. But now Rodney has unlocked Nadu plus Veil of Summer, and I could imagine, hey, my opponent's put a couple things. Let's start the fighting.
All right, well, looks like we're going to try and initiate something here. Let's try and get some of the cards in players' hands out of them, as we're going to see No Man's come down here. It's weird if you look at this card on face value that you think this is actually a staple in like a really powerful Legacy deck. You're like, what?
Yeah. Nomad's Encore is very good at doing what this deck needs to do. Just 0 mana, redirect the damage to the Encore just means you have a bunch of targeting, which means, Nomad goes crazy, Cephalid Illusionist goes crazy. Just, a very strong card in the context of what's going on, which makes Magic one of the coolest games ever.
I would argue the coolest game ever, but here we are. That's just me. I think we're trying to get Sam low on resources. That's what I'm getting from this. If we can get Sam to commit a few resources in a turn, then potentially we can untap, use that Veil. Then we get the shenanigans happening. Get the fireworks popping off. As if you look down the teams now, it looks like all the teams are leveling it up all the way down to renovate. So it is on Sam to try and pull it back for the team here, as we're going to see a third Dolphy Voidwalker come down. I believe there's only 3 of them in the deck.
Yeah, it's the third Dolphy that gets you every time. And you're seeing a ton of patience here from Rodney. We could have, fetched, we could have brainstormed, then fetched, try and set that up. But instead, Rodney is just hanging out and has another Swords to Plowshares.
Jeez.
Boom. Ooh, Rodney forgot to equip to get the 1 point of damage across. Rodney, I'm going to have to give you a hard time for that one. No points left on the table, friend. Look back.
If it comes down to that one last point, I'll be like, all right, fair one.
You got to grow and learn from that one, friend, and that's okay. It's an opportunity. 4
Seas off the top. Might want to start off with that. Potentially going to eat the Veil on the other side, though. So here it is. Target you.
Yeah, and you see Rodney asking, just double checking, because in this deck, sometimes you do Thoughtseize yourself to get something like an Archon in the graveyard. So Rodney just making sure that's the case. But yeah, Veil of Summer coming down in response.
I have seen a few people like, you know, put Thoughtseize down to cast it. The opponent just reveals their hand. They're like, no, I'm targeting myself. Like, oh, okay.
Yeah, sorry. A very Vendilion Click moment for those who are around for that card. You know, need to see who we're targeting.
That's the next card on the list to see in 2025.
I haven't seen that card since 2014, so you know that'd be huge.
Here's a Drown in the Locks. We're going to try and cast that to counter the Veil of Summer.
Yeah. And I think what was happening there is we were saying, like, hey, these cards are all in the graveyard, correct? We're just double checking that there is a bunch of cards in yard. I don't think Rodney has a way to decrease the graveyard by, you know, down to 0, but I guess Endurance would be the way to do it if there was one. So
have a little look at the sideboard. There are no Endurances. There's 2 Fey Macabre, which in this instance I don't think would actually work either if we would target ourselves with both of them, nor would I think that's
the Macabre would go to the yard is the problem.
Yeah. Reduce it by 1 each time. Not going to happen. We're going to brainstorm though, or as I would like to call it, Orchestra Master Check, and it's going to resolve. 3 more cards going to go to the grip, 2 more on top. What do we want to hide from this Thoughtseize?
It looks like Nadu was pretty quickly picked. That makes a lot of sense to me. That card's really strong. And then Narcomoeba was the other one, it looked like. And I guess that's because you want the Narcomoebas in the deck. So even though Cephalid Illusionist is in hand, and that's a card that can, you know, win the game, you can't without that. And maybe there's some fear from Rodney that like Reanimate's going to bring back something that could be an issue, or maybe like another Dothy Voidwalker type card. Remember, Rodney doesn't have open deck list for this event. We know there's only so many Dothys in the deck. Rodney could be like, well, maybe there's a 4th. You know, I got to be careful.
All right, well, we're going to get rid of the comma piece here. Write down what we've got in the hand, and it'd be cool. You can take your turn. Are we fetching? Do we want to put those cards back in our deck? We know the second one down is probably the Fey Macabre. Nadu was the top card. That's the one we hid. Now the shields are, I say down. They're not down.
As down as they get in Legacy. You know.
Yeah, we've had a few resources used in this instance. Do we go for it? And it looks like we're tapping lands. The teaser of us right now.
Speaking of going for it, Dylan Ham defeats Will Kruger in our modern feature match. So we're going to stick with this one until it's done. But it looks like because of the time going on there, it's probably a very fast grinding breach start there. So, you know, Amulet Titan, powerful deck, but something that, you know, still can get got, as we are going to see.
Shoot the Sheriff before the Nadu comes down, so no triggers are going to happen. That's 1 less creature for the Shuko to be equipped to, 2 less triggers that can go on the stack. Then I think Sam's going to just say, resolves, cross my fingers, hope for the best.
Yeah, and Rodney knows the top card of the deck is a Narcomoeba, which is interesting, right? Because the Narcomoeba is a castable card, given our 2 fetch lands. I assume we have enough lands in our deck to go get more. You know, I doubt we're playing 3 only. So, you know, you're going to play the Narcomoeba potentially, but you could also reset and try and find, you know, maybe some cheaper cards to go off with Shuko and Nadu. So really the question is like, do you want the guaranteed thing, or do you want to, you know, risk it all a little? We also have a Ponder that we could use to set up the top of our deck. Yeah, and it looks like Rodney is going to fetch and get a land out of the deck and reset the top here.
Yeah, I like this. We're going to go get ourselves a Savannah. So that's going to give us green and white. But that doesn't cast the Ponder. So we're just doing this basically to shuffle in the Narcomoeba. So that's both triggers happened.
I actually really like this idea from Rodney. So I think Rodney is saying, okay, I want to get the white for the core. I know I want that thing. And then if I hit land, I can just fetch an island, or I'll hit an island, and then I'll cast Ponder and try and find an actual thing to cast with Nadu.
It's these small little interactions that I think, like, you know, as a modern player, we just crack our fetches like almost willy-nilly. Like, we're like, oh, I've got a fetch, crack it, go get my land. In Legacy, it's really vital knowing when to and when not to, what to leave up, and how to use that to your advantage when you've got cards like Brainstorm, etc.
All right, we have to take the shuffle. It was Force Thassa's Oracle. It was a creature, but not one we could cast.
All right, so blind flip.
Yeah, you're seeing this here from Rodney, shuffling up and hoping to hit a 1-mana creature.
Hiding it from us here in the booth.
All right, Roddy didn't flip it over very quickly. Makes me think it's a card that maybe needs a little finesse to play. And yeah, it's not it. And we'll have to see what Sam can do. Now, we saw this before. Rodney got, a couple of triggers of Nadu off, nothing crazy. And then Sam put an Archon in and still lost the game. So a lot of pressure on Sam here to, both answer this Nadu, but also, start working towards a winning position.
I see double Troll of Khazak Dune in the hand. I see the Brazen Burrow, and it looks like at the sideboard we've got the Burrogoyf. A lot of Goyfs, in fact, in this stream so far.
Yeah, it's a ton of Burrogoyfs. And it makes a little bit of sense too, right? Like, it is a powerful threat that enables your thing, like your synergies or whatever, and just sort of plays pretty well into these fair post-board games. So it makes sense that this card's, kind of become a staple of modern. I'm sorry, we have legacy. And honestly, it probably would be a big part of modern too if it was legal.
Agree. 3 mana for the Death Touch Lifelinker, has power equal to the number of card types among cards in all graveyards, and its toughness +1. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, you may mill that many cards. If you do, you may put a creature card from among them into your hand. So really cool card. That's the combo off the top. Got the backup. It looks like we got the handshake and the team. Rodney's going to be able to take down. So it's all going to come down to standard, where we're going to have to go on.
No, so I was going to say, it's going to come all down to standard, and we're actually going to go jump in. Piper Pal on your left, someone you've seen dominate our events in the past, versus Miguel Chavez on the right. And looks like we're in a really interesting board state here, Will.
So we've got what? Gruul aggro, which we saw on the early rounds. We know how explosive that can be. We know how much damage that can put on the stack. But it's going up against, are we calling this the Fairies deck? Like, I've heard some names, or is this just straight like a Dimir controller?
No, this is just Dimir self-bounce. This deck is no Esper with Nurturing Pixies. This is sort of riding the line between, hey, I have Pixies type stuff in my deck, but I also just have, a very normal-ish, like, Dimir type draws with Kaito and stuff like that, which I should say it leans more into that sort of thing, right? Like having the mid-rangey type draws we've seen from the past.
All right, what have we got going on right now? We've got Nowhere to Run cast, and then Resolves looks like it is now targeting the Dryad at the top of the screen. But on the battlefield, we've got 2 Paw Patch Recruiters, so we get to like target different things and put +1/+1 counters. Whenever a creature you control becomes a target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, put a +1/+1 count on target creature you control other than that creature. So we're able to potentially float a few more counters around as we pass the turn back. It looks like a lot of resources have been had. This is only with the second card in hand, so maybe it's not going too well for Gruul here.
Yeah, we have a good battlefield presence. A couple Flood Pit Drowners in this town ain't big enough. This town, a great way to answer something like, a creature token.
Let's see if we've got any creature lands in here. We do. We've got a Restless Ridgeline, which can turn itself into a 3/4 and buff another creature by giving it +2/+0 and untapping it. So potentially that's a way to sneak in a little bit extra damage if needs be. What was the old Gruul land? I can't remember what it was called.
Raging Ravine.
How could I forget Raging Ravine?
How could you forget Raging
What
Ravine?
a card! I even cast. I played with that a lot as well.
Yeah, Restless Ridgeline, very nice too for triggering Valiant in these decks, and huge in like sort of situations where you flood out in the mirror and combat gets tricky. Great way to attack, get your big creature in, and then have it back on defense. Just a really nice creature land. I really like this one. And you're seeing Piper see the animation, has the Flood Pit Drowner, so we could tap the Restless Ridgeline. But if we do, and we give it a stun counter, then the Paw Patch Recruit will trigger because we've targeted a creature, and that would give a +1 counter to another creature. Really tough spot here for Piper.
It's like 6 of one, half dozen of another. Which is like the less of 2 evils in this instance, or do we even need to? Can we take this hit? We're at 15 life, so a relatively healthy life total right now, but do we want to get the 2/1 down? Do we want to be able to block and duties and kind of freeze one of these creatures for a turn?
Yeah, there's a lot of different ways to go about this here. And I think part of what's happening here is I think Piper maybe has the read that there's a Temur, I'm sorry, not Temur Battle Witch, pardon me, a Monstrous Rage in hand. and is saying like, hey, if I go for this ridgeline, I think we're just going to get monstrous raged. So maybe I just have to this town and big enough. But then also, which one am I bouncing? And if I'm not doing that, am I also maybe letting myself get, like potentially hit? Do I want to play this post combat as like, or sorry, post attackers as a potential blocker? That line's a little worse here, but it's really hard to know. It's also hard to know I'm not exactly sure what the copy token is a copy of. And I think that matters a lot in this situation too, as to like what Piper might be thinking about. I imagine that's a Paw Patch Recruit's Offspring token, just given like the Gruul deck's commonness, which means there's 2 counters if we target this ridge line, which means there's long-term, pretty big implications here for the triggers. And yeah, you're seeing it.
Yeah, here comes the Drowner coming down now. So that is going to target the creature land here, trying to tap it down the Restless Ridgeline, which now is going to start triggering the Patchwork Recruiter. So we can start putting some counters on to potentially either our copy or itself. We can also tap this for mana in response if needs be. So starting off with putting the plus one plus carrot on the copy, and the fact that both of them are getting them kind of says that copy is another recruiter from the Offspring.
Mm-hmm.
And
green dice representing the stun counter here.
Looks like we didn't float any mana though, so that means potentially we could be dodging a monstrous rage.
Yeah, it's definitely possible that we just actually don't want to rage, and so we're trying to sell the bluff that we don't actually have rage. Might also just been verbally said that I float the mana. Yeah,
that looks like exactly what it is.
Yeah, that's something that makes a lot of sense. But also, too, like if you don't think you want to cast it this turn and hold it, I do think there's something to be said about just like, yeah, let it happen. And a player like Piper is going to pick up on that. And especially if you do it right away, Piper will be like, oh, maybe it was, Witchstalker Frenzy, where Burst Lightning that made you think about combat a little bit more. Starts playing around a different card than gets got on the next turn. But you know what? Just hit an extra 3 is not bad at all with so much damage coming across the board here.
I believe this is 11 points if I've added it all up correct, which if we take it all, that'll be dropping down to 4 life points. But yeah, I think we might be going on chump block and duty here. We're just going to go in front of the copy, which remember is a 1/1 plus the 1/1 counter plus the roll, which gives it +1/+. So it's actually a free powered creature. So there'll be no trading. It's just chump blocking going on there. And we'll be taking the hit from the other Patchwork, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 damage. Quite a lot.
Yeah, and there's trample too because of the rolls, right? And these cards just have trample. So that Flip It Drowner was literally a 1-point block. Piper playing on a razor's edge here. And I think maybe part of what was being considered last turn too was like, okay, like all the implications of like, okay, if Monstrous Rage get cast here, et cetera, but also, do I want to Flood Pit Drowner to spin away a creature? Because you can Flood Pit, use its activated ability to shuffle both creatures into the deck. That would be a way to get this Paw Patch Recruit off the board, and maybe was sort of possibly the hope, or I should say it's part of a bigger consideration than not hitting the ridge line. Since hitting the ridge line does seem sort of like you answered this, it solves the problem for 2 turns. Yes, there's a bunch of counters moving around, but there's always going to be that. So I think that might have been what's on Piper's mind, but
I think they've got double Drowner in hand, so can kind of live through this turn. But the problem is with it targeting means that Patchwork recruiters are going to go into overdrive if we have to cast both of these to survive.
Yeah, but I think Piper might be able to win this game here if we don't activate the creature land in response. It's all lands in hand for Gruul, except for a Witchstalker Frenzy. And so now, yeah, Piper can put a sun counter on each of these and then shuffle them back into the deck. Or this town ain't big enough, the token creature, and then that will die. So yeah, we're going into overdrive, but we might also just lose our whole board this turn.
Okay. I'm buying what you're selling.
Yeah, I think Miguel needed to activate the Restless Ridgeline in response to these Paw Patch triggers just to sort of be like, hey, this thing's going to grow. And we might see that now in response to this town ain't big enough, targeting both Nowhere to Run and the creature token.
So remembering our triggers, putting a bunch of, well, it looked like we're putting extra counters on there. I think they're talking amongst the teams because remember, this is a team event. So you can talk amongst your teammates, especially once they finish their matchups, on how to go through this one. Especially when it's coming down, looks like to a knife's edge here on who's going to be able to take this one down and which team is going to be able to advance to a 3-0 record. Out of the 7 that we've got programmed for you today before we come to the top 8.
Yeah,
get that one up on the screen.
Yeah, I'm really curious. I think maybe what's happening, and the reason we didn't activate the creature land, right? Because that seems like a pretty reasonable thing to do here, is we maybe just want to hard cast the Witchstalker Frenzy on that Flood Pit Drowner so it can't shuffle our Paw Patch Recruit away. And instead of saving the Witchstalker Frenzy for later, it looks like there's maybe a question happening right now about this town is big enough and sort of what happens if one of the things is gone, et cetera, et cetera. We'll let the judge handle that, and we'll give you the ruling as what's coming on when that matters. It might also be a situation of potentially backing up. The player started to put the counter on, but maybe wants to respond. We'll have to see exactly what happens here. But yeah, I mean, these standard games are really interesting and do a lot of like minor nuance. And it's just so cool to see standard be such an interactive and big part of Magic again. Both those things are big in my mind. Sometimes you have standard formats that aren't super interactive. And even these decks, with like Pixie, which runs you out of resources fairly lowly, and Gruul that kills you very quickly. This game still have a lot of play to them and a lot of tension.
So it looks like by the time everything's said and done, the token is going to go. The roll token, I believe, does a point of damage when it falls off. And then, as you said, we're using that frenzy to get rid of the creature of the drowner, so it cannot be shuffled in, and will leave us with it's incredibly big now, bunny rabbit.
Yeah, so it wasn't the wicked roll, so there's no damage that's lost. It's Monster's Rage. So that's the trample.
Why do I think they all did that?
I don't know. It's probably because you only played with the wicked token, to be honest.
Yeah, fair one. that's it's a lot modern. So I mean, bring back the evoke deck. We don't call it the other way. It's evoke. It's cheers Wizards for putting that one in my head. But how can we move forward here? Looking for some more threats. We do have the Restless Ridgeline, and that looks like how we might fire it up. 4 mana to activate.
Yeah, there's a lot of trickiness can kind of happen here. So one thing to note is if Piper were to preemptively play the Flood Pit Drowner like on the Paw Patch Recruit, obviously it would give a counter, which is bad, but also this creature land would untap, which would remove the stun counter. So it looks like Piper's trying to, ride the line here, go low, and then maybe tap down the Paw Patch post-combat. We'll have to see exactly what's going on. We can use Nowhere to Run to just reduce the power of the land to 0, meaning we take no damage. And then because Paw Patch Recruit can never target the thing that is being targeted. And then use Flood Pit Drowner to spin away.
So we're going to put the stun counter. We're doing what you said, exactly what you said here. Oh no, I thought.
Oh, so yeah, we're
we're just putting a stun counter on it and then jumping it.
We're stun countering, then we're gonna block, let damage happen,
and then we're
gonna know where to run the creature land. So now that it's dead, so it will take combat damage. So Piper's giving up on the idea right now of spinning away the recruit, and is actually just answering this creature land, and is I think hoping to draw stuff like Kaito to just chain tap it down. If Piper top decks a Kaito here, we can just keep this Paw Patch Recruit tapped probably for the rest of this game. This game, is not going super long either way, and most outcomes.
And the follow-up is going to be a hero. So we are going to give it, that means, we've got no more cards left in hand. We're living off the top of our deck. We're going to get some triggers.
Yeah, and it looks like this is in response to the Heartfire Hero, so it's not going to be able to get a counter.
Makes sense. Big draw step.
All right,
this spell.
Fear of Isolation. We can use that to pick up the Nowhere to Run, kill this Heartfire Hero, and pop our map. I mean, this is how Piper needs to get out of this game, and you're seeing why a lot of players are liking these bounce decks. They are very good at sort of, using a lot of resources, climbing out of the hole. It's Soulstone Sanctuary. If you're going to draw a land, that's a great one.
That's another one that can be on blocking duty later on if needs be.
Yep. And we're seeing here just a main phase activation of this just to make sure we don't get got by anything. Just get the Heartfire Hero out of the way. It could go sideways. It's definitely not free to do. Looks like maybe Piper's actually thinking about not doing it. Talking about the Rockface Village in play. That's a way to grow the hero. You can respond to that, of course, but...
So yeah, we're going to give it -3/-3. Means we take no damage, no shenanigans from any protection spells that potentially could be in the list. So both players top deck in here.
Yeah, I think Emberheart Challenger is the real punish here. That's the one that Piper's really hoping to dodge by not playing this Nowhere to Run on Miguel's turn. And that's Manifold. Nice. All right.
Okay. That we're going to make 2 copies. Offspring is going to come along. So this is the one that can give our mice double strike or trample. So again, a really quick way of closing out the game. I think we're just having a little read to see how big is my creature right now.
Yeah. I think they were seeing how big it is, and also how does Paw Pet recruit? Kaito's drawn.
Kaito off the top.
That was the card Piper wanted. She was hoping to dodge 1 turn of creatures, get a land there. I think Piper would have easily won this game, but we're going to keep battling it out here as Piper can attack with the Fear, put a Kaito into play, replay the Fear, can use stun counters as well. Oh, it's dangerously close here for Piper. She's so close to pulling out of this.
So the fact you're pointing to it, points out, you're like, oh, maybe you definitely drawn a bounce by some description. Arguably the best one we could draw. So we can get 2 points of damage in.
Part of the problem here, and this is why players love Paw Pet Recruit so much in this matchup, is will we do all of this, but the Recruit grows the mice, and these mice can get double strike. So they're going to kind of burst through here, and they have a chance to kill Piper, especially with that Rock Face Village, or potentially kill the Kaito, if not her.
So, right, let's go through what's going on first. So we are going to attack. We are going to play the Kaito. We are then going to use Kaito to put a stun counter on that huge rabbit. Done. We've also, then we're going to play the Fear, bounce the Nowhere to Run back to our hand, pass the turn, hope we can chump block. And we are going to take a little bit of damage this turn, but arguably we might still be able to get to untap. Big draw step.
Oh, there's the Emberheart Challenger. That was the one that we were talking about last turn. The mice that let you look at the top of your deck. And that's another haste creature. And I think that presents lethal to Piper no matter how she blocks, if done correctly. Because I think what ends up happening here is we double strike 2 of the mice. We haste and +1/+0.
Yep.
And then I think that makes it lethal because, you get 4 through no matter what, and then you get 1 through. I guess actually you just have 2, 2, 2, and 2 of them have double strike. That works. And wow, what a game.
That was, yeah. I was about to say, you just give the challenger double strike and trample, right? Plus the extra counters, plus the triggers. It's probably going to be enough to get across the line. So congrats to that team for taking that one down, because that was it was a bit of a nail biter. I love it when we get to see, Team Magic, one player wins, another player wins, and it comes down to that last one. All 3 players huddled around, trying to work out how they can pull that W out and get further on in this competition, because we've got 7 rounds of it today. So if you're a fan of Standard, if you're a fan of Legacy, you're a fan of Modern, you want to be here right now on this channel. I didn't get a look. Was that a break production, or was that going to happen?
As a break. Time off. We'll see y'all very soon.
All right, let's go. Welcome back, everybody, to the NRG series here live in Chicagoland, where we are bringing you some Team Trios action. We're joining it in round number 4, and 2 people in the booth. Well, it's going to be myself and Mr. Clark, and we're going to show you all the good bits to do with Legacy, Modern, and of course, Standard. But before we do that, we're going to talk about some of the future events we've got coming up in season number 1. Mason, talk me through it.
Yeah, our next event in Madison, Wisconsin on the 15th and the 16th of March. We can play Standard Showdown 10K on Saturday. Remember, Showdowns, if you win one of those, you go to our end of the year $30,000 championship event where a winner gets invited to the Pro Tour and invite back and free entry all for the next year. May 10th and we're also going to have Pioneer on that Sunday. If you love Pioneer, we'd love to see you out there. We know there aren't many places to play that format competitively in paper right now. We'd love to have you there. May 10th through 11th in Chicagoland, Modern 10K Showdown Saturday, Standard 5K Trial Sunday. And then June 28th through the 29th in Indianapolis, 10K Standard Showdown Saturday, 10K Team Sealed Showdown Sunday. And I think we're ready to get some Legacy going on. Speaking of a format, you don't get to see too much of paper these days.
Exactly that. Well, we are going to see Izzet Delver versus Mono Red Painter. These are 2 decks we haven't seen yet. The other decks going across the splattering of players is we've got some Boris Energy versus Breach, and we've got the Demir Tempo deck up against the Gruul aggro deck. So essentially a lot of quick games could happen this round. That's what we're going to start over in Legacy. Talk me through Mono Red Painter. What is the game plan?
Yeah, so Mono Red Painter, you're trying to get Ash is trying so hard to look cool on camera. There you go, girl. Sorry, I couldn't help but notice she kept trying to fan a perfect 7. Anyways, Painter is trying to set up the card Painter Servant, name typically the color blue, and then activate Grindstone, which you sort of mill until you hit, a color, a non-repeating one, and that hits everything. You lose the game. A little hee hee ha ha. One of the big parts of this deck is it gets to main deck both Red Elemental Blast and Pyroblast. Those are spells that say counter target blue card or destroy target blue permanent for a single red mana. Legacy, historically dominated by blue decks. We've seen a lot of blue in our feature match area, but also combine that with the Painter Servant, it's just counter anything in the opponent's deck.
And over on the other side, we're going to have Izzet Delver. So this is like, it's kind of like I'm not going to say the good guy of the format, but it does what it says on the tin. Everybody knows Delver. It wants to be a tempo deck. Get on the board early and then protect its threat. And in this case, the threat is going to be a Dragon Rage Channeler on turn number 1.
Yeah, and this is a card we saw really have a big impact in Legacy on its release and has continued to be a solid threat as Bolt tries to take it down, but Daze protects it.
And this is exactly what I mean. We're going to get this threat, stick it, close the game out that way. I believe that is a snow-covered mountain digital, the pixel version, I believe. I think it's because I own that one. We're going to get in there for point of damage. We leave that card on top. So it's going to be it's like a slow bleed if this Delver deck, right? There's no just one big combo turn win. It is just chip it, nickel and dime, a bit of damage in here and there until we're able to potentially take the W. Here comes a Ponder. Look at the top 3, put them back in any order, draw a card, but you can also shuffle before you do that draw phase. It turns out we like them, so we'll keep that one. Now we've got instant and sorcery in the graveyard. Now we've got land in the graveyard, and Bauble is going to be the 3rd one, giving us Delirium. So now Dragon's Chandler will become a 3/3.
Yeah, maybe a minor misstep here from Ashlyn, not using this Ponder in the main phase. Thinking it might be really hard to get Delirium, but sort of hit runner perfects. As Ancient Tomb.
For the namesake card of the deck, Painter Servant is going to come down, and you got to imagine the color named is going to be blue for the reasons that you said earlier on. Main deck, Red Elemental Blasts and Pyroblasts. Pass the turn back. Do see a Red Elemental Blast in hand.
Yeah, I think that the One Ring and some lands. Urza Saga, a couple.
How do I want to go forward? We have to attack. Delirium is on. It is a 3/3 flyer now. We'll take that damage, drop down to 14. Let's paint it Servant on the screen. I don't feel like enough Scarecrows get printed anymore in Magic.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of the last Scarecrow that's a true Scarecrow, not just, like a Changeling. I think there was one in Bloomborough, but I might be mistaken. There was like a mascot recently that was actually a Scarecrow, if I remember correctly.
I was thinking, isn't the one that like you can basically go and I'm being told Dustmore had a few. Some that like go fix your mana or something like that. Go find a X mana, put it on top of your decks type effect. But
yeah, Scarecrow's like you'll guess with colors and mana and magic, kind of a weird lore thing. No, it's not weird though, or is a saga.
it is not weird indeed. It is very, very good. But here comes another Goyf. We should have a Goyf count on this stream so far because we've seen so many each round now. Pyro Goyf coming down. 4 mana threat is like every other Goyf. It is going to be XX plus 1 on the toughness, but its power is equal to the number, or power and toughness equal to the number of cards in all graveyards or creature types. Sorry. And then when it attacks, or another one, how to pronounce the creature type of this? Lurgoyf? Lurgoyf. And it's the battlefield, and your control deals damage equal to the power to any target. So it can really close out the game quickly in this instance, and it works a lot in your favor when your opponent's trying to get Delirium on.
Definitely. And you see Ashley here taking a read of Pyrogoyf. She was playing a lot of Magic, but actually took the last year to go do some other stuff and is getting back on the grind here. So maybe hasn't even seen, the Pyrogoyf before, but knows that that's something we have to answer. So cast Brainstorm Response, like the first card left on top, didn't surveil it away.
Imagine stepping away from Magic for a year. What a year to have stepped away from. Come back and be like, what are these MH3 cards? What's this Flage thing? What's this the one what?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Well, definitely a situation where, I think Ashley knew the main ones, but I think it's the stuff like this that really blows her mind. She sees 6, for example, in Modern, and it's like, what's going on here? Stifle.
Ooh, okay. Severe trigger, and we're going to, I believe we're stifling the Pyrogoyf's effect to be able to do damage here.
I believe so as well.
Pass the turn back. Wasteland off the top, that's going to be a nice answer to potentially that Urza's Saga if you want to fire it off. Do you see another Dragon Age Channeler? So that's the next way of adding pressure to the battlefield. We'll start off with getting some damage in first. It's going to go down to 9. Second Darcy's going to come down. Then we're going to get upon a double Surveil triggers. And it's really like good at sculpting the hand here, right? Like this is like one of the advantages of now having Dragon Age Channeler over potentially a forgot the word of it, Delver. Delver of Secrets.
Yeah, I mean, Delver of Secrets is, not a weak Magic card by any means, but Dragon Age Channeler, very easy to hit that Delver of Secrets stat line, and that extra selection matters so much in matchups where you only have certain cards that really interact, right? Like this Painter deck, it's weak to some of the stuff that the other decks you play against are, but not all the same cards. So having that little bit of extra, like, okay, this is like maybe a one of that's here for most of the matchups, not good against you, or maybe I find that one of that's great for this matchup. Getting that little extra selection is so big.
We got the option of land, force negation, and force of will. Looks like we're going to stack it with double counterspell on top. Nope, we're going to shovel it. We don't want any of them. If we're not looking for protection magic, what are we looking for in this deck?
I think Ash is trying to find bolts.
Oh, it's just ways to close the game out?
Yeah, I think she had a moment of, I'm going to try and control this, and then realized, wait, this Pyrogoyf is going to kill all my stuff. You're working towards like winning. I need to just actually, I think, get this game over with. Picked up another Wasteland. Mm-hmm. Not exactly the greatest thing for killing the game, but, if we can slow the game down enough, that might give us the draw steps to find the bolts.
Okay, talk me through that one then. So if we're like kind of pivot into trying to close the game out as quick as we can, we took out the Ancient Tomb, which we know, yes, it's a powerful land. It can produce 2 colorless mana, but also comes with the cost of 2 life. Would you take the Saga out there, or do you think the Tomb is the line?
I think Ash realizes she's in a bit of an awkward position here and a bit behind. I think is hoping that Edward here doesn't have a land so that we're basically killing the Saga as well, right? A situation of, hey, if I kill this Tomb, you can't Saga me, hopefully. And also, Saga, if we use this card, yeah, it puts a lot of power into play pretty quickly, but we know we have the other Wasteland to answer it. And if you're just using your turn making those constructs, I think I can beat that. Ash is really worried about bigger plays here, and this other Saga is a big problem.
So this turn we can attack with the... Oh, we're not attacking the... Why would we not attack there? Is there a reason that I'm missing?
I'm not exactly sure. Maybe it isn't big enough to actually kill one of the Goyfs, which is not kill the Darcy. I think it is. Sorry, it's whenever it attacks, and not when. Yeah, sorry. For some reason, I thought it triggered when it attacked as well.
It's got to do damage, right? I think.
Yeah. This creature
could we have not used the Pyroblasts, got rid of the blocker attacks? I don't know. It didn't pan out that way.
It's whenever it or another Lurgrave enters, it triggers, right? That's the only time it does that. For some reason, I thought it was on attack as well.
Well, we found the lightning bolt. We were able to get the damage in, protect our threats, take the game down. So Ashley's going to be able to take that one down for the team. We're going to move across to standard, though, where looks like the Gruul aggro deck was able to take down game number 1, as they're now going to go into game number 2. Gruul aggro deck we've seen already today, super powerful. Lots of players picking it up. What do you think the reason for that is?
In my opinion, Gruul is one of the best decks in Standard. I mean, Esper Pixie is also really great. Hard to argue it maybe isn't one of the, if not the best deck. But Gruul has a lot going for it. One, it's brutally efficient. It's a deck full of cheap and powerful cards that actually grind a lot better than I think the Dimir Tempo does on average. Dimir Tempo has cards that make it go way over the top when it comes to card advantage. But this deck, nickel and dimes players really effectively and just generates a lot of, passive card advantage via pressure or just hard card advantage with cards like Questing Druid, right? Innkeeper's Talent protecting my guys, giving me toughness and power in the form of counters. That counts. And so I think you're seeing players really value the efficiency and the ability to go long and kind of have a game versus everyone. And, it's also just a deck that is very appealing. It has a lot of free wins, and that's something that players really tend to gravitate towards. May French tends to gravitate towards Dimir Tempo decks. We saw her last year in our championship play this deck and play a lot of other mid-range decks. In Modern, we see her play a lot of things like either the best deck in the case of like Breach or some of these grindier decks. And this is a deck she has been a big fan of when it comes to Dimir Tempo. We saw her put up a top 16 in the Atlanta Spotlight Series playing this deck, and, has sort of been advocating for it for a while. Even if she maybe doesn't think it's the best thing, it's something that she really likes and thinks has a lot more game than maybe the average person.
And how much emphasis do you put on that? Yes, you can pick up the best deck in the format, but you still need to know how to play it. But being able to play something that the insides out, when to turn the corner in certain situations, how to get the most out of every single card, which really puts the emphasis on learning your deck in a format. How key and important do you pit that when you're coaching a player? You're like, okay, we're playing this deck, you're going to learn every interaction of it, or you go, we're going to pick up the best deck on that week.
Yeah, I think it's a very long conversation to have as the Heartfire hero dies and does 1 to May. I think the too long didn't read this. I think players overvalue how much knowing a deck matters in comparison to playing the best deck, assuming that it's not some weird sort of thing like, let's say, KCI or something like that. That might be kind of hard. Aiden has missed a land drop. So we can go more into that maybe after this round. But my too long didn't read this. I think people overvalue it. But it is important. I don't want to make it seem like it's not something, as May is just killing every mice. Yeah. She actually hates mice. She talks about it all the time at dinner. It's very awkward. We're like, you gotta stop talking about this.
It's kind of relevant at this point, but there's a second land drop eventually on turn number 4. May has fired off the 3 removal spells that answered everything, and I also see another go for the floating hand as well as a sweeper. And the last card I think is a Drowner. That's the blue card we can see at the back. Looks like it's got sided in a Gix command. That's one of the best kind of black sweepers for these low to the ground aggro decks. Here comes the Druid.
I'm going to say it. This game is pretty even now that Aiden drew a second land. May's still ahead. She has more mana and more powerful cards available to her, but Alden, had actually drawn a land there, I would have felt like this game is a lot closer than maybe it looks. The Soulstone Sanctuary getting activated definitely gives May a clock finally that can kind of take over the game, but we have a lot of really strong cards in hand here.
Oh, this is me and my inexperience of it. Clearly, this is why they pick me with smart people like you. I didn't realize that it stays a 3/3.
This is when you invest the mana, and that's huge. I mean, it has massive implications. Just you can make your mana, it's going to be around forever. It also means it dies a lot more than you might see something from Mutavault, but it's kind of worth it once you've committed the mana. You have this thing for the rest of the game, and it being all creature types matters a ton.
That's why I've got the Mutavault thing from you activate it until end of turn, but no, it's actually sticking around. It's going to be a 3/3 in all creature types as well.
Yeah, we even see some Gruul players play it as kind of like an extra land that sort of, is a spell, and it's a mouse, right? So the Heartfire hero type synergies that go along with all the other ones help here. So Manifold Mouse double strikes or trample set. that's a very real thing that comes up. And once you commit that mana once, you kind of have it. So we're gonna have to see kind of how the game keeps going here. But May with Preacher of the Schism and this Vigilance 3/3, she's kind of dominating the battlefield. And we just really need one more mana. If we had 3 lands, this Gruul deck would be kind of firing very well here.
Nice sequence. Then we've got the Manifold Mouse on the battlefield. Here comes the Patchwork Recruit, or Poor Patch Recruiter. A lot of P's going on in that sentence, coming down. And in response to it, this is where we're going to hit the stun counter on the mouse. Don't want to get any triggers happening that are unnecessary. Yep, that is going to resolve. And then we're going to see the Patchwork come into the battlefield. 1 mana left open. We've got access. I think I see a Torch the Tower in hand. I also think I see a Monstrous Rage. Definitely bottlenecked.
Yeah, bottlenecked. We hit that second land. We needed that Questing Druid to kind of hit land plus something we could play. It did half of that here. Yeah.
And we're going to take out the threat that we want to. It means that our threat can't be shuffled in. That's one less option for May here. But I feel like May's on the beatdown plan. Like, whoa, I'm closing this game down. Well, you can potentially cast 1 spell a turn, or at least 1 impactful spell a turn. I'm going to start turning things sideways. I'm now starting to generate a bit of a board presence, getting some life linkers on there, or chump blockers, as well as having access to now double go for the throat in hand, as well as a Gix command. Kind of everything's going well for me right now.
Yeah, I mean, got a lot of free time, and now is still like not hitting like a land patch and just being able to continuously use all these resources. It's really pulling her so far ahead. It's going to be pretty hard for our hero here on Gruul to actually get back into this game at this point, especially with missing on the land there. Just a lot of pressure, and it's not going away anytime soon.
Tessa Tance was the draw. Not exactly what we want right now. A lot of options, but they all seem to be like 2 mana or not really got a good target for it. So is there an opportunity of us being able to set up for 1 big turn and pull away? Looks like we're holding up the 2 mana for the extra Druid that we've got in hand.
Yeah, I mean, you can do a lot of damage with this deck, right? Like you Monstrous Rage double strike, that's 10 damage. In a lot of situations, it would only be 8 right now. But obviously that's half of May's life total. So I think we're a little far from actually being able to win out of nowhere, but it's not such an unlikely thing for this deck to be able to do something like that.
May bunch of cast spells in hand. She's ready for it if any shenanigans was to happen. So I think we'll be able to close this one down and level it up and to get us to a game number 3. Here it comes, end of turn. We're going to cast Seek the Beast. Exile top 2. We can play at the end of our next turn. Kill spell while you're tapped out, because we could be playing around things like Snakeskin Veil, which there are a number of copies here in the deck for Alden. Land drop for turn. Now we're facing lethal. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 on the battlefield.
We know this game is over because of the Anoint in hand and the inability to put up enough counter pressure. Yeah, and now the player does as well. So let's go check on Legacies. I think it started back up again here, and we'll try and see how May French can handle game number 3 in the future. As we come back to a very weird game.
Wow, it looks a little one-sided right now. There's a lot of permanents on the battlefield. Leyline of the Void at the top. So that's one way of stopping the Delirium going on. It's also a way to stop any sort of Delver shenanigans, which could, when I say Delve, I mean that as in the mechanic Delve for Murktide Regents. Is there any other sort of graveyard shenanigans going on? I'm having a little look through the deck. It doesn't look... Oh, there's one Mystical Sanctuary as well. So that's like the graveyard bit kind of turned off. Do you think that's a good reason to bring in Leyline the Void, or is this paying into the Painter's sort of game plan at all?
Yeah, I think we see Consign here on the One Ring massive. I think this game's actually deceptively close. Ash's threats are turned off for the most part, but I think it was an Null Rod. She has a lot of game still here and has been picking away at these Urza Sagas. And sometimes you have these all-in burst hands. And if you don't have a kill, you're kind of down a lot of resources to hopefully stop your opponent. Well, Ashland's deck plays way better off the top and in these sort of situations than the Painter deck does. So as long as you can dodge, like a Pyrogoyf type card, which obviously is going to not be as impactful given the Leyline of the Void, but if you can keep, the game relatively simple, she probably has the time to sculpt together a real draw. And this is a spot where Delver of Secrets proper really shines in comparison to the DRC like we talked about in game number 1.
There's the grindstone. That would have been the win right there on the spot, right?
Yeah, if there wasn't this null rod in play, it would be over, and you're seeing, just why like that card is coming in against these decks.
So how can we get that null rod off the battlefield? I say we over on Edward's side. I'm looking at the deck. So let's say everything's is now a blue permanent. Would a red elemental blast be able to get it off the battlefield?
Yeah, our own red could definitely get it. We could also like use something like Brazen Borrower. I'm not sure if that's an Ashland's deck this weekend, but that's a card you sometimes see as a one of. I'm sorry, pardon me. The red deck could use the things. Ashland can stop the painter in response to that. My mistake. I did not finish my thought there. As it actually looks
I kind of got what you meant weirdly as well.
Yeah. I left the word out, which is critical to not doing commentary. But by God, I took a risk. It didn't pay off.
Well, we were talking about it before. We're both dyslexics in the booth. It's fine. We don't need words. Words aren't our friends. But yeah, here we are as commentators. Here is a beautiful looking saga, I must say. It is everybody's favorite fable of the Mirror Breaker, but it's going to go to the graveyard and get caught with a daze. It always feels good when you get to daze something that your opponent spent the whole turn doing.
Yep. And you see this here, Ashland just ripped a ponder it was set up earlier with the DRC Surveil, and now gets to sort of look through and be like, okay, what do I want to do here? Found a Daze on top, pretty tempting. A lot of Edward's deck is around 3-ish mana, at least for the cards you care about right now. But also, you kind of have to work towards actually winning this game in a timely way. And yeah, you see her shuffle it away.
Also, a bit Force of Will in the graveyard. This is my inexperience with Legacy, I guess. Then I feel like I've got my threat. I want to protect it. That Force of Will plus a blue card in my hand stops the next relevant card that Edward would end up playing.
Yeah, the problem is that this DRC was like not under a Leyline of the Void. I think your line makes a lot of sense, right? It'd be like, let's say a 6-turn clock, that's like at least a lot more defensible. Currently, Ashland's on a 16-turn clock, which is a significant difference.
True that. I also see that there is a Force of Will in hand as well here. So here we go. We're on a 15-turn clock. 1 mana away from being able to actually hardcast that Force. That's a Fury and a Painter. Oh, okay. I feel like I know the answer to this question, but I'm going to ask it out loud anyway, just because. So if Painter is named blue, can we ditch a card from our hand to cast the Fury?
Yeah, I believe it adds an additional color, if I remember correctly. I need to read Painter again off the top of my head. I don't know if it says like override. All cards that aren't in play and spells or permanents are the chosen color in addition to their other colors. So yeah, you can evoke a Fury if you have a red card in hand and the Painter in play.
Here's a hardcast Force of Will. Now, I'm here to ask the dumb questions. That is literally my job. Here comes the Force of Will on the Fable. Surveil, we like that card. We're going to keep it on top. And
this is great news for Ashland, too. Like having, there's the Delver that surveilled to the top here. Yeah, but having an answer there, with the Ancient Tomb paying the life means even though this Painter Servant is now kind of blocking the way, we at least, have something to take care of all that. So
Delver, look top card. It's going to flip from a Brainstorm. Easy. Didn't ever not have it. Now we've got a 3/2 flyer. We start getting more of that chip damage in, especially if it down to 10.
Yeah, Ancient Tomb costing a lot of life here, right? That thing's done 6 damage to us, so I counter correctly. That's the difference in a couple turns with Delver.
Do we want to fire that Brainstorm off now?
Yeah, interesting. Traditional wisdom is to hold your brainstorms as long as possible. But, we're also in a position where maybe, we want to actually get another type of Delver type card on the board just in case, or maybe find another answer spell. We drew a City of Traders with Fury, but no second red because the Lotus Petal is turned off.
I say we really need another red card right now so Fury can clean up this battlefield, stem the bleeding, let us get a few more turns down and potentially try and take this this W. But we're going to play the City and just pass the turn. Debating if we want to Brainstorm on the turn. We do not. Get an extra draw. Didn't get a good look at what that was going to be. Combat. Drop down to 4. So close to lightning bolt range, but realistically could be turning off this ancient tomb now. Didn't get a look at that, what that was off the top. It was a painter servant. That's not red.
Yeah, this mono red deck's having some real issues evoking this Fury.
Another painting coming down. Name blue again. Or are we naming red? Does that make the grind station
I
a
was
hand?
gonna say,
Yeah,
now
okay.
it makes it red. So we need to hope if you're Ashley, if a counterspell with someone interact, like you mentioned, blue elemental blast could help here.
That might be
As is
the
red.
card in hand, actually.
Yeah, so force and negation's gonna get binned. I think Ash drew a daze as one of those cards in 2 lands. It's a little hard to make out. The good news for Ash is that, this is at least an evoked Fury. So if it does hit, it will not be there to, put this really quick clock on. We need 4 dazes to get through all the mana up for Edward. Not likely given we've already used one. Would be great news for Edward. We would get to DQ Ashlyn for cheating, which would mean he would get the win.
I love all these little iterations of Legacy. Like there's so many micro decisions. So, daze, return the island, surveil, hit the sanctuary in the graveyard. I'll pay the 1.
Yeah.
Fury's going to resolve, clean the battlefield.
I love this. So Ashlyn knows the daze isn't going to actually do anything for the rest of this game. Knows the top of the deck is bad. We talked about having a lot of lands there, and I think she maybe had one. So she's basically willing to burn the daze to skip a turn, right? Think of that as time walk for her right now. She got to skip that really bad draw step that was on top that she knew about.
Plays the land, passes the turn back. Are we on Painter Server beatdowns now? 2 damage. Let's go in. 7-turn clock. We found out a lot of Legacy, like the grindy decks. Once they've kind of done their thing and then we get to this top deck in war, it is about who's going to be able to find the best resource. Which deck do you think has got the best chance of being able to hit that best top deck?
Ashlyn has the best looks with all of her cantrips. Edward has the best hits given Leyline of the Void. So it's really a moment of like looks versus, quality. Ash just picked up a bolt. So if we tap that Ancient Tomb, it's game over.
It's a blue card. And pass the turn back.
It's funny how many Legacy games actually look like this. It's actually a very common thing. Players go on low resources, have a lot of like maybe reactive cards or things that are situationally good. And, just like 1 or 2 creatures kind of beat down for a bunch of turns in a row and force the action eventually.
That's an Arena of Glory. Now that with a Pyroglyph could be pretty crazy. That with a Fury could be pretty crazy. We're going to play it, not float any extra mana.
Huh. I guess Edward just saying maybe I value having this in play for the longer term. Ash picked up Brainstorm.
It's a great one here. Spell Pierce is one of the cards in hand.
Oh, Ash has double Bolt in hand.
Bolt?
Yeah, I think Ash was waiting to make, because of the painters in the blast, she didn't want to go for it until she kind of knew it'd be safe. And now with that Spell Pierce, she knows that it's going to be A-okay because of the Ancient Tomb. And yeah, second Bolt here.
Oh, we're going to the red. Bolt.
Yeah.
I think both players had double Bolt for the win, and we were just able to see who could stack it first. It's going to be Ash being able to take that one down. So that means we're going to go across to one of our other tables. Let's have a look at how Standard is doing. Let's go back to May and Alden. Look, okay, we got some stuff going on here. We got some shenanigans. Let's break this down. That is one of the enduring
curiosity.
The curiosity effects. They were quite cool. I like the idea behind them all. But this is a bunch of removal spells that are getting thrown around. A couple of counters going. Doesn't really matter. It's going to clean the battlefield up. And it looks like May's got at least 3, maybe 4 cards in hand now.
Yeah, and it's double Curiosity Flood Pit Drowner for May. And it looks like this game's been a bit more back and forth than our last one. And, May just has a bunch of 4s in hand. Now, this 4, luckily, will give you some more land drops here. And, I was going to say, if you have one going, you can sometimes get out of control here. But Obliterating Bolt, a big, big play there.
And now we tap down the blocker. They're completely tapped out. We can just attack again. 14 life. Are we thinking of maybe potentially getting a free on the battlefield with the Sanctuary, or do you think it's better to get the Curiosity down and start just drawing cards?
I think there's a real argument to both. I think there's even an argument to not even playing the Curiosity and seeing if like you can get, Alden to attack. But I like playing the Curiosity here, sort of get your card in, get a little bit of damage, and now you have another one coming. And so you really just want to make all your land drops here while you try to find some way to interact. Because May is at 7. There's not a ton of reach when it comes to burn, but there's a little bit, and the pump spells can get pretty crazy pretty quickly here from the Gruul deck. If we left some of those in, most players will cut things like Monstrous Rage in these kind of matchups and play those grindier games. But every now and again, you see like, a cheeky 1 or a Burst Lightning for 4 that kind of wins out of nowhere.
Why do you think, or what's the reason behind that? Why are they cutting these like the 1 mana cheap sort of removal pump effects?
Yeah, I think it's because of the removal. We saw in game 2 there from May, she spent her first 5 turns just playing a kill spell every turn. You just don't want to have a card like that in your deck when your opponent is boarding in so much removal, at least not in high volumes. That's typically not going to be a great plan unless you have a bunch of either creatures with some sort of pseudo protection, or you're bringing in cards like Snakescale of your own. But then you're trying to create an A plus B plus C to maybe win. It's kind of an awkward spot.
Well, we were able to find a Manifold Mouse, so this is going to generate the offspring. So we've now got 2 copies, potentially 2 blockers, or we're going to keep it around. We've got our life total at 12. It doesn't look like we can die in 1 hit, so maybe we want to try and make May think of the backswing that could happen. I'm sure May's fully aware of what this could happen with that top 16 finish as you spoke about.
Yeah, May grinds this deck all the time, just jams a bunch of challenges with Dimir. She's played this matchup a ton. She's probably hyper aware too of like that Restless Ridgeline, untapping one of these mice to make combat a little trickier, and also giving a +2/+0 if it gets double strike trample is going to be a ton and is threatening her. So it looks like she's wanting to value the Soulstone here.
So we're going to get in there for 5. I think we've seen double block. I'm not even sure I like double block there, but
I think that we might be talking to our teammate about like what we have here. I doubt we're going to see a double block. Just probably not a very winning position. Even though May is going to maybe draw some cards if you connect here, she's very happy just to get the Manifold Mice off the board in general. And this also in Sanctuary, I think, is a great way to kind of pressure and use our mana a fair bit and get some more redraws. And that's what May needs. She needs to find something that can actually stop one of these creatures from connecting against her if it has to go unblocked or gets incredibly large.
That's the turn back. Big top deck. I think that is a Burst Lightning I can see in hand as well. But main phase, we're going to go on an adventure. We're going to cast Seek the Beast.
Yep. That will trigger other Questing Druid, and if you cast a non-green spell, gets a counter. And you're seeing May tank in response. I'm unsure if she actually has something or is, posturing.
I think it might be a little bit of posturing. There could be another one of the Drowners in hand.
Curiosity. Okay. So it looks like Bill Comendes has won the game for May French's team here. So they're going to move on to 4-0. So it looks like these players are maybe just actually talking right now. Doesn't look like they're going to finish the match. We're going to come back here and say hi. That's why things got a little weird. They're just chit-chatting now and shuffling their cards.
Maybe
that makes a lot more sense. So what's happening?
We're like, what's actually going on here? But no, the match is over, as you mentioned. But it's not on the NRG series. We've got lots more events coming up in the future. So maybe you want to take part in a team event. Maybe you want to go solo like we saw yesterday in the Modern. But there's lots of different formats that you can play coming up. So let's have a little look at some of the future events we've got happening in Season 1. One of them being, as you spoke about, there's not a lot of opportunities to play Pioneer anymore. Yes, you can play it on Arena now, or whatever they want to call it on Arena. It's basically Pioneer Plus. But we've got future events coming up. So talk to me about them, Mason.
Yeah, I mean, here in Madison, Wisconsin, on the 15th and 16th of March, we're going to have a Saturday 10K Standard Showdown. And then we're going to have a Sunday 5K Pioneer Trial going on. So once again, there's not a lot of chances to play Paper Pioneer. So we're glad to have that there. It looks like the standard players, They actually want to get some scoreboard points. We're going to go back down. May French doesn't want to make it seem like she was carried by her teammates. She wants to get the win. And so it looks like they kept playing when we left away. So what ended up happening is we cast the Questing Beast. We hit 2 lands. I was the Questing Druid there. Got 2 lands, put the Druid into play and the land, and then we pass back to May here. It looks like with no attacks.
So we do get to see what the conclusion of this would be. They are in game number 3, so it's interesting for the players. Plus, it's also a bit of a few reps coming in. We've got things like the Pro Tour coming up, Spotlight Series, etc. Lots of opportunities to be able to play Standard. So the more you get to watch at home, the better, and the more that these players get to practice as well. Because this is a good, complicated kind of board state. There isn't a clear winner yet, but there's definitely a few lines, a few top decks that could happen to change and make an outcome for this. So let's see how it pans out. As May, it looks like we're turning a lot of things sideways here. In fact, everything.
Yeah, May's milling here. And then basically what's happening is the Spyglass Siren hits no matter what. So we're at 4. I know it says 5, we're at 4. That means the 2 4/4s need to get blocked. High level analysis from me here. And then we have these Vigilance creatures that trade with most everything. So we're sending them in as well as a way just to, sort of make combat more awkward for the opponent.
It's never good when you're the aggro deck and you're having to be on chump block duties. And even in this situation, whenever we don't block, our opponents draw more cards doing their game plan. Not the most ideal situation, but you got to do what you got to do to be able to, the game's not over. As long as you got life points, the game is not over, famously.
Yeah, I think May might actually just potentially be dead if we do this correctly here. So, okay, this is one way to do it. We shot down the Siren. We blocked some of these things. Our question to return to a 5/5. We get hit for 4 down to 1. We could have had our Druid block the 3/3 and then have this 5/5 and set up Burst Lightning as a way to win the game. But now we are going to win just with the Restless Ridgeline unless there's a creature in the way. So this line also makes us go the distance. That during cross is upside down as it is now a creature. Mm-hmm. And yeah, the problem with this line is the Soulstone Sanctuary is still in the way. Where the other way, there isn't a blocker and May can't survive. But,
so what, are we looking for like some sort of trampling effects?
I mean, Monstrous Rage would win. I think the way that, the game actually ends here is drawing something like Druid into a removal spell.
Burst Lightning would do it. That'd be able to kill the blocker plus the extra red spell. Oh no, wouldn't do it. Actually with 1 short there as well.
Yeah, Burst Lightning doesn't get it done, I'm pretty sure. And we have the 1 card in hand and we have to animate the Ridgeline to push the 2 points. Honestly, just a misstep here. I mean, we know May has no creatures in hand, right? Like, none that we can cast at least. So we have that sort of thing. But I think this is a moment where you need to make plays like this and just hope that May's on like cut downs versus your very large creature. Also, if May was on a bunch of cut downs, she might have even done that beforehand. So a great moment to go back and just sort of think over things here and be like, okay, how's my opponent played? What's going on?
Ooh, how's this one? So Test of Talents is going to come down here. Oh no, Innkeeper Talents, sorry. Not Test of Talents, Innkeeper Talents. At the beginning of your pre-combat state, you get a +1/+1 counter, and we can level it a few times and do some crazy shenanigans. One by giving it Ward. If we're able to pump 5 mana into it, we can double those counters as well, which are all great. But once you don't have, if you don't have Trample on it, it can just be blocked by a simple 1/1. Well, in this case,
yeah, and now we're dead on board to the creature land. Yeah, if you're coming back and watching it here, that's maybe a situation to really look back on and take a second to think about, hey, what do I have available to us? Obviously, also, match was over. We're kind of just, playing for fun. So, sometimes when you're playing with no stakes in the line, we get a little looser. We're not so stressed about everything, and that's okay.
And it's good to take that pressure off, a little bit. This is a long day of Magic. 7 rounds, team action. Yes, it's going to be a hilarious day because you're playing with your friends. You can give it a bit of banter back and forth. We're going to try and get them in the booth for an interview, kind of see why they chose these decks this weekend, who went on what deck, and if they're having obviously a great time at the NRG, which we all know they are. Mason, let's talk about the formats in general. Like, we've got Legacy, we've got Standard, we've got Modern. Which one would you kind of say is in the healthier place right now from a player's point of view?
Yeah, I think Standard's probably the healthiest in my opinion. It sort of has the most amount of like diverse decks when it comes to sort of its available card pool, if that makes sense. Obviously, Legacy has the most decks and has the most things going on, but I know some players feel a little weird about things, and we're still kind of feeling things out after the BNR, right? Like we heard earlier from Brickman, there's a lot of distaste for Eldrazi and that kind of thing. So I think it really depends on sort of what you like about Magic. I love Modern. It's one of my favorites. And I think it has a lot of great things going on. And, despite the top 4-ish decks sort of putting a lot of pressure on other things, I think there's still a lot happening there. And Standard has, been very fast and quick in the games. And I think that's not something that's for everyone, right? And I think that's one of the great things is all these formats are kind of in playable positions. Hey, you hate Eldrazi, right? Like we heard Brickman mention. Well, maybe you want to go play Standard or Modern. So a lot of places to go. And theoretically, there's Pioneer. But you know what? None of that matters is our winning team is here to talk to us. So let's go down and talk to May French's team, which is, I believe, the name on Spice Rack. So I think that's a fair way to call it. Congratulations, everyone, on winning your round. How are you feeling?
We're good.
Yeah. I mean, winning's good, right? I think.
Sometimes, yeah. I guess.
Confirmed winning is good. All right, I'm going to kick it off. I'm going to ask you, how did we come up with who was on what format and what deck? How did you decide that as a team?
So Ash is washed, so she's on Legacy.
Don't worry, we mentioned that on coverage. I was make sure to bring it up. I was aware.
I watched her play Modern yesterday, and it was probably one of the worst experiences of my life.
Yeah, the new cards are like Yu-Gi-Oh cards. They're too complicated. They have way too much text. I can't figure them out.
Yeah, Bill's only been prepping for the RC, so he's on Modern, and then I get the Standard seat because I'm apparently good at that format.
Yeah.
Do you guys watch me read a card I've never seen before, then stifle it? That's the most washed boomer thing I could possibly imagine.
We were talking about that because Mason said that you took a little bit of a gap in Magic and you just come back to it. And I was like, imagine to pick any year to go out of Magic, coming back after we've had MH3 come out must be an absolute, your mind must be blown looking at some of these cards and the power level of them. How are you finding that?
Kozilek's command is a little bit pushed.
Yeah. There's a lot of really strong cards shaking up the Legacy format. Well, my question to you all is sort of when it comes to this event right now, you're in a position where we're very close to getting to top 8. All of you all have, top 8 multiple events in the past. And, I think a lot of times Twitch chatters have thoughts like, oh, I'm in this position. What would I do? So how do you all handle, you're playing a bunch of win-ins back to back to back. Theoretically, that's not advice here. We'll make that very clear. So how do you all handle sort of that pressure, especially because let's be honest, we just saw the way May French talked to your other teammate there, especially for you, Bill. You're going to get dunked on if you lose. How do you handle having such a toxic teammate in that environment?
Well, I mean, the real thing is I have a flight that's booked, so eventually I might have to leave them. So
Bill's throwing?
Whatever. We're just here for the vibes.
Great. Well, we'd love to hear it.
Yeah, and that's one of the things that we've been speaking to a lot of the players so far this weekend, and they're saying how are you enjoying the NRG? And it's the gathering part. That's the bit they're actually really enjoying. Right, people are coming from all around the country, from different countries as well, meeting up, being able to play multiple different formats with your friends. But realistically, is that going back out in the evening, meeting people that you haven't ever met before, or are coming back to Magic after having a little bit of a break to it? What do you think are your best experiences so far this weekend at the NRG?
People who say the Magic is about the gathering are the people who didn't do well in the tournament. Magic is
me.
about winning.
That is me. I feel targeted right now.
So yeah, Magic is about winning, and if it's like, oh, it's for the gathering, I'm just gonna assume you didn't do too well. So sucks to suck. I mean,
we need more villains in Magic. I'm all here for this. Keep it going, mate. Keep it going.
What a heel turn for May French, all in one feature match camera interview. It really makes you think. And actually, it sparked a great question for me for Ash and Bill. What's the meanest thing May said to you this weekend?
That we can see on stream?
Yeah, actually, you know what? Maybe we can't see this on stream. It's a little awkward here.
Can anybody say anything?
I don't think so. May has not said anything.
Nice to Bill.
Yeah.
Well, it sounds like you two are winners.
It's because I'm a boomer and May's nice to older people, I guess.
Yeah. No, I mean I did watch Ash throw a game face up, so I don't remember exactly what was happening.
In 2 different ways.
It's fine.
This is exactly how I wanted to. When I team with my friends as well, this is exactly how we are. We are not that we'll get them next time team. We'll hammer someone if they make some mistakes. So I'm all here for this. This is really cool to see. So we're going to let you get off and maybe, build some more bridges or break them. Up to you. We're going to let you, celebrate the rest of this victory. And good luck in the rest of the tournament. Maybe we'll see you in today's top 8.
Yeah. Good luck, friends. I'll talk to you later.
You might not see me. I might be on a flight someplace, but you might see them.
Also, Mason cool glasses, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you for the glasses compliment. They are very cool. Oh my goodness!
Hold on, I've got glasses somewhere. Where's my?
I just got. So it turns out my eyesight was really bad. Will I thought a lot of things I thought were normal when people are far away. It turns out people can see stuff that's kind of far away and can read cards. I always thought it was crazy when people could read a card from like on a team event from like I'm in this seat and you're the seat next to them. I'm like, dang, that person has good eyesight. Turns out I had bad eyesight, but I'll tell you who isn't bad. The record of the team we just saw there.
Let's have a
Maybe
look at
the
them.
potential of the heel turn for May French when it comes to the NRG series. We'll have to see how that goes. But we'll check out the leaderboard as that is what we're playing for. We had May French in our NRG champs last year. She wants to come back. She won an event playing Living End right before the release of MH3, grinded a little bit, and then decided to focus on some other series and some other events in life. So she's back here wanting to get them. And this is our current position of everyone. So this is only yesterday's event so far. We haven't updated like with the round by round. We don't know where people are ending up. But you're going to see a lot of names you recognize having a lot of great starts to our series for 2025. And Grayson Nimitz joins Theo Jung as one of our 2 locked up players for the champs at the end of the year / beginning of next year, whenever we get that in. And we'll have that shot to play for the Pro Tour invite. Grayson's played a lot of our events. We'll probably to see Grayson maybe make a run for player of the year. Honestly, we'll have to see exactly how their life's going at that point. But honestly, a lot of great names. I'm so excited to see everything. And the next event, if you want to join in the race, will be in Madison, Wisconsin, 15th and the 16th. We're going to have a standard 10K showdown on Saturday. You win the showdown, you go straight to the event with Grayson and Theo. Join them there. And then Sunday, 5K Pioneer Trial. I've said it a lot. I'll say it again. We understand there's not a lot of time to play Paper Pioneer for high stakes. We're giving you that opportunity. We'd love to see you in Madison, Wisconsin, March 15th through the 16th. And that's going to do it for us this round. The round timer is just about up. So we're going to take a quick break, set up for the next feature match, and we'll see you all in just a couple minutes.
And welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the NRG series here, where we are bringing you team trios. And for one last time today, I'm going to say the words. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall EXP. And I'm joined by the coach himself, Mason Clark. And we're going into round number 5. This is where we start getting to that winning in territory. So our feature match this round is going to be table 1. And the winners of it, not officially, but should be able to double ID and lock themselves into today's top 8. Before we get to that, though, let's talk a little bit about a spicy little event we got coming up, Value Vintage. Talk to me about this, Mason.
Yeah, so I mean, it kind of is what it says. This is the vintage format with all the same legalities, but with a twist. Your deck can only cost $30. So the QR code on the screen, if you want to get a little snippet of that real quick, will give you all the details. But basically, yeah, it's all on the panel. You play vintage legality, so everything that's basically legal in Magic, very few things not. $30 is the most your deck can cost. Side events at all events for the coming year. It's a format that's been getting pretty popular, has a lot of variety going on, has natural metagame shifts, as theoretically, if this format gets popular, a card will go up in price because players will have the demand for it if it has low printings. So you know what? Value Vintage, very cool, very interesting format. Sort of, all of the pizzazz of Vintage with, being cheaper than even most popular decks. But we'll talk more about Value Vintage in the coming weeks and events because we are going to our feature match area where, our undefeated team, we have May French's team back at it again. We're going to check on Bill Caminos this round, who we did not see last playing the Grinding Breach deck. Looks to be taking a mulligan.
And they're going to be going up against Eldrazi Ramp here, going up against Adam Saba. How does this normally pan out? I feel like if we can get an early Karn down, we might be pretty favored. If not, it might be a bit of a hard day at the office.
Yeah, that is sort of exactly how this went before the addition of Karn, right? Like this deck lost the One Ring. Players tried some stuff. Basically, landed on Karn needs to be it because one, it gives you, a lot of ability to answer some problems you normally couldn't with a deck like this. But the biggest thing being that Stony silence effect from Karn being massive in combination with the ability to immediately grab something like a Tormod script. And this is a big thing in this sort of matchup is the first hate piece is very beatable for Breach. The second one's kind of an issue. The third one typically is the one that does them in. Karns 2 immediately have the Stony Silence effect. You get a Tormod script, pass the turn, put your opponent in a very awkward position.
All right, well, we're going to start off with the powerful land from MH3. Ugin's Labyrinth is going to come down. That's going to use a 7-mana spell in the form of Wellbreaker to produce 2 extra mana. And then that's going to let us get a Talisman down. So pretty good, ideal start for the Eldrazi Ramp deck, doing what it wants to do, and that is Ramp. Over on the other side, as the Saga is going to come down, we're going to cast a Rumble, and we get a little look at a Bauble. We got the Thassa's Oracle in there as well, and the Tameo. Now, Thassa's Oracle being one of these cards, how important is that? Do we have to take it? Because potentially, if a Karn was to come down and exile it with a Crypt, does that mean that our win con has gone out the deck?
Yeah, look, I mean, some players use different things to win. This deck theoretically has a Lightning Bolt, so we could Breach and Bolt a lot. That is not an easy way to win, especially if there was a Karn coming down. So yeah, you're seeing Bill here be like, hey, I could get this Tameo. It's kind of fine-ish. If you get this Bauble, it's kind of fine. But this Oracle, I only really want on the turn I'm winning, but I can't afford to lose it like you brought up there, Will, in game number 1. Post-board, typically you're going to see Jace, Wielder of Mysteries. That's going to put you in a position where you're going to be able to fight through maybe something like that, but not here for Bill.
It comes to Eldrazi Temple, and we did pick up Karn for the turn. Might be the play for the turn. Looks like we're kind of silent. Nope, we are going to play the powerful Planeswalker. It's going to come down with 5 loyalty. Pretty much going to just there's nothing to tick it up on, really.
Yeah,
so
nothing to tick.
Go on.
I was going to say, sometimes you tick up just to kind of like get it out of creature range, even if you have no targets here. But on this empty-ish board, this is sort of the worst case scenario for Bill, especially on turn number 2.
So what? We're taking it down. What sort of silver bullets are we going to find? Do you like a Chalice on 0? Do you like a Torment Script? Or do you want to try and set up for, maybe start Stone Raining or the Brainstone effect?
I like the Tormod script here on 0 because, like I said at the beginning of this match, it creates a double whammy for trying to combo. And then next turn, we can go get something like the Stone Brain and just name Underworld Breach. And Bill will basically have an incredibly hard time to get out from underneath that. And you're going to see now there's a lot of pressure on Bill to win this turn. This is why these decks added Karn. I mean, imagine if we were doing this and playing a Sowing Myco Spawn, right? Like that was our only real 4. Bill could maybe even win this turn, right? So a huge difference in sort of how the games play with and without Karn, and that addition has changed things a lot. And you're seeing, yeah, Bill just has to pass the turn, knows that we might just need to be playing Urza Saga Value Town to win this game because the Stone Brain is very likely to come down and very likely name Underworld Breach.
Well, that playing to our advantage because we do have 3 Urza Sagas, 2 in play, 1 in the hand. So maybe it is just going to be a construct battle and try and go above and bigger than this Eldrazi ramp deck, which is a task because it does have some big creatures in it. Things like Worldbreaker, Null Drifter, and of course, Emrakul, the Promised End, is floating around in these decks. Really easy to start turning on with the addition of green now and casting Rumbles, getting extra cards in our graveyard, different types. And one way we can also just ramp to it and cast it the old-fashioned way is with this card here that we see. So Microspawn coming down right now.
Yeah, this card's a beating. So we've actually been able to kick it, which means Adam here will be able to blow up one of Bill's lands. So there's 2 ways to go about this. You could blow up that land, which immediately stops the pop. You could also have gone after the first saga and getting the second saga, the one on chapter 1. That would give 1 activation, and then the other saga will pop. It has to maybe lose the Scion to make another token, but you're seeing Adam here prioritize not letting Bill search and maybe set up something there for later turns here. And we still get a land from our deck.
Makes sense. And what sort of do we have any utility lands in here? Sometimes we see Paducah Bog. Yep, there is a Paducah Bog in here. There's 1 Cavern of Souls. Or are we just going to keep trying to advance our mana state? Do you think we want to go for temples or even a Sanctum of Ugin we've seen kind of cropping up a little bit more now?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a couple things. We've even seen with some players use Ghost Quarter in their deck, and that would be something that'd be very strong here against this Urza Saga, for example. But it looks like we did go for the Bajuka Bog just to add another layer of protection, maybe stop some value breaching here. If Adam is doing this, obviously we're not going for any sort of grinding station type names or anything along those lines when it comes to a Stone Brain activation. We might even see just a Karn value wish here for some big card that can maybe take over the game. We'll have to see exactly how it goes. Cityscape Leveler has been one of the default ones.
Yep.
Walking Blist in the past is a totally reasonable card. Haywire Mite's totally fine. Stone Brain, I do think, is the best name.
Right, question. What is the card you name Stonebrain though? Because obviously there's multiple different ways that this deck can win. If you take out, say, Grinding Station, there's other ways for them to win. What is the namesake card you usually or you personally name with Stonebrain?
I think Underworld Breach is typically the best name, all things being equal, because if you do that, it makes the Oracle not really a thing, right? You can deck yourself, and I've definitely done it. You know what I mean? There are games where I've like Emeryed and rumbled and just stationed myself enough that I won after losing Underworld Breach, but it's hard, especially, in the current game state where Adam has these big Eldrazi to win the game with. You can name Station. That makes it really hard to once again go through your deck. But like I just said, you can just, mill yourself naturally. And you could name Oracle, but with a deck like Bill's, we actually have Lightning Bolt, and you can still just value breach. And I think players underrate just how much value breaching can sometimes get you enough sort of incidental advantages, even with the graveyard sort of currently answered. So Bill knows that, most likely we're not going to be able to combo win this game. So he needs to set up now for sort of the long game.
So we're playing the Mox out now. Obviously, we can't use it in the face of this Karn. Doing it just to get the +1/+1 counter or the +1 effect on the construct, which means it will be able to trade with that Soul Microspawn. It does use up our whole turn though, because we've got to use this Urza Saga to make another construct as we pass the turn back. That's a lot of open mana. I don't even want to count it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, like potentially like 8 mana for Eldrazi this turn.
Yeah, and I think we picked up a Temple as well. So it's a lot of mana. And I think this is going to be like a spot where against a deck that didn't have these big creatures, Adam would might still lose to Bill, right? Like we might just get grinded out via sagas, but we have a World Breaker underneath, the Uggin's Labyrinth. We can kill the Mox Amber with the Karn, which is basically all it can do because it can't go down anymore, right? That weakens the constructs, makes them a little worse. We Stone Brain out the breaches, and then eventually we just pick up World Breaker, cast it, and it's bigger than all of these constructs by a lot. And that's all assuming we, somehow would need to win the next turn as we can play Emrakul the Promised End, Alf the Sanctum of Ugin in play. But it looks like we're actually just going to pick up World Breaker now.
Yeah, well, it looks like we're doing what we're doing. We've got 3 Eldrazi Temples. We've got the green mana from the Talisman as well, so we can cast it. That's also a way of turning off the Saga on the other side. So again, we're going to stop Bill from being able to search and find any way of setting up for a future turn to, win this game and almost steal it from under us. Because I feel that everyone on Adam's side is definitely in the control seat here. I'd be feeling really good if I was over on there, and we get to go search up. Realistically, probably a big Eldrazi in the face of an Emrakul.
Yeah, Emrakul is really strong. I mean, you could even try and set up to play Emrakul and then combo kill Bill if you wanted to hold your Stone Brain. This World Breaker comes down, it exiles the Urza Saga, right? Now there's a 5/7 on the board. The Karn's going to tick up on the Amber as it's its only real target. And, Bill's left with a couple cards in hand. We know they're not even close to good enough.
At the minute, Emrakul would cost 9.
And, Adam has...
Sorry, we've got 9 mana. Sorry, is what I'm getting at. Sorry.
Sure. We have. Okay.
We can put the Crypt in the graveyard, which would be an extra one. So that's potentially another mana itself.
I don't understand.
Maybe it's not. Maybe we go for the Sorin here.
Yeah, I mean, the Sonic Microspawn's fine. You could also just grab another World Breaker, right? Just draw 5/7. What are you gonna do? Here's a great question: how does Bill win the game from here? Urza Saga, Underworld Breach are the 2 ways that you can win, right? We have the breach named, so if we take the Sowing Microspawn, we can have this be an answer to Saga on the following turn, as long as we get the turn to Stone Brain, which is so likely to have happened here because the Karn will answer the Mox. The Karn needs to be answered. The Karn is blocked by the World Breaker. And then Bill has to do all that and have the breach combo, which is not impossible, but very close to it.
Karn's going to tick up. It's going to deal with that Mox. That means it's going to go to the graveyard because it becomes a 0/0 powered and toughness creature. Looking at the deck, it looks like Chris Ward's able to take down game 1 against May, and it looks like Bill is going to scoop this one up as well. Can't deal with all that ramp on the other side for Eldrazi. So let's have a little look into Legacy and how this is getting on. Is it Delver versus Dimir Tempo? Not a lot of lands going on here. Maybe a few wastelands have been involved. Talk me through this Dimir Tempo deck. I don't even know if I've actually seen this one before.
Yeah, I mean, one of the interesting things about Legacy is there's a lot of different things that can be happening. I mean, this deck is playing Kaito from Standard. So if you've seen, that card before, just how powerful it can be when it gets running away with the game. And that's a really interesting sort of thing to happen. And this is one of the new innovations, thanks to a card like Kaito, like Tamiyo. You play Baleful Strix, Orcish Bowmaster, Tamiyo, Brazen Borrower, play a couple Kaitos, and then just a lot of the interaction cards, Fatal Push, Force of Will, Daze, just very much like another version of Delver that isn't reliant on something like Death Shadow, which we've seen be sort of the blue-black version du jour before in Legacy.
Well, we've definitely got a mana advantage on the left here. And here comes I'd say the biggest creature in the deck by quite a margin in Murktide Regent. We're going to exile a bunch of cards for Delve. So it's not only reduced in cost, but also how big do we want this to be? 14 life, realistically, you're trying to get an extra 4 counters on there. So it's going to be a 2-turn clock. And we're going full big. I think we'll turn it straight into an 8/8.
Yeah, I think this makes sense too. Because remember, we just talked to Ashlyn last round. She's back. I guarantee you she has probably not played this matchup before.
Yeah.
And so she might be a little worried about a card like Murktide Regent from the other side, right? If you're thinking you haven't played in a while, it's that's a really big creature. You have all these synergies, but you might just play some of those. And imagine you don't delve because you're trying to get cute with it because you only need 7, and your opponent makes an 8/8 Murktide, right? There's such a huge graveyard here for Ashlyn. There's very little downside into going all in on this.
Well, on the other side of the card, don't think we've seen this one in a while, especially with Orcish Bowmasters floating around. It is a Baleful Strix. So the 1/1 flying Death Toucher that draws a card when it enters. There it is on the screen for everybody at home. Maybe you haven't seen this one in a little while. Used to be see a lot more play, let's say. I wouldn't say a complete staple, but you used to see a lot more play.
Yep. And you see Dan here picked up one of the 2 Murktides like we talked about. Obviously, we needed the land for that. It could have been in hand before for Ashlyn, but this Baleful Strix picked it up, and she's going to be very happy to have this huge Murktide. Also worth mentioning, which we didn't talk much about, we're using Mystic Sanctuary here. If nothing had happened, Ash might have left it on, just drawing a card, and then tried to grow the Murktide to have lethal here. But that Unholy Heat answering there, and she's in top deck mode now. No agency over what's coming, but Dan with a hand still full of cards to see if he can get out from underneath this Murktide region.
Well, there's definitely, I think there's double Brazen Borrow in hand, so we do have a option to bounce the Murktide, so that would be able to deal with it at least for a turn. Yes, it would come down the following turn, but that graveyard can only get so big. You know, if they keep eating up enough spells and sorceries in that graveyard, maybe they won't be able to get a big enough Murktide in a turn or two. Definitely feel like mana is going to be the issue here moving forward. As I have no idea what that card was. Was that a Kaito fan again? But we're going to do the Brazen Borrow line. We have to survive before we can even think about winning the game here.
Yep. And this might be what it looks like for the next couple of turns here for Dan, just bouncing this Murktide over and over again. Now, Dan's deck does play Go for the Throat in the main, so we actually do have one hard answer. And, we can also maybe like bounce plus counterspell. So Dan has a couple ways to get through this Murktide, but it's not going to be the easiest thing in the world.
Let's see how we go. We do have access to days, not exactly what we want to be doing right now, especially with all this extra mana that we've got floating around. I do see an Orcish Bowmaster in the hand as well as that Murktide Regent. I think Strix is the other card chat's telling me, so cheers, chat. Here comes the Dragon's Channel, which is a great 1 mana threat, especially when you've got 1 mana left open and make this daze completely useless. There's the fetch. Now, can we turn this into a dub?
So the nice thing here is it looks like Ash left Delirium in her graveyard. Mm-hmm. If you bounce the Murktide again, which you probably have to given the hand here, now you could maybe play your own Murktide and then hope to, eat Ashes in combat, not die to the DRC and work from there. But if you do end up bouncing the Murktide again, it might actually shrink the DRC. I think I like the line of just play my own Murktide. I assume there's enough instants and sorceries in the graveyard. We came midway through, so I'm not sure how many were actually, drawn and played this game.
Yeah, there's a bit of a stacks graveyard still. I'm agreeing with you here. I feel like if I can get my one down, it makes combat really rough here for Ash. Like, do you want to sacrifice one of your creatures in combat to get a little bit of chip damage in? Yes, it would get down within bolt range, so that gives you an extra out as well. Dan's having a look at that graveyard though. Pits 5 spells to one side, and is going to do it. So I'm being told that Modern is ready. Let's just stay here for just a little bit longer, see how this pans out, see what the top deck is going to be here for Ash.
Yes, I mean, this is a very interesting spot. Ash needs a good draw here. The DRC has to attack it for Delirium, which I believe we are delirious. And then the Murktide will get eaten. Dan will fall to 2. And then it's a matter of can Dan get back in this game. Now, second Murktide would get there. It's you delve enough.
And that block there, take 3.
And
Wasteland.
All right.
So we are within lightning bolt range. We are only, you're allowed to use one more fetch line basically over on Dan's side. I'm going to go out on a limb and say there's no life gain in this deck.
Wise beyond your years.
That's maybe we should swap roles. Maybe I'll go expert role for insight, intelligence like that. The Demir deck doesn't have a life gain element to it.
Yeah, at least on the main. We'll have to check the sideboard. But yeah, you see Dan's flick this Baleful Strix to the front of his hand, trying to figure out what we can do here.
Is there any crazy lines where we can win here? Remember, any cards we exile from our own graveyard would grow our own Murktide. It is 8 power. If we can exile 2 more cards, that would make it 10 power and a lethal threat.
I think that is what Dan's thinking as well. So we're going to grab the Undercity Sewer and try and find something. I think, Dan, also worth noting, by going down to 1, you can't force a will, right? I think that was maybe a big part of what Dan was thinking about too, was like, okay, do I need to top deck a force? Because if I do, this Murktide will eat the DRC in combat. I'll force the top deck and just hope that Ash draws something that doesn't matter in the next draw step. As we see Dan taking a look at Ash's graveyard, seeing, okay, you've worked through this, you've worked through that. All right, how many bolts have you seen? What am I supposed to play around? Let's take a little surveil action. Couldn't quite make that card out.
Might be a force.
Force, very awkward here. You don't have the life. There's no Barrogoyfs in the main deck of this one here.
fact that they're tanking makes me think maybe it's not a force in this instance because we've got one life, nowhere near enough mana to hard cast it. No other spells in their hand that require a blue card to ditch it.
Yeah. That's
Just
a
toying with that.
wasteland.
Is it a wasteland? Okay.
Yep.
Not ideal here. A lot better for us though is getting another C. That costs 0 life to be able to add another mana. Now do we get in and bounce, right?
Yeah, as I say, I think Dan's getting in, and we're just going to see the main phase bounce, which will force the chump block from Ashland and give you a chance to get the kill spell O. And you're seeing Dan cancel the line, maybe is wanting to wait later. No real advantage to waiting outside of.
I'd be bouncing now. And I've got a Bowmaster. Oof, okay.
Okay, maybe a potential bit of missequencing here, not doing this first. We picked up Go for the Throat. All right.
Lightning Bolt off the top.
Lightning Bolt will be huge. All the redraws are huge. The more looks at Lightning Bolt. And
No,
Ash is pick it up. Oh, my goodness.
Right. That was
a
close.
tight one.
Yeah, it really looked like Ash was in a controlling position, but able to get there down that big Mercs high, the line you spoke about, just getting that on the battlefield, outgrowing the other one, making it so it's awkward because of course we knew that the Dragon Nation had to attack, so the combat math was going to be a bit awkward there. Able to take it down. Let's move back to Modern here, where we've still got the Grind and Breach station going up against Eldrazi Ramp. Eldrazi Ramp is 1 game up, and it looks like we're going to turn number 3 right now.
Yeah, it looks like we've had a bit of a slower game. It looks like Emery got played, maybe got answered there, and then now Bojuka Bog's going to clean up the graveyard. So, hey, we didn't miss much. We're coming into the game with some lands in play.
I do like that we're seeing a lot more Bojuka Bogs floating around in this format at the minute. Everyone's come in with Grind and Breaches, got a targets on it back. We're all fully aware what this deck can do. We know how powerful it can be. And just being able to have like a tutorable way to exile a graveyard, as well as, of course, having Khans, etc. I think it's a really cool way that people are going about attacking this meta that we're currently in.
Definitely. And we're seeing Bill here, with kind of a much slower approach to this game.
I think we're going about the Utopia Spool on the stack. Do we want to presage you the land that it is targeting so that it gets fizzled?
That makes a decent amount of sense. Looks like there's also someone to name Cavern. To get a Boseiju on Cavern due to the consign in hand, just to make sure the actual body part of the Eldrazi gets countered as well. That is, not always the most important part, but typically is pretty huge. Like we saw last game, right? If Worldbreaker had just blown up the land and not been around, well, it would have been a very different game. So Bill just wanting to fight over that, and it's okay with Adam sort of being up a mana in exchange to maybe have, consigns be a real quote-unquote card in this game.
So we're going to go find ourselves and probably a Surveil land. Or no, we're going to get a shotgun, get the red mana. What is the red mana for in this deck? It is for the...
Cosmic's Return. That's the big one. That's how you stomp on all those energy decks. You like cats? No, you don't.
I haven't you doing the coverage yesterday, which was Modern. Did you see much energy floating around? Is it it feels like
there's a decent amount of energy. It did well. They had 2 players in the top 4 play energy. Now they lost to Breach and Eldrazi, but energy is still very popular, still very good. It is definitely a deck you can't sleep on.
I'm going to throw it out there. I feel like, and this is hard for me to say, I feel like I'm in that point of my Magic career now in Modern where I actually might have to start buying some Ugin Labyrinths. That really hurts to say it out loud, but I think I might be in that sort of territory in Modern now where I'm like, maybe I need to actually start picking up this Eldrazi deck because every time I see it, it does look like it's performing extremely well. Plus, I get to cast Emrakul's.
Yeah, I love Emrakul. The Promised End. I don't know if you noticed, it's behind me here.
I see it.
Yeah,
I like it. Eldritch Moon. What's that? What's that?
What? Oh, Eldritch Moon. Moon, and then this one is it's Eldritch Moon, and then Shadows over Innistrad is the prelude set to it. Excuse me.
I enjoyed that. That was all the Emerge Eldrazi's and stuff, wasn't it?
Yeah. Right after Battlefield Zendikar. Whoa, Emrakul got away. What could all these spaghetti things be on Innistrad? Hee hee.
Right. Anyway, back to the match. I think we drew a Khan for the turn. We have access to 4 mana. We know how well that went game number 1, but there is 1 blue mana up on the other side. And of course, this is a post-cyborg game. And we know at home, because we can see the hands, that there is a consigned to memory in that, which would be a nice, clean, cheap, easy answer to that Khan if it was to be cast.
And I think Adam knows too, right? Bill was deliberating over like, what do I get, the 2 mana or the can't be countered land? It doesn't take a lot to think about what counter spell would Bill bring in against me. You know, if you play Eldrazi, Consign to Memory is a card you are, you know, very much aware of.
Looks like we're going to go for 6, and we're going to try and get some trigger out of it anyway. We're going to counter both of those triggers, not only the creature, but the trigger to go 2 up a land effect with that consign, and the Eldrazi Spawn token, which is the 2nd mana we need for that. So now completely tapped out. How can we turn this with another breach off the top?
That should be, this is an incorrect game state. We only had 2 mana, so we can't stop the search, the blow up, and the creature.
Well, it was only was it 6 mana? Yeah, it was only 6 mana.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and Summoning Microspawn cost 6, and there was only 2 mana for the consign because it was tapped out.
It wasn't kicked though, right?
It was kicked. There's 6 mana tapped from Adam.
Oh yeah. Yeah, maybe we should.
We should get a judge over there. I mean, maybe there's another spawn underneath that spawn token. That's something that could maybe have happened. You know, we joined this game midway through, but Bill can't counter 3 things with 2. It's hard math to do for sure. I know I've been there before, and it's a very easy mistake to make. Right? You're so used to consign stopping everything, and I believe it's different modes on the kicker. I might be mistaken. Maybe the kicker, you know, joins it.
Well, let's have a look at Legacy while they kind of sort this one out, because it looks like Standard is over. I'm going to say Villain didn't win that one. May was not able to take it down going up against the Dimir control deck over on Chris Ward's side. So we're going to pop back into Legacy. Is it Delver? Dimir Tempo 1 game up. It came down to that sort of top deck in battle, and Dan was able to get there.
I would call this Dimir mid-range, but maybe I'm crazy. Maybe Kaito is a tempo card. I don't know. When your deck has Go for the Throat main, yeah, you know what? It's tempo-y enough. Well, I'll allow it. I've been thinking about it a bit more. But you know what? Oh, Will, we didn't get to see the sideboarding, but I bet you Bargoyf joined the team. A little lifelink.
I'm actually looking at this deck because I'm in the market for a Legacy deck for a tournament I've got coming up in the future, and I'm looking at these cards. I'm like, I own a lot of these cards. I could definitely look at playing this in my Legacy tournament coming up in the future.
Yeah, it's weird, right? Like this deck is actually not that expensive outside of, you know, the duels.
The usual, yeah.
Yeah. Like, but if you have the duels, it's a very, you know, affordable Legacy deck. And, you know, I think it's pretty great looking so far. So I'm definitely interested. I sadly own the Bant duels, which, you know, maybe not sadly. Those are the colors I kind of like to play with. That and Gaia's Cradle, rest in peace elves. And so I've been doing some not doing, you know.
Oof. Look at this. Turn 2. We're going to see a Murktide Regent come down here. Not going to be the biggest one ever, but 5. That is a 4-turn clock to get this done. Hydroblast off the top here for Dan. And just has to pass the turn back.
I guess it's not really a 1 later. We got Wastelanded a bunch, right? Ash does it again. Okay. But yeah, I mean, Ash is really not wanting Dan to play Magic. You know, like you're talking about the villain May French. We need Ash to win if we don't want him to get, you know, harassed, as it seems to me. Well.
I wonder if the tables turn now and like, you know, they would harass May. Like, I don't believe you
hopefully
lost.
So. Hopefully.
Getting in there. Still no land off the top. We're gonna have to move to discard.
Game 3. We're going to discard.
Well, we say game 3. I'm gonna, you know, I'm waiting for production to tell us how that judge call goes, and if that game starts, we'll probably move straight back to mod and see how that's gonna pan out.
Mean, we have a little window into the feature match area. I can see our head judge is talking to those players, and they're figuring it all out. This once again might be a mistake on my part with how the effect works with kicking it. I believe that is not the case, but we'll see. Brainstorm, that's a strong card.
Facts. Tune in next week for more Mason Clark insight.
Yeah.
Brainstorm, good card. Not good when it doesn't resolve. Picks the cards up. Okay, cool. They're going to go to sideboarding for game number 3. Judge call is still happening over on the modern side, so that means it's probably a really good time for us to tell you about the future NRG events that we've got coming up. If you want to take part and potentially get yourself in a feature match, well, Mason, when's the next time that they can come to an NRG event?
On screen for you right here, Madison, Wisconsin, March 15th to the 16th. We're doing standard on Saturday, 10K showdown. Win one of those. We'll see you at Champs at the end of the year. Sunday, 5K Pioneer Trial. Trial, for what it's worth, is just the vernacular for not showdown. I've had some questions about that in Twitch chat, so I wanted to answer that really quickly. But listen, I've said it a lot. This is my last time in the booth. The last time you're going to hear it, at least from me. I like Pioneer. I've grown to appreciate it. I think is maybe the best way to describe it. It's not my favorite format, not my least favorite format. So I'm really excited to see that we're doing at least one 5K Pioneer thing here in the first half of the year. It's a format that I know a lot of you really love, you really appreciate. You kind of like it as maybe a safe haven, that isn't affected by the horizon sets. I know that's how some people feel about it. And some people like the bigger formats and not the smaller card pool of standard. So, hey, if that's your jam, consider making it out here to Madison, Wisconsin, the 15th and 16th. We'd love to have you. You can have a great time battling it out. And I can't wait to commentate those rounds and see what Pioneer looks like post Aether Drift. There's a lot of conversation about Aether Drift for modern and standard because those are the main formats we're kind of playing this year when it comes to competitive Magic. So if you have a lot of good work done and some innovation, that could be groundbreaking in Pioneer. I mean, we're seeing, some of the first affinity cards hit the Pioneer card pool here with the release of Aether Drift. So I'm really excited to see what players do with all of that.
I think our modern match might be restarting. I've seen the judges have moved away.
So, yeah, I don't know if they're, but I still see them in the background talking, right? So are they doing the little judge thing where they talk about how that went? Or are they, double checking something away from the table?
The fact that we haven't moved down to the game makes me think the production's like, no. They're still talking. They're still trying to sort it out. So
also, we have, our player of the year, Garrick, here on screen. So that's always good to look at. Look at Nikachu here. Won the first MH3 showdown. And we made our way to Champs. And here's that picture with that trophy. But you can go to Chicagoland. That's where we are this weekend. We'll be back there on May 10th and 11th for the Modern 10K showdown on Saturday. And then Sunday, a 5K standard trial. I think this will be right before the release of Final Fantasy, Will. So get excited for that. So, this might be your last chance to play the standard deck that you love from Aether Drift that's coming out. We'd love to see you there.
I want, chat, help me out here. It might just be a me thing, but I'm across the pond. I'm in Europe. To me, Chicagoland sounds like a theme park. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to go to Chicagoland this weekend. And I'm like, oh cool, it's got a theme park. No, it's an actual place. It's where we hold NRG events. I can't be the only one that thinks that, chat. Someone help me out on this one. But Modern Showdown, love to see it. Showdowns, they're the ones, if you win it, you also get a custom token, correct?
Yeah, that is one of the big perks of the showdown. We saw Theo win 2 events last year, one for a champ, one for the showdown, and got an NRG and then a cat token of him and his cat, which is pretty funny. It's the Ocelot Pride one, and they made the cat look like Bone Crusher Giant stomping on Theo.
Oh yeah, I've seen that. That's pretty sick to see. We're off to the races here, though. Back into our Legacy game, while the Modern one's still kind of being sorted out. We're going to see a Tameo. Nice to see that one appearing in Legacy as well. And here's a replacement copy because the first one got dealt with that red Elemental Blast. Is that one? Pyroblast. One of the two. A red 1-mana spell to be able to deal with it. Now, how can Ash kind of rebuild? We saw turn 2 Murktide came down in the last game. Don't think we're going to see it here, especially because the graveyard is looking pretty small.
Definitely. And I think Ash is discussing the play here with May, trying to make sure, we don't drop this. We need to win both if we want to sort of lock things up for that top 8. May French would love to go back to our champs.
Do you think May's discussing it, or do you think May's just giving a bit of stick there, but like, oh my god, what are you doing? You definitely should play that card, except
no, because here's the problem. If May talks too much, then she might make a mistake, and then Ashlyn could make fun of her. So it's important to let her play, and then you critique her. No, jokes aside, I think they are just discussing things together. May and Ash, they're having a little fun in our interview before. But typically in these sort of situations, you normally actually just kind of want to let your seat player play the seat because they're normally the expert in the format. And Ashlyn has played a ton of Legacy in the past, but like she mentioned in her interview, hasn't played in the last year. So, some of these cards are brand new to Ash or brand new in the context of this matchup, at least, right? Like Ash probably knows Tameo, probably not used to playing against Tameo plus Brainstorm interaction. That's a big difference.
And there's a lot on the line. Remember, both teams 4-0, 7 rounds of action, which probably means if you can lock this round up, your team is in the contention of just double IDing, getting themselves into today's top 8, which means they can battle out, of course, for all those points and the big cash prizes that we have on the line this weekend. Brainstorm is going to resolve. We're going to shuffle away those dead cards that we didn't really want. Go get ourselves another land. Could be a Seville, could be a basic, could just be another volcanic island, as we see here. Okay, I'm being told from our table, it looks like the spawn. Put that back on the screen for me, please, production. I think they're able to go search for land. Count has searched for land. Spawn was counted. He's searching for land. Okay, so they're able to go get that third ability that you said. So they stopped the stone rain effect, they stopped the creature effect, but they weren't able to stop the. What's the name of the card to two up a land for yourself to put it into play? Is there a card that does that?
Well, yeah, there's like crop rotation.
All right.
There's like a bunch of things that can like tutor lands. That card is a homage to Reap and Sow, which is you search a land, your opponent loses a land. So the Reap part of it, I believe.
All right, we'll go with that. I think that might have been a bit before my time, or maybe I just don't know that card. And
I only know that because I worked on the set. It doesn't actually look like Reap and Sow anymore. The card used to have Entwine. So originally, you could pick which mode you wanted to do on Microspawn. You could either blow up the land or search your deck. But I just literally complained about my lands getting burned up by Brad Nelson on turn 2 so much. I was like, this is not fun. We cannot do this. And this is also very strong.
Well, here's a Thoughtseize. We're going to have a little look at the hand. One man up, of course, trying to play around Daze, and we do see a Daze in the hand, as well as a Wasteland, another Volcanic, a Delver, and a Brazen Burrow. What do you think the pick is going to be?
It's really interesting here. So the first thing I would try and think about is what could be on top of the deck, right? From sort of the surveilling and everything like that, and kind of how the game's been going. Like, what are the cards I'm trying to think about that could come down here and take things over? Because right here, I have the Fatal Push in my hand, so I know I've got, this DRC covered. I could take the Delver, Fatal Push the DRC, and then it's just Brazen Borrower. All right. And then I have the Baleful Strix for that one. So that's kind of nice. Now, maybe I want to take the Borrower and leave the Delver, and that sort of solves all the threats. Or do I want to take this Daze that's sort of being a thorn in my side? I think given the amount of lands Dan has in hand, Daze isn't something that I'd be personally really interested in. Maybe if I had a Brainstorm and I was going to flip my Tamiyo right away, I could see taking Daze. I imagine this is a spot where Brazen Borrower just being the most flexible of all the cards will be taken, and Dan seems to agree, with the Fatal Push in hand here to sort of take care of this DRC and play through the Daze.
Nice clean turn there, and then just to finish it all off, you get to attack with your Tamiyo. Make a clue token. And of course, Tamiyo is so easy to flip into the Planeswalker side, especially in Legacy when we've got access to, Brainstorm.
Yeah, Brainstorm. This is a card that just, was not balanced with Brainstorm in mind, right? Like, if Brainstorm was a big part of Modern, maybe this card would be different, right? But it's not a card there. So Tamiyo really gets to kind of run away with things here. And that's, one of the cool things is we're going to see Murktide come on down. That's a hard one to kill. Dan has a Baleful Strix, but Ash has something to say about that typically. So we're in ourselves for kind of a very interesting game. I'm glad we got to see this one from start to finish.
Let's go. It's a big top deck needed. Something that's good and interacting. Another Strix. Double Strix could be pretty good. We know about that Daze though, so we do have to play around it.
Yeah, and honestly, a lot of ways Dan kind of wants to play around it anyways, right? Play the first Strix. Maybe Ashland offers the Delver trade. You take the trade depending on kind of what you draw. Oh, Thoughtseize. Yeah, big draw there. But I was going to say, yeah, like maybe she takes the trade or whatever, where fights over this Baleful Strix, and then you have the second one to sort of lock it up. Because your life total is high enough as Dan right now to not be in too much trouble, especially with the Tamiyo can always jump under the bus as well.
And if we do, the Daze was in hand, we could just play the other Strix here, and of course draw the third card for the turn, flick.
Yeah, we can just pop the clue though too. I think we're going to see Dan attack, create a clue, and then pop in the middle of combat. And then that will give us a flip Tamiyo. We can tick up, it's all open information here. Both players know all the cards.
Basically, do we want to use the rest of our turn to get that Daze out of hand, or do we want to do, as you said here, attack, generate the clue before combat damage is going to happen? We're going to crack the clue, draw a card. That's going to flip the Tamiyo because it's the third card drawn for the turn. Now,
Yeah, and I think I like this play a lot more. Listen, every land we draw basically counters the days to an extent, right?
Mhm.
We're sort of just playing down a land. Now, multiple dazes, sometimes you get got, but also if Ash has a lot of cards in hand, Dan can always lead on the thought seize to answer it. So I like this here from Dan, sort of force the initiative, make Ash have to flip this Delver, or this Tamiyo is going to most likely be pretty safe because a lot of the draws that don't flip Delver also mean you're not clearing the Baleful Strix, which means the Murktide's not connecting.
there's the flip side of Tamiyo. Of course, we're going to take it up straight away. So tagging creatures will get -1 or -0. That's the unknown card we didn't know about. Now we're going to play it. Dragon Age Channel on the battlefield. No attacks into the face of course, that Death Touch flyer. Ooh, there's the Borogoyf. That's like what, the 17th Goyf we've seen now so far on this coverage. But I'll take it.
So many Goyfs. But yeah, we're seeing here too, Ash has no cards in graveyard. This Tamiyo plus is very huge. And Dan sort of has a ton of resources to work with here. Can ponder, try to figure things out, can lead on a Baleful Strix, see a card, see what we want to do from there. Maybe even leave up our mana, leave up the clue. Has go for the throws and out to this Murktide, can then pick that up. Has access to all the cards in the graveyard. Yeah, it looks like Dan wants to just get this Fatal Push.
Which one are we going after here? Dragon Age Channel. I suppose that makes sense because future surveils and we can see things like this. This is going to force the days out of hand more, I believe, to get the surveil 1 because we need to find someone. We need to find it quickly to be able to not fall too far behind in this. Dan will pay the extra 1, so Fatal Push will resolve and put that Dragon Age Channel in the graveyard. Follow up is going to be another Strix. That's going to draw us a land.
Little delta from MH3 there. And yeah, I mean, listen, Ash has a clean draw. We got rid of that land, which, Ash decided to use the days to sort of try and flip the Delver. I think that makes a lot of sense. Dan's clearly playing with the days in mind. You could try to hamstring the mana, but I think it's just not likely to really get anywhere quickly. So really heads up play of like, hey, I need to flip this Delver and push. And this is all before the second Strix hit the battlefield. So.
And then we're going to end our turn on a ponder. Top 3, put them back in any order, draw a card, have the ability to shuffle if we don't like any of them. It turns out we do. That is nice little go for I think that's the
Warhammer.
Yeah, the Warhammer one. I was telling you before this, I've got into my Warhammer recently.
Yeah.
Here comes the flip. Here's the Stifle. Stifle might be one of my favorite cards in Legacy. Like when I play Legacy, I want to play Stifles, I want to play Wastelands, I want to play Uros, I want to play Witherbloom commands. Like that's my style of playing Legacy. I really enjoy just making sure my opponent can't really interact with their game plan. As here comes the go for the throat.
Into the Borogoyf.
Boom, Borogoyf. Impact.
Yeah, and if you haven't seen much Legacy, you might be like, why isn't Ash playing this Wasteland going after the land? One, there's a lot of lands here for Dan. Even though Dan used all the mana that turn, it's not going to be hugely impactful like as in the other games. And Brainstorm matters a lot. And we're going to see Ash just concede. She's too far behind, picks up a Force of Will, but the current board state is just too big to take advantage of. So congratulations to the team of Chris, Dan, and Adam. Looks like we're going to maybe see if these players like to finish their match for the sake of playing, and we'll commentate that right here. But
why not? You know what I mean? You got like 6 minutes left of the round. Get your camera time. Both your friends have finished, so that you're the only one that's going to be on the camera right now. And we're going through a couple of different lines. What's happening in this one? Emrakul has come down. I believe this is probably the turn it's being cast. So Adam will get to basically use Bill's turn and try and do some damage. Should we say?
I think we just saw the end of Adam taking Bill's turn.
Oh, okay.
That was why we did a bunch of sacrificing the stuff with the station and targeting Adam. I think that was sort of the idea. Now this Jace on 7 loyalty, we are dangerously close to potentially ultimating.
I'm about to try and find the ultimate. I don't even know.
It's draw 7 cards. If there are no cards left in your deck, win the game. Yeah, we're going to see a little deck count here. Oh, so Bill kind of knows it's more than 7. Starting to get the feel for it. I'm interested, how much more than 7 is it? Like, could we fetch Surveil, get there exactly? Also, worth noting, you might just be able to make some weird stuff come together with a plus on the Jace. All right, it looks like there's no breaches left in the deck, but there is a Shifting Woodlands. I don't know if there are any left in the yard. They might have got Stone Brained this game.
Do you see Stone Brain at the bottom left of or bottom right of our screen, just off there on some sort of one of the old pro player tokens.
Yeah, I wonder, is that our sideboard or is that part of the graveyard that's just, or it's part of the exile, excuse me. All right,
So-
looks like Jay's going to take up.
Tick up, mill, and then draw. Hey, why am I? Did we forget to draw there?
No.
No.
Well, we did. We just Emery.
Okay. A bit more milling. 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Okay. So it's worth remembering that Bill cannot Woodlands a Jace because Jace will die to state-based action. So it's not like that's the case. Yeah, you're going to see Bill actually scoop it up to the Emrakul.
We are seeing the team of Chris, Adam, and Dan taking it down a nice clean sweep, winning all their games and advancing themselves to a 5-0 record, which, if you do the math, is pretty much a lock to get in today's top 8. So congratulations to them. But Mason, that's the end of round number 5, which means that is the end of me and you on this broadcast today, my friend. It's been a pleasure as always. Any last words to the beautiful people out there on Twitch land and YouTube?
Hey, make sure to keep following the channel and watch the rest of today. We got a lot more Magic coming to you. Make sure that pay attention, and maybe Madison's something you want to do with the upcoming events. We'll see you there. And make sure to always keep supporting Paper Magic. It's one of the most fun things in the world. I'm glad we're able to help bring this to you all at your homes. And have a great weekend.
I feel so inspired and inspiration, but and that one from me, from Mason. We'll see you next time. Keep watching the rest of Magic. We're going to be up with Corbin and Drake are going to be taking over. So have a good evening.
right, everyone. Welcome back to the 10K team trial event, part of the first event of the NRG series in 2025. Of course, we had our 10K Modern Showdown yesterday. You got to watch all the way through the finals there, won by Grayson Nimitz on the Grinding Breach. And today we got some team events, which means we got Standard, Modern, and Legacy. I am Drake Sasser, joined by Corbin Hostler. Welcome to the booth. We'll be taking you the rest of the way. And before we dive into the match, and of course my favorite format, Legacy, which we're going to be seeing quite a bit of through the rest of the show, we got to talk a little bit about what these players are playing for. If you're not necessarily familiar with the events and what we got going on now, the showdowns, of course, those are the events that qualify you for directly to the NRG Championship. But the rest of these events, these trial events, they still have massive prize pools. You still have $10,000 in the line, and as you can see, first place $3,000 per team, and then 30 points per player. So the points get distributed a little bit more. I guess gratuitously, is that the word? And then second place, you got $1,500, 25 points for each player, and of course fall off from there. We can show a little bit now that we have had a single event in the belt. We actually have a leaderboard, which looks a lot like the standings from yesterday based on the points breakdown, because it is, of course, the only event for the 2025 NRG series. So Grayson Nimitz, you can see there, qualified, punched his ticket with his take on, sorry, it was not Grinding Breach. I think I said Grinding Breach. I misspoke. Eldrazi Ramp is what he won with. He beat Grinding Breach in the finals in the hands of Will Kowalczyk, which you can see, and seat number 2, who did not manage to qualify for the champs yet. Hopefully we'll be seeing more of him through the rest of the series. And of course, a lot of star-studded names throughout the rest of the leaderboard already, but Grayson Nimitz off to the races, having won already. So congratulations to him. We'll be seeing more of him, but it is time for my favorite format, Legacy. We're going to be looking at some Team Riddell versus Cephalid Breakfast. We got Ben Unger on your left, Cliff Boyardee on your right, and already you see some Surveil actions from a meticulous archive and a nice turn 1 Delver start. And, well, turn 1 Dragon's Rage Chandler, but a nice turn 1 for the Delver deck.
Well, we are off to the races. I am excited to be here with you for the rest of the way, Drake. And Legacy is a good place for us to kick things off, huh?
Sure is. And I actually misspoke again. The looks like the bottom is not correct. Our little thing, because I mean, Cephalid Breakfast, I don't think plays Dragon Rage Chandler, right? So we got to get those names swapped around. We'll get that updated here for you in just a moment. But Prismatic Ending on Dragon's Rage Chandler, a nice little exchanging of resources. I mean, these are 2 classic decks, right? Cephalid Breakfast has been around as long as I've been playing Legacy. It still maintains those like breakfast cereal naming conventions that all those decks used to have. And of course, Delver has been the face of Legacy for decades, and maybe only now just falling off.
Oh gosh, you said decades, and I just instantly, I just got a few more gray hairs. I've already got plenty, but I got a few more when you said decades on Delver. I remember playing it in Standard. Oh no.
In Standard, huh? I played through that Standard too. Come on now.
I do remember playing it in Standard with Vapor Snag. It was great. But yeah, I guess it's close to it anyway. It's pretty old. So Cephalid Breakfast, though, like as someone who has had a hand in naming decks over the years and what decks can't be named and what they cannot be named, Cephalid Breakfast, I am very glad it exists as a deck name. It would never, ever be allowed to be a deck name today, and I would be one of the people who makes it not a deck name. However, I'm glad it is, because it's an amazing deck that has really come back into prominence over the last few years, I guess, right? Or even more recently than that. It really spent a long time as not a deck in Legacy, but it's got such a powerful engine that it's built around to combo that once the shell and the metagame sort of reformed around it, Cephalid Breakfast right back on camera at 4-1, heading towards the top 8 here, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, this is a great spot. And of course, we are in the penultimate round. This is number 6 of 7 right now. 2 5-0 teams. As here comes a very important wasteland to take care of this Urza Saga. One of the big pickups, you know, we talked about Cephalid Breakfast, the deck that's been around for a long time. Gotten a lot of very good pickups over the recent years, especially from the Modern Horizon set. Urza Saga, one of them. Another one, maybe a questionably bannable, the Nadu Winged Wisdom. We got 4 copies of those in Cliff Boyardee's deck. And Delver, we know what it's been doing. A little bit less on the upgrade recent upgrades rather, and you know, still good, still powerful, and deploying a mediocrely sized, I'll say, Murktide Regent, not the super sized Murktide Regent you're used to seeing. Only a 4/4 is this one, but still very quick. And bigger than the construct is really the equation of the battlefield right now. As Swords to Plowshares looks like we're wasting no time on that one. Get it out of the way.
Yeah, the greatest trick deck builders ever pulled was getting you to call it a Delver deck instead of a Daze deck. because essentially
on.
it lasts forever because of days. That's what the shell
jeez.
always is, whether it's a Delver or a Dragon's Rage Channeler, as we see Ben pick up one of those and deploy it as well, or whatever the other one drop of the day is. Days is the backbone of the Delver decks.
Come on, we're talking about a deck with Brainstorm, Wasteland. Like they're just gonna act like these cards are zeros. It's all Force of Will. Yeah, these don't matter. It's all days.
They call it a Brainstorm
days.
deck.
What's the problem?
Brainstorm days. The same 12 blues, 12 to 16 blue cards that are always tier 1 or 1.2 in Legacy. But hey, that's fine because they tend to make for very interactive, fun games of Magic, like we're watching here, as a matter of fact, right? Like Dragon Rage Channeler versus Constructs. This is some wholesome Magic.
Yeah, interesting too, like the ways that these two decks are attacking the format, right? You're talking about a deck that played Prismatic Ending and Source of Plowshares, very much looking to leverage those powerful 1-mana white cards to answer things on the board, whereas the Delver deck, like you just called out, very traditionally looks to answer things before they hit play, sometimes at mana or card disadvantage over time. And you use the word tempo. I know that's supposed to be a bad word, but really it is kind of emblematic of exactly what tempo's about. You're buying yourself a little bit of value now, but it could be a problem. That's going to hurt you down the line. You just don't want the game to last that long. And so the fact that we're as deep in the game as we are could be bad news, as the Cephalid Breakfast deck does have quite a bit of staying power.
Looks like a couple reactive spells. In fact, a pair of days over there in Ben's hand that he could hardcast right now and don't need to pay alternate costs.
True. And tapped out is Glyph. So interesting to see. I mean, that's part of the power of Urza's Saga is, works very nicely against days, a way to spend a lot of mana, advance your board that can't be targeted by any of these counter spells. And so as we have all of this mana that's kind of expiring organically just by playing more lands, we're looking at, these days may never find a target, and you may have to find another super powered Brainstorm like we saw from Ben earlier in this game in order to shuffle those away using the Brainstorm plus Fetchland synergy that you know and love if you're a fan of Legacy.
Yeah, and that looks like that's a new card, right? Is that a Questing Druid in hand as well for Ben?
Sure. Yeah, two of them. Well, you had two of them in the deck. I think there's like one in hand. Yeah, I can't see the other card. 2 Dazes, a Questing Druid, and X. Not clear what X is, but we're fetching now.
Yeah, definitely access to a lot of cards coming up on this next turn for Ben if he wants it. To try to power, maybe try to get working on the Delirium for that Dragon's Rage Channeler. Now that the Murktide is gone, you don't have much of a graveyard. You're kind of back to square one on that, but it can get filled pretty quick. And yep, here we go. He's going to play the adventure side of the Questing Druid. That's Seek of the Beast.
Surveil Days number 3 to the yard. Yeah, don't want that. Found Lightning Bolt. And I think this is pretty heads up. I think we did this in response to making another token before the search. Because, so the timing here before the search means that they're still 3/3s and you can still bolt them. So this is really heads up here from Ben. Being able to go seeking for a Lightning Bolt prior to the search going off and then becoming 4/4s, and then bolt doesn't work anymore. Found a Brainstorm too, kind of what the doctor ordered. Really powerful Seek the Beast hits, I tell you what.
Yeah, and of course, at the end of this, whether you get around to casting the Questing Druid or not, it is there. And Legacy is, of course, a format where after you tend to have this flurry of resources and throwing cards out of your hands, etc., it sometimes is whatever's left over. That's why Urza's Saga can just sometimes get it done with Constructs, and it might be the same if you can get a Questing Druid getting bigger.
I'm into this. We got a Shuko. Now we can equip it, and now we got a 4/3. Yeah. Just using it as intended. That's part of the power of this deck, right? Obviously, Shuko is there as a combo piece, and that's part of the real power of Urza's Saga in this deck. Obviously the Shuko plus Nadu is a thing that we were doing in Modern, but in this deck, obviously you can use the Cephalid Illusionist, that is the Cephalid of Cephalus Breakfast, that allows you to kind of mill your entire deck and then win with a Dread Returned Thassa's Oracle after sacking some creatures and all the stuff that comes with that, but also works with Nadu in the same way. So really a lot of, glues together nicely, layers together nicely, and really part of the big pickups this deck's gotten and what burst it back onto the Legacy scene from, I would say it was fringe prior to Modern Horizons 3.
I mean, Cephalid Breakfast was kind of like one of the few old school decks named after a breakfast cereal that you could say, and people still know what you were talking about, right? Because it was that level of fringe. It was like, oh yeah, I know what that does, but you never actually encounter it in an open tournament until now. Because while putting Shuko onto your card destruct is not exactly where you want to be, that is part of the games you win, right? Your win percentage is made up of games where you don't just have a combo and you grind it out against a Delver deck, just trying to race. And that is the game we found ourselves in here. Now, Ben, just you got to read the tireless. Yeah, that makes sense. Yep.
Nomads in core. Yeah, obviously play against that all the time. 1 mana, 1/1. Now, how do you redirect the damage from it to a creature you control? Okay, sure. How does this disrupt my unholy heat? It doesn't really. Okay, great. Yeah, I mean, there's some tricks you can do, and that's part of the power of these creature combo decks. And whenever you're talking about creature combos, just the creatures having summoning sickness, being more expensive, usually makes it such that creature combo decks are a little slower than things like Storm or whatever, where you have these spell-based combo decks. But what you get out of that is your F draws, where you just don't have anything going. You can still just attack with your combo pieces. We see this all over the place, right? The Yawgmoth decks that existed in Modern, Nadu was a great example. All these kinds of things, and Cephalid Breakfast among the mix. As we see here, you can just beat down with the stuff you have lying around, and that's a way to win a game. Your combo pieces attack, whereas Dark Ritual, not able to get in the red zone. Speaking of getting in the red zone, here comes, I see counting on the hand. That would lead me to believe this is a delirious Dragon's Rage Channeler that must attack, and of course will not be blocked. 3 damage coming across because it must for Cliff.
Okay, not bad. You get the delirious attack. You get the Murktide afterwards here.
Great follow-up. Still have that Questing Druid on an adventure too, so we have no shortage of threats. And Force and the Unholy Heat, some great leftovers. You know, Brainstorms have done a great job building together the hand here. And of course, this Murktide, much bigger than the first one. So things, I mean, this is the power of Delver. You know, you talk about, you like to point to days, but that's not what's going on here. What's going on here is you don't need a lot of mana to operate, and you have the ability to sculpt whatever you're missing if you are given some time, and you're able to keep your opponent from just killing you while you're doing that setup. You know, that swords, that prismatic ending early in the game, they mattered. They were disruptive. You need to find more threats. You need to get that going. You know, we were able to assemble that. We were able to mix our cards together to get rid of our extra lands, get rid of our dead counter spells, and turn those into threats. And Delver just is able to do that so consistently thanks to these blue cantrips. So back to Cliff we go. Pile of constructs. See a Cephalid Illusionist in hand. We got the Nomads in core in play already.
Yeah, we've been talking about this fair game, and that's obviously a part of it. But hey, the threat of the Cephalid Breakfast deck is that it can combo almost at any time. Now, of course, we know that Ben is sitting on a couple counter spells. We'll see how many of them would end up getting through. Maybe just looks like the ability to pitch one force or play a force and pitch a blue card, but then the days after that, not sure how much you'd be able to fight through here, but that's the math that Cliff is working through in his head. And also, by the way, trying to figure out the combat math. Lots of different angles for him to try to approach this game from this point on.
Right, and Cliff's still at a healthy 16. So, like, part of the equation is what's the rush? We have 2 illusionists. So I think, we could try it that way. Make them have 2. But Ben, we know Ben has Unholy Heat up. So he does have 2 things, right? He has Unholy Heat and he has the Force of Wills. Here, we're going to get a look at Cephalid Illusionist, I believe, from Torment, an uncommon. Looking at the 1/1 Cephalid Wizard. And of course, whenever it becomes the target of a spell or ability, put the top 3 cards of your library into your graveyard. And that's the relevant text. But you also, 2 in a blue, this turn print, all combat damage should be dealt to and dealt by target creature you control. Less relevant. What you want to do here is use free targeting effects, things like Nomads in core and Shuko, and target the Cephalid Illusionist a lot, mill your entire library. That gives you some Narcomoebas, and of course, the creatures that you already have in play. That allows you to dread return back Athas's Oracle. You win. Bam. That's the combo. So it is a creature combo. It can be hard to disrupt, especially when you have multiple Cephalid Illusionists. You know, you have multiple. We have Nomads in core and Shuko already in place, so we have redundancy there. That can be hard to disrupt. But I mean, Ben looks like they have access to. I mean,
he's got to pitch the other force here. Yep, good call.
Yeah,
pitches the other force. Now he's got Days, and I'm not sure what the other card is. There, a red card of some kind here.
Unholy Heat, I believe, is the
Heat,
leftovers
right.
there. Good one there, too. I mean, that's a lot of really good interaction.
Yeah, which he has up. Now, at the end of this, he'd be out if this goes that way, right? But as it currently stands, can catch the next spell from Cliff, answer a creature on board, and then try to ride that Murktide over the next few turns.
Yeah, that's interesting. Cliff has a Teferi Time Raveler in hand, so I think you only go for the Illusionist if you plan to play both, but playing both plays into Days, and that's something that Cliff has done a good job playing around this entire game. You know, using Sagas and stuff like that, you have an excess of mana, you're able to play around it. So if you're interested in maybe just trying to stick to Teferi, if it works, I mean, that bounces Murktide, so I think Ben has to answer that no matter what. And then, you know, you're only playing one spell, that doesn't feel as good, but you're not playing into Days, and maybe you can play around Days the following turn. Here, deploying Narcomoeba doesn't play on Days, but it's not the extra Illusionist and provides a blocker. It's a fine, I guess, prize, but you can still get a Surveil if Ben wants to Daze this.
It's an interesting play. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of cutting your losses, and if you draw land, you do get to play both next turn. I think that's the best case scenario. If you can play Teferi plus Illusionist next turn, that's just a great setup. And once again, even with the Murktide on the other side of the field, I mean, Cliff is not facing down lethal. We've got a very healthy life total, and now a chump blocker too.
Yeah, no, you're absolutely right about what you said last turn. You know, what's the rush? If you're Cliff, I could go for it here, but you know what? I've played around Daze this whole game. I'll do it anyway. You want to Daze my Narcomoeba? Go for it. Of course, he doesn't. And that means the Narcomoeba sticks around to chump. It buys you a whole other turn to try and combo here around counter magic. And we know that Ben is now sitting on just not sure what the third one he picked up here is, but we know that another force is gone. So the hard counter magic and the free counter magic in the sense of forces are much less likely, especially when he pitched one there. Okay.
And the pitch matters right here, right? Like you chose to keep the Daze instead of the extra force, which wouldn't have had targets. And obviously you could have dazed the Narcomoeba, but chose not to, whatever. But now that you've drawn an extra blue card, you know, that Delver doesn't have a ton of text. Like the two creatures in play are really threatening in the game already. You kind of want to just hold it. I don't even know if you want to deploy this, but if you're holding it, then you'd much rather have a force you could pitch.
Exactly.
So it comes at a real cost. You know, which blue card to keep was not trivial. I think keeping Daze is very likely correct. But now it's a little awkward. You're going to pass to your opponent that has 4 mana. You're sitting on a Daze and a Delver that aren't really that great with what's going on. Looks like, we're actually just going to deploy everything and try to go wide around what's in play. Well, that's fine. Makes sense to me.
I like what Cliff did there on that turn, right? He went for that first Cephalid. It gets forced, but at that point, if you're bid, you have to make the call right there. Do I hold the Daze for this 2 mana that Cliff has open after this, or do I keep a force that I absolutely cannot cast and then lose if they just go for another Cephalid, right? So that was a really difficult spot. And like you said, I think it's the right choice, but it's one that now doesn't work out. And it doesn't work out because Cliff did a great job of playing around it.
Yeah, now I don't know that he can cover this Unholy Heat. We'll have to see if he does have a plan for that. I know he picked up, he has the Teferi, and I think he picked up a Brainstorm, which could be a pretty important player here if the Unholy Heat is disruptive to the combo. But I think because of Nomads in core, you can go off. Like with Shuko, I think Unholy Heat stops it. Right. But with Nomads in core, I think you can just keep targeting it more. Like, here we go. 0 mana. This is the current text, I hope. The next 1 damage will be dealt to target. Yeah, this is instant speed. So if you go to Unholy Heat, the Cephalid Illusionist, you could just keep targeting it on top of that. And then the removal spell doesn't work. So then the question is, after everything's settled and you have Narcomoebas, you have so many creatures. I don't think you could even stop the Dread Return sacrifice count. So this whole Unholy Heat might be blank, and this is really the masterclass of this deck put together here by Cliff, really covering against everything. I mentioned I don't know if this Unholy Heat does anything. It looks like it doesn't, based on my expert analysis that I just assembled.
Yeah, I mean this was well done, well navigated here by Cliff, who probably has some number of reps, some Cephalid breakfast, if I had to guess. Yeah, you named it, right? You do your combo, you get it sounds simple in practice or in theory, right? But in practice, when you start talking around all the cards you're going to play around over multiple turns, you can see this game could have gone very differently if Cliff had made a few different choices. But instead, it looks like both players just here thinking about it, been realizing that, okay, I don't really think this is gonna do anything now. So I guess we'll see what happens. And now Cliff's trying to work through what can go wrong if I just go for it here.
Yeah, I think Cliff might be kind of sniffing out what's going on, that at least a removal spell's involved. I don't know, necessarily what goes wrong casting this brainstorm versus not. You still can pay for days, so I think you're safe there. It's probably fine. And obviously, if you mill your entire library, then you can't cast the brainstorm anymore at that point. So it's not getting any better. I don't think 2 removal spells work. I would be shocked to see a pass of the turn here. I think going for the combo, like I said, it looks like everything can happen at instant speed. So I think you're safe against any kind of onboard removal spells. So I think we're going to see some milling happen here. And here we go. 3 cards milled. One at a time. I think you have to do it one at a time because the Narcomoebas, you have to put them on the stack and then they come back or whatever.
All right, we've got Ben checking out that card. I'm actually not familiar with what that one is offhand either, so maybe
That's a Dread Return. That is a new art for
Dread Return. Okay, sure. Yeah, I'm not familiar with that art. It's, again, classic Dread Returns, what I'd be looking for, but that's the key card here in the combo. And here come the Narcomoebas.
Yeah, I think we have an Narcomoeba in hand. Only 2 on the list, so only 1 more coming, and there it is.
Oh, okay.
But you only need 3 creatures. The point of this is you only need 3 creatures. Most of the time you get 2 out of the box with Nomads and Core and Cephalid Illusionist. So only one of the Narcomoebas anyway. In this case, we have Constructs too. So we have plenty of fuel to sacrifice 3 creatures to Dread Return and, of course, target the Thassa's Oracle. Yeah, so I think we're stacking our creatures in such a way that we actually get to keep our creatures around. Now, I don't really know what we're playing around by doing it this way. There might be some graveyard hate or something. I mean, this is still game 1, so you don't have to worry about any kind of sideboard cards. But I'm sure, Cliff's mechanics, someone very proficient with Legacy. I mean, I think we've seen Cliff play a lot of Reanimator in the past. Does like the combo blue style decks, of which, and of course, this is one. Very different look from Reanimator, but a lot of the same overall concepts at play.
Yeah. Well, hey, we want to welcome in the raid from Doomwake. Devin, thank you for sending them this way. Thank you for, of course, all that you do for the series. And welcome in, everybody, if you're joining us. I'm Corbin Hostler. I've got Drake Sasser with me. We are checking out Legacy here in the Team Trios round 6 of the NRG Championship Series. Deep in game 1 here, Ben and Cliff. Cliff trying to make it a clean sweep for his team of Travis Williams and Fletcher Johnson, going up a game on Ben and his teammates Jake Conan and Harrison Canfer.
Okay, so yeah, we killed a creature in response, surveilled a card to the graveyard. We've dazed, we've paid for the Dread Return, and that's going to do it for game number 1. And as you mentioned, a clean sweep in game 1 for all of these players. So while they're shuffling up and sideboarding, cool thing about team events is we can hop over to another match. And it looks like we can hop over. Let's hop over to Standard. It looks like they're still in the midst of playing their game number 2. This is the Esper Pixie. I believe more correctly, the Esper Self Bounce, but of course includes the 1-mana white cards, one of which is a Pixie. As I get these deck lists pulled up.
Yeah.
Look at the board state. This looks to be going very much in favor of Harrison Canfer on the Esper Pixie deck on the right. If you just count permanents, which I do hold in high regard.
Limited all-stars on that side of the board, and then there's a constructed all-star right there. But yeah, this deck is so cool. If you're not up to date on Standard, there's a lot going on in Standard. And this self-bounce Esper Pixie deck is one of the coolest. Like, Nowhere to Run, that's an enchantment you can pick up for value. The Nightmare, the enchantment that makes him discard, that's something you can pick up for value. The Fear of Isolation, the Duskmourn Uncommon Bomb right there you see on tapping, that picks up all of these enchantments for value. It's all of the above out of this deck. And then now, obviously, on the Gruul aggro deck, Travis Williams, it doesn't need a lot of mana to function, but it does typically need more than 2 at this point of the game. So while this is, maybe less of a, we'll see how things play out here, but maybe not a super competitive game, it is definitely a showcase of the Esper Pixie deck. You see all the value it can generate right there on the board.
Well, I mean, the Gruul aggro deck is known for being able to produce a lot of direct damage out of nowhere, thanks to all of your pump spells, and of course the ability to sacrifice your creature, deal a bunch of damage through that, the Heartfire hero dying and things of that nature. So, as long as there's spells in hand, I don't want to count the Gruul aggro deck out yet. I was very impressed watching Theo Jung win the NRG championship with his take on the Gruul aggro deck. And it looks like these kind of self-bounce, kind of recursive engine decks have been kind of the answer, the developmental answer of the Standard format to these Gruul aggro decks. This theoretically, I would imagine, is at least a fine matchup. as you know, Canfor is already down a game, but clearly has adjusted, got a few isolation in play, laying some smackdowns.
Yeah, and there you go. Pixie is a nice draw here because it allows you to pick up whatever it is you choose to want to pick up.
Yep.
With nowhere to run. And yeah, we spotted I think there was a Monstrous Rage in Travis's hand. So that is sort of the card that always leads to the really insane starts out of, or insane turns out of the Gruul aggro deck is how much damage you can start stacking up with Monstrous Rage. But nowhere to run is just such a clean answer, a good answer. The Pixie gives you a blocker, and you're just getting kind of ground out of cards. If you're Travis, even despite being short on lands, you're just going to be down on cards at the end of all of it too, because of the removal spells getting rebought.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big part of the problem. I wouldn't call Travis out of this quite yet. Now, the Nurturing Pixie was a really problematic draw. This is something that obviously gave a body, a flying body, and an additional removal spell. But once again, like I said, multiple spells in the end. Here comes the Monstrous Rage. Yeah, I mean, this could be a big hit here.
He recognizes his opportunity here, says, okay, if we don't have a blocker, I'm going to get in the damage while I can. So one Monstrous Rage goes through, and he's thinking about a second one here. He's not going to be able to play. I think that's a 3-drop in his hand, but holds on to the second.
The Name of City is what that one looked like to me. A card out of the sideboard. Got 3 of those in the sideboard. I'd imagine for the grindy matchups. So believes that looking to grind against this deck, believing that the coming out the gate's hard, not going to work, which makes sense, right? Like I said, we just talked about really one of the things that the self-bounce decks are looking to do in this matchup is just recur, like nowhere to run. Just keep blowing up the creatures over and over and over again. And so having just another threat that doesn't die to a -3/-3 effect, that's a pretty good card to pick up if you can cast it, which is currently obviously the issue.
Torch the Tower, I think, was the pickup for Travis. That slows down the clock against him a little bit, along with the Monstrous Rage. Harrison just turned both of those cards sideways instantly and now just takes the damage, I think. So, yeah, you're right about Travis maybe being able to find a line into this. If Harrison whiffs on another draw or two, the combat math could start looking pretty good for Travis.
Yeah, Canfor's done a good job. I mean, these flyers obviously hard to block, so you can't really plan to assemble any kinds of blocks. The only question is, with the Torch the Tower pickup, like we said, can we swing the race any?
You can get rid of either blocker or, well, either of Harrison's creatures with the Torch Tower, right? Because you could sacrifice the roll token.
The roll, yeah.
The Monstrous Rage will then replace the roll, giving you another trigger. I mean, this is he's counting it up right here, right? Seeing how low he thinks he could get Harrison. I don't know if it's going to be quite enough, though, on this turn. But this game right in the balance, very much so, because we see 2 turns for release. If you're Harrison, you think that's your clock on Travis. And if you're Travis, you're just trying to assemble, 2 or 3 spells here every time you get no block. So here we go. Upkeep, Torch the Tower.
Upkeep, Torch. So that was a hit for 3. I believe Harrison down to 7, if I can read the life pad correctly, which means that 7 to 8, we just picked off the Pixie with the Torch the Tower, which makes sense, right? Like you don't have to sacrifice the roll, and it's the same power that you're removing, both 2-power creatures. And that looks like a brick from Cam for at least one. I mean, that's a lot of mana in play, and none of them really any kinds of utility lands or anything going on of that nature. So, I mean, Restless Anchorage, only 2 copies of those in the deck. I don't see one in play, so yeah, just non-ability based lands. Here comes another crunch for 3. No blocks. Could play Sentinel the Nameless City. Finally found land number 3. Doesn't block though, so I don't know that it actually does.
Here we go.
We're still in combat. All right, that's 2 more to 5. That would put Canfor to 1 and then activate.
Oh, wow. The last card is nowhere to run.
Okay.
He was holding it just face down forever, and it kind of made sense with the way he was attacking, but hey, he did not flash that one to the camera, so that was a surprise to all of us, that nowhere to run. That looks like it keeps him alive in the game just to draw Darkslick Shores.
Yeah, that's tough. Another land draw there is brutal. And now, I mean, I don't even know that a chump block does anything for you. I mean, you're just bleeding.
Yeah, here comes the Sentinel as well.
Yep, got a block. Don't really have a choice. Die otherwise.
Well,
and now the Sentinel, the Nameless City, does have text.
It looked like Harrison had control of this game, but just too many lands in the last 4 or 5 draws there, including this final turn. Well, kind of a brutal way to go.
Getting 2-0 swept is tough. Well, let's hop on back to Legacy, where it's again clean sweep there, and Travis didn't even lose a single game. But we're done there too, and so that looks like it's
That
we
should
just
do
done
it.
absolutely speed running this, a dominant performance from Clipboard D's team, and I mean. Cephalid Breakfast getting it done. Not a deck I would normally think of as quick. Gruul Aggro, on the other hand, I do think of as quick. So those keeping up the same pace, quite impressive. We'll get a little talk to them about their team composition and their deck choices, of course, here in just a little bit. But in the meantime, of course, that was the penultimate round as they're getting seated. We're not going to hold you too long on that. They're getting seated. That was round number 6 of 7. So team events mean that there's less rounds because you have less virtual players. And, this will be the second to last round of Swiss. We'll have the last round of Swiss coming up. Then, of course, we're going to play out the top 8 through the rest of today. Crown not 1, not 2, but 3 champions. And, of course, like I said, we're going to be mostly focusing, I think, on Legacy throughout the rest of the day. Legacy, of course, my favorite format. Very happy to be able to show that on the NRG series. And, of course, if you like these kinds of events, you like Legacy, well, I don't know that we have more of it going on for the rest of the season, but we do have plenty of other events featuring a lot of other formats. In March, we'll be heading over to Madison, Wisconsin for a 10K standard showdown and a 5K Pioneer trial. So Pioneer not featured in our team trios, going to get a little bit of love in Madison. After that, we'll be heading back to Chicagoland for a 10K Modern showdown, and the second one of the season there, and a 5K standard trial. And then the capstone, my favorite event of our season 1 stops in Indianapolis, 10K standard showdown, and our limited debut for this year, 10K team sealed showdown. That'll be a pretty sweet event. And of course, we'll crown 3 champions, 3 players into the NRG championship as a result. So if you're interested in any of these events, make sure you make it out, get that time off, head out, and of course, assemble your team if you're looking to do some sealed gaming. Let's head on over to the leaderboard as well. We've had 1 event thus far, the showdown yesterday. I got to cast that with Doomwake, kind enough to raid us a little bit earlier, where we got to see our first look at Modern with Twin and Green Sun Zenith and all that fun stuff. And more importantly, Mox Opal, which shockingly did not win the first event. Grayson Nemitz got it done. Eldrazi Ramp now leading the pack. Current player of the year if things were to end after 1 event, but there's a lot more events coming. And some of these players, I know Cliffmore D among the mix, we see in all of our events. So we're going to be seeing quite a bit of them as they are getting seated. We're going to get to talk to them, talk to their team, talk about their preparation for this event.
The leaderboard, I think, is such a, obviously we're just getting going on the season, but I think that's what really makes this series so much fun to jump into, especially at the beginning of the season. You watch the NRG Championship a couple months ago, you see, hey, I want to make it there. Well, now's your chance because you can get onto that leaderboard with just 1 weekend, and it can get you can qualify with the 1 shot if you can hop and then win a big event. So, all right, let's head down
them seated. Hello, is this team Handhold wins? Is that how I see this? Are we team Handhold?
Team Handhold.
No. This is team 9th.
9th.
Yep.
9th
Oh
place.
dear.
Cliff is
displaying wrong on my screen then. Well, congratulations, team 9th, on your win. Talk to me a little bit about your team, your preparation. Cliff Brady, you're someone that we have seen before quite a bit on this series. And obviously you got your jacket here today. Talk to me about the team you came up with and how you decided who's going to play what.
So I knew I'd have Fletcher on my team. That was locked. And we scoured the internet for our 3rd player. We picked up Travis, a very good player.
Thank you.
We just decided to play our decks that are good in all the formats. And here we are.
Well, it's working out so far. You did certainly look good in that last round across all 3 formats, right?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, and talk to me a little bit about, I mean, obviously you said you just played the best deck in the format. Was that just literally, I mean, your decision-making? Like I said, I spoke a little bit. I've seen you play Reanimator. Obviously Blue Combo is your thing. Picking up the Cephalid Breakfast deck, is that what you believe is the best deck? Do you believe you have the set of the best decks in all 3 formats?
So I used to play Breakfast all the time back before the NRG series. I picked up Blue-Black because the Frog was really good. And then once the Frog was gone, I was like, I don't want to play it anymore. I thought that Delver had a resurgence, so Breakfast was a natural fit to slide in and beat the Delver decks. Travis has been on practicing the Gruul deck for a while, so that was perfect pick for the standard deck, and obviously the Breach deck has just been tearing it up, so we got Fletcher on that.
Yeah, I was going to say, talk to me about the modern prep, Fletcher. You know, were you, as soon as Box Up was unbanned, you see the breach, you're just about that, no questions asked? I mean, didn't win yesterday. I mean, I don't know if that's, deterministic on anything, but just know your modern prep was just breach the whole time?
So, like right when stuff got unbanned, I really, really wanted to believe that Phoenix was going to be an actual good deck.
Yeah.
But my cousin told me, oh, since like Faithless Looting and Opal are going to get unbanned, I should just get a bunch of breach stuff. And I still don't have a bunch of breach stuff because that is way too much money. But I mean, the deck is just like crazy. Like before, you could pretty accurately determine when they like can have a kill the next turn. But now with Opal, it's just you can kind of just have like kills out of nowhere. And I'm not sure if you guys like saw my games, but my game 1 I won on a mold of 4 on the play, and then game 2 I saga'd on turn 1 and then started like making tokens on 2. It's just the multiple like versions the multiple ways this deck has to win is just like so insane right now, and lots of decks just have no way of beating it.
Yeah, we've seen that play out, very realistically throughout this. Just can't cover every angle in the sideboards. And yeah, I mean, a mold of 4, being able to blow the doors off this extremely powerful modern format, incredible. I mean, we were focusing mostly on Legacy. I'll say that. We don't get to see as much Legacy these days as we used to, so that's going to be kind of the focus going forward. So got to see quite a bit of Cliff masterfully navigating some stuff, and even some Gruul aggros. Congratulations to both of you guys, and of course your entire team. You're situated very well. Any final shout outs you want to say? Anything else you got? The floor is yours.
Well, I want to shout out my boy Jordan Litsky for talking through the Gruul list with me over the past week. We came to some pretty good conclusions about how to play the deck, how to sideboard, and all that. And yeah, I really like his position right now, so I would run it back.
Yeah, and that dominating performance, I think, certainly demonstrates how powerful it really is. I think it's quite powerful. I liked it a lot when we saw Theo Jung win with it, and it doesn't look to be stopped by any little pixies or anything of that nature. All right. Well, thank you all. Congratulations, 9th place. I hope you do not get 9th place at this event. I hope you do not win next round. And we'll be seeing more of you in the rest of the tournament, I'm sure. Thank you all, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, that's not a joke, Drake. People do draw themselves into 9th sometimes. You got to be on the lookout for that.
Yeah, I hear it called tournament math quite often. And, it is kind of a meme. Cliff especially had kind of a string of heartbreakers. I think that's where the name comes from. I probably should have pieced that together more than the display that was going on over here for me, is because he had a ton of 9th place heartbreaking finishes. And I don't even know if that was drawing into 9th place. I think it was like multiple, like just winning and hoping, and then you get 9th. And
I'm not sure which is worse, but I'm pretty sure it's drawing into 9th. Yeah,
they both sting. They both sting. Nobody. I mean, the only thing feels worse than 9th is probably 2nd. 2nd hurts, I think, the most.
Confirmed.
But either way, that's going to do it here for round number 6. That was a really quick match, so I think we're going to have quite a bit of time prior to actually getting round number 7, the final round of Swiss, and then of course proceeding into our top 8. So great time for those of you that have been watching all day, watching Magic. Go get a snack. You have some time to use the bathroom and all that stuff, and of course you have time to follow and subscribe to remove ads and get some sweet emotes. So thank you all for joining us. We're gonna have a lot more, like I said, a lot more Legacy, and of course the other formats as well here on the NRG series. But for the time being, we're going to be cutting to a break that might be a little bit longer than average, but don't go anywhere. Stay glued to your screen as soon as you get back with snacks. We'll see you soon. All right, everybody. Welcome back to the final round, the 7th round of Swiss here at the 10K team trial here in Chicagoland, part of the first event of the 2025 Season 1 events of the NRG series. We got a whole host of formats for you. Of course, it is Standard, Modern, and Legacy, but that's not where the formats end. Before we jump into the match, we actually have other formats that we support here in our side events as well. I want to introduce one of those here to you today, Value Vintage. Corbin, you heard of this?
I have not. In fact, I'm very curious, Drake, what is Value Vintage? Because it is it's an official side event at all 2025 NRG Championship Series, but I don't know what that is, and I want to give it a shot.
Well, I could make you scan the QR code that's on the screen, but I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to explain it to you. It's really simple. Vintage ban list, all the things that are legal in Vintage are legal here, but there's a small problem because some things are soft banned, because if it's $30 or more, you can't even play it in your deck. In fact, if it's $30 exactly, you certainly can't play it in your deck. It's a budget format, so you have to spend $30 on your deck. And you can see kind of on the screen some of the cards that are quite powerful and are well under $30. So you can get those in your deck. But, the boxing and stuff like that, kind of soft banned, at least until they reprint them to being under $30, which I don't see happening.
I recognize, look, there's a nice little name that art on the graphic there, right? I spot a Gray Troll. I spot a Soul Ring, a Luris. Yeah, there's a lot of powerful cards there. You're right.
Yeah, I think like all of them are you can get copies under $1. So here we go. You're talking about a Brewer's Paradise, if that's the kind of thing that you value. And of course, a very small investment, $30 to pick up your deck and show up and battle. This is an official side event we're supporting. This is something NRG is really excited about. And, honestly, I'd be excited about it too. There's a lot. I like playing powerful Magic, and I also like a cheap barrier to entry. Seems to be very rare to find formats with that these days. But with that, we're going to bring you down to my favorite format, which has a very high barrier of entry. That is Legacy and a classic matchup, Delver versus Sneak and Show. They've been doing this since I started playing Legacy. And of course, some big upgrades for both of these decks. The Sneak and Show player, of course, George Jabor, known for his love of Narset, Parter Veils. None of those here, but does get the One Ring, does get Atraxa Grand Unifier. And beyond that, it's just the busted cards you know and love. I mean, 4 Sneak Attack, 4 Show and Tell, 2 Omniscience. We're doing it. Classic.
Yeah, I've seen this deck before. It was a decade ago, but it looked a lot like this. Except we were talking, we were talking before this match. The One Ring feels like a massive upgrade to this deck, right? Where you have this Ancient Tomb start into a City of Traders start. Guess what? You can just play the One Ring on turn 2.
Kind of like this. A little bit like this.
Just find all of your pieces. Fair enough. It runs into a daze, but look, that didn't cost you anything in the sense of like, that's what your deck tries to do. And that's just a value card. That's not your combo or anything like that. And you got to eat a land drop out of your opponent, who is forced to go tap land again here. Just kind of cycling through. A lot of mana advantage being grabbed by George here.
And Tim Hatch, of course, on the classic Teamer Delver, as you know it today. Of course, upgrades that we've seen throughout the weekend already. Questing Druid and all the Dragon's Rage Chiller and Murktide stuff they've been doing for quite some time. Really, Questing Druid, the latest development, I'd say, of the Teamer Delver deck. But of course, another deck that's been around, but long gone are the days of the Nimble Mongoose. I'm afraid for this Delver deck, because that follow-up One Ring, that one's going to work.
Played around the second days there, was able to tap mana with City of Traders, play the island, makes the City of Traders go to the graveyard, but then taps the Ancient Tomb. You have 4 mana to play the ring, the 1 mana open to pay for a daze, and then his opponent doesn't want to give up their land drop, just a daze, a ponder, and now you've got a One Ring off and running. And at this point, the goal of the Sneak and Show deck is to assemble their Sneak and or their Show with a big creature, and with the One Ring going, that's a lot easier to do.
Absolutely. And, this is kind of like you used to see back in the Jund days, Dark Confidant dealing damage. You'd see players try to outrace it. Like, oh, I'm going to kill you with your Dark Confidant. You're going to die to the flips. And that didn't really happen. That's why Dark Confidant was as good as it was. Right. There's going to be some of that at play here with the One Ring, where the One Ring, I don't think is going to kill George Jabor before it wins George Jabor the game. But, I mean, it's not like the Delver deck really has any good ways to remove it. You have 1 Petty Theft. You have 1 Brazen Borrower that lets you Petty Theft it back to hand. That's it. That is how you answer this thing. That is one answer in your entire deck. Hard to find, and then, obviously still hard to resolve as well. It's still a 2-mana spell. And having played this Thundering Balls multiple times over the first few turns, we haven't had time to develop threats yet. We're fixing that now. 2 Dragon's Rage Channel is a great way to fix that.
That's the big deal, though.
Online.
He needed a huge Dragon Rage Channeler turn almost specifically, because even playing a Delver or something there is almost just guaranteed to be too slow at this point. But going tap land 2 turns in a row, having a daze heavy hand and not a threat heavy hand for your turn 1, turn 2 plays did not work out well for Tim here at all. Now that said, he does now have Delirium, I would assume.
Yeah, we got
those.
Artifact, Instant Sorcery, Lance. We do have Delirium.
So
he's got
threats. He's got threats now.
Right. So now the question is, will these Dragon's Rage channelers get George Jabor dead before he assembles all of his combo pieces from the One Ring? Now, obviously, the One Ring, I think, is very much what George Jabor's hand was doing. We kept a turn 2 One Ring and a turn 3 One Ring. It's probably the case that we don't have everything. Oh, well, I lied. We have it all. We don't even have to tap the One Ring yet. We just have Show and Tell right now. What's up? You gonna counter it?
He didn't even go digging here, and I was going to say maybe we want to think about the extra life, et cetera, et cetera. No, maybe we just had it all.
And that's the power of this deck, right? You can mulligan low, and if you just have your 2 lands show and tell, and here's Emrakul, big Emrakul. Yeah, so we don't even need to tap the One Ring. It was all just force bait the entire time, I guess. We have
the first one, maybe just an excellent hand here from George Jabor. And hey, what a time to get it! Round 7 of the Team Trios event. Your team playing for a shot in the top 8. What a good time for your deck to come through for you.
I love this so much. The Show and Tell just naked Emrakul is like one of the most likely ones to get blown out back in the day when people do crazy stuff like Gilded Drake or whatever, anything to try to like blow it. Venture Shaper Savant.
Yeah.
You can put that in play and bounce it back to hand. It was the one that that's why you started playing Omniscience, right? People started playing these like goofy permanents. Caracas was common. That's probably the most common one. That would like blow you out for just putting a naked Emrakul in. So you started playing things like Omniscience to really guarantee it. Here, nope, we just got a naked Emrakul, and that's usually going to be good enough against Delver if we can't assemble a kill right now. We're going to try to do that with Lightning Bolt as the start.
Yeah, people are more playing Lightning Bolts in Legacy these days than their one-off Emrakul answers, So this Emrakul very well might go the distance. That said, this might be a whole bunch of burn here.
Yeah, we just bolted now. That's 12. We have an attack for 6. We have another bolt.
We block 1, take 6.
Yeah, that puts us to 9.
How many permanents can Tim make this turn?
Right. That's the next question.
Yeah.
We have another bolt. We have 5 permanents. That's not great.
You're just going to lose a life from the ring.
Yeah, but you can't take 2 hits from Emrakul. And obviously, George, very smart not tapping Ancient Tomb last turn.
Yes.
Makes you wonder, would the daze have been lethal? Because if we had dazed the Show and Tell last turn, George Jabor would have had to tap the Ancient Tomb, been 2 points lower. Is that going to matter? Maybe not.
Well, I think at that point, Tim may not. Well, maybe, yeah. As I say, he may not have been able to deploy all the same threats. I have to back up too far to really remember it. But this is a situation here. George is at 6. Look, I've beaten Emrakuls in Legacy. It's possible if he can get up to 7 permanents here, you can take an Emrakul hit, go to 3, have a 3-power creature to swing back to put George down to 3, and then have a Lightning Bolt land drop to finish it off. That's kind of like the things that might happen. It obviously looks like that is not what's going to happen here, though.
So we have a Seek the Beast. And so, okay, we can lose all our permanents. We could Seek the Beast in response to the Annihilator. We can also Bolt in response to Annihilator. Just try to find a land.
Okay.
We're going to
daze our own bolt.
Okay.
Yeah. Daze your own bolt so that you can pick up a land to have a land drop. You get to bolt. You get a surveil trigger out of that to actually try to set up your next draw, which is, I assume, looking for another lightning bolt because now you have a red source in your hand. And it looks like we... That's the line. I mean, if you're Tim, this is the only possibility you have to try to beat this Emrakul. And it's there. Look, I've been in that situation. You stay down Emrakul, you have no permanents, but you can still win the game. It is not impossible. And he found the line that at least maximizes his opportunity to top deck into it.
Yeah, I mean, has the land, just needs to find the bolt, graveyard both cards, so it's a blind draw coming. And notably, casting this Brainstorm here, obviously you want counter magic, but Force was not good enough because you would die to the One Ring trigger.
That's right. Force of Will, paying a life would not get you there because you would then die in your upkeep. Absolutely right. And now we're just storming off over here, making a bunch.
Yeah, I don't know. We got land, Lotus Petal. Are we asking if we played a land? We definitely didn't play a land this turn. So we got City Traders goes to the graveyard. That island was in play. Oh, it was untapped. I see the problem. Yeah, that should be tapped for the Brainstorm. And then
Oh.
we drew Brainstorm. We don't know Lotus Petals in the Delver deck, so that's it. Gonna concede to the Emrakul hit. And
Good
George
try.
Moore, I mean, Function wins that game at 1. Excellent
good
life
try.
total management. Yeah.
Good try and honestly, well played by both ends, right? We watched him try to find the one line he could against George, but we also watched George very carefully manage his life total, both with that Ancient Tomb and with that one ring that did resolve, so that you end that game on exactly the life total you are allowed to end that game on. So very nicely done by him. Now we jump over into Standard, and we're deep into it over here. I see Merfolk in play, so that's a good start with the Floodplitch Drowner getting things going.
Yeah, this Beza card, I know this one's pretty powerful. I don't know that I'm as familiar with this mono white kind of token control strategy that we have going on here. Very interesting.
Yeah, this is one
Sunfall,
of the
clean all this up quite nicely, assuming it does happen, and it is going to happen. There's a look at Beza. Wall attacks on this thing. Great for catching up. Part of the control strategy, of course. You saw it had multiple tokens, of course. Can catch you up on cards and life as well. Kind of a riff on timely reinforcements. One of the first to do it.
Right.
Big fan of that card, am I. But Beza, a much more powerful variant in today's. It looks like we have an impending Overlord as well. Kind of off screen a little bit. That one is going to be a great way to follow up this Sunfall. And obviously you have the Incubator token as well. This might be really, really bad news here for Samuel Clayton.
Yeah, Clayton got a grip of cards as well. This mono white deck was pretty popular when Bloomborough came out, and then right after Standard Rotation. Like, this was one of the decks before the World Championship that people were really into. And then it seemed like everyone started testing for Worlds. The Standard format kind of moved past it. And it kind of fell out of favor now for the last several months. But I don't know, obviously, Phil's record on the day, but his team is 4-1-1, playing for the top 8 possibility, at least, here at the 10K in Chicagoland. And mono white tokens is perhaps making a comeback. The Standard metagame is all over the place. That might be a good way to go.
I'm into this, though. And long game one here. I mean, you see both other matches have already finished game number 1. We're deep in the trenches of this game. So obviously a control strategy. I mean, it says mono white token, but I think this deck is labeled as a control deck as well. And you certainly see that. I mean, you have your sweepers, you ever get lost, you have your removal, a lot of stuff to buy time. And of course, winning with just the inevitability of cards. Only 12 creatures. They're all 4 ofs. It's 4 Beza, Bounding Spring, 4 Enduring Innocence, and 4 Overlord of the Mistmoors. So these are cards that are in their own ways very sweeper resilient. So clearly this is, a deck looking to play a very long game and just kind of grind out the opponents. I'm sure mostly targeted at the Gruul aggro decks, but I think it's going to be well set up in these Dimir self-bounce decks as well.
Yeah, Caretaker's Talon is where this deck can go really hard because whenever one or more tokens you control enter, you draw. Then you can, of course, later on pump all of your tokens with it. Caretaker's Talon is what can really get to the end game and just turn Carrot Cake into something threatening. And you get to play all these fountain ports and all these just value lands along with sweepers. And sweepers are in a very good spot in Standard when your opponents are playing Gruul and they're playing Esper self bounce value. You can just clear it all out with a Sunfall, and then any small token you make over the course of the game is going to get pumped up by your talents and just get there.
And that's, I mean, obviously what Phil here is playing towards, going to be able to create a blocker here. I mean, the Enduring Curiosity, a big pickup for Clayton. Unclear with the Otter token if it'll be good enough to help catch back up. Going to make a fish as well with the Fountain Port. You called that out. When you're monocolored, it means you get to play a lot of utility lands. 4x Fountain Port in this deck to match with 3 Sunken Citadels to help pay for them. You see some of that action going on right now, and 2 Demolition Fields as well. So nice little Sunken Citadel deck, able to leverage that as a potential soul land.
And draws a card off of that. So Fountain Port makes a fish, draws a card, right? This is just some incredible value on your opponent's attack step.
And then, so we did animate the Incubator, made it a 6/6, which then gets tapped by a Flood Pit Drowner. Really needed that. Otherwise, of course, you're just doing a chump attack. So you assume something was going to happen. So now that's cleared up. And we also...
Here we go. This is a big one.
Yep. Ain't big enough. I tell you what. This board seems pretty big. It ain't big enough for both.
We'll
Yeah,
have to catch
really
the
cute.
second talent. This is the card that is really, it's a runaway together with a kicker if you want to look at it that way. And that was a card that did see some standard play. And this is definitely seeing standard play all over the place. This town ain't big enough. For 5 mana, you get to bounce 2 of your opponent's things when that's the point of the game at I want to end it. But a lot of the times you bounce one of your own cards for value and you bounce your opponent's tempo play. Like, for instance, you can get rid of this 6/6 token at some point with this town ain't big enough while resetting one of your own ETB or flash creatures.
And here, obviously, we were looking to push damage, so we did actually bounce the fish token to push the damage thanks to the otter, which does have prowess tokens, prowess triggers. They're not tokens; they are triggers. And obviously, the enduring curiosity as well, as there seems to be a judge call. So we're going to cut back to our legacy match that way we can keep the magic going despite the judge call. But it looks like we're kind of mounting a defense there. We'll get an update on what happens with that match later on. But here we are, deep into the trenches, what looks to be a very different script from the first game that we saw of Legacy. We did see, obviously, some turn 2, the One Ring, turn 3, the One Ring, and use that to kind of spring forward. Not a lot of threats early from Tim, but here, 3 threats early and a bolt follow-up means this game is going to get over with very, very quickly. Already a turn 2 clock.
So it looks like no Delirium quite yet, and doesn't actually make Delirium. Okay, so it's brutal, but it could be worse. Now, we did see, I don't know if George boards this in, but he does have access to sweepers in his sideboard.
Yeah, got a couple Brotherhood's ends, it looks like, among other... Well, the Red Blast for sure. I mean, those hit everything you want. And obviously, here we go. Got the defense grid as well. So, yeah, it was just a question for the judge. So they're going to get
with Legacy. We'll get that standard match after this.
We'll get to the standard match quick enough. This looks like it's going to end quite quickly. As here's a Seek the Beast that's going to cost 2 Surveil triggers in response to defense grid. So, I mean, defense grid alarm bell should be going off. That's not a card that players pass the turn after casting all too often.
Yeah, defense grid makes things cast more on your opponent's turn, which is a pretty good way to slam it down and prevent counter magic, like, say, Force of Will from wrecking your day. So, if George is able to survive a turn, which he looks like he's able to, even if we get Delirium made here, that would be 9-12 with the bolt. So very nearly lethal, I guess, but maybe George will get a window here. All right, but the Red Blast will definitely help.
Okay, yeah, that gives you some extra time. And the Ponders do help enable Delirium, but with the Delver down, that should be enough to stymie the clock, and then you get to untap, assuming nothing, your mana doesn't get messed with in any way. You'll be able to untap with all of your mana and then an active defense grid, and with not even 3 mana yet, and certainly not after casting Ponder, you have to imagine the shields are going to be down for Tim Hatch, and you'll be in the clear to cast whatever you want.
Yeah.
So a fine turn. Defense grid into kill a creature, a great way to do it. Not too scared about what's going to happen as a result. You don't really think they're going to be able to assemble. Tim is going to be able to assemble 13 points. You do know about a bolt.
Now, it does matter. So this is the thing, right? With sneak attack, you can theoretically end the game on the spot. With show and tell, just putting an Emrakul into play, for instance, and you're at 3, 4, 5, 6 life, you are not safe. You are not safe because you can get hit by a lightning bolt into creatures. So this game, even if George is able to put together Emrakul next turn, maybe in a different spot than we were in game 1 with that.
Yeah, in my experience, actually, a lot of times, in most decks, right, you want the Emrakul, right? That cleans up the board state. That makes it to where nothing can really happen. But most of my experience playing Sneak and Show against Delver, honestly, on both sides, is you actually want the big lifelinker. Back when they played Grizzlebrand, you always just wanted Grizzlebrand. You didn't even activate it. They can't beat a 7/7 lifelinker most of the time. Just put it in play, don't activate it. Atraxa is the new lifelinker, but that one does die to like Pyroblast and stuff like that. So easier for the Delver decks of today to kill, as there does go the City of Traders. That could be problematic.
Yeah, that's a lot of really interesting, like you brought up the interplay of just how various sideboard cards even can change the way a matchup like this can play out is sort of the reason that Sneak and Show would fall out of favor in the first place, right? And obviously George is having a great run with it here. But yeah, very fascinating to watch it all play out in action and see the wide amount of interactions that Legacy has to offer from, 32 years of Magic.
It's a lot of years. Here is, shields are down. Tim Ash can't do anything. It's F6 territory. What are we going to put in? Murktide versus Atraxa. Okay, that's the one you want.
It is. Atraxa trigger, new cards to refill as well. Mana open for a red elemental blast for the Murktide. Or to fight over, there's stuff that could happen here.
Check this card out. You read this one? They introduced battles. They did the Tarmogoyf trick. Introduced battles before they were here. Here you go. You got a 7/7 flying Vigilance Deathmatch, a lifelink, the big keyword there. And as you can see, we're sorting things by type. That's because when Atrex enters, you reveal the top 10 cards of your library. For each card tape, you can put a card from among those into your hand, but the rest of the bottom of your library in a random order. So it looks like we're selecting from among creature, artifact, enchantment, and instant. No lands, interestingly. I think we already have those in the end anyway. As Brainstorm, Lotus Petal, Emrakul, and Sneak Attack appear to be the selections. No Force of Will among the mix. A lot of times when you put Grizzlebrand into play, if you really needed to, you could start drawing 7 cards at a time. Try to find a Force of Will plus blue card to assemble some backup, a little bit of extra help. Here, not going to be able to do that. You see a Brotherhood's End in George Jabor's hand, but looks to be, even with the Lotus Petal, a mana short of casting it at the moment. So the game's not over. I didn't get a great look at George Jabor's hand, but I mean, theoretically, Tim Hatch could have whatever. The Petty Theft could have a Pyroblast effect. Any of the blasts, actually, right?
Yeah.
Oh, no, it's not red. Never mind. It's the one color Atrex is not. So your Hydroblast.
The point, I mean, the point being, whatever interaction Tim has here, it is live, right? He's got 4 creatures in play. His opponent's at 7. He's got a Lightning Bolt in hand. Now, we don't know if he has it, but if you're George, it really is just going to be a pass the turn and cross your fingers situation here, because Tim is going to have an opportunity to close it if he can find the right card.
Oh, we're also doing the bolt count. So you can do an attack and then bolt whichever one is blocked. And I believe that would also be a way to do it. So actually bolts are outs too. There's a lot of outs here for Tim Hatch.
I think there might be a Lightning Bolt in hand.
Is that the one from earlier? Oh yeah, we might just be dead. So we have Delirium. Everything has to attack.
Yeah, if the bolt is in hand, you come in for 6, 7, 8. You've got the lethal here. Bolt our own creature. It looks, well.
Yeah, bolt our own creature. Yeah, that'll do it. Exactly. So bolt the Murktide, 3 Dragon Tree Chillers, deal 9, and George is at 7. And of course, no lifelink thanks to bolting your own creature. And that's one of the tricks. Like I said, Delver can get through just putting a monster in play. And that's why you see cards like Omniscience in the deck, to be able to, obviously cast all the things that you can get, but also cast Emrakul, give you the extra turn. Oh, here we go. We're back to standard.
We never
left. Same game. Sick.
Look at these class cards, right? Caretaker's Talent versus, I believe, Storm Chaser's Talent. Just these cards have really done a number on standard over the past, couple months, I would say. It's not like they just broke out upon being printed.
Well, they're pretty strong, right? All the talents, I think, I've seen some play across the board somewhere. I mean, the black talent we saw in Sacrifice decks, we've seen Innkeeper's Talent all over the place in standard. These talent cards are pretty good as it happens. And Storm Chaser's Talent, like you said, you nailed that one, among the mix as well. Big attack here. A lot of life. Like
a town. This town ain't big enough. I spot as along with that cut down, which will get rid of 1 creature here. So 20 life, if the life totals are to be believed here for Samuel Clayton. So you've got room to work with. But as we mentioned earlier, all the card draw from the mono white decks, why you call it a mono white control deck, at least there's full script over there for Phil. 7 cards in hand, I think. Like, what are you supposed to do in the long game here when you're using cut downs on tokens?
Yeah, using a cut down on a token is not where you want to be, but this is a good way to do it. This town ain't big enough to bounce both, and of course, wasted no time blowing that one up with a get lost.
That's right.
Because Phil says, no, thank you. That's a nice little, not like a loop, but it is a high synergy, right? Because you can just keep picking up your Storm Chaser's Talent, use your Storm Chaser's Talent to pick up these town ain't big enough, and you have established, a nice high synergy value engine, I'll call it. Able to just do that over and over again, but shut that down very quickly with Get Lost. Happy to give more map tokens up to 4.
Big tap here.
Yeah, there's a lot of mana. 7 mana. Oh,
just kidding.
Giving it another look. As you mentioned, a pile of cards in hand. No shortage there. And Beza's among the mix. That's a big one for getting your life total a little more padded, which I think was starting to get a little bleak. And Enduring Innocence, the follow-up. A lifelinker in its own right as well. Yeah, okay. I was saying, I don't know what draw steps get out from here. I don't think there's any necessarily, and that's going to finally end game number 1 of the standard match, as our legacy match, of course, is awaiting beginning game 3. Not sure how deep in the trenches we are there, but
no, that was a great demonstration of the inevitability of the mono white token deck and why you can call it a mono white control deck, because all Phil did basically that entire game was play tokens and get them removed. Play creatures, get them removed. Sometimes my opponent plays creatures and I'll remove them with my sweeper. And in the end, just doing that, just playing that natural gameplay in which his opponent still had plenty of life, he still ended up in an inevitable dominating position. That's if the standard metagame fits for that deck, that's the power of it right there.
Indeed. And a tough start here for Flex Slot First String is the name of their team. George Jabor, of course, one of the big progenitors there of Team Flex Slots. But alongside Garrick Alford, our MVP, piloting Teamer Breach and a Breach Mirror, which I think we're going to avoid showing for rather obvious reasons as much as possible. But you know what? Mac Andrews versus Garrick Alford, that is some interesting magic going on. This is some very high-powered teams against each other. I have Team 1364. I don't know if they named their team or if that's just a pre-generated. I imagine it's just pre-generated. So no team name for Tim Hatch, Mackenzie Endress, and Phil Severman, who are up a game across the board here. Of course, George Jabor in game 3.
Yeah, we're not showing much of the modern Breach Mirror for good reason, because no one really wants to watch Breach play.
A lot of game actions. Come on, come on.
That's true. There are certainly a lot of button clicks on Magic Online if you were doing that. But this is a little more interesting to us. The turn 1 DRC facing down the Sneak and Show deck.
Ooh, good start. The Bobble DRC little opener, great way, especially with the fetch land. I mean, you're really setting yourself up to set up Delirium on turn 2.
Yeah, this is big. It looks like he's thinking about
thinking
about what we're looking at there.
I think he kept.
Yeah.
Likes it.
Yeah, why not? Let's look at the top of both cards, both decks.
Yeah, we both. I know what's going on both. Looks like Consigned to Memory.
That's
actually, the card that was on top. We chose to keep that one. Makes a lot of sense. The triggered ability can come up. You can actually use that against the triggered ability from Atraxa, which can matter.
True.
Obviously, it can't counter show and tell, but it can work on the back half if that's something you're worried about. But most importantly, it beats the defense grids and the one rings. That's really what it's primarily there for. But has some cute little stifle interactions going on there too. A lot of applications in this Consigned to Memory card. Basic Mountain, respecting some wastelands here, I imagine. Otherwise, it's pretty free to grab Volcanic Island if you're not thinking about Wasteland very intentionally. Got an island too. Yeah, so we get to play around Wasteland very nicely here.
Yeah, and when there's a DRC out, that makes a big difference. Not so much, and they don't need the Wasteland. Tim doesn't at this point for Delirium. But just the turn it would cost you to lose your land to Wasteland, even if you have additional mana, it means additional damage you're taking. So just playing around it in these first few turns allows George to be extremely mana efficient here. He's able to sculpt what he's hoping will be a big combo turn. You can see him deep in the tank here on this Ponder, trying to figure out if these are the 3 that'll work with my hand and set up in the next turn or two a sneak attack, a show and tell. There's a City of Traders in his hand to get a couple more mana, and decides, nope, these 3 aren't going to do it. Shuffle, take a new draw.
Yeah, it's heartbreaking. You can't really see the cards too well because in a deck like Sneak and Show, like Ponder decisions like that can actually just decide the difference in games on the spot, right?
Yeah.
These are some of the most critical decisions you make, and you can't really see it that well, but there's a lot of other stuff going on as well. Like I said, the basics I think is very indicative of kind of how the Sneak and Show deck's built. They have 4 Megas that in the sideboard. They're a Blood Moon deck, right? They try to Blood Moon other decks some number of the time, so they have to be able to fetch and play with basics. And then, of course, you have all these soul lands that we talked about, the City of Traders, the Ancient Tombs. You can just play those last on the turn where you're going to be using it right away. And then, you've really played around Wasteland for your entire game plan and still kept all of your mana available to you.
A lot of cards over there for Tim. Some counter magic, some brainstorms. I think we decided those cards might be Delvers. So a lot of options about how he wants to approach next few turns here.
And if we just attack here, it's a lot of patience. You could cast the Brainstorm and just try to force damage right now, but that makes your Brainstorm weaker. So what you're doing by attacking and not setting up Delirium right now, even though you have the ability to, by putting an instant in the yard, obviously you get to hold up Consign, which is nice. That's part of the equation. But also part of the equation is saying, I think I'm going to play a long game. And that's not what George wants to do. Is here comes Show and Tell right now.
So George, in addition to obviously you don't want to play City of Traders and have to lose it, etc. This all makes basic sense, but at the same time, it allows you to kind of go from, I'm at 2 mana. So the difference between going from 2 to 3 is casting my spell. The difference between going from 2 to 4 is casting my spell with days backup, right? So that is just an incredible difference that saving your city of traders can make in this situation. Of course, that's the power of an Ancient Tomb City of Traders deck, as we see throughout Legacy. This demands an answer from Tim, who is going to brainstorm looking for something.
Yeah, I don't think we have anything, right? The consigned to memory that we left on top does not work against this.
Yeah.
So we have to go looking for Force of Will or 2 Dazes. Blast would have worked if we had it right away. It's not going to work off this brainstorm.
So we're resolving the Surveil trigger off the DRC now, and deep into the tank is Tim on this one. So obviously, if it's a Force of Will, you just slam it, which means it's probably not. So then you start thinking, okay, well, what could we be thinking about here? And something like Daze could be the answer. We'll find out.
It
was.
Yeah, it has to be some counter magic.
It
Otherwise,
was a Daze.
Nothing to think about. So
Yeah.
it is a Daze, which we can pair with another Daze and counter this. We do have a mountain up. Need 2.
Yeah, I think that might have been what he was thinking about there, is whether or not you want Daze to try to find a second Daze, or whether you want to put it in the graveyard just to find Force of Will. Now, obviously, he may just have something else in hand, but he's spending a lot of time thinking about this, realizes how big of a moment this is. This is game 3, the last round of Swiss, possible top 8 berth here in Chicagoland on the line for the 10K Team Trio NRG Trials. So decision made by Tim. Here we go.
Yeah, all right. Yeah, I mean, that's the brainstorm. That's your spell. We have a Daze. Do we have another Daze? I think it's a Delver, consigned to memory. I can't see that middle card. It's a Murktide Regent. Okay. Interesting. Well, here's a Traxa. Now with the consigned to memory no longer up, we cannot consign the trigger. So that trigger is going to happen. That seems pretty good for George Jabor, as we're going to start sorting the permanents to see what we can see. No Force of Wills yet again in the top 10 for George Jabor, which, I mean, you already have an Atraxas, so you can't be too mad. But a lot of times that's what you want to see. You want to see a Force Will and then like a sorcery blue card, or like Omniscience. That's another value thing going on here with Omniscience, is just having an enchantment that you can get that's a blue card off of your Atraxa. That probably comes up.
Yeah. Absolutely. Thinking about it here. So now that this is resolved, of course, it's going to flip back. If you're George, cool, I did my thing. Great. Now I'm trying to figure out how I can lose in this spot. And that's why he's spending time thinking what he wants to take here. If you're Tim, all of a sudden your answers to the resolved Atraxa become much, much less, if not 0. So we'll ship the turn back over to him here. And very quickly, I think we're going to head towards a resolution here, because either he's going to be able to answer Atraxa, the game will continue at least such that, you know, those other cards that came off Atraxa will come into play. Otherwise, though, it might just be back up against the wall for Tim, and a win on the line here for George. Is not a lot of clean looking answers over there for Tim.
Yeah, and we know that there's 2 dead cards coming, right? We don't have any fetches in play. We didn't cast anything yet to get rid of those cards through the Surveils and the Dragon's Rage Channeler. And with George at a very high 18, the trick that we did in game 2 is not going to work, as here's a Seek the Beast on upkeep that finds the critical Force of Will 2 cards down. If Brainstorm only drew 4,
oh
then
gosh,
or Tim would have got a force. And another one,
or if he had been to the days off the Surveil.
Sure, yeah,
but I do think the odds are correct. If assuming Daze was the card on top, your outs then and the next 2 cards become more Dazes or Forces of Will, as opposed to just Force of Will. So I think he made the right choice there, but having that Force of Will come just a little late is absolutely brutal. Now, Seek the Beast and upkeep was a nice trick, because you do get that Surveil before your draw step to pitch a different card, another one of those dead cards into the graveyard to maximize your draws. It just is going to be a question as to whether or not there actually are any draws here that work.
Well, we know Pyroblast gets rid of it. And we know that there's no Force of Wills that were revealed to Atraxa. So if we just say, all right, the rest of George's hand at the time of show and tell is all blank. If that is true, then I can find a Pyroblast, and I can Pyroblast the Atraxa, I can attack, and then things aren't horrific for me. I'm not just dead to this thing beating me down and all the things that it does. If we don't find it, I mean, you get at least like a turn. Like you can maybe do a turn and you're okay. Once you've gained like 14 life, I mean, things start to get really hard.
Yeah, I was going to say one problem there is the fetch was a tropical island, not a volcanic island, which means we're probably not looking at a blast on this one. So
and you have to make this attack because the DRC has to attack anyway, so you might as well send the Murktide too. But now we can put the Atraxa in front of the Murktide, and then the DRC still has to attack next turn. It's tough.
Yeah. Well, looking up in the other matches, Mackenzie Andress did take down Garrick Alford on the Breach Mirror, Grinding Breach taking down Teamer Breach. So Tim's team does pick up a victory, and that mono white tokens deck in the hands of Phil Silberman is up a game. But Atraxa for Sneak and Show for George looking like we might throw a win back towards the other squad here in Legacy.
Yeah, which would bring the standard match, which just finished game 1 not too long ago, would be the decider for game 3. And I have to imagine if you're Samuel Clayton, you're going to have to figure out a strategy to kill Phil Silberman much quicker, as that long game did not seem to favor Samuel Clayton based on what we saw from game number 1. As George tapping mana, casting something. It's Sneak Attack.
Yeah, and at 29 life here, like this was a big turn late here for the Force of Will for Tim. You keep the game going. You keep the Sneak Attack off the battlefield. Still not sure how you're going to deal with the Atraxa. Now, that said, if you do find an answer to Atraxa, you've got a shot.
Pyroblast. Not Pyroblast. Uh-oh. Yeah. And not DRC. Also not a Brainstorm or something else. It was a DRC. So things start to get hard.
Yeah, that was really the turn, I think, where he had a chance to find it and get back in the game. As it stands now, probably not. I mean, I guess technically you will get a few more turns. You can do some blocking. You know, you're not. It's not just over, but every turn this goes on, you feel like you're falling further and further behind.
That's because you are. I mean, even if you're chump blocking, I mean, that's a card you lose, and 7 life, more importantly, coming for George Jabor. And now the Sneak and Show deck is kind of known for having some really dead draws after doing its thing, right? You can just draw big monsters, you draw all these things, and even after an Atraxa, I mean, that Atraxa trigger was not that impressive. Having Force of Will, the Sneak Attack, that could matter a lot if we do finally find an answer and have to work through like 40 life or whatever.
Well,
but
look at the Surveil lands doing work here, right? You talk about the dead draws from the Sneak and Show deck, which is absolutely a problem for it historically. It's exactly that situation where the Surveil lands come up. You're able to surveil a Lotus Petal, one of those dead draws, into your graveyard and take a live draw just off of an upgrade to your mana base. Just something small like that can ease the percentages of your Sneak and Show matchups is big for a combo deck like this.
Yeah, a huge deal here. Being able to, I mean, literally almost like a time walk, right? Just gets rid of a dead draw and potentially gives you something. It's at least, even if it's another dead draw, I mean, that's not 2 dead draws in a row.
You're one deeper, right? Yeah, got to get through it at some point.
Here we go. Another DRC to chump block. And the tough part here, too, Emrakul, when you attack with it, has to be tapped. The Atraxa having Vigilance, huge deal here. Brainstorm, a great draw. All the keywords mattering. Looks like a ton of spells in hand for George Jabor, which does not spell good news for Tim. Really needs a lot of blanks. And I said, the Sneak Show deck has them, but does not look like George has them.
Well, it is interesting, right? Atraxa, of all the words on the card, the one that might be the most relevant is lifelink in practice.
Definitely.
You know, like,
yeah.
Everyone plays it, of course, for the busted ability, etc. But once it's in play, all that really matters is the lifelink. It's devastating.
My play group used to joke back when we played Siege Rhino was in standard. We used to joke that Delver couldn't beat a standard deck because they can't beat any life game. They just can't beat a Siege Rhino. That was their entire joke. It's just like, what do you do? Nibble Mongoose? Come on, get out of here. Siege Rhino. It was the whole joke is they can't beat a Siege Rhino. And that really, I think, encapsulates that exact principle where it's just big life linkers are really, really hard for Delver to beat in history. And of course, Grizzlebrand used to fill that role. Now we get something with Vigilance. Doesn't have to tap to even attack.
Yeah, certainly an upgrade on Grizzlebrand, I think. I mean, I guess Grizzlebrand was more combo-y and that the decks could be built around just drawing your whole deck with it, a la the old Reanimation style decks. But in practice, man, Atraxa is just so good at playing every kind of game you need.
Well, here's Sneak Attack. And looks like we have monsters to put into play after a Ponder and a Brainstorm. That's an Emrakul. And I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22 coming across the red zone.
Oh, I haven't felt 22 in a very long time, but I very much appreciated that. That was great.
And here comes the big attack. Annihilator going to consign to memory the Annihilator trigger. Okay. I mean,
legal play.
Sure. That keeps us in this. It got harder. Sneak attack makes things way harder to try to grind through.
I think
and you
if we
have
were
to do
see the
blocking
full
on
of this
both.
match. We see the legacy game in all likelihood wrapping up here. I think if we were to see the full table, we would see Mackenzie leaning over to Phil instead of Tim's board right now. Maybe I'll help in with the standard game.
And then, of course, the Emrakul will be sacrificed to the sneak attack. Up to 41 goes George Jabor. And, oh, there's a Ponder. Okay. That's a live draw. All right. I mean, you know, Tim's at 2.
I think Tim might have another monster in hand.
Oh, no. Yeah, that's no good. Come on. I want to see Tim find a blast here. All right, Ponder. Those are bad.
Those are not it.
There's like a Seek the Beast, but yeah, the other 2 draws are bad. Yeah, we got to get rid of that.
All right. Well, we got a live draw, I suppose. I might have caught a glimpse of another creature in George's hand, which would, of course, remove any doubt. But hey, we got a live draw here for Tim to try to get rid of Atraxa and leave your opponent on 1 land.
Yeah, I mean,
or I'm sorry, 1 card.
Like Seek the Beast, we could go like Blast plus. I know we don't have the mana.
What do we get? What is it?
Oh, he didn't show us. That's no fun. Well, I mean, theoretically, you get another chump block with Delver. Okay, back over to George we go and taps very quickly, which leads me to believe, oh, and he has a Brainstorm, still has all these? And joking a little bit about the dead draws. I mean, the one ring fixes that problem too, right? It's just a redraw in the middle game. And here it is. It's exactly a redraw. Oh.
There we go. The protection, I think, wraps it up. Tim's seen enough. Or it looks like, actually, though, I think George might have taken that one, but it looks like Phil might have come from the top rope and won on the back table.
Didn't even let George win it. He was looking like he was going to win it with an Atraxa in play, but no, the clean sweep 3-0'd that team. And so congratulations. I mean, you know, I obviously... We're gonna get to talk to these teams here in just a moment, but Phil Silberman able to somehow finish the match before George Jabor has me tickled. And
that was great. We were watching that legacy game just grind on and on, trying to live. The life total comes closer and closer. And imagine you feel so good. Your teammate just leans over and goes, "Hey man, don't worry, we got it."
Yeah, we're done. We're done.
We're good here.
And so yeah, Phil Silberman, Tim Hatch, and Mackenzie Endress we're gonna get to talk to them a little bit about their deck choices. And especially I'm very interested to hear about this mono white control deck.
Yes.
Things done. And Tim Hatch bailed out. Didn't have to have it, didn't have to find it, got bailed out. So of course, Team Flex Slot first string taking the L there. And of course, our MVP from the 2024 season, Garrett Alford, falling among the mix as well. And that's got to bite for George Jabor, being like, I was going to win this one. Nope.
Yeah, well, that leads us into the end of the Swiss, which means we're headed to the top 8 after this. Of course, we're getting an interview with that winning team, but it means on the other side, we'll be looking at the top 8, including some of the decks we've been watching over the last few rounds. So it's going to be very exciting. We're going to try to bring you all, same thing we've been doing here, stick with some legacy, check in on standard. Hey, maybe we'll get some modern decks that aren't breached. That format's got a lot going on in it right now. So if we get a chance to showcase some cool stuff from it, we certainly will. But it's been fun watching legacy, seeing some throwback decks. Cephalid Breakfast this afternoon, Sneak and Show.
Very fun. Huge throwback there. And you know, like I said, I think there's a lot of innovation going on across the board. You know, we had that really big ban list update that impacted. Obviously, Modern was the focus there. You know, you talk about 3 bans, 4 unbans. That's a big shift. But there were bans and unbans across other formats too. And I think that being able to do a team event here on our series very shortly after those kinds of changes across the board. And of course, standard is constantly changing and, you know, obviously being really revitalized across the board. We have a lot of standard events coming up on our schedule as well. We're going to talk about all throughout the rest of the day, but you know, this is a moment where there was a lot of focus on Modern, especially yesterday with the showdown. You know, is Mox Opal too good? I don't know. We're going to find out, but certainly the Breach decks look to be very dominant. Didn't even win an event, though. Grayson Nemitz able to beat it in the finals with the Eldrazi ramp, so there's still some question marks. There's still brewing going on happening in Legacy, too. There's brewing going on around, you know, the Breakfast decks with Nadu, now the Sneakature decks with the One Ring. There's some of that stuff going on. In Standard, the big question was the Cruel Aggro deck. You know, is this the strongest deck in the format? Well, I don't know. Now here come these self-bounce decks. a lot of innovation going on, and being able to showcase all of that in small doses across the board in this team event is what it's about. And like I said, I'm interested to hear the process, what I like talking to these players about. It's really one of the questions I always ask is, hey, what's your process? What did you go through? Because that gives a lot of insight, not just to what's going on in the formats, but how these teams approach the formats. And speaking of, congratulations on your victory.
Thank you.
Tim Hatch, we were watching a lot of your legacy game, got bailed out a little bit there. Talk to me a little bit about your process against Sneak and Show, and of course selecting Delver for the event.
It was still anyone's game, all right. No, I mean, I've played Delver for years. It's a deck I'm comfortable with. It's a deck I think is still good in Legacy, so I'm going to keep playing it. Obviously against Sneak and Show, ran onto a little slow start game 1 and kind of got run over in game 3. Couldn't find Force of Will, but yeah, it was got bailed out. That's what you bring the teammates for.
So speaking of, let's go on just down the line. So back interest, we didn't really get to watch your Breach mirror, but paired up against or paired against Garrick Alford, I mean, that's a very competent pilot. How do you feel about your mirror? How do you feel about selecting Breach for the event? Talk to me about your deck choice and the match you played.
Yeah, I lost the die roll and I was kind of worried. And then I mulliganed, but my 6 was like kind of obscene in that I just put 5 permanents in play on turn 1.
Jeez.
And then I don't know. I found the Breach pretty quickly, and the game ended, and I basically bought back the play by having a pretty good hand. And I'm pretty happy where Breach is at this point. I think it's the deck to beat next weekend, and I played a lot of Breach in the the pre-MH3 days or so, pre-LTR, and I feel pretty competent. And the deck's better than ever, and I'm pretty happy with my spot.
I really like you highlighting that you steal the play back by putting more permanents in play. That's a really good way to frame it, and like another, feather in the hat of the extremely powerful playing with 7 to 8 Moxen Breach deck. Extremely powerful. And of course, we'll go all the way down. And probably the most interesting deck choice of the mix, not a deck I have personally seen as much, the white token control. Talk to me about this. This is a long game 1 that we got to see multiple instances of as we were bouncing back and forth the legacy match. Talk to me about playing the token control style deck in this event.
Interesting is code, right?
It can be.
Oh, yeah.
It opens the floor here.
So before the tournament, at Mac's behest, I tried every other deck. I just played like at least a league with everything. I only really liked the Pixie deck, which I haven't even played against today, but which I think it's excellent. But most of the other decks I tried felt like they were missing one thing or another. I played this deck. I don't get a ton of time to play, but the last time I played this deck, I just barely lost an RCQ, and it felt still pretty strong, if undeniably quite clunky. It's not a fair. It's not a tier 1 deck. I don't think so. I think it's a solid tier 1.75 strategy, but it's
a lot of granularity there.
Yeah. I have a very rigid tier system. But I don't know. I value experience a lot when it comes to these sort of formats where the edges are pretty small. And I felt like I was going to know what to do pretty much all the time. I think that the Pixie matchup is pretty good. I think the Gruul matchup is slightly favorable. You'd kind of think it was really favorable. It's not. The Gruul deck's it's just way more powerful. But
have we mentioned tier 1.75?
1.75, baby.
Yeah, that's a thing now. Obviously, your teammates were very supportive of you playing a tier 1.75
well,
deck.
Mac made the mistake. He's just I trust you to choose the deck that you're comfortable with. And I'm like, that's so much. That's maybe the worst thing you could say to me.
Phil's been playing Soul Sisters for 20 years. He posted a deck with a bunch of white cards in it. I was like, yeah, you probably will win with that. I don't know.
Easy. So easy. I only lost to one horrible matchup today. It was fine.
I mean, that's what I was going to ask, right? You said you've dropped one standard match all day?
No, I dropped two. Yeah, I lost actually the same matchup I played earlier. I lost, and I think I played pretty poorly in general, and their draw was quite good. And then I lost to Doomsday Excruciator Jace combo, which is, I don't know, maybe the worst possible matchup in the room for me.
I didn't know that was a thing, and I've played
Yeah.
a fair amount of standard. So that sounds awesome.
I mean,
frankly.
it's
not
very cool.
especially since you're on the other side of it. Now,
Yeah, I mean, and like if I was playing a different deck, I'd be okay with it. But yeah, he's smashed me.
Tier 1.5, maybe you can battle it. Not 7.5. Okay, yeah, well, that's interesting. Well, congratulations. Obviously, your team's record better than X and 2, so getting a little upgrade thanks to the teammates. And of course, Tim, you got to leverage the teammate broken. So once again, congratulations. I think you guys are basically a lock for the top 8. So we'll be seeing more of you guys. The floor is yours. Anything final you want to say before you go and prepare for the top 8?
Shout out to Harrison Fang for not being able to be here, so that meant I could play. That's it. That's it.
Incredible. Perfect. A perfect send-off. Congratulations. We'll see you guys in the top 8. Thank you.
Thank you.
good luck, you guys.
Well, there you have it. That is the 7th and final round of Swiss of our team trial here in Chicagoland. Again, it's a $10,000 event, a lot of money on the line. And of course, for players like Mac Indris, we saw Garrick Alford and all those players that they just beat. A lot of leaderboard considerations going on. Being able to make the end of the year championship on those points-based slots starts now. And so, for these players, it's a lot. There's a lot riding on this in the points. Obviously, a lot of cash at risk as well here as we do prepare for the top 8. But that will do it for a final round of Swiss. So we're going to come back. We're going to come back with a formed top 8. And of course, we're going to come back with some more standard, modern, and legacy, especially, action for you. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back here in just a little bit.
Yeah.
All right, everyone, we are back. I hope you enjoyed your little break before we bring you really my favorite part of any tournament, the top 8. And the best part about top 8s and team tournaments is you have top 8s for 3 different formats. Now, we do have, of course, a top 8 bracket here for our 10K team trial. Of course, standard, modern, legacy, $10,000 on the line. And we have we have 8 teams, each of which we can only show their team captain. It would be a lot of text to try to parse everybody's name, but you have seen some of these names today. And then, of course, the left side of the bracket, we have Dan Crapu versus Donnie Wise. Both of their teams are going to be facing off. That's the 1 versus 8. We have Cliff Birdie and Grayson Nemitz, a lot on the line there. On the right, we got Mackenzie Endress versus May French. And then we have Miguel Chavez versus Jake Conan. So these are some teams that we've seen really throughout the day, with some of the exception of Donnie Wise and Dan Crapu. I don't think we've seen as much of them, so we're going to be starting on them. But before we get down to that match, I want to go ahead and show what these players are playing for. Remember, this is a $10,000 team trial event, which means there's $10,000 in the prize pool, and you can see that distributed here throughout the prize distribution. So the first place team, each player going to be walking home with $1,000. That's $3,000 goes to the team, and of course, 30 NRG points per player. There's a lot of our NRG series players in the mix. I think we're going to be seeing a lot of them throughout our entire top 8 coverage. And those points, very important to those players. Second place, $1,500 and 25 points. Third through fourth, each going to get $1,100 and 20 points. And then all of these players have locked up a minimum of $570 for the team and 15 points apiece. So already in the money are all of these teams, but there are quite literally thousands of dollars left to be played for. A lot on the line through this top 8. And as we have done, that's, of course, Drake Sasser here with Corbin Hostler. We're going to be watching some Legacy. Corbin, talk to me about Legacy. I talk about how much I like Legacy all the time. These players reviewing the deck lists. Is it your favorite format? What's your favorite format? Talk to me.
Well, I'm not going to lie. My favorite format historically was Modern. I came into the game around not too long before it was created. I watched Pro Tour Philadelphia, the first Modern Pro Tour, won by Splinter Twin. That was really exciting to me, right? That stood out to me. So when Splinter Twin got unbanned a few months ago, very much an exciting day for me. That said, look, Legacy is Legacy, and it has magic you don't see anywhere else. You can get away with a deck list called Cephalid Breakfast, and everyone knows what you're talking about. I'm not a Legacy diehard these days, especially since I had kids. It's hard to get out and play tournaments, but it's always a treat to get to see Legacy played at the highest level because you just don't get to see it that often. I remember when we had Pro Tour 25th anniversary, I think it was. It was Legacy played on camera at the Pro Tour. And that was something that honestly didn't seem possible for a long time due to, the card availability issues and just sort of all of the above that go along with Legacy. And I remember that being a really special moment. So that's how I feel anytime I get to see Legacy on camera, especially when we get to see, such talented players as this here in Chicagoland at our 10K NRG series. I mean, there's a lot on the line with these players getting to play what is, in many cases, their favorite format, right? Much like you, the Legacy player in each team trio event is usually the Legacy expert, the Legacy lover who has their deck foiled out over many years, right? Like people who love Legacy truly love it. And that's what makes it so fun to watch.
But we didn't abandon you Modern players. We can take a quick look. Of course, this is a Legacy event. This is one of our only Legacy events on Season 1. And we have plenty of Modern for you, Corbin, just for you and nobody else on the rest of our Season 1 here. I want to go over those events as these players are shuffling up. I love the signing very openly the no there from Hafner. I love to see that. Anyways, there you go. You can see the breakdown. We are here right now in Chicagoland. We saw our 10K Modern Showdown yesterday, provided you were there, which of course you were. You wouldn't miss that. And you're watching the top 8 of our Team Trios trial right now. That is what's going on right this moment. Then in March, you can see March 15th, 16th, we'll be in Madison, Wisconsin. So those of you watching at home, make sure you make it out to that for a 10K Standard Showdown and a 5K Pioneer Trial. And then Corbin's favorite, we're back to Chicagoland for a Modern Showdown, 10K Modern Showdown, May 10th and 11th. We're going to get him out. He's going to battle. He's going to win it all, and he's going to be in our champs. And then, of course, there'll be a 5K Standard Trial for him to win afterwards as well on that Sunday. And then the capstone of Season 1, we have our double showdown weekend in Indianapolis, June 28th and 29th, a 10K Standard Showdown, followed by a $10,000 team sealed showdown. So that, That's going to qualify 4 players for our NRG champs at the end of the weekend. Of course, an entire team with limited as the primary format and a standard player as well. $20,000 weekend. It's going to be a really special event and one. I actually like the city of Indianapolis quite a bit, so I'm excited about that. And so I think we're going to start on Legacy. It sounds like there's some judge stuff going on. We'll get some updates on that, but I think we're actually going to start on standard on this event. So because they're just going to be getting started here a little bit faster.
This is as classic as it gets here for standard, right? Gruul aggro, sort of the de facto best deck of the format. Not in that it wins every event, but in that if you were to not take Gruul into account, you would lose to Gruul almost every time with every deck. That's why it's just sort of the level 1 of the format that's incredibly powerful. And if you learn to play it well, it can beat no matter what anyone's trying to do to beat it. It can just go over it. That's why it's been so good. Against, on the other side, Dimir Control by Chris Ward. Is we've seen Dimir go through sort of the Dimir Demons stages where it was very demon focused at the World Championship to when it was more like the Flash kind of deck only. And it just through these iterations, just sort of your generic base blue-black Dimir Control deck has stayed very good throughout the standard format. So this is
Corbin. I don't want to take too much of the wind out of your sails here, but if you remember earlier when Phil was talking about a deck that contained the cards Doomsday Excruciator and Jace the Perfected Mind, there's some of that going on here. I don't know if it's supposed to be Jace the Perfected Mind or Jace Wielder of Mysteries. That's something that I'm not clear on.
Oh, I spotted one in Chris's hand there, though. So
yeah, that is Jace the Perfected Mind. Okay, yes, I assumed it was going to be like a Doomsday into win with, but Jace Wielder Mysteries isn't legal. So what is the combo here? Mine's in Phyrexian. I can't read it.
Well, I believe you can mill with it, right? So if you make each player exile their deck and then you mill,
you can exile your opponent's deck. Okay,
yeah. So this is your blue-black standard deck that has turned towards this combo. So I guess we are maybe not necessarily demon focused again, but demons are appearing.
No, creatures are demons, that's the demon deck to me.
I guess
look at Jace the Perfected Mind.
But yeah, I mean,
that one in English.
You take the base of the blue black cards in standard, you can really put it into a lot of different shells to combat most things in the format. So we'll see how this particular list that Chris is playing is set up against Gruul aggro, goes and plays Jace, and I believe that will take away some power from the attacker on the next turn.
Yeah, I can kind of fog a creature that we just got to look at that. The uptick until next turn up to 1 target creature gets -3, -0. Oh, there you go. It's back again. Let's go. So we're going to go ahead and fog down that creature there on the other side of the battlefield. And then, of course, like you just mentioned, the -2 does mill 3 cards. And then, of course, a Grave's not going to have 20 more cards because it exiles the cards.
Right.
So you don't end up drawing 3. So that does reset the asymmetry of the Doomsday effect from Doomsday Excruciator and will ultimately let you win the game by milling.
Yeah, -X, you can just mill somebody out. It's how we've typically seen Jace used. Yeah, and some of these, like in other formats, you see it as played often as the win condition to Kethis decks these days, because you can mill yourself with it to set up your Kethis and then mill other people to win the game. So yeah, I'm actually somewhat familiar with Jace combos for milling people out. It's a fun card. It's nice to see it make its way into this particular standard list here. And hey, it did a good job fogging that creature. Now a couple mice staring it down is going to make this combat a lot more interesting.
Yeah, so we got Emberheart Challenger on the other side of the field. That was the one that was go ahead and got -0 last turn. So even with 1 prowess trigger, is not going to be able to battle in and do any damage. So it didn't really do a lot there. Although here is Innkeeper's Talent to help the pair of hired claws here maybe get a little bit bigger. Although it takes time to do that, and we are building up to casting the Doomsday Excruciator. And maybe we could get to a spot where that just doesn't matter. So you get a look at the very powerful. You mentioned the talents being a big fixture of standard. That first chapter, big deal. Being able to put a counter target creature you control at the beginning of combat on your turn. Reminds me of Luminarch Aspirate, but it gets to stick around, and it has extra text. That Ward 1 comes up, and then, of course, you can ultimately use the final, the final level, of these classes to be able to really start to get the power toughness going even more with the Innkeeper's Talent. So you can pump even more mana into it as, oh, boy, what is this?
I was going to say, the way this game was going, he had to have something big because he just passed and then didn't respond when the talent gave everything Ward. So you had to expect some kind of big spell here. Oh, gosh, and I don't recognize.
Yes, Devious Cover-Up. So additional cost to this one, you may collect evidence 6. We'll get this up on screen here. Destroys all creatures. That's the important part. If evidence was collected, you exile a card from an opponent's graveyard, and then you can surgically extract it from the rest of their deck. So, like you mentioned, not responding to the ward makes a lot of sense if you have a sweeper and 3 creatures hit the bin, burst lightning. The follow-up, not that good. And Jace at 6, I mean, looks to be in control here, does Chris Ward.
Yeah, the burst lightning to the face, not to the planeswalker. I guess it makes sense if the follow-up is going to be Screaming Nemesis. Now, most of the removal that will come out of Chris is just going to kill it, not deal damage to it. So you're unlikely to get the trigger off that Screaming Nemesis.
We got a reader. Doomsday Excruciator is in play.
And that's the combo, right? Jace survived long enough to just be in play for Doomsday Excruciator, hit the field. That will remove all but the top 6 cards of each player's library. And then you just fire up your
Jason 6, yeah, -6, bill you out. There you go, done. That's game 1. So let's pop over to Legacy. I guess they're ready to go now. Standard's already done with game 1. I've never seen this deck before, and it is incredible. That Doomsday Excruciator Jace combination looks to be getting a lot more than just mono white players, as Gruul aggro going to be felled in game number 1. Chris Ward, the only player finished as Legacy players getting started. Basic Island in the face of the Dimir Tempo deck. Some respect to the Wasteland capabilities. Now, Dimir Tempo deck just took a hit. No more Psychic Frog allowed. They are a 4 Wasteland deck. They are still kind of like a Delver style deck, but no Delver secrets here. Your creature base, including things like Baleful Strix, Orcish Bowmasters, and your one-drop's actually Tameo Inquisitive Students. So a very different look on a tempo deck from the traditional Delver stuff we've seen before. And it's got some surprises in here. A couple Kaidos, main deck, all this Thoughtseize, go for the throat. I mean, all these cards that you don't get to play in your red Delver decks.
Yeah, what a sleeper Kaido has been, right? Almost across formats. That I'm not going to say it wasn't played when it first came out, but look, the first couple weeks at Duskmourn, everyone was enamored with the Overlords, rightly so. But Kaido, over the last, maybe a month or so after Duskmourn come out till now, has just shown up in more and more places, in more and more formats, and more decks, because it's just so difficult to interact with and provides so much value. So really surprising, but also it makes sense at this point to see Kaido make the jump to Legacy.
And here comes a Daze in response to a Brainstorm. Now, that isn't going to counter the Brainstorm, but it is going to nerf the Brainstorm very organically, being able to really make Jesse crack the fetch land, find another basic. But now this Brainstorm doesn't have a fetch land to pair with it. That's usually what you want to see, that kind of perfect Brainstorm, being able to shuffle away the bad cards. Now he has to keep whatever he finds. So it nerfs the power of Brainstorm quite a bit. As we're going to do some fetching here. Is this end step? Might be upkeep. Not clear where we're at in the game right now, but I think we have a mana floating from Daze. So we might be looking to spend 2 mana here, deploy something like a Bowmasters. Sure are. Now we have the option to do that in response to Brainstorm, right? Could have cast that, chose not to. Interesting, meaningful. And we're going to cast it before we change phases with the mana from Daze. And back over to Dan we will go. I think it shows a lot of respect for the power of Brainstorm plus Fetchland and how much weaker it gets if you don't have a fetch to work with. This Undercity Sewers going to re-enter.
I was going to say for the tempo deck for Dan, you weren't exactly tempoing out your opponent, but obviously Bowmasters just does so much work in doing that, just providing 2 bodies, even though it doesn't seem like a big deal. It will cut off plays from your opponent just by virtue of existing. So yeah, this is a very interesting setup for this game and now the Urza Saga, even more so.
And the white removal spells that this Cephalid Breakfast deck really leans on as its interaction, going to be going after the Orcish Bowmasters. Going to take care of it. The Goblin Army, of course, left behind, but much less threatening than the power of Orcish Bowmasters, I think is pretty well known at this point. Deck plays 4 of them. One of them really the only 4 of them. A lot of crazy numbers going on in this Dimir Tempo deck. And we've seen this Cephalid Breakfast deck before. We saw it a little bit earlier. We saw it with really it's the face of the Nadu deck in Legacy, revitalizing an old archetype. And this is what you love to see. When Modern Horizon sets come along, you really want to see new tools for old decks to keep them kind of battling, but in a new way. Urza Saga among the mix, Nadu among the mix, and I think that's obviously been a big resurgence of Cephalid Breakfast for that reason. Really one of the best decks in Legacy at this point. And the Dimir Tempo deck just took a big hit. So this is actually a pretty big call from Dan Krampu as well, assuming I'm saying that correctly. Apologies if not. Just no Psychic Frog means you got to lean on other things, but still got some good cards. Orcish Bowmasters, all the other ones that we've already seen. Shuko, not a good card, but is a combo piece.
Legacy powerhouse Shuko, as you expect to see, played onto an empty board. What do we go get with Stoneforge Mystics? Shukos. Just kidding. Don't need the Stoneforges. Just give me the Shukos, please.
Hey, we got a couple Stoneforges. You get a look at the powerhouse. Uncommon from, I think, Betrayers of Kamigawa?
I believe that is correct. Yeah.
All
Just,
right, all right,
you know, the
cool.
classic legacy play. Your opponent's playing a Brainstorm Underground Sea, and you're going tap my basic planes, play Shuko. But that's just that is in fact a upside to this deck in many ways, not a downside.
Right, it's a combo piece. We talked about it earlier. Cephalid Illusionist gets a trigger whenever you target it, and if you have another creature, you could just equip back and forth. Equip does target, and so you get to target your Illusionist, mill your whole deck, win the game through reanimating a Thassa's Oracle, and it rolls it all up. And so being able to find that, like you mentioned, Stoneforge Mystic actually included in this deck. We have a couple copies, not as common. Sometimes you see it not played.
Right.
But we have a Batterskull here too, so we got a little Stoneforge Mystic package going on with the Shuko.
It's just a little Cephalid breakfast
blade.
Yeah, a little cephalid breakfast blade. Yeah,
there you go. Exactly, breakfast blade. As here's a Cavern of Souls. Oh, one of in the deck cannot name Teferi Time Raveler.
I'm not gonna lie, Drake, you got there. Breakfast blade is an incredible name in the spirit of Legacy.
I wish I could take credit. I'm sure someone else has said it before me. I'm very confident in that fact. But well, I have no idea who to accredit, so I will not.
Well, Teferi is a big one here. Obviously, this is going to force whatever spell Dan is sitting on. So a big flurry of interaction, I suspect, to come. And I spot a Bowmasters over there, at least, in addition to a Force of Will, a Daze. So a lot to consider here for Dan with Teferi on the stack.
Yeah, and you can look at Teferi. They're very powerful. This was actually originally a rare from War of the Spark, a card that actually was I was low on in spoiler season. Turned out to be very powerful. A lot of players not liking this one. Turning the game, they call it turning it into Hearthstone. You can no longer play on your opponent's turn. I want to play Magic, not Hearthstone. Is a common
and
phrase
static abilities on Planeswalkers are just miserable in practice. You always forget about. Always forget about them.
Especially if they're extremely powerful, which of course Teferi Time Ravelers is, and of course, why not? He cycles too. Also, you can draw a card, interact with the board, does it all as Planeswalkers are wont to do. So here comes Orcish Bowmasters #2, which is going to grow the Orc army and deal a point of damage.
Wow.
And we're wasting no time. Get that out of here.
All right, no Teferi, no Bowmasters. No one gets anything. Shuko versus army.
I think I'll take the side of the army in that one-on-one. I think there's...
Yeah, I mean, I guess Jesse's down to 12. It's now it's a 2-power clock now.
And a bunch of Murktides is the backup. That's a great follow-up. If we're going to be using Swords to Plowshares on Orcish Bowmasters, well, you can't really catch the Murktide Regents with any of the other removal. Like we've seen Prismatic Endings and stuff of that nature be played as well. That doesn't really work against the Murktide Regent. So the Murktide Regent follow-up after you just saw a bunch of Swords to Plowshares used is a great one because it's going to threaten in this game very quickly. With Jesse already down to 10, that Murktide already a 6/6 can grow with a second Murktide as well.
We've seen Cephalid Breakfast combo out of nowhere before. That's probably what we're going to need. Is that a third sword?
Oh my God. Well, I was just saying, it feels like if he has two, he probably doesn't have a third. Well, egg on my face. He does, in fact, have the third Swords to Plowshares.
Okay.
Well, that's been a lot of interaction.
Jesse's burned through a lot of cards here, and they haven't been combo cards. Here in game one, they've been, obviously Shuko, but they've just been sort of filler cards, right? We've seen Brainstorm, Removal. We've seen Teferi. Something's hiding out in his deck here, and let's see what those last couple of cards in hand are going to get him towards. This has been a fascinating game to watch play out, and here we go, a Cephalid.
Well, Cephalid Illusionist isn't actually that great here, right? You can equip once, get Blood Mill 3 trigger, and if you hit Narcomoeba, then you can combo. But we actually have a response.
Well, I guess you can bait out Removal.
Fatal Push.
Fatal Push, yep, all right.
Which will trigger it again, so that's 2 mills. Yeah, I was about to say, you could combo if you hit a Narcomoeba, but if you don't, it doesn't do anything. And so, yeah, we went ahead and Fatal Push that. I think the last card in hand's a Tundra, and I really want to highlight how smart the dazing of that Brainstorm earlier in the game was. Right. Jesse's hand was good here, right? The 3 Swords to Plowshares all found targets.
Yeah.
But it's not great, and he has some leftovers he doesn't want. Imagine how different that is if he got to have a perfect Brainstorm earlier, fetch away the bad cards, and not have to redraw them. And maybe that Tundra in hand is one of them, right? Doesn't really want 5 lands that badly.
Yeah, I do think it's possible they missed the mill there, assuming we are, correctly reading Illusionist. There should have been 2 triggers.
Required?
Yeah, that's to say. I don't know. So, but.
Oh, yeah. How about that? Becomes the target of a spell or ability, mill 3 cards. So I assume he went to equip Shuko, and then Fatal Push would trigger it again. Yeah, should have milled 3 more cards. I mean, it's not like he has any information. It's 3 random cards.
Well, I guess
if anything, it might be good for him, right? Because there's a Narcomoeba he
well,
can
that's
hit.
to say, hitting Narcomoebas is quite relevant here. So, but regardless, here we go. Moving into another turn. Jesse down to either 6 or 8 life here, depending on whether we get there. And okay, we've got the
combo piece. No heads in core. Equipped to Shuko versus. Well, we can trade the Orc Army. We have a 2/1 now.
Yeah, and I guess the Murktide is not, as big as it could be. We'll see what happens here. Last card is a Baleful Strix for Dan. That's a redraw.
Okay. And Ponder's a good redraw. That's a good one to find.
And a Fatal Push.
3 spells. Oh. Yeah, that's just lethal. The Fatal Push is just lethal, right?
Yes, Fatal Push, I think, can hit the Encore. And then we figure out how much damage we're at after that. 2.
6. Plus, so Jesse to 2. All right.
Doesn't quite get there, so probably just going to hold it in hand. But now, hey, you have at least a piece of interaction. Although, as we discovered earlier, you can't always beat the combo with instant speed interaction because they can just target repeatedly. Although you can't do that with Shuko. And
another dead draw off the top. And Dan Grapu going to win this game number 1 against the Breakfast Blade style deck. Yeah, I mean, really, like I said, a lot of those dead draws, I mean, you can say, oh, I just got unlucky. But really, I think there's some amount of that. Not all of it, but some amount of that comes from that impact from that early days, making sure that Jesse couldn't really set up. Not a play I think a lot of players would have made. Dan really heads up, played it, and is rewarded with a victory, slogging through all of those sorts of plowshares that were very, very timely. So, yeah, I mean, that's going to finish game number 1. Let's hop back to standard. We got shuffling going on across the board. So maybe we could take a peek in at the modern, which appears to be still in game number 1, if our graphic is to be believed.
Yeah, Boros Energy versus Eldrazi Ramp. That's the face of new modern, too.
They're shuffling, too. Everybody's shuffling.
We'll have to get an update on who picked up that one. But right now, Dan and Chris picking up a game. Their team is looking good, although Bob was able to fight back. Bob Culp on Boros Energy was able to take that first game over Adam Saba. So, okay, here we are. It looks like all 3 games heading into, or all 3 matches, I should say, heading into game 2.
Yeah, nice little lining that up. And of course, Dan and his team, we got to see Chris and Dan both win their game 1s. And at this point, well, I mean, take a look at Cyborg here real quick at the standard side of things. I don't know how much hate, if you could even call it that, was packed here for this Doomsday Excruciator Jace combo. I mean, the power of Jace being able to fog down a creature packed up by the black removal that is very well known across the board, and the Dimir mid-range and control style setups seem to be doing a pretty good job at stopping the aggressive force. But can you beat a long game then? I don't know. Let's see. What do we have? Torch the Tower. Questing Druid is another way to try to grind through some black removal spells. Nothing explicitly screams hate for this control matchup to me. And in general, aggro decks are usually pretty good against control decks, but that equation changes when the control decks have a combo they can just win out of nowhere with.
Yeah, absolutely. Because this looks like a pretty good hand here for Donnie, right? We've got lands, we've got a couple creatures. I think we have at least 1 Monstrous Rage. You kind of look like you've got the tools you want, but it definitely adds another angle to things when you're not worried about, you can play your grindy cards and then they can just tap out and kill you like we saw in the last game. So it definitely adds another sort of line to the matchup. And there we go. Inti runs into removal and Jace onto a naked board. How good is this if you're Chris?
Yeah, I mean, this is absurd, right? And this is exactly the sequence I was just talking about. Inti, actually one of the better cards at grinding, right? A way to start getting some card advantage going, increase the pressure, all those things. Immediately dies to Anoint with Affliction, which is obviously a very powerful removal spell, right into Jace. And now the next threat you play is just going to lose 3 points of power. So really, it's kind of effectively an on-board removal spell, although haste does change the equation, as we're going to attack down the Jace with a Screaming Nemesis.
Very much changes. Yeah, well, that's huge. It very much changes the equation because it just poking in that 3 damage means that now, yes, Jace is giving it -3, but Monstrous Rage will give it +2 again, and you can kill Jace if that's the line you decide to go. Maybe that works, maybe it doesn't, but just getting in the damage there is huge. It also opens up this.
Second Screaming Nemesis is definitely going to be good here. Haste creatures really showing their worth. Oh, but we have Tidebinder to do some blocking. Okay, Tishana's Tidebinder coming down. That one threatens to block, and now... is there any tricks we want to use is the question for Donnie Wise. Looks like the answer is yes. It's Monstrous Rage. Going to trample through.
Love a good Tidebinder, although this was a big turn here for Donnie, though. This was not exactly the way you want things to go if you were trying to protect that Jace to lead up to a win. Now, I spotted a cut down, so we're back to sort of a normal game plan of removing the creatures, but with Jace off the board, the combo threat is gone.
Yeah, that's the big thing, right? Is the having a planeswalker and removing creatures is very different from having nothing else going on and just removing creatures, because I mean, really, it's just your top decks versus theirs, and you have to line your removal up versus their threats. Harder to do, especially when you have Innkeeper's Talent here being added to the board. I see Questing Druid in hand. I mean, this has just been a great follow-up to what was kind of a problematic early sequence. The Inflection on Jace was good, but Donnie did a great job having those Screaming Nemesis answers dialed up, did a good job sequencing his pump spells and things like that. And now the Innkeeper's Talent going to do a good job getting this game over with very quickly, as here comes the Shark.
Wow. Okay.
None.
Block the Screaming Nemesis, sure.
Look at
the 4/4. It'll of course win the combat, but that it will create a Screaming Nemesis trigger, which it looks like is used. Well, it just traded with the Nemesis, right? Because of that roll. So
it also has Death Touch. Yeah, it's a 4/4 blue and black shark with Death Touch. So it doesn't even matter how big it is. It's going to trade. But yeah, there you go.
Well, I was trying to figure out if it was going to live past the Nemesis there, but no, the Nemesis takes it out, and that means the trigger from the Nemesis gets the point back at Chris's face as well. So big, big turn there for Donnie.
Now a little bit of conversation about the Druid. Okay, and now we're resolving Seek the Beast. 2 lands, not really what Donnie needs, but I mean, what Donnie already has going on is quite good. And down a land goes Chris Ward, found a Demolition Field, but the game is about the permanents in play that are non-lands for the most part.
Yeah, a couple more land drops access to for Donnie. See him hit one there. What's the follow-up, though? Because this has been an extremely well played, and having the right cards in the right moments from Donnie here to get over the hump of that early start. But can he close it out? Because we are talking about a Dimir control deck with a grip of cards, at least one removal spell in hand for Chris, although I think it might be a cut down that actually can't hit the Screaming Nemesis. But can Donnie find a way to close this out before Chris can turn the corner?
Well, it looked like he was in good shape to do it. I mean, Innkeeper's Talent still in play would lead you to believe the answer is yes. You can add Questing Druid to the mix as well. But what we saw game 1 was that devious cover-up, very timely from Chris, and really flipped the script for what was going on. But even at that time, he already had a Jason play, and that's really what allowed him to slam the door in the game after the fact. Right now, even a devious cover-up begins to fix the problems, but doesn't fix all of them.
Yeah, I think... There we go. There's the cut down. That does find a target. Deadly cover up is that's a really good board wipe. That's what I was going to say though. The Screaming Nemesis play around that very well as well, right? You wipe the board with your deadly cover up, and then Screaming Nemesis just screams on in there. It's just done so much work in this one for Donnie, and that's a handshake.
A handshake. Was that game 3?
I think we might have. I'll be honest with you. I think that game 1, we saw him flash a Excruciator. I think it's possible he was flashing an Excruciator while scooping his cards, because he also was on the play that game, Chris was. So it was either a game 3 and we missed something, or we missed something in that first game.
Well, either way, the graphic is updated. We'll get an update if that match actually is in fact over, or it could just be a game 2 handshake. Maybe some friendly
game 2 handshake. I'm not sure.
But let's come back to Legacy here. Take a look at their game 2.
Yeah, someone asked in chat too. Chris was on the play for that one, so maybe we just missed something. Regardless, they're headed. Yeah, okay. Donnie takes that one 2-1.
Okay, so they actually just went so fast they finished game 2 before we even realized it. That's insane.
Fair enough.
Okay, well, that changes the landscape here quite a bit. I mean, Bob Colt potentially 1 game away from winning this. Of course, if he does win a second game over Adam Saba on the Eldrazi ramp side of things. But of course, the hope to battle back here. You need a 2-0 from Adam Saba, and Dan Krapu's got to win another one. And the legacy players are shuffling up for their game number 2. We're going to get to see, some quick Magic being played here. Normally, I don't want to jinx anything here, so knock on wood ahead of time. Normally, when I play team events, Magic kind of goes slow. There's a lot of conversation. There's a lot of, hey, what should I do? Try to keep this hand, like all that kind of stuff. These teams, I tell you what, they're professional. They get in their lane, like, don't bother me. I'm going to be blading. And I like that. I like that style of team Magic. When I play team events, I'm like, all right, I'll ask you if I need help. Otherwise, don't talk to me. I'm going to figure this out.
Yeah, too many cooks in the kitchen, as they say, right? It can really mess up team play. Usually you set your best player in the middle and you ask them to help when you need help. Other than that, it's my experience is the same. You want to let people lock in, do their thing. You're playing a team event with them because you trust them to be good Magic players, right? At least in theory. So, yeah, you let them do their thing and you help each other when you need it. When you face a particularly tough decision you want some outside help on. A lot of decisions when you're playing a Ponder deck in Legacy, and this decision is a shuffle.
A lot of lands in that mix. I think we had a second land already dialed up, and that was actually an interesting sequence there too. I think we actually had an Undercity Sewer in hand, so we had the option to surveil on turn 1, or if we wanted to go ahead and cast our Ponder. It's not necessarily clear to me which one you want to lead off on more often than not, but I think being able to cast your Ponder, really start to cash that in for a more meaningful card, and then maybe even later you can just like shuffle away the Undercity Sewer if you don't want it. Whatever, however things play out. You just want to resolve your more powerful effect first. I like it. I think that's where I would ultimately land, although I would be, if somebody told me I was completely wrong, I don't know that I would put up much of a fight. But I think it's an interesting decision that's kind of could be worth highlighting as something that matters down the line, as Jesse Hepner on the other side is going to choose to surveil.
Well, I think it's a good point too, especially like, he knows the matchup, right? You're in the top 8, you know what your opponent's playing, you know what cards to be worried about, you know exactly what you're looking for and when you want it. So it makes a lot of sense and under that mindset, right? If you know what you're looking for, just go get
it. just have it. It reminds me, back in the day, were you around when you got made fun of for putting Ponder in your deck? It's like, why would you put this in your deck? Just
a blank draw.
Just put the cards that you want. Why would you do this? And people don't believe us. Back in the day, Lorwyn. It's like, you're playing with Ponder? Like, what is
it was just a silly, and the original Ponder was just like a silly little merfolk themed card in Lorwyn. It didn't, it was not, when it was printed, it was not expected to be a Legacy staple for all of eternity. It just kind of snuck on in there.
And indeed, it is a staple. And here comes the second one. Also a Nihil Spellbomb, a card coming out of the sideboard. Got 2 copies in the sideboard, does Dan. And obviously we have a graveyard combo deck. Makes a lot of sense that you'd want a Nihil Spellbomb, but it can be awkward because the Illusionist combo happens in chunks.
Yeah.
So there's a chance that on the last mill, you hit both the Dread Return and the Thassa's Oracle, and then your Nihil Spellbomb kind of can be awkward. Although I think it does still work because you can catch the Dread Return on the stack targeting the Thassa's Oracle. That can get weird. But if it's in hand, whatever. You can just build a whole library and your Thassa's Oracle's in hand, you cast that out of hand. Things can get weird. It doesn't always work, but it cycles. So you might as well bring it.
Well, and there's also weird things too, right? Because the Narcomoebas would come into play, I believe, 1 at a time and trigger. So it doesn't, it's not quite as simple as flipping my graveyard, okay, pop my Spellbomb. There's slightly more interplay to it than that, but it's absolutely a piece that you want here against the deck. And that is why we might see some of these secondary game plans sort of come up out of Jesse's deck here. And here we go. We're tapping out for a 3-drop.
That's a Cryptic Coat? That's my guess. Yeah, we got 1 Cryptic Coat this time. I was looking for that. I figured it'd be the main deck, but you're a Stoneforge Mystic deck. No, this one's out of the sideboard. So we're going to go ahead. Oh, here we go.
This is where you want it.
From Murders at Karlov Manor. We're going to Cloak. Top card there. Played this card a little bit Vintage Cube. Kind of makes it like a little True Name Nemesis. +1/+0, so that's a 3/2. Can't be blocked. And you can pay 1 in a blue and return it to your hand. Kind of like the Batterskull trick. Bring it back, reset it, get another creature. Very powerful grinding option.
And Ward 2, certainly not irrelevant. Little cloak ability coming in here. Makes things a little more difficult. There's a Wasteland.
Yeah, Hefner obviously having the cost of fetching a Surveil land is that they can be wastelanded. Jesse's done a good job fetching basics with the rest of the fetch lands, but for if you want the selection, you got to expose yourself to wasteland. So did so, but got to cast the 3-drop prior, and that's pretty good spot to be. As here comes Orcish Bowmaster. Maybe not. Brainstorm in response. At least get that out of the hand. Don't want to get that caught after Bowmaster resolves. That's no good.
Yeah, all right. Very interesting back and forth here. I feel like if you're Dan, you've got what you want here, right? You've now deployed a Bowmaster. You've got your spell bomb for some interaction up. You've put up some pieces. You just got to worry about this clock in the air. Meanwhile, if you're Jesse, you've got a lot of what could be bad draws against and you're just trying to find your way out. So the real question is, Jesse, is if you end up committing trying to find a combo line here, or if you get if you're just going to be all in on this cloak, right? And sort of the fair game plan, and we're going to swords away the Bowmasters.
Jesse has wasted no time. I don't even know if the trigger resolved yet. He wastes no time. Starts to plowshare these Bowmasters. Absolutely not, says Jesse Hefner. And notably, Dan Kerper has been very patient with a Force of Will in hand.
He sure is.
Very clearly respecting the combo, I think. A lot of problematic things have happened. Been very patient, saying, hey, like life totals are still high. I have a lot of time. I don't want to die to the combo, even though I have the Hell Spellbomb. I know that may not be good enough. Not choosing to fire off the Force yet. Also has a Murktide Regent as a follow-up threat. So, like you said, a lot of things coming up Dan's way here. I don't know that you could really be in a better spot.
Yeah, and his team needs it, right? Remember, over in that first table in Standard, Donnie Wise defeated Chris Ward 2-1, Gruul versus Demir, which means his team only needs one more win to advance to the top 4 here at the 10K Team Trios Trial in Chicagoland NRG Championship Series. This is a huge Legacy match. We've loved getting to watch Legacy throughout the day, and this is peak Legacy gameplay right now. We're throwing around Force of Wills and Swords to Plowshares and Wastelands and Cryptic Coats, but hey, this is peak Legacy gameplay.
It is peak Legacy gameplay. Prismatic Ending going after the Orcish army. So a little respect to the ability to race there, I think, from Jesse, and of course, still kind of stuck on the 2 lands, did get wastelanded. This low resource game plan, part of what Dimir Tempo style decks are trying to do. Kind of the classic Delver strategy, get everybody low on resources, and my spells are cheaper than yours, so I'm going to win the battle if that's the case. Tamio pick up a nice pickup as well. I mean, really, the Cryptic Coat's really the only problem right now for Dan. Everything else really coming up his way.
Yeah, a lot of removal spells coming out of Jesse. We've seen actually throughout the day with the Swords of Plowshares. Now I believe that's a Prismatic Ending that comes in, and it's just kind of a stream of just threatening enough threats from Dan to demand removal. And Tamio has a very high upside if he can get it going here.
Yeah, now I wonder how much, if we knew there was a Tamio coming, would we have used the Prismatic Ending last turn? Not clear. But
wow.
Yeah, of course we would. I have another Swords to Plowshares. Jesse very good at drawing the white removal spells. I'll say that.
Oh, and a Ponder follow-up. This is just, it feels like Jesse is constantly on just 1 or 2 cards in hand, but they usually seem to be pretty good cards. Now, that said, all the removal in the world didn't work out for him in the first game, but that said, this position looks a little different here. I mean, the Cryptic Coat's not the biggest threat ever, but Dan is down to 12. Dan is running low on cards. If you're able to pick off that Tamio, you might assume that he's not just sitting on everything he could want. So yeah, I mean, if you're Jesse, you feel like you got a good shot where you're at right now. Although shuffling off the Ponder, just take a random one off the top.
Yeah, take a random card. Oh, here we go. We're going to special cut. Yeah, basically the same kind of script as game 1. A lot of white removal spells, but I have to say, I think the equipment diff going to be a big deal here. Shuko, much worse than Cryptic Coat if you only have an equipment on play. I know which one I'd rather have.
That's right, yeah.
Well, here's Ponder number 3 for Dan, and this one actually matters a lot more for just the selection. Also, that Murktide Regent that we know is still in hand. Some Brainstorms can help with that as well. I believe we have a Pluto Delta to even be a perfect Brainstorm. So this is a nice Ponder. Can't imagine shuffling this one from the spot. Who knows? Maybe Dan wants to try to get the pressure started a little faster. Or wants to find an answer to Cryptic Coat. I mean, maybe he just feels the pressure from the Cryptic Coat beatdowns.
Yeah, if you're able to answer, I guess if you were able to answer the creature, the cryptic code is attached to it. It is pretty time consuming and mana consuming for Jesse to pick it up and replay it. So it would buy you a ton of time. Looks like he did opt to keep them and drew a brainstorm. And now we're going to cast the brainstorm. Now this is actually peak legacy gameplay. Cantrip and
cantrip into cantrip. Talk to me. I love it. Absolutely love it. And it's nice too when you cantrip into cantrip because the cantrip goes faster the second time because you know the cards you're drawing.
It's true. You know exactly what's coming off that brainstorm. That's for sure. We'll see if he has the fetch here. I don't.
That's a Polluted Delta, right? The untapped thing there. I think that's the new art Polluted Delta from the.
Oh, great! Yes, he's got one in play already. So his hand is push. It looked like. Okay, so he's gonna have. The fatal push won't be able to pay the ward this turn, but that is an answer to the next creature coming from Jesse, or I suppose the cryptic code creature eventually.
Well, yeah, I mean, he can't recast cryptic code. He can pick it up, but it costs 3 mana to recast. So you can even just do that, or we could go this direction, like I said, and just Murktide win the race. I mean, this is a big Murktide, and I mean, golly, what are you supposed to do if Jesse has another white removal spell? But he doesn't. He has Force of Will instead.
Well,
now
he
is the time to R-Force?
Dan did a great job playing out all of his other threats before that Murktide, trying to hold it, trying to get all the removal spells out of Jesse. And you did, but Force of Will coming through very clutch there. But I am pretty confident Jesse is now down to just a single card in hand.
Right, just a single card. The Force of Will, finally, the trigger's pulled on that. Dan really valuing trying to flip the script, win the race, and the 7/7 Murktide is a great way to do just that. As here's a big brainstorm here from Jesse. No Bowmasters to punish that one. If he can find some white cards, he's in good shape. Unfortunately, pretty far away from comboing still. And not a lot of time with a Murktide on the other side of the field. And Hill Spellbomb still presenting an issue. Oh, but we found his swords. No problem.
Well, back and forth we go. Cryptic Coat Beatdown is live again.
8 more life. It's got a lot more work to do. Thanks to Swords to Plowshare.
That's true.
Up to 14 goes Dan. Oh, this Cryptic Coat's going to have done like 30 damage. By
well,
the
this is wild because I believe that Donnie is on no cards in hand. It's Force of Will Fatal Push for Dan plus the Spell Bomb. And now we're going to read what Cloak does.
The nod of the head. Okay, so if I kill this, you just pick it up and replay it. Great. Well, that actually works. You can Fatal Push, pay the ward, and then you can try to like play land number 5 and hard cast Force of Will on the way back down.
That's true. It's well, look, it buys you so much time.
Well,
you're gonna need it.
Is it time to cycle the Spell Bomb? That's what I would want to think
it could
right
be.
Now.
It very much feels like that's the part of the game we might be at, but he's gonna go ahead and say, all right, I've got at least one more turn to try to hold off on it. Land.
There's land number 5. All right, so that counters the Cryptic Code on the way back down. That's what he needed, actually, to hard cast this Force.
That was huge.
Oh, yeah, here we go. 5 mana cancel. Just the most powerful format in Magic doing what it does. Playing 5 mana for cancel.
What a fun sequence everything in this game has been, right? Just back and forth, 2 players who know what they're doing. They're doing it very well, just ripping some straight fire off the top of the deck to answer each other's creatures. And now both players just essentially on nothing.
Yeah, top deck war. Let's see what Dan finds in the top deck. Oh, the rub on the mat. I love it. Oh, land's no good. Do we have another Undercity Sewers to find? Nope, only one in the deck. I don't think we want to play that, and he does not. Over to Jesse. Okay. That's a good one. Nadu. Okay. What do we have to answer? Oh, Brainstorm. Perfect.
Fetch land in hand. So this is huge for Dan here. Baleful Strix, plus Fatal Push, Fatal Push.
We both answer this, right? Yeah, we got a lot of answers.
So what do you do here? You can put something back, keep the Baleful Strix, draw it with the Baleful Strix, fetch if you want. But just
we can turn on Revolt with the Spell Bomb and keep all of it if we want. Yeah, it looks like that's actually what we're going to do. So yeah, you can crack the Spell Bomb. That turns on Revolt. Then you can draw a card. And now you have Revolt, so you can Fatal Push the Nadu. That will actually trigger the Nadu, kind of doing as it's supposed to do. Found a land.
Oh, there you go. Okay.
We got any Surveil lands left for Jesse? I don't think so. One Hedge Maze. He's checking that now, I think. The Hedge Maze was wastelanded earlier in this game.
There you go. You use the Baleful Strix to draw your fetch, and you have it up. This is really well done by Dan here, trying to set himself up. But a Ponder for
nice draw. Back and forth. This top deck war is crazy.
Yeah, dude.
This is real good.
This has been wild. Both players just coming up with cards out of nowhere, thanks to these incredibly powerful legacy cantrips. Now, Jesse is pretty deep in the tank, but you know what? He chooses to keep these with Ponder, and it's a Stoneforge.
Okay, and that shuffles. Oh, the cute. He found the batter skull, so he gets to take that from the top, put it right in his hand. I love it.
Oh,
eat
man.
that up.
No cephalids this time. May interest you in some Stoneblade, though.
It's time for the blade. You mess with the cephalid, you get the blade. And not really a blade anymore. No swords. It's just
no swords. No
swords.
swords.
It's more of a siege weapon than anything.
No.
Really.
Well, to be fair, there are swords in his deck.
Okay, that's fair. Are there?
To plowshares. To plowshares.
Oh, come on. That's not a sword. Get out of here. Wasteland, your white source. Kill the Stoneforge. Attack for 1. Beatdowns. So now Batterskull can't be cast. Now it can be cast, assuming we have targets for these. A lot of Wastelands flying around.
True.
I can't imagine we're out of fetch targets yet.
No, he is. He's summoned through the deck checking, though.
Okay, yeah, we got 2 Tundras. And here comes 5 mana Batterskull. Oh, yeah. This is a cube match.
That is an absolute bomb on this board.
Absolutely. I mean, it doesn't work. Oh, here we go. We're going to look at it. We've seen this one before. 5 mana artifact, a mythic from New Phyrexia. Heard of that? Living weapon, makes a germ when it enters. Gives +4/+4 vigilance and lifelink. And it's even better with Umezawa's Jitte. You can pay 3 to return it to hand, give it some little bit of some removal spell dodging abilities. But now,
it connects. I mean, the nice thing about the Baleful Strix is it'll eat the token, and it will continue to buy you more time for him to pick up the Batterskull and replay the Batterskull. But now there's also counters on the Jit. I think this is Jesse working towards a fair victory here, but still, I guess, a long way to go.
Yeah, pick up the Batterskull. I mean, the Jitte counters are going to matter a lot, right? Like, pick up the Batterskull, even if this gets countered or whatever, which it will. We see 2 Force of Wills. Those are 5 mana cancels. We're about to pay full retail on like 3 of your 4 forces in your deck. Ooh, Stoneforge is a nice pickup. Because now you can get the Batterskull in uncounterably if you wait a turn. And if it doesn't get countered... Or if it does get countered, then you maybe have cleared the way for Batterskull in the following turn.
Yeah, or if all right, here we go. Hard pass Force of Will number 2 this game.
Any follow-up for Jesse? Don't really need one. I mean, Batterskull in the following turn should be good in his eyes, although we do know about another Force of Will hard cast that can happen. So does Dan. Yeah, back we go. What is this match? This is crazy. Here comes Batterskull. Here comes another Force.
15 mana has been paid for Force of Wills these games.
Uncommon number for sure. And do we have another follow-up? No, it's in core. That's a big one. That's a creature you can strap that Jit to.
Yes. Snuff out in hand, Tameo in hand, Bowmaster's in hand for Dan. We're not done here yet, though.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, that can actually pick off the Nomads right away, and then we can pick off. Oh,
okay,
get him out of here!
Trade it all off.
I love how Jesse just doesn't even let the Bowmasters stick around for a moment.
Tameo into swords instantly onto the next turn.
What is happening?
Speed legacy even. Wasteland I think that's a cavern maybe. What Wasteland your land.
Gosh. Okay, the top deck war continues. Wasteland your cavern. No uncounterable stuff for you.
Okay.
I don't even know what that was naming.
What threats do we have left? Oh, another
Nomads. Equip Jit. Here we go. Spellbomb. Okay, that's a redraw. And we have Snuff out to answer the Nomads, so we're still in top deck mode that we know. You pay full retail for your Snuff out, too. Full retail everything.
Yeah, and you'll need to with that Jit threatening to pick up counters. But here we go. Big ponder for Jesse. What a great legacy match.
Yeah, this game has been awesome. And really, I mean, I think kind of showcases exactly what is so fun about Legacy. You know, when everybody's super, I guess no one is. You just go back and forth until the dust settles.
And they've been on, and it's not like in Standard you can go back and forth, right? But it's because you have a billion options of things to do. And it's not that you don't in Legacy, but you're always on just 1 or 2 cards, 1 or 2 mana. And it's always just so tight and satisfying to watch play out.
4 mana Snuff out.
No free spells, man. No free spells in this one.
Teferi's a good follow-up. Just uptick and pass the turn. Bouncing the spell bomb doesn't really go your way. You don't really need the card quite yet. You'd rather bounce like a big threat like a Murktide or something if that were to come down.
Yeah, and Dan's got to be, I don't know about necessarily running out of threats. It doesn't take much, but maybe a Bowmaster sometimes in the game. But the number of threats is certainly getting much lower in each deck. And right now that Jit just looks, I mean, I don't know about dominating because it has no counters, but it's just such an ever-present threat just by existing on the board.
Here comes a Ponder follow-up. Good follow-up. These Ponders off the top have been timely. Looks like a pretty bad Ponder. Fatal Push and some lands, I think. Yeah, very thin deck for Dan left.
Yeah, there just can't be a lot of gas left in there.
True. And again, I mean, maybe this is where you start to feel the pain of the Psychic Frog ban, right? It's like the Frog would be great. Just don't have
Frog
it.
would have just obviously at any point blown this game open. Fatal Push off the top. Okay, well, Fatal Push off the top means you can answer a creature. You cannot answer that creature to instant speed due to the fairy, but without haste, it means the Jit still won't connect unless two creatures come down for Jesse. And he does take the draw.
Yeah, willing to take the draw, cash in some loyalty for a draw. Consign a memory, pretty bad. Would love to consign a memory this trigger, I'm sure. Oh, okay.
What do we have left behind with Stoneforge? We've got
Shuko. Yeah, quick perusal of the Exile Zone, Cryptic Coat, and Batterskull among the cards in the Exile Zone. But still got one left. Still got a Shuko and a Vendilion Click. How many years it has been?
No kidding. Full-on Stoneblade here, in fact, is just actually what's happening. This is a blue-white mid-range deck, not a combo deck right now, and it's looking really good for Jesse Hefner here, trying to close it out. Just wants to connect with this Jit. That's what it's all about, and I think he's going to not even connect it. Okay, he's going to just send the attack in.
We're at the point in Magic where Vendilion Click had to be brought up on the screen because people might not know what it is.
Here we go. Here we go.
Nadu Shuko, we've done it. That's a kill and that's a handshake. And I think Jesse Hefner's team has also emerged victorious. I see Bob Culp actually also looks like he won his match. So
they won ages ago, Drake. Done. I didn't want to tell you they won ages ago.
I was so enthralled. I didn't even see. Boo. Well, that was very exciting. And Jesse Hefner, who won that game, I guess his team did ultimately win that match. Good to see Vendilion Click back in action. Jesse Hefner back in action as well. He called it out, Stoneblade. Hefner, someone that's been around, since I was playing SCGs and stuff like that. He was a big Deathblade proponent. He loves his Stoneblade decks. Seeing him play Breakfast made a lot of sense. Also makes a lot of sense that he found a way to get some Stoneblade cards in there as well. So something he's been doing for a very long time. And of course, part of the charm of Legacy is people being able to play their favorite cards for such a long period of time. Now, that match and that game especially took quite a long period of time. So we'll have to get updates on the rest of our top 8 and how the rest of that goes. Of course, you saw Hefner's team win. But either way, we're going to be right back, and we'll come back with our top 4 breakdown for you here in just a moment. Stay glued to your seats. This will not be a long break. All right, we are back here for the semifinals of the 10K team trial here in Chicagoland, part of our first event weekend of our first season of 2025 here on the NRG series. I am Drake Sasser, joined by Corbin Hostler, and you just watched some pretty sweet legacy action, some pretty sweet, of course, standard action as well, with some spicy decks and all that stuff. Let's take a look at the bracket, how things shook out, and of course, this is going to show team captains once again of these teams because there'd be a lot of information to parse otherwise. So we're going to pull up the teams that did win each of their matches and talk a little bit about.
I want to give a shout out to the event photographer here who had 24 humans they had to corral. As someone who's been in that situation many times, A+ work. We had a great turnaround for the top 8.
Yeah, awesome. Extremely quickly done. And oh, here we go. We got it updated by who lost. So I like this actually quite a bit. So you saw, we watched Johnny Wise fell Dan's team. And then, of course, for leaderboard considerations, this is a big one. Grayson Nemitz, our victor from yesterday, felled in the top 8 by Cliff Boyardee, who's advancing to the semifinals. We're going to get to see, I think, some of them later on. We got Mac Endress, another leaderboard player, felling May French. Again, big leaderboard considerations in that match as well. We're going to be watching Mac this round versus Jake Conan and his team, who felled Miguel's team in this round. So you see those 4 are the ones that did advance. Of course, the crossed out names are the eliminated ones. So that a little bit of an updated bracket for you handled. And of course, what these players are playing for, we'll get that pulled up for you in just a moment. I mentioned leaderboard considerations. It starts now. When you're talking about these season-long, these year-long qualification processes, it really is a process. It's a marathon, not a race, is what I was always told. It starts now, and you see these points. First place, 30 points per player. That's 90 points given out to that winning team. That's a lot of points, as well as, of course, $3,000. It's something to think about. You might care about that. Quite a bit of points. Quite a bit of money on the line for these players. It is a 10K team trial. And the second place team gets $1,500 for the record. A little drop off there, but still gets 25 points for their fight as well. And then all of these players here, because we are in the top 4, have locked up $1,100 and 20 points each. So that jump there from 15 to 20, that starts to matter here. When you talk about Grayson losing, he's already in the lead right now from the win, starts to fall behind. And, all these other players get a chance to catch up. Now, yesterday we talked just a moment ago about Grayson Nemitz winning. When he won, that means he's going to get himself an Inkland Customs token. That's something I really want to highlight here. Again, Inkland Customs does great work. You can see all the some showdown winners from last year and last season, of course. And we saw them in our NRG championship as well. Of course, won by Theo Jung on the far right there. All these tokens, you can get them at inklandcustoms.com. You can check them out. Of course, they're given out at these events as well. We use them on camera. They're awesome tokens. They're great. Another trophy to add to the trophy case alongside the actual trophy you get for winning. And Grayson Nemitz is going to have one of those coming his way as well. So a little bit of sweet stuff going on there. And of course, a lot on the line for these players. As I mentioned, that they're playing for, these points matter a lot for the leaderboard players, as well as just a pile of cash. With that, let's get on.
Look, if you'd want a token made if you won an event,
oh yeah,
right? The cash goes, it disappears into a bank account. You go get a nice dinner, you buy food for the car, everything you're supposed to do. But the token lasts forever. And these players are just a few wins away from trying to etch their names into the NRG history books as well, as we head down to the match, starting on Legacy, as we have been doing today. Ben Unger and Tim Hatch, 2 players we've watched before in a Teamer Delver mirror.
Yeah, Teamer Delver. I mean, Delver, we talked about being one of the best decks in Legacy for such a long time and really kind of fell off through kind of the rise of the Dimir decks. You know, we talk about Grief, you talk about Psychic Frog, these incredibly powerful black spells that were added to Legacy. And of course, some of those still around. We've seen Orcish Bowmasters in action and all these, you know, various stuff out and all these crazy black cards that exist in the Legacy format. Well, now with the recent banning of Psychic Frog and Vexing Bauble to some extent, we have moved back over to Delver being one of the best decks. And I'll tell you what, I am a happy man when Delver is one of the best things going on in Legacy. So Delver mirrors, I think, became more rare recently, certainly than they've been in Legacy's history. And now we get to watch some of that action. And one of my favorite staples of it, turn 1, no play, or rather no commit to the board other than a land. We cast Preordained, and then just get wastelanded because you didn't commit to the board. That's something you do a lot of the time if your opponent doesn't play a creature turn 1. You don't want to be wastelanding from behind, but if all they did was cantrip, go ahead and wasteland away. And no permanence as we start turn 2 for Tim Hatch finds a Volcanic Island.
Yeah, that's a great summary of how these early Legacy games can often go. And it does. I mean, that's why one of the reasons why people love Legacy is that the meaningful decisions you make start as not just as early as turn 1, but always on turn 1, right? In Standard, most of the time, it doesn't matter what you do on the first turn. That's not what's going to decide the game. In Legacy, it matters all the time. And here we are. This is not turn 1, despite the 1 land in play for each player. Turn 2, and a halfway there on Delirium, Dragon Rage Channeler in play for Tim. The threats begin.
Absolutely. And this could be a big one here. Finding and having access to a basic island in your Delver deck, big deal. Or just talking about how the Wastelands can really extend to the early game. You can end up in like turn 3, 4, 5, where there's only 1 land to play for both players, from Wastelands, Dazes, and what have you. If you can get a basic, that's a land with some staying power. And you see all the blue cards in Ben Unger's hand. That's really going to mean that he can cast these spells that he has access to, and more blue cards on top as well. But needs a second land, I think, after using that Wasteland. This is really the only land we have access to. It's going to shuffle those spells away.
Yeah, instant shuffle there for Ben makes sense. We'll try to catch a glimpse of the rest of his hand and see how desperately he needs that second land. But he certainly hoped to find one in that top 3. But there we go. Fetch land off the top.
Never didn't have it. And there's the Wasteland. See, this island already mattering. Just drew a Wasteland. Would love to use it. Can't.
Yeah, because how big would it be here, right? If that was, you think, I can fetch, I can get whatever I want. I'm going to go get my Underground Sea. It's a great card. It's worth a lot of money. And then it just gets wasteland and your opponent has a Darcy and you just die wishing you had a basic island that you could have found on the floor of the convention center, you know? So nice play there by Ben.
Well, much nicer island than what you would, I think, find on the floor of the convention center on average. But yeah, I mean, very heads up play there from Ben Unger and getting rewarded literally immediately as we got some surveil action before the brainstorm. We already have a fetch land dialed up to the perfect brainstorm. Has access to multiple forces. Unger not interested in fighting over this. And usually you don't see brainstorms fought over too commonly, but it's not impossible. I've seen it done. Some brainstorms matter more than others. This one, you're not too far behind, and you're not, or rather, I guess, far enough ahead that you think brainstorm's the only way back in. You want to be a little more conservative with your forces here.
Yeah, and Ben lets us resolve it, but for Tim, a lot of choices there, right? I saw a Daze in hand, a Force of Will in hand, a Bauble in hand to help you with that, and this will not quite get in there. I think we're still at 3 on the Darcy, so we'll see what he follows this up with, but yeah, I mean, this is a really big turn, even though he's only going to end up spending 2 mana at the end of it. A lot is happening right now. And what counterspells he chooses to prioritize passing the turn is also going to be key. Like both players sitting on free counter magic on 1 mana threats. It's all just about the mana advantage right now, which, as small as it is, has been Tim spending more mana than Ben.
Matters a ton. I mean, I really think in all else equal, a lot of Delver mirrors do come down to the play draw. This is kind of a true tempo mirror. Play draw matters a lot as Delver is added to the mix. And I think we have a Bauble to turn on the Darcy now. There it goes.
Yeah, no, that's even bigger there for Tim because now the beatdown begins as well. And if you're Ben, now I don't even see removal in the hand. So we have to
force negationing this? Force negationing a Bauble to get him off Delirium.
It exiles it. How relevant.
That's
the
so
force
sick.
of negation play that Force of Will cannot do. It exiles it instead of countering it, and that's why it's going to get fought over with a Daze.
Yeah, that's awesome. I love this. And of course, we know that Tim chose to leave the card on top with the Surveil, so it's not like it's another artifact or anything. It's clearly a card he wants.
Force it?
So he's not getting any value out of this daze, like the surveil from the daze. So that's actually pretty nice if you're Ben Unger watching this, just kind of not really getting value. Oh, we're fighting again.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's not the brainstorm that matters. It's the Mishra's Bauble that matters.
Mishra's Bauble better than Brainstorm confirmed.
Wow, look at that. Okay,
Exile
Mishra's
goes.
Bauble exiled. Darcy remains a 1-1 after all of that.
I love
it. It's like, now I'll take my life. I'll lower my life total now.
I'll take one. Yeah, thank you.
What a turn.
A lot of cards at graveyard now for Ben Unger. Drew a Wasteland. Yeah, here's a spot where Wastelanding is kind of awkward, especially when you have a green and a red spell in your hand. You really want to be Flood Stranding here. This island has a cost.
What is that top card? Oh, is that a Seek the Beast? A Questing Druid?
Yeah, it's Questing Druid. Or Seek the Beast. You know, could cast either side, obviously. Now, we know this Delver's going to flip, right? He was very adamant about keeping that top card where it is. Then it's a Lightning Bolt.
Yeah, he's clearly on the full beatdown plan here. Even if it's just 1 at a time from the Darcy, it's 3 from the Delver, and the Bolt is another 3, and there's another Bolt in hand, and you're just looking at 9, 12, 13 damage really quickly here.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage, and honestly, maybe is even more heads up with the Force of Negation play. Like, you're going to save a lot of damage over time to the Starseed. You mentioned there's no removal in hand for Ben Unger here, so being able to have access to no Delirium, but just a bunch of Lightning Bolts means that, Ben Unger is at a virtually like 10, about to take 4 on top of that at a virtual 6. But, I mean, that Darcy would have done a lot more damage, and not even clear that your
I don't think he would have had time to get back into it if he hadn't fought over the Darcy trigger. Yeah. Not to mention it would have been an additional card.
Yeah, the additional card from the Bauble too. Yeah, all that. Beatdowns. 4 damage. Down to 12, but we know from 2 bolts it's a virtual 6. As here's a Seek the Beast.
Now this is the play for Ben. He worked really hard with that Force of Negation on that Bauble to buy himself the smallest window to play something that did not interact with the board, and this was it. He resolved Seek the Beast. He found a Wasteland and a Brainstorm. I don't think those are necessarily the cards he was looking for off of it, but this was really nicely done just to get to this point on the draw, I believe, against Tim anyway. Yes, he's the 7th seed here. On the draw, when you're sort of back up against the wall in the mirror. Really nice job to get to this point. And we'll see if his deck serves him up what he needs to get out of it. But well played so far.
A nice spot here, but kind of awkward with the way the spells have lined up. You really want to cast this Murktide Regent you drew because you want to be able to block some of these bozos attacking across. But you also want to get the value out of this Wasteland and this Brainstorm, especially the Brainstorm. And you can't play, you want to be able to do it all. You want to be able to do Murktide plus Dragon's Rage Channeler, get some blockers going, all that kind of stuff, and really start to stabilize this board. But you want those cards. You want to be able to catch up on card advantage. You did do a double force play. And even though you were on the draw, so you're already up a card kind of virtually, like I said, you went down 2, and the exchanging resources does matter. Even though this can be a very traditional tempo style mirror, card advantage does matter. Here's the first Lightning Bolt. Pew!
More surveil triggers as well.
Oh, creature found.
Yeah.
That's Delirium. And now Ben might be just, not just dead, because we know we have blockers.
Facing down 9? Yeah, not great.
Yeah, need a blocker. This is a good blocker. Murktide Regent going to be a 6/6. Can't double bolt that because we chose to go face, which I think was right.
Yeah.
But the Dragon's Rage has to attack into this. That starts to make things maybe a little awkward. You can't just posture and try to wait for a better spot. Daze the pickup. Awkward.
All right, 9 life, a virtual 3 for Ben, given that we know about 1 bolt in hand, but that's a very big 3 life right now. And after all the resource trading, exchanging, it is Tim who is just on 1 land in play. All right, bolt.
That Murktide Regent's such a clutch draw, and you're going to bolt face here to get some value out of the Dragon's Rage Channeler before it has to chump attack into this Murktide Regent. And down to 6 goes Ben Unger. This Murktide Regent holding down the 4. It's going to be able to line up a block against the Delver. You, of course, want to block that one because the Dragon's Rage Channeler is going to, you don't get the option to wait. It's going to run face first into the Murktide next turn, which, of course, you want to cut your losses, attack with both. That opens up the ability to block with the non-Dragon's Rage Channeler creature, and then you lose all your creatures over time.
Okay,
it's like a fine pickup too.
Oh wow, 3 life for Ben, but another Wasteland just means 1 permanent for Tim. What a game! Like all.
This is what I'm talking about. The Delver Beers. What turn is this? 5, 4,
yeah.
6? Who knows?
You named it like you said it. There were like 4 lands in play when you said it, and now one player has none. What a game. All right, so another Dragon Rage channeler will hit the board here, but this one from Ben after nope, he instead opts this turn to Lightning Bolt the other one to leave Tim Hatch on a full 0 permanents on turn 6. Okay, why not?
Backup. That's both of the remaining 2 cards. That's going to give a surveil for Tim. But I mean, it's important to note. It's like, oh, why would you bolt? You could just run. Just not attack. Let the Delver run into your Murktide. He wants to get the game over with. While there's no lands in play, you're at 3. You just need to get the game over with as quickly as possible. And if the Dragon's Rage Channeler is on the board, you obviously can't go attacking. So
yeah,
heads up play, got the force, and now great follow up to turn up the clock. 6 beatdown coming across. Down to 10 goes Tim. No permanents in play.
That would have made a full difference in the clock, right? It would have been huge. So because this attack is not lethal, that's why he went for that main phase there. But I don't know. It's got to be like what bolt land for Tim, I guess.
And that bolt, is that enough? We got 6, 9,
days in hand
12.
for Ben.
That's enough with days in hand. Yeah, that's lethal this turn. Ben Unger going to steal this one on the draw. Looks like he was Denzo.
Wow. Finishes it off. What a win. What a nice, very nice back and forth. We knew there would be back and forth with the legacy gameplay especially with the mirror. And that's what we got. That was a great match. So let's head over to the modern table because it looks like while Ben took that match for his team, or that game for his team rather, Phil Silverman on his mono white tokens did the same for the other squad in standard. So let's check in on modern where Mackenzie Indris is playing Teamer Breach against Demir Murktide from Jake Conan, who, I see a lot of islands in play right now with that Harbinger.
Yeah, a lot of non-basic islands going on. The Murktide deck kind of got beat up yesterday in our main event. Now we see Jake Conan making a deep run here with it, and obviously Orcish Bowmasters. Harbinger the Seas, though, I think the card that matters here against these usually 3 to 4 color breach decks. Moxen can solve some of your problems. We do see a Mox Opal, but not going to solve all your problems. The pressure has turned up quite a bit here. We might be watching the end of this game as chump blocks are happening with Eldrazi Spawn.
Very much so. I mean, the Teamer Breach deck is combo deck. It looks like it's going to need to combo to get out of it. Didn't catch the draw there. There's the Mox in hand. That's not getting you very far.
Yeah, it's not red, which is a big problem. It's Thassa's Oracle. Okay, that's another chump blocker that goes jigging.
And why not? It's not, I guess we're scrying. Yeah. Kind of. I don't know what you'd call it exactly.
It doesn't have a name, I guess. You could put up to 1 of the subset of cards on top of your deck. Chose none. And there's the Fatal Push, and that's going to end the game. So, we watched the end of the game. So, very quick set of game 1s across the board here for all 3 of these. And, of course, 2 of them going to go to Jake Conan, Ben Unger, and Harrison Canfer's team. And only 1 on the other side to Mac Indris. And again, Harrison Canfer, someone we saw deep in the NRG series, of course, NRG championship mix through the 2024 season. Oof, got my years confused.
It is 2025 now, Drake. We are officially there.
And then obviously Mac Indris as well, someone that we've seen a mainstay of our NRG series. So all these players, they're going to show up to events. They're going to be in the grind. They're in the mix here the first weekend. And I guess a set of game 1s here in the top 4, a lot on the line for these players. And still a lot of Magic left to be played. A lot of these fair decks get a lot up.
I think we're trying to pop in on standard. How do you feel about that, Drake? Go back and look at this mono white token control deck and then check back in if we can on Legacy, right? We definitely want to finish up Legacy because that was some crazy back and forth Magic there.
Yeah, I definitely want to check all that out. I mean, Phil Silverman, when we interviewed him, said his deck is a tier 1.75. I think this is cope. I think that's cope to say your deck is a tier 2. But I mean, obviously it was effective, right? Like we're in top 4. Yeah, exactly. It's better. Slightly, but better. And now everyone's shuffling, so we have no Magic to show at the moment. But I'd like to check back in. Like I said, we got to interview him earlier when we watched him take down some of the aggro matchups. And obviously the power of the token makers, you called out the talents across the board. I think that's an important part of the mix, especially when you talk about specifically the token synergy. But as far as the control elements, I mean, this deck's really propped up by Sunfall. I think that's a big one, being able to exile all the things and all the stuff that comes with that. The laydown arms, 1-mana removal spell, big deal. And then Beza. Those are like the 3, if I had to highlight the core components of this deck. Yes, some of those make tokens, but it's a byproduct of what's going on. These are just powerful cards in their own right.
Yeah, it's a really cool bit of standard, right? Like, and that's basically what standard is. If you check in on it these days, you see the Demir deck at the top, you see the Gruul deck at the top, you expect these things. But they're not unbeatable, as we've witnessed, obviously. And on top of them not being unbeatable, even with enemy, it's some pretty cool stuff going on, right? We saw Excruciator Demon Jace as a win condition in the Demir deck that we checked in on earlier. The mono white control deck, which is not a sentence you can say very often in Magic at all, is tier 1.75 or not. Having a great weekend in the top 8, in the top 4. Possibly even, you know, so look, you can do almost whatever you want. So as fun as it is to look and see the same, you see our Delver mirrors play out a million times in Legacy, it's also pretty fun to just pop in on a standard board and go, wow, there are 10 cards here that you are not used to ever seeing play in a constructed format, but they are working together with this talent and this trigger and this pump spell. Yeah, standard's just a really sweet spot right now. That's been a lot of fun, as has Legacy, which I think
yeah, I think we have some people playing Magic finally. No more shuffling to watch. So down to the Legacy match we go, and a start of Island Ponder from Tim Hatch, starting with his basic island. We saw that come up quite a bit for Ben Unger last game. You know, really instrumental in his ability to stabilize on the draw. Has his island as well. Basic Island City here for both players, starting with a Delver and a Bobble. A little bit stronger for turn 1, I'd argue.
Yeah, this is looking a pretty good start for Ben here. Obviously, the Bobble sets up the Delirium later. Pretty good. So Tim, after being the aggressor in the first game, is now obviously a little more on the defensive, trying to figure out, as he does not have the first creature, how he wants to respond to that.
Yeah, I mean, needs to find, and this is kind of the awkwardness with the pile of cantrips we have. We see preordains among the mix as well. When you're playing a tempo matchup like this, it's very much about what's on the board. You want things that play to the board, things that interact with the board. The board matters, and that's every aspect of the board. We saw lands, they came up. We saw, you know, even just cards in graveyard that came up, but more importantly, the creatures and the pressure that you're laying. When you're playing cantrips, that takes time. Those are just turning these into different cards. They're actually like weirdly kind of bad. Like, obviously you want them when you're top decking, but they're kind of bad. Where it's like, I have to take my time off to spend my mana doing this, not interacting with the board. You would rather be playing threats and things like that, interacting with threats, than playing cantrips. So starting a Double Ponder, even though it's a strong card, not that good for Tim Hatch in this mirror match. Especially now with the flip Pyroblast, flipping this Delver right away. Yeah,
no, that's well said, because these cards that help you be efficient with your mana are sometimes just a tax on your mana. But hey, that's the trade-off of playing a high efficiency format like Legacy. Every mana you spend matters so much. And Pyroblast drawn for Tim here. So you talked about how once we get into the sideboarded games, especially in the Delver mirrors, a lot of removal, a lot of grinding, going back and forth, whoever can stick a thread and ride it. Something tells me that this one Delver here that Ben is getting the action going with is probably not going to be the one that decides the game. I think there will be several flurries of spells from players here once they decide it's time to start fighting over the board.
Not a believer, are we?
Well, yeah, it's I mean, look at that hand, just nothing but rebs and forces and counter magic, and Tim's is probably not all that different. So both players,
I see a lot of red cards.
Just preparing for the inevitable showdown here.
Well, how about another cantrip? How do you feel about that? It's preordained time. Take a look at the top 2. Really only cantrips cast by Tim so far, which does mean that he is approaching a spot where there's none left and under some pressure, but not too much.
No, he's going to have to do something, but that something is going to be fine. This really is just, the classic protect the Delver, I think, right now, if you're Ben. And if you're Tim, you saw a Wasteland with that preordain you have to think about. You see the DRC, so you can try to get on the board on your own. It's not delirious yet. Neither of side would be, although the artifact is already over there for Ben. He would be much closer, but just the 1/1 for Tim. But it's something. It gets your triggers going on Surveil as well. So the first decision point really of the match here for Ben.
And I like this sequencing here from Tim as well. I want to give him some credit. Getting the DRC kind of off the preordain, you kind of want to, you see the Delver, you want to get rid of the Delver, but making sure that you can get as much value out of these red cards as possible. Now, if he goes to, take care of the Delver with the Pyroblast, Lightning Bolt, whatever, you actually get your Surveil triggers to go with that. So even if it doesn't resolve, whatever, what have you, you're getting some extra value for your trouble. That's an important piece that can really end up deciding the game.
Okay, we're going to fetch. We'll figure out if people want to start fighting over their creatures now or if we continue to set up.
This is an interesting sequence from Ben, right? Like he has, a lot of creatures. He's got the Brazen Borrower, the Murktide Regent, the Delver of Secrets, a lot of threats in hand. Choosing not to deploy another one here, hold up mana. I mean, obviously the Brazen Borrower is something you can do at instant speed, but then you have to crack your fetch lands. That's not without cost. You want to be able to have that for any kind of surveil lands if you have one. I know some of these Hexblade Thundering falls, or you want to have it for your brainstorms later on. A lot of times, if you can, you want to hold a fetch for a little bit while longer, and you have cheap threats you could deploy. Choosing not to, I think, is a loud statement that he thinks he's ahead. I'm very far ahead. I don't want to deploy anything else. I just want to be able to defend what I got going on, like you called out.
I mean, Tim's at 12 life. It's dwindling. Right, the fetch lands start to add up, but okay, here we go. The action begins. Lightning Bolt, Surveil trigger days to the graveyard.
Yeah, no Delirium yet. We have instant land sorcery even after this bolt resolves, which it will. No fight.
So all of that, we thought we're going to protect the Delver. Instead, we just let the Delver go, but it's only one.
Yeah, beat down for one. Not too bad yet. A lot of catch up still to do as far as life totals do go for Tim Hatch, but no fight, something you got to love to see if you're Tim. All
he's
right,
got
sure.
Brazen Borrower or Petty Theft in hand here. So looks like we're thinking on the instep of whether or not to use it on the DRC. Instead, actually just opts to not use the mana, not fetch, just draw for turn.
And rewarded. I mean, a Brainstorm is a great payoff for not cracking those fetch lands, like I called out.
Yeah.
There's Delver of Secrets.
Just going to replay the Delver. Even decided this isn't the Delver to fight over. The first one is. We just have a second one to replace it. We don't have to fetch anything that can get wastelanded. Just tap the basic island and go from there. Very reasonable line here from Ben, maximizing his protection and his mana in terms of protecting it from wasteland, right? Maximizing his access to all the colors he will need.
There's been a lot of focus, I think, recently on just how broken fetch lands are as Magic cards. I think, players that have been playing with them for a long time know, but,
yeah.
Maybe players that are newer, especially people that came from the standard or even the Commander pipeline, they're a little bit less outsized the impact they have. In Legacy, they maybe have the most impact because of all these micro synergies. Brainstorm, you mentioned just holding them up because that ensures you against Wasteland. Like, there's a lot of little things going on. I think Ben navigating the fetch lands in this game is an unsung part of how good the sequencing has been. I really want to give him credit for the sequencing and really the patience with these fetch lands, as both players are chock full of spells. A lot of game left to be played here.
Look at that. We offered the trade of the 1/1 DRC for the 1/1 Delver, and Ben passed on that one.
Yeah, no thanks. I want my 3/2. I'm ahead on life. I think you would love this trade. You would love a removal spell right now.
Yeah.
And now, do we brainstorm on upkeep to flip our Delver? Something I haven't seen as much of recently.
It's
I
a
don't
big
actually
choice.
hate it here.
He's thinking about it. He certainly pulled it to the front and is thinking about it, because what is the value of flipping your Delver right now? It's very high. It makes it exactly a 4-turn clock on 10's 12-point life total. And that said, if you think you're going to brainstorm anyway, maybe you do it, but maybe you just ride the lightning.
All right, we took a look, and we can choose to fetch it away if we want. We chose not to. It's another fetch land. All right.
You don't hate that. Yeah, you probably don't hate that. And unlike the other two, that one can has the ability to fetch. I'm not sure the basic situation, but it is a different basic fetchable option.
It's just an island here. So
yeah.
Really the fetch lands, all blue fetch lands created equal in this deck.
Yep. All right. So no basic mountain as an option for Ben in the list here, but another fetch land allows him to protect mana, keep the choice up. Seek the Beast is a really nice one, though, for Tim, because it gives you access to virtual cards without truly committing anything.
It's awkward, too. If you try to counter this, like, it's attempting to counter this, right? Because not only do you get to Seek the Beast, but you also get the Questing Druid later if you think this game's going to go long, which I think it will. But if you put it in the graveyard, you turn on Delirium. So that's just awkward. Well, now here's a Mishra's Bauble off the Seek the Beast, which is probably one of the best cards you can hit. Just free to deploy, no cost, and turns on Delirium.
Yeah, and no Force of Negation in sight this time.
Yeah, that was the great sequence. That Seek the Beast was near perfect. I mean, Tim didn't have any lands in hand, so having an extra land, especially a fetch land, plus Bauble, gets everything going as far as the hand goes. And I think we're going to start to see some sparks fly as far as multiple threats, maybe a big counterspell fight. But right now, just kind of chipping away at the life totals are these 1-mana creatures that these Delver decks are known for. A lot of patience from both players.
You're right about that, man. If I was playing this game, I would have pulled the trigger on one of those lightning bolts approximately 6 turns ago. But that's why I'm not a Delver player.
It takes a lot. It does take a lot of patience. There's a lot of opportunity for mistakes, and Delver is extremely good at punishing mistakes. I mean, as a lot of tempo decks are, like, right?
Yeah.
If you and not even always mistakes, just stumbles. Like if you miss a land drop, if you whatever, tap your creatures in the wrong way, make a bad attack, like you get instantly punished. And that's part of why Delver has had the staying power it has had in Legacy for as long as it has had its reign.
All right, so here comes Tim with the Murktide. We're going to get the action going, and if you're Ben, immediately the option I'm considering is you held on to that petty theft off of your Brazen Borrower to not bounce the DRC earlier for tempo, and you might get rewarded with that by being able to bounce the Murktide now. But that requires you to start fetching and start the process rolling down the hill of. Maybe Wasteland turns on, maybe counter spells start going. Like, this game is about to turn, and I think it's probably because of this Murktide.
Yeah, there's a big sub game here, right? Murktide is very easy to answer in the cyber games when you pick up all of your red blasts.
Yeah.
So you have access to red blast that can kill it once it's in play. You also have, of course, have the petty thefts and stuff. And there's tension between your Murktide regents in the delve and being able to grow it versus your Dragon's Rage channel that you want to keep delirium for. So you have a little bit of this tension with the graveyard, a lot of stress on that. And I think really Tim did a great job. He's very methodical about the cards he exiled. I think that's really heads up, keeping a maximum amount of instants and sorceries for later Murktides while still maintaining delirium.
No, that's exactly well said, because that's sort of like the draw to the petty theft, is that you can still cast a Brazen Borrower later and reset the counters on the Murktide versus rebbing it when you can use that for more options later. And that is actually what happens here, is he goes for the petty theft on it and the fight begins.
Yeah, I'm not surprised to see a fight over this. I think that, Murktide Regent is one of the best cards for catching up, as we saw from game number 1 and closing the game. And of course, that's going to draw out a Pyroblast, which is really one of the best sideboard options in the Delver Mirror. So this is really, that's a big indication from Tim, like, hey, I'm really relying on this Murktide Regent. I care a lot about this. I'm going to fire off one of my Pyroblasts. And I think Ben Unger, fetching a response here, intends to fight as well.
Yep, this is all these cards are about to get burned out of each player's hand as we work our way through the counter magic and removal spells. This is the turn. The Murktide triggered all of this action when Tim Hatch decided to go for it here. He is slightly behind in life, but has been getting in there with the DRC. So, all right, Ben, what is the next step here on Tim's end step?
And I do want to go back to choosing not to brainstorm on that upkeep. Not saying it was right or wrong or anything of that nature. I'm just saying the script, you just called out life totals. I think that's really smart. The script of this game starts to change as the life totals start to equalize. And with the Delver being a much weaker threat than the Dragon's Rage Channel over the last few turns, it has allowed Tim to catch up on life total, which has changed the dynamic of this game quite a bit. Here's the bobble draw. We're glad we remembered that after all this action.
No kidding. So that actually worked out decently for Ben, though, right? Because, or at least, the Murktide, the counter spell goes off on the petty theft Brazen Borrower. That's gone now, but he is still able to get rid of the Murktide. He's able to transform his Delver here. 13 to 11. We've got a 3-power race.
We sure do. And a Pyroblast pickup is huge. Now, awkward because it doesn't hit Dragon's Rage Channel. You might want another Lightning Bolt or whatever, but we have cantrips and stuff. We can find it. And I think Ben also might have his own Murktide. So Ben set up quite nicely here with that draw to be able to play and protect all manner of threats. We'll see how he chooses to sequence here. Not sure if it's brainstorm time yet. Typically with the card brainstorm in a matchup that is considered quote unquote fair, like this one, you want to wait as long as you can. You want as much information before casting brainstorm as possible to make it as powerful as possible. But the question is, are we running out of time? Is time now?
Yeah, Ben's got a ton of cards in hand still, right? So maybe this seems like the opportunity, right? Tim started the action. He went for it. He resolved one. It went away. What that did result, though, is in him tapping his mana down a little bit, even though both players have access to 4 mana. So if you're Ben, this is the window for you to try to fight back. So you have a bunch of cards in hand. You deploy your own. Okay.
It's still big enough to get outside bolt range. That's the testament. As long as you can get a single instant or sorcery underneath it, it's usually kind of worth playing. But if it's not even, if it's just a 3/3, that's not good enough. Your Murktide gets better than that. So I really kind of the minimum Murktide you're willing to cast here in the Delver deck is cast here for Ben. And I think that kind of indicates like, hey, I know that you have to answer this because you're losing the race, but I really, at the end of the day, I don't expect this thing to stay around too long.
Yeah. It also blocks, well, and it forces it, right? Because the Dragon Rage channeler has to attack into it. It's big enough to eat it. Therefore, Tim is forced in his pre-combat main phase to remove it. And that's when you want spells to be cast if you're Ben, right? Is in you want your opponent to be playing instants in their main phase. Like, for instance, this Petty Theft that they're attempting on the Murktide is Tim. So
now there's a revealed Pyroblast. So, Tim knows that there's an answer already. It's not the question of, is it just going to resolve? It's a question of what can I do about this Pyroblast that I know is coming.
So here we go. Pyroblast on the Petty Theft. No fight. That just happens. Brazen Borrower hits a graveyard. Another red mana being tapped.
I think it's Pyroblast number 2. The same kind of sequence, right? Going after the Murktide region here.
And we will see if Ben has a second way to protect it.
Interesting. Graveyarding Brainstorm there.
Doesn't now
get in the spot.
Daze is starting to become live for both players here, right? If they have to fetch away their last fetch land to cast a spell. And okay, wow, Brainstorm getting pitched to Force of Will here to fight over this. So big commitment from Ben.
Yeah, a huge deal there. That's the Brainstorm obviously was worth quite a lot at this stage of the game. So clearly, Ben obviously knew that there was going to be some fight. And now at this stage, it's like, okay, if you're committing all of this, you're willing to commit 2 spells your entire turn to get rid of this Murktide region. You really need it gone. I really want your Dragon's Rage Channeler to have to chump attack into my Murktide region. So I'm going to make you use everything you got. Now, the question is, what does Tim got?
It looks like it worked. It looks like it might have worked. It's a Daze in hand, a Ponder in hand, and another card there for Tim. But you have to imagine if it either won that fight or got rid of the Murktide, it would have done so. So if Ben's able to just eat the DRC with the Murktide, he looks to be in a pretty dominating spot in this game, and it appears that that's what's happening.
Yeah, it does happen. Now, if the last card is Murktide Regent, that's really, like I said, this is the one card that does a good job catching you up because it blocks everything. It's just the biggest thing on the battlefield all the time. And with all these Pyroblasts finally gone, it might be good enough. Now, is Ben's last card a final Pyroblast? If so, that spells very, very bad news for Tim Hatch.
Yeah, I didn't catch Ben's last card, and I also didn't catch Tim's last card, so it could very well be a Murktide, and I think you might be right. Perfect follow-up to all of this for him.
Yeah, great sequencing there. Card to answer your Murktide, card to answer your Murktide. None of that worked. Fine. Here's my Murktide. Great sequence to respond to Murktide. Really kind of what you have to do. Great job navigating with Tim. Now, we do know, like I said, Pyroblast, this is why it's one of the best cards in the sideboard. It just is removal spells. It's counter spells. It does everything you want it to do. The only downside is it costs mana, which, woe is me. It costs mana. Most spells do. And yeah, there's another blast in the chamber. That might just be the ace in the hole. I don't think Tim can cover that.
And he's got Surveil as well. He's going to get a Surveil trigger to set up his next turn. If this resolves, right? But that Daze isn't doing anything for Tim. That's for sure at this point. And the Ponder, he had no mana to cast. So it is shields down for Ben, is able to use the Pyroblast to kill the Murktide. He's able to get a Surveil trigger, but it clears the way for his own Murktide, right? That's 7 damage coming through here. Tim's at 8 life.
Yeah, I mean, down to 1 you go, and there's no wrath effects in this, so there's no way to answer 3 creatures in 1 card. And yeah, so we're just going to shake hands, and there you go. Ben Unger, the 2-0 sweep over Tim Hatch, decisive Teamer Delver Mirror. And it looks like both matches in a game 3 right now, so we'll figure out exactly where we're going to jump next based on who's actively playing a potential decider. Of course, if Ben Unger's team does play. Let's actually jump over to standard. It sounds like we can check that out real quick and see what's going on with the control matchup. The tier 1.75 in his own words from Phil Cyberman. Mono white token control deck playing very quick Magic.
I would say he call it 1.75. We'll call it whatever tier you want. What he's doing right now is powerful. Making 1/1 tokens with your land that also draw you a card thanks to the Enduring Innocence. That is a powerful engine. Now, speaking of powerful engines, Harrison has a lot of things going on his side of the field. So we'll see what he wants to do. There's a lot of piles.
Stealth bounce deck's got so much going on. I mean, this one, I mean, notably is the Esper variant. So this is the Esper self-bounce. It's got the 4 Nurturing Pixie. It's got the 4 Optimistic Scavenger, which are usually the only white cards in the main deck, those 2 sets of 1 drops. The rest of it really kind of has the same shape as the self-bounce stuff. Got the 4 Fear of Isolations. You got the 4 This Town Ain't Big Enough, and then all the stuff you want to bounce. The Nowhere to Runs, the Hopeless Nightmares, Storm Chaser Talents, all that stuff to fill out the list alongside Kaido, of course. So here we are. Of course, this is game 3. So if Harrison Canfer does win this match, it will win his match for the team as we are revealing This Town Ain't Big Enough.
No more buys in hand as well over there for Harrison right now.
Looks like a Spiteful Hexmage in play. I see an Otter token with a Cursed Roll on it, I believe. A lot of stuff going on.
Yeah, it's certainly a lot of agency if you're Harrison, right? You feel like you can do a lot in this scenario. It's hard to make sense of this board right now, I guess. Or things are pretty even. If you're Phil, any sort of resolving, any sort of wrath probably looks pretty okay, just for the fact that, I guess depending on the wrath, you can get your Enduring Innocence back if you can get it into combat. Now, the flyers are probably your biggest concern.
Right. I mean, a lot of life totals are still quite high. I mean, obviously there's a lot of permanence in play, but based on this game, I mean, you still have a lot of game to play, even if things start to go bad. I mean, anytime you're talking about a Sunfall deck, you can certainly catch up from behind. I have to imagine there's some copies of Sunfall, still in Phil's deck. And you, like you said, you do have the Beza holding down the fort as far as attacking. You have the Enduring Innocence that can be a value engine, also has life leak if the life totals start to matter. There's a lot of games still being played here as they kind of jockey for position. Here's a big attack.
And this makes sense, right? If you're Phil, you're whether you're playing on casting it immediately or not, Sunfall exiles. You want your Enduring Innocence to die in combat, so it will come back as an enchantment and to keep the ability. So that's you just really have no fear kind of getting it involved in combat, and the lifelink makes it pretty easy too. So that attack clears a few creatures away from Harrison's board.
And what can Harrison really do about it, right? Like your other options are let Phil continue to gain life from the lifelink, start chump blocking Beza, otherwise your life total starts going down, and then what? Your options are kind of bad either way. Running face first into Sunfall, and then he gets to have Enduring Innocence. Well, that's no good. Well, the other options are he's gaining life, and I'm having to chump block. That's no good either. Really, he's going to kind of need to get the engine assembled. We have some of the pieces, right? Storm Chaser's talent plus This Town Ain't Big Enough. If you have enough mana, like you start to really loop stuff there, being able to keep picking that up over and over and over again. But right now, it looks like Phil's really the one with the mana. Fountain Ports and all that stuff to activate. Sunken Citadel just is able to spend more mana than Harrison can for turn over turn. That usually spells victory in games of Magic the Gathering at large, no matter the format. Did not get a look at the draw. Big attack.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in this one for sure. Especially if you're Harrison and half of your cards interact with your own board as well as your opponent.
Answer your own things.
Just a lot of things to think about over there. But hey, attacking with your flyers, that's a pretty good place to start.
I'll tell you what, self-bounce being its own thing is something that's quite appealing to me. Brings me back to the Eternal Witness evacuation days.
Oh, yeah, nice. Yeah. Cryptic Command, Eternal Witness. I remember those.
Oh, names. Eternal Command, talk to me. Here is a fear of missing out. Yeah, you've definitely missed out on that format.
Yeah, I think
it's fear of isolation, but whatever. It's the red one is fear of missing out. Whatever.
There was the Players Championship where that Eternal Command deck in the hands of a Japanese player, and I don't want to name the wrong person here and get it wrong, but made it to the finals. I think it was Shota. Played it. Took it to the finals of a Players Championship in like 2013. It was one of the coolest modern decks ever after that. All about just looping in the same way we're seeing this.
Right, exactly. It's just the value of bouncing your own stuff. You can easily get away with it, especially if you start putting removal spells on enchantments and stuff like we see with like Nowhere to Run and of course some of the rooms. You see some of that stuff going on. Hopeless Nightmare. There's multiple cards that are just permanents but are actually just spells at the same time. Well, great. Yeah. I can pick those up later and have another one.
And that's why I think Phil has found some success with the white token deck, right? Because when people are trying to get ahead on mana by bouncing your expensive creatures and stuff, playing your expensive creatures and things that just make tokens instead and then getting value off of them is a really interesting way to fight against it. Now, I don't remember exactly what Phil said he felt about his matchup against Esper Bounce here, but there are a lot of worse things to be doing.
Yeah. And here is This Town Ain't Big Enough. That's, I think, going to be bouncing the Enduring Innocence.
We're just so
and
deep into the
Spiteful
mono white
Action.
late game right now, right? Like in response to
Right.
that, Phil activated Fountain Port to make a fish and draw another card.
Right. This look at of course, this town ain't big enough. Really, one of the key pieces of this self-bounce deck, being able to interact with your opponent and still get your own card back. Really, why this deck is as good as it is. Here's Lay Down Arms coming down on the Fear of Isolation. We're gonna get out of here. Big attack.
Phil's just gonna run him out of cards, right? Like this attack is just these 1/1s have just the Fountain Ports, honestly, have been so good for Phil throughout the day. And in this match alone, they've netted him multiple cards. All right, No More Lies.
Oh, you could just pay for the No More Lies. Oh, that's tough. And this is really where you start to see the mana diff start to come up a lot. You know, look at how much mana Phil spent this turn. Cast a spell, paid for a spell, cast 2 removal spells, and then Harrison with his 5 lands. I mean, it's just the mana is not going.
Yeah, you just don't run out of cards, right? Enduring Innocence, the talent as well. All of these things that just draw you an extra card or two, and you just end up cycling through your deck. And so you get to this point, you have more mana than your opponent. Even if your board is a bunch of 1/1s, you're able to just clear it out. He was just able to use all the extra removal spells he drew there. Look at Phil's graveyard, just nothing but removal that has cleared away Harrison's creatures, no matter how much value they accumulated when they entered play.
And this is the squeeze, right? Like he's done a good job playing around Sunfall, not letting himself get destroyed by a big Sunfall that Phil's had this entire time. But the cost of that comes that you really need to get your mana going. You need to be able to start catching up in order to just battle what's on the battlefield. And really, the base of the Enduring Innocence have done a good job carrying it. Not to even speak of the tokens, which are just a bunch of extra chip damage that is really starting to matter as life totals dwindle.
Yeah, the flying attacking strategy here for Ben, I think for Harrison was probably the best out, right? That is the one. Right. The chump block will happen actual forever from Phil's deck. The way you can get ahead and try to get some agency before he just drowns you with card advantage is to get into the air. So knock him down to 11. You've got a big Fear of Isolation there, right? That's 4 power. So if you can, at this point, I guess maybe you're hoping to make Phil burn a Sunfall just to get through it. But yeah, not a lot of options. And this is a big hit, right? Just coming through for 10, I think.
Yeah, huge backswing coming. And, like you mentioned, I think drawing the Optimistic Scavenger and starting to get that going might be a little late to the party. I mean, you saw Phil really prioritizing, like you mentioned, getting the stuff out of the air. Lay Down the Arms really went after just only Fear of Isolations. Get those off the battlefield, get the flying attack neutralized. But Optimistic Scavenger, very good at growing one creature very large. And that's what is happening right now in the air. But that means you can need to start cracking back for big swings in the ground. That's what Phil's doing. It's a great response to it. And like you mentioned, Sunfall is the ace in the hole. I just don't know that Harrison can continue to play around that forever. As here is the run. This town ain't big. I was going to say run away together. This ain't a fact. Come on. This town ain't big enough is going to come down. And in response, a Get Lost going after the Storm Chasers talent. This is a sequence we've seen multiple times from Phil. Just responding to this town ain't big enough with Get Lost on the Storm Chasers challenge, just breaking up that loop before it even gets started.
Nice line by Harrison, right? You were able to make pretty decent blocks on that turn. You were going to bounce to save life. You were going to be able to put another counter on the Fear of Isolation there, have it up to 5 power, and try to find your way to 11 damage. But unfortunately for Harrison, Phil just pretty much has everything he would possibly want. And here's a split up to get rid of the untapped creatures.
Right, you just attack with everything. So you just get rid of all the untapped creatures, pick off a couple creatures there, and
Fountain Port is open, I believe, as well for Phil.
Okay, well, we still got a big flyer. The game's not over. Life totals are still kind of close. Harrison's done a really good job navigating this game. I mean, like you mentioned, seems like Phil has everything and has had everything for a lot of turns. Harrison is not just dead. Got some ways to spend mana.
The flyers are the flying is his line here, right? Because Fountain Port can make more chump blockers on the ground that are going to be untapped. So you just actually are hoping to get as many. You hope it's only 2 more attacks in on the air, and there you go. Is we revealing another Fear of Isolation on top?
True, the Restless Anchorage. Yeah, the 4th Fear of Isolation is on top off the 2nd map, which gives us 5 in the air. That's not a lethal attack yet. And would not be a lethal attack next turn either.
Right. That's the real math here, right? If you're Harrison, is you've done really well to try to get in as many attack steps as possible. I just don't think he's going to get a 3rd one after this.
Yeah, because the problem once again is the life leak. Like this actually came
Yeah.
up really huge here, right? The Enduring Innocence being able to swing the race a ton comes up, and like you mentioned, nothing is happening on the ground. Like Phil has his way with the ground game, so it's all about the air. The fear of isolations are what's going on in the air, and the Optimistic Scavenger. I mean, having that Hopeless Nightmare as the follow up actually does grow a point right away, right? Enchantment for your Optimistic Scavenger. So we're doing stuff. Yeah, so all this stuff is happening now. And that's the counter's going to go on the Optimistic Scavenger because, once again, we don't have a lethal attack over 2 turns. Let's just try to stymie the bleeding as far as blocking the tokens and hope that we can get 3 turns.
Yeah, it's going to be tough, but I guess that's what you're looking for here. I mean, hey, Phil only has, I guess, now 1 card in hand and maybe 2, but it's not 6 or 7 anymore or 5, right? So you actually have some hope that maybe he has to go digging with Fountain Port and we can get a few more attacks in the air. And it does look like he had another land, did Phil?
Yeah, he discarded the Sunfall to the Hopeless Nightmare. I didn't see a backup, but did whatever he decided to keep had to be more valuable than Sunfall. And I think if you're Harrison Kemper, that can't be a good sign.
It looks like possibly a Beza.
That's pretty good. Again, this is just about the life totals in winning a race, and Beza just makes races an entire joke. You're just unable to race. You get so much life, you get blockers, you get it all. And yeah, follow-up Beza here would be problematic.
So Phil's at 5.
There it is.
Harrison's at 1. Beza hits the field.
No tokens, no cards, but you do get life. Or no, you don't even get life.
Well, that's what, if you'd played it
down to
main
1.
phase, if you had played it before combat, you would have got life, right? So
okay.
Or maybe he gets the life anyways. He's up to 9.
Well, maybe it doesn't matter because a ground blocker is the same as life, right? That's the same thing. Interesting. Whatever. I mean, an untapped blocker plus the Fountain Port. No attacks are happening on the ground ever anyway. His Fear of Isolation still can threaten to beat down. And here's another one.
Okay, well.
We have the Restless Anchorage, too, if we wanted to go that direction. Looks like we're tapping it right away, so we don't.
Just counting, attacking blocks here. All right, how big do we have the Fear right now? It's hard to tell, but...
was that lethal? So we had life totals at 9. It went up 2 from the Fear of Isolation plus the Hopeless Nightmare.
The handshake might have come from the middle table.
Oh, sure. I see it. No longer matters. Yeah, we checked top cards, but it looks like things did resolve. Jake Conan did actually end up winning that one for his team. The team captain of his team able to fell. I don't know, like. That game was about to end anyway, so really
it was well done, very well played by both sides. Mono White was looking pretty good there, but hey, that's a beauty of team events. Is sometimes your teammates bail you out. Middle table said, "Hey, we got this," and that is one team punching its ticket to our finals.
Absolutely. And so with that, I mean, of course, I'm sure that was the last match play. So we're going to take a very quick break and then we're going to be back with the finals, our final match of the weekend here on our first weekend of the season and of the year on the NRG series in 2025. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with your finals very shortly.
The energy at these events is it's really welcoming. You walk in, people know your name. Hey, how's it going? Long time no see.
Vendors, artists, a big tournament, side events.
The NRG Series events are free to enter. You can just walk through the door. The round starts. It's game time. You know, you're friends, but you're competitors.
The pressure's on basically from round one. You know you're going to be running into quality players.
They're friendly, but they're fierce.
It's a great circuit. It's a lot of fun to play.
I noticed the Witch King was here this time, which was a little bit scary because I put the one ring in my deck. Really had to sort of glance behind my shoulder every time I cast the card to make sure he wasn't about to snatch it, or me.
The vendors here are great. Everyone behind the booth is always really welcoming. They always have a smile on their face.
The events are taking place all over the Midwest. You've got the prize wall now, you've got the command zone. Every single NRG is both a RCQ and a qualifier for their championship series at the end of the year, which is, I have to say, hands down, my favorite experience I've ever had playing Magic.
It's really just a great experience.
The NRG series is coming to a Midwest city near you.
All right, welcome back, everyone. Hope you enjoyed this little setup we have there about investing in memories, and we have our players investing in memories themselves, as it is finals time. What's more memorable than that? Here at the 10K in Chicagoland, this is a team trial. We got Standard, Modern, Legacy for you, and of course, this is the final match of our first weekend of Season 1. I'm Drake Sasser. Also, alongside me is Corbin Hostler in the booth. We're going to be taking the show home, and you know, you're sad. I'm sad too. This is the last match, but there's more Magic coming up, so don't fret on that. We have all of Season 1's events already announced. We're going to talk about those one more time before we dive into this matches. Like I said, this is the final. So you see Weekend 1, Chicagoland, that's just about in the books. We got to crown a team champion, but after that, we'll be looking forward to the March 15th and 16th event in Madison, Wisconsin. We'll be playing a 10K Standard Showdown that will be accompanied by a 5K Pioneer Trial, and then we'll move over in May to another Chicagoland event to pair with the one that we have here today. It's a 10K Modern Showdown and a 5K Standard Trial on Sunday. Last but not least, of course, the capstone, the Double Showdown weekend in June 20th and 29th in Indianapolis, a 10K Standard Showdown and a 10K Team Sealed Showdown, which is going to be quite a sweet event. So if you're looking to register for those, of course, you can go to nerdragegaming.com, or we have started our registration through spicerack.gg. So if you're looking for events, information for these upcoming events that you see here on your screen, or you're looking for information on the event that we have here today, all that stuff will be available at our page on spicerack.gg, as we're using that now here today. With that, I mean, it's finals time. We got to crown a champion, and what better place to start than my favorite part, your not as much favorite part, but whatever. We didn't ask you. And these players' favorite parts. It's Legacy time. We're going to be getting down to the match, and again, two players that we have seen quite a bit throughout the weekend because they have done quite a bit of winning. We're looking at Tim Hatch, I believe, or on Ben Unger, not Tim Hatch. Just felled Tim Hatch. We're going to talk about that. Got my words confused. Ben Unger just beat Tim Hatch in the Teamer Delver mirror. We got Ben Unger on Teamer Delver on your right. And then, of course, Cliff Boyardee, team 9th place, did not get 9th place. And in fact, right now, they're in either 1st or 2nd place on Cephalid Breakfast. Cliff, of course, got the name, got quite a few 9th place finishes, some heartbreakers last year on the NRG series. Doing better already here in weekend 1 in the finals of this team trial with his take on Cephalid Breakfast. Get the trophy out the way. It started there. Gonna get we just moved trophy number 1. We got more trophies.
You see, it went out of the top of the screen and came back in the bottom of the screen. That's all this space we got.
Yeah, we just have infinite trophies. Of course, 3 trophies. We got 3 players. There's going to be 3 champions that, of course, we'll get to speak to after the match is all said and done. But for the moment, it is our 7th seed versus our 8th seed, the quite literal bottom of our top 8 bracket, find each other facing off the finals. Somehow, number 7 going to get to be on the play in the finals. Not that common.
Well, I'll tell you, I may have come into this event preferring Modern as the format I play the most of, but the Legacy we've watched today has been extremely engaging, back and forth, swingy, interesting, everything you could ask for. Modern, there's been a lot of breach, as you'll see in the finals over there in the hands of Fletcher Johnson. The deck's very good right now, and look, we'll take some of that if we can, but we want to take the opportunity to show off Legacy while we can, especially these 2 players who have just been crushing it, Breakfast versus Delver here in the finals. It's been a blast to watch the updates to Legacy. A lot of it, one you may not be as familiar with if you haven't watched Legacy in a while is the Questing Druid / Sheik the Beast you spot over there in Ben's hand, but we've seen it come up clutch several times, representing essentially 3 cards in these Delver decks.
Absolutely. And not as recent is Dragon's Rage Channeler, but certainly one of the more powerful turn 1 plays that is kind of recently developed, and that's the turn 1 Dragon's Rage Channeler into the Mishra's Bauble. Of course, also had a fetch land to pair with that, so Delirium already halfway there on turn number 1. Yeah, we're going to take care of that very quickly as Cliff Boardi. We're quickly slamming a second land and a Prismatic Ending. So to exile goes that Dragon's Rage Channeler. Now, like you mentioned, cards like the Questing Beast and the Questing Druid, not Questing Beast, Questing Druid, and the Delver of Secrets that we picked up are going to be some threats we're going to have to lean on, as some removal spells is the name of the game. We've seen this kind of sequence before.
Yeah, the Cephalid Breakfast deck that Cliff is playing really scares people with its combo potential, right? It's got Nadu, it's got Shuko, it's got Cephalids, it's got Nomads, it's got all these combo pieces that just in the game on the spot. At the same time, it seems like it's just been removal spell after removal spell with the white mana that Cliff has produced throughout the day, which is, I think, a really interesting twist on the deck, right? This is not just the I'm trying to combo you on turn 2 game plan, although that is there. That has not been what has led to a lot of Cliff's wins.
Right, and that's exactly part of the strength of this deck. We talked about it a little bit earlier in the broadcast about how just having mopey creatures as your combo pieces leads to where, well, you can just attack with them at the end of the day, and that's a big part of the Cephalid Breakfast plan, especially when you have some equipment, things like Shuko, and we saw, somebody like Jesse Hefner, they had even more equipment to work with. Not as much of that going on in Cliff Boardi's list, just a couple Shukos as far as the equipment suite, and Lightning Bolt away, the Nomads in core, and beatdowns with a 1/1 did not flip. Wasteland's got targets. See if we're interested in activating that now.
Oh, looks like, thank you, chat. We'll get the graphic updated here. That is, of course, for the 3 players. Thank you for letting us know. Always appreciate everybody hanging out in NRG chat on Twitch with us. It's been fun hanging out with all of you throughout the day, watching every format, really, but especially enjoying some Legacy on a Sunday evening, right? It doesn't get a lot better than this if you're a Magic fan.
Yeah, absolutely. And you don't get as much of it anymore as you used to, especially with the Legacy format. So we're really happy to bring that. At least I'm very happy to bring that to all of you at home. And I don't know if you're appreciative or not. Let Corbin know. He's the Lorax. He speaks for the chat. And I do not watch the Twitch chat. We have people for that. I got people for that.
Well, we've all got eyes on this Delver here because it's the only thing going on in this game right now. 4 lands versus 3 lands. We're not even going to use the Wasteland.
And that's interesting. I don't know what that's about. Okay. No Wasteland. Does flip the Delver on the Ponder. That's a good flip. I think that has to be a lot of respect for Urza Saga, is the holding of this Wasteland, saying, all right, like, I think Cliff has a lot of lands. I'm not really worried about any of these lands. Whatever, cast your spells, I don't care. But if you play an Urza Saga, that's something I'm quite worried about and want to have a Wasteland in order to take that off the battlefield right away. Apparently, we need names updated here. Still on the graphic. I don't know what's incorrect about the names, but my understanding is these are the correct names. Am I incorrect?
Figured out. Ben doing
We have the correct names. Apparently, chat does not have the correct names. That's tough. Well, thankfully, we have people for that too. So we're going to sit here and watch the game, and hopefully, chat will find a way to make do, and understand that the players we are watching are Cliff Boardi and Ben Unger here, as Ben Unger is resolving a Ponder. Thankfully, not too many sparks flying as we get this updated. Fixing all of the problems that's ruining chat's experience.
I think Donnie White. Well, Chad wants us to check on the 3rd seed, right? The standard seed on this team.
Okay, is that the incorrect one? Let's see who's that supposed to be. Travis Williams is the standard player.
So we'll get that updated.
I was looking at the match we're watching.
Yeah, we do hope to catch some of that standard game. So thank you for whoever had the eagle eye there to catch that for us. Looking back in on this one, though, not a lot has happened since we last left. The Ponder resolved, the Delver transformed, and it's 15-19 as both players with plenty of mana and plenty of spells.
Yeah, we've seen this kind of posturing before, right? Like, no real need to deploy too much else. Just kind of develop the mana. Don't even really need to pull the trigger on the Questing Druid Seek the Beast stuff quite yet, because you don't really know that you want to be casting additional spells. I mean, you kind of fine to be in this holding pattern, attacking with a Delver. It's really where Delver wants to be. The only weirdness is not activating this Wasteland, which, like I said, I think is just a massive nod to the power of Urza's Saga, and especially in this deck where it can not only make constructs, but find combo pieces as well. As here's a very powerful Brainstorm. Got to fetch Land already in play for that one. Urza's Saga found. I wonder if we're going to prioritize putting that in play, or if we're going to just get rid of that with the Wasteland in play. I mean, you kind of have to work through the Wasteland eventually. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah, and I mean, Ben needs mana, maybe not as much as Cliff, but both players want to use mana. So, I mean, wastelanding someone else is kind of like wastelanding yourself. So maybe it's not the end of the world if you're Cliff. You just run your Urza Saga out there, take the bullet, and move on with your game plan.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense to me. We're putting a lot of thought into this. We've changed our 2 cards back a few times now. A lot of lands in Cliff's hand. Looks like we're really thinking about putting 2 lands back more or less no matter what. It's just a question of what are we keeping as far as the one land we don't want to put back.
Yeah, looking over at Ben's hand, I spotted at least a Force of Will. So he probably feels for 2 Force of Wills, as a matter of fact, and a Seek the Beast / Questing Druid open. So Wasteland on Saga, as everyone expected.
Didn't even let it get a first counter. You don't even get mana off that. I think that's an interaction that's actually, I mean, that's what matters, right? That's one mana that Cliff could potentially have for this turn. Yeah.
Yeah, explain that for chat, for anyone who might not understand what just happened there.
Sure. So yeah, I mean, obviously the Saga puts a trigger on the stack, so it doesn't do anything when it enters. It has to enter and get a counter as it's resolving its first chapter ability, and so it does not make mana yet until it has that first ability. So in response to that trigger, you can wasteland it, and that's exactly what happened there. Is here is a Seek the Beast putting our Questing Druid on an adventure.
Yeah, Seek the Beast has been just so good for these Delver players throughout the day. The instant speed obviously being clutch.
Another threat. Bolt to add some extra time off the clock as Cliff's life total currently divisible by 3.
Yeah, and everything once you transform the Delvers, everything in the Delver deck does things in about multiples of 3 if I think about it. So that's not an ideal life total here. Dragon Rage Channeler on the stack.
Yeah, in many ways represents a sort of time walk in a sense with just Delver of Secrets, right? It's an extra turn that you have off the clock by just lightning bolting. Well, with Dragon's Rage Channeler, it even gets a little more complicated than that. Yeah, and so we're actually going to force this Dragon's Rage Channeler, really respecting the 2-turn clock potential of Dragon's Rage Channeler plus the Delver of Secrets. In spite of this, we might not have a lightning bolt.
Yeah, high key best use of Narcomoeba right there, pitching it to Force of Will.
Well, ideally, you want to be sacking it to a Dread return and winning the game. But yeah, I guess if you're forced to draw one, that's one of the better uses.
Getting value out of your Narcomoebas when they don't do the thing they're supposed to do is I think a high point of a Narcomoeba deck. Like what other ways can you find value for it? You're pitching it to Force of Will. That's a pretty good one. Sometimes you use it for fodder for other stuff. Sometimes it trades with creatures. Little Narcomoeba does a lot.
Yeah, we saw a chump block of Massive Murktide or whatever it is. It comes up as here's a much better card than Narcomoeba. Yeah, wasting no time. Got to Force of Will that to Fairy Time Raveler. Not playing games with that. Very impactful on this board. And away goes to Fairy Time Raveler. No fight from Cliff. Used his Force of Will already on the Dragon's Rage Channeler. Now, quick life total check. This is why you write stuff down, pen and paper. Undefeated method of tracking life. So 7 to 18 looks to be the math. A 3-turn clock still from the Delver.
That's a
sword. Just picked up though. Yeah, that's big.
That's a Swords and a Nomad. So the Nomad not exactly doing much for you here. Is this? I guess we're thinking about the Swords right now, considering days. I imagine that must be what's happening, and Cliff opts to pass the turn.
Well, are you scared of the Questing Druid is kind of my next question. Like, is there a universe where you don't want to Swords the Delver because you would rather Swords the Questing Druid? I don't think so for the most part, because like the Delver's attacking right now. Like you
just don't have a
life total.
With 7 life, you're just not going to have a choice. And I think that's what he considered. I can probably take one more hit from this to play around days. Because if you get dazed on your Swords here, the game's probably just over, right? So All right, so another force. That was an island pickup for Ben.
It's got a brainstorm. Could go for that. This is kind of that awkward when brainstorm's your only blue card. Do you cast it, try to find another blue card, and like fetch land and all that stuff, or do you just hold it? We're gonna see what Ben Unger decides to do because the island is not a good draw.
Yeah, so interesting. Cliff goes for it here. Actually, lets Ben get another card before going for it, but goes for it. The swords. And does Ben want to force this? Big choice.
Yeah, I mean, has the option to if he wants to, but also just has a backup threat. Like maybe you could go questing Druid into Brainstorm and get that cooking, and that's like more or less the same as having a Delver in play, but you're getting more use out of the rest of your cards. We're going to look at the graveyard before making this decision. Interesting. Maybe just evaluating what Cliff has been through already. Not a lot of combo pieces, which I think for the most part is good. Your combo pieces aren't that good on their own against the Delver deck, but does mean you need a lot to get started before you're going to look to win with any kind of combo.
That's right.
Really want to go back and highlight just how patient Ben was with the Wasteland. A lot of people just fire those off the first target, just hungry to put lands in the graveyard, but really understanding how important Urza Saga is and firing that off right away. I mean, did a lot to limit Cliff's options so far in this game, and now he's fighting an uphill battle.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of people sort of view Wasteland as, I mean, not that it's necessarily less relevant now than it was then, but a very old school play my Ether Vial, play Wasteland, Wasteland your land, Wasteland your land. You don't have any lands. And that's not always the best use for Wasteland when you can't do that. Sometimes it's just to have Wasteland as a land until they play a high value land like Urza Saga. So learning that patience that you just called out is, I think, something that separates players who play Legacy and Legacy players.
Right. Yeah. These are things that are easy to miss if you're somewhat new to the format. Is a lot of times you're just like, okay, Wasteland, anything at all. It's good to be restricting mana, especially in a Delver deck, right? Tempo style. But having it used as a utility land makes a lot of sense. And hey, there's another one. Little late to the party's number 2, but might still be able to get some value. Big pickup in the form of a fetch land makes this Brainstorm quite a bit more attractive to cast. So Ben will.
I think that was actually a pretty decent draw, though, for Cliff, because any spell was going to run into this Force of Will if it was good enough. Whereas, okay, I mean, whatever this questing Druid does to you this turn is not going to feel very good. But I guess at least next turn, you've done something that can get around counter magic. And you can interact with the board, which you desperately need. Now, it's not going to be much, but we'll see here. We'll see if Cliff's able to do anything with this Urza Saga over the next few turns.
Yeah, it might just not have the time. Yeah, I think that's really kind of what it's about. With all these spells we picked up Daze, we picked up Delver, we picked up another questing Druid. I mean, that's just a lot of stuff you could just cast and make a massive questing Druid.
Yeah, that likely was way too many good cards off of that Brainstorm there.
A lot of spells.
Yeah. So if Ben is able to close this, he will join his teammate Harrison Canfor as up a game in their matches. So here in the finals of the $10,000 prize pool Team Trios event in Chicagoland, the team of Canfor, Conan, and Unger looking pretty good.
Yeah, looking solid. I mean, I'd love to be up a game in 2 different seats. That's a great way to start things off. Now, not clear that that's what's going to happen. I mean, Brainstorm is a powerful magic card, and if Cliff can find one, and now obviously needs to navigate through like Force, Daze, and all the other spells, but only an attack for 2 is kind of tame. Second chapter coming for Saga.
Yeah, Ben holding up another Seek the Beast at the instep there. Also has Daze if you wanted to do it just to get a counter on the Druid.
No play. Seek the Beast end step. That's going to grow the questing Druid. 2 lands. Okay. Yeah, we knew about those. We didn't fetch after the Brainstorm, so that was just to clear the Brainstorm. You get to play a land. Oh, Wasteland the draw.
Yeah, Wasteland denies, I guess, 1 activation from the Saga.
And finding a Shuko, right? Which gives you less outs to actually being able to assemble a combo kill out of nowhere. I think it might actually be a really key draw here for Ben, as far as like any kind of plans Cliffs might have to just try to win the game, steal the game away from a combo out of nowhere.
Yeah, very good point.
Which we know really wouldn't happen anyway. We got all the things. We got Force, we got Daze, we got all these stuff. It's going to be hard to steal this game in any way. The second questing Druid is added to the board state. Wasteland played. Delver deployed. Grows both questing Druids.
All the threats keep up Force of Will. Force of Will days are in hand right now. Wasteland the Saga. So Ben feeling like pretty good. He's got lethal backed up by counter magic.
Yeah, and land and nomads and Korshuko the draw. Yeah, that is not gonna do it. I think that's gonna wrap up game number 1. We'll see. Okay, gonna deploy that. We have a Shuko. We could draw a brainstorm. We know it won't resolve because of force. We'll see if this Delver flips in the game right now. Does not. So we play on, but I think this is very difficult for Cliff to win. So we're going to see what
and if
happens
he has,
here.
well, doesn't have enough to grow it right now. Now just going to sit behind, I guess, the same thing and pass the turn back. One more chance for a miracle draw for Cliff. Doesn't look
Did
like
not find it. So that's going to wrap up game number 1. Yeah, like you said, great start there for the team led by Jake Conan. And I believe we can actually hop right over to the standard match, which is in the process of starting. We saw Harrison Canfor last round, his take on that Esper Self bounce deck featuring those very powerful white one-ofs, of which you see in play already. This optimistic scavenger, one of them already picked off. On the other side of the battlefield, I think we see a Heartfire Hero. I struggle with these frames quite a bit. That's actually the Lizard, I think. The Hired Claw. I see an activated ability on that thing.
I think that's true. Yes, it looks like it. 4 1-mana spells played so far in this game, by the way.
A lot of really good 1-mana spells. We get a look at Hired Claw, which we actually saw activated in combat there. So as soon as you attack with it, you get to deal damage to your opponent, and then you can activate it, put a counter on it. And of course, only once each turn, only if opponent lost life. And so that's what happens. So it actually gets to attack as a 2/3, which is quite nice.
It can deal 3 damage. Like, it's extremely powerful, obviously, as so many of the cards in this Gruul aggro deck are. Although we'll see. This is the important
Innkeeper's
thing.
Talents in hand.
Well, this is the important thing: is the green source. They're allowing Travis to actually cast it. So that's a big play.
Well, the other land's a Rockface Village, which you could actually just activate and get more damage right now anyway. Well, maybe not.
Well, okay. We've got the Destroy Evil here by Harrison to fight back. That gets rid of the creature. The talent is still in play, but hey, board clear. If you're Esper Bounce, you've got a chance to try to work your way ahead now instead of just defending.
Right, and I think we see a removal spell left over for Canfor, and this is part of the value of this deck, right? You just get an endless stream of removal spells, and that's really the best way to fight through this Gruul aggro deck. I really think Gruul aggro, over the last couple months, really kind of pulled forward. Innkeeper's Talent's really powerful, might be the best card in Standard. There's a lot of these conversations happening, and one of the responses here was, all right, if this aggro deck is that good, you know what we're going to do? We're going to play removal spells over and over and over and over again. And Nowhere to Run has done exactly that. You can just pick it up, remove, pick it up, remove, pick it up, remove. That's what it's been about. We're going to see Go for the Throat. Answer a hero here right now. I believe that's a hero, not an Everheart Challenger. Checking. Yeah, that was a Heartfire Hero. So 1 damage comes across. We're leveling up the Innkeeper's Talents, but still no creatures in play for Travis as we go back to Canfor, kind of in a control role.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Canfor is so close to turning the corner right now, but has a Pixie in hand, I think, and hits that Darkslick Shores off the top. That was the window to pull ahead on the board, and he didn't do it. And unfortunately, that means that now it's really well set up for Travis if he's able to untap and find anything. I'm not sure if that's a creature land on the green-red one. Not quite able to.
No, I think we leveled up the Innkeeper's Talent to level 3 is what happened there.
Yeah, but is that the creature land? Can that fire up for Travis next turn?
I don't see any creature lands. Okay. No, that's Carplusian Forest, I believe, is the closest land to the
Yeah, my eyes, they get not so good in the old days.
It happens when we age. This old Magic players, it's tough out here.
But yeah, so you at least don't have to worry about that coming through. But yeah, I mean, if you're Harrison, you have to find something, right? You don't have a lot going on right now, which means as well as you've done keeping the board clear, it can all disappear in an instant.
Yeah, you're just giving this deck so much time as we're leveling up the other Innkeeper's Talent, which, I mean, looks bad. I mean, it is bad, but it's not like Harrison's doing anything. He's playing tap Darkslick Shores, and any creature that Travis draws is just going to get instantly supersized.
And here it is, Heartfire.
And here's one. Yeah, that has to be answered right away. Otherwise, it's going to get huge.
So there's a Nowhere to Run. Harrison's picked up, so that's not bad. Nowhere to Run plus the Pixie means you actually have a couple things to work through here, and this believe gets around the extra ward cost too as well, right? So there you go.
Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and pick that off. Ward doesn't trigger, so Nowhere to Run, kind of invalidating some of what the Innkeeper's Talent's got going on, and we drew a 3rd Innkeeper's Talent. Right. I mean, if the first 2 aren't good enough, I guess you can play another one, but really, I mean, all Travis wants to do from here is draw a creature every turn for the rest of the game because they're all just going to be massive. You don't need anything else to win. You're going to run out of removal spells that work eventually, and Travis will win if that happens. But right now, that's not happening. And here is a Fear of Isolation that is going to pick up the Nowhere to Run. This is the combo.
Yeah,
he has another removal spell dialed up.
The last like 3 turns were the window for both players to do something, and it wasn't great for Harrison until that last draw, perhaps, but it was a lot worse for Travis, and he right now is staring down absolutely no action at all. And now Harrison has an attacker. He's got Nowhere to Run. He's got a Pixie to bounce the Nowhere to Run. So haste is certainly good here, but it's against Nowhere to Run, not quite as good as maybe you're going to need it to be. So removal spell for Travis, that'll slow the bleeding down, but still no creatures of his own.
I think it's quite important. Lithomantic Barrage taking off the Fear of Isolation. I mean, really, that's kind of where this deck can just kind of do. It reminds me of Snapcaster Mage, where you used to just kind of play a control deck that could eventually win with Snapcaster Mage. You get a look at the uncounterable sorcery from the March of the Machine set. Deals 1 damage to our creature plays over. If it's blue or white, you get 5 instead. So that's going to take care of the Fear of Isolation. And that's going to make it to where, I mean, both players taking draw steps when you have 3 Innkeeper's Talents. I mean, that's actually not that bad. If you're Gruul aggro, you're kind of okay with that. Because again, every card's about nature, and Sentinel to Nameless City is huge. Doesn't die to Nowhere to Run.
Yeah, literally, it's huge. It's so big that the Nowhere to Run can't handle it. And that is now okay. You can Nowhere to Run, Pixie, Nowhere to Run on your main phase. So we can double if you have enough mana.
Well, it's about to get a lot of counters if we try that. So we have to do everything we're going to do now. So here's Nowhere to Run. That's -2/-2. Do you have a second one? We do have a second one. Okay, 2 will work.
Fair
and
enough.
like I said, you need 2 here. That had to happen.
Yeah, that was a huge play by Harrison. There was not it was not going to be good enough otherwise. But all right, Pixie, pick one up.
Pick one up, get one back. But again, I mean, that Sentinel name is silly. Bringing out 2 is actually the great way to start to come back. Ooh, tough land draw there.
Yeah, just
tough.
Brutal to miss, but that's for both players right now. Okay, that did not look like a miss for Harrison. I didn't catch it. Oh, it was. In fact,
it's Dark Shore, so it's Nowhere to Run in hand. Another Sentinel, the name of City would be a huge draw, but it's just another land for Travis. The top deck war continues.
Brutal.
A lot of time, only 2 at a time goes down Travis's life total. Oh, that's a nice pickup. Optimistic Scavenger, going to be able to turn up the clock with any future draws. Again, just need another one of those Sentinel, the Nameless Cities, or something that doesn't die to
any
the
creature. Any creature to at least draw out something. Okay. There's one.
Yeah, there is.
In fact, it actually Manifold Mouse is going to make a second one.
Right.
So
2 creatures is the money. And that's a big problem for Harrison, who we know has Nowhere to Run, but that's only 1 removal spell. So 2 creatures is, I mean, as good as the sideboarded in Sentinel, the Nameless City. And we're going to go ahead and kill the token, which I believe we were targeting with some number of the abilities.
That might have been, hey, all right, here we go. Map, draw a card.
Yeah, map gets another land out of the way. Love to see that. And here's just, oh my god, this is a big number. 6 tokens, is that correct? Okay, we have 3 fold up Innkeeper's Talents. If you would put 1 or more counters on a permanent or player, put twice that many instead. So it gets, oh my god. So we have 3 instances of 6 counters, is that correct? Because it goes 1 to 2, 2 to 4. No, sorry, 8. So we have 3 instances of 8 counters, I believe. So we're going to get 24 counters on this with 3 of these. Because you get 1 counter, that gets doubled 3 times. So it gets doubled to 2, doubled to 4, doubled to 8. And you do that 3 times.
Yep.
So yeah, we're just going to put dice on this until we can't see the card anymore.
Yep. Fun fact, multiplication in Magic is in fact multiplicative. And it gets out of control pretty quickly. So it's a big mouse. It's a big mouse.
Yeah, we put all these counters on it, and it looks to be dying to
That's a Gigantamax.
One of Witch's Vanity. Destroy a creature an opponent controls with mana value 2 or less. So a key draw there for Harrison Camphor to answer the massive creature that Travis made last turn. And now, I mean, Camphor knows he's got to lay the beatdowns, but still at a very healthy 14 is Travis.
Yeah, you might very well have thought you were going to lose to that Manifold Mouse putting 2 bodies in play. So the fact that the game is not actually over if you're Camphor, that's a little mini win. You might be able to get a full win here and put your team up a match, I suppose, in the finals. So that's just a massive turn, right? That for this entire game.
Draw. Huge draw. Whoa! Seek the Beast, 2 more looks. Land, no good. Burst Lightning, not actually that bad. Picks off some of the pressure. And of course, the Questing Druid we know is a threat that's going to get just an infinity sign of counters. And hey, I think
yeah, the land
Harrison's seen
is
enough.
so
The
good
land
there.
being the creature land, the Soulstone Sanctuary, that's 2 threats. Harrison knows he's not going to win the race. Both threats will be lethal in the following turn. Nothing he can do about that. And 3 Innkeeper's Talents, making it to where Travis can grind out Camper, and they get a game 3. And with that, while they're shuffling for their game 3, let's get back to Legacy, check in on how the Breakfast and the Delva's doing. All right. Got Dragon's Rage Channeler. Looks to be either Delirious or close to it. Cliff resolving a Brainstorm, has a Saga with 1 counter in play. This game looks to be going a lot better for Cliff Boyardee than the first game we watched of the game number 1.
Almost certainly, because this is a second counter on the Urza Saga, has the 3rd land, so you can actually go into the Saga game plan if you'd like. I spotted a Grafdigger's Cage and Unger's Hand there, so your combo plan maybe will work, is maybe not going to work, but at least you have a backup plan if you want it. But instead, wow, look at this, just has the combo on turn 3.
We have double days backup too, so it's not even like we got anything. And looks like Ben's getting ready to pick up the cards.
Yeah,
we got 2 days.
Ben
Let's see
knows
it.
what's up.
Wow.
Well, we talked about how many games we saw today from this Cephalid Breakfast deck that were not just comboing. It's about time we saw a combo hand right there. That was almost the nuts.
Yeah, it looks like this is a concession, and Ben just wants to look at the deck list to see what sideboarding happened. You see him pulling forward the Hydra Blast there, just getting a look at the deck list, seeing how Cliff Boyardee did do some sideboarding for the Delver matchup, and we jump right over just to see a very quick combo kill to game 3 they go. So assuming we don't have shuffling in the modern seat as well, maybe we check in on that.
Yeah, not sure if we can catch some modern when we come back.
Oh, no, not a chance. All right, let's go on back to us. And you know what? It's actually a perfect opportunity because as they're shuffling, I want to spend some time talking about shuffling. I want to talk a little bit about how, if you are a fan of shuffling, and certainly a fan of shuffling Magic cards at your desk like I am, I do this during my work day and sometimes even during the show, but don't tell anybody. You're going to want to get some Ultimate Guard sleeves. They're a sponsor for the NRG series. We've been working with them very closely over the last couple of years, and really proud supporter of their products. We carry their products. I use their products. Their stuff is awesome, and you're going to want to check out their sleeves. And the nice stuff with katanas, not bad. Those are some of my favorite sleeves. I use them on my commander decks and all that stuff. And the deck boxes, all the other things that they offer are awesome quality as well. They are a sponsor of the series, so supporting them obviously indirectly supports us, but does support us. And obviously you get a good product for your time, so there's no losing. It's all wins all around. And I know our players down in the feature match are using their Ultimate Guard sleeves to shuffle and play some high stakes Magic, which is the best possible use for Ultimate Guard sleeves. So make sure you check them out. Check out their sleeves, check out all their stuff, and support them. Again, supporting us, big deal.
The finals we're in right now have been incredible thus far, right? We saw some great Legacy, some great Standard. What I'm interested in, and maybe we'll get a chance to check in on it or not, the Breach Demir modern match appeared to have gone longer than either of the games in the other 2 formats, and that's not typically something you associate with a Breach deck, especially when that Breach deck wins the game. But we've got some very talented players on both sides of the field today. So maybe not quite as much a surprise to see it happen.
Yeah, and that's part of the power of Breach. I mean, you can spend some time talking about that, and that's part of the power of the deck. We talked about this a little bit yesterday when we saw the deck, really make its deep run, and even in the finals, is in the face of opposition, especially in the post-board games. A lot of times you can cut your losses by just doing a Breach, using your Mishra's Bauble, and just drawing a few cards. That's how we used to see it used 2 or 3 years ago in the modern format, really before the MH3 mess started to happen, is you would have these value breaches. Decks would just cast a bunch of lightning bolts, or they'll just use it as like a draw 5. In the middle of the game, they'll play like 1 or 2. They weren't really dedicated Underworld Breach decks, but the card Underworld Breach is so strong that it was just worth playing as a value engine in these random Izzet decks all over the place. And that kind of fell out of favor. We started to see the grinding station builds championed by Jesse Robkin primarily on our series. And now is kind of back into favor with the addition of Mox Opal. And that has really set the deck off. And now you still have the option to do all that we just talked about. You can still do those big draws and then grind out your opponent instead of just leading into the combo in the face of a lot of combo hate.
Yeah, I know a lot of players, because keep in mind the regional championships going on right now, a lot of modern is happening, and there's some cool decks floating around, right? There's a black-white blink deck that's kind of come back and gotten better and surprised people. But realistically, over the last week, it's been a lot of Breach that the best players are on, if that makes sense, right? I don't even know if it would be the most popular deck in the field when the regional championships come up, but it is what I see the best players championing right now. And things are said like, when you have the opportunity to play a broken card, you play it. That seems to be the consensus among the best Magic players I know about the Breach deck. So you know what? Let's take a look at it. Let's hop in to Modern here. Fletcher Johnson, a master on this series, up a game with Teamer Breach. Jake Conan, captain of the team that has made it all the way to the finals, playing Demir Murktide.
And I spent some time talking to obviously some of the Modern players yesterday. A lot of them really low on this Murktide deck after the rise of the grinding Breach deck and really the big changes we saw in Modern, all the bannings, the unbannings. We talked about those quite a bit both today and yesterday. Really, the reason there's so many eyes on Modern right now really gave people a lot of reason to be excited about this, even though they got their one rings banned. We can play with Twin again. We can play with Greens and Zenith again. More importantly, we can play with Mox Opal. And our champion from yesterday, Grayson Nevitz, said, we couldn't even get enough Mox Opals in our house, so I decided to play Eldrazi Rample. No problem. Ended up winning the entire event, felling Breach in the finals. Said himself he would have played Breach if he could not have, and I guess that is quite fortunate for him, although did not have quite as deep of a run today, but still had a good finish today. Here's a Psychic Frog on turn 2 for Jake Conan to face down the Tameo. Now Tameo attacking is a little bit more of a cost than it normally has, because you'd like to block the Psychic Frog, I imagine, but sometimes you just need the artifact to turn on your Mox Opal in this Breach deck.
Yeah, I played around the availability issues on Mox Opal by just putting my Lantern deck in a closet when it got banned and not touching it. So now I still got Mox Opals. We did it.
That's the Andrea Maguchi buy high, never sell. That's a signature move. Used to see that quite a bit when I was still on the Twitter app, the Bird app.
Great. I like that.
There's a Malevolent Rumble on 2. This is something Doomway called out. Really kind of one of the unsung heroes of this deck, really gluing everything together. Cards in graveyard obviously matter a lot. Being able to find your Breach a lot easier matters. And of course, being 1 mana, thanks to the mana rebuy off the Eldrazi spawn, matters a ton as well for continuing to do things on your turn. Now, we'll see what Fletcher does want to do with this Tameo. Are we going to send it in? No. Looking to block with the Tameo.
Yeah,
makes sense to me.
Could set up an interesting decision point here for both players, depending on how Jake wants to play it with the Frog. Now, Jake, knowing that he's down a game here, so the entire match in the finals, pretty even, honestly, after we saw Canfer and Ungar pick up quick wins here. But fighting back from the team of Williams, Johnson, and Boyardee, this is all you can ask for in the finals here. And I think we're in line for a pretty good one here to wrap it up, because this is going to be a very nice Demir game against Teamer Breach. Like these Frog choices, like what do you do? Do you block? Okay. If you've blocked, do I want to pitch cards to it? How many do I want to pitch to it? What should I be worried about playing around? There's a lot of interesting decisions going on in both players' minds right now.
Interesting. So we block with the spawn. And there was a lot of, like you said, those decisions that matter, right? We left Tameo up to block, but that only needs to block if we decide to give it flying. Well, if we don't give it flying, we can block with the spawn. And then that doesn't even open up the line for Jake to be able to discard some cards and kill your Tameo, which is, I think, quite relevant. I think you do want to keep this Tameo around if you have the option to. So really kind of Jake kind of put it in Fletcher's court, and now no decisions for Fletcher anymore, as Fatal Push going to remove the Newsome Tameo from the battlefield. Is that a word? Nuisance, but Newsome? As an adjective?
Well, it's a last name.
Like
I'm not
a
sure.
Noun? Okay, whatever. I don't know. I talk about Magic cards, not grammar, so I guess, whatever. Nuisance. Nuisance didn't sound right, so I tried to use whatever. I'm trying.
You pick up a lot of great words from Magic cards, though, and then sometimes you're like, "Wait a minute, that's a real word."
True.
Abstruse
I expand my vocabulary a little bit. Well, let's see what Fletcher wants to do. No Tameo left over, but also Psychic Frog didn't draw any cards.
Well, yeah, Fletcher was able to basically, by throwing away the spawn, right, was able to trade a mana for a card away from Jake. Now, that said, I think he was probably hoping to keep Tameo after doing all of that. So still kind of a difficult spot here. We do look like we've got a decision made, and it's okay, not so bad. We're just going to redeploy Tamio.
Yeah, backup Tamio is a nice one to have here. Still holding on to looks like some Moxen in hand, something we've seen a lot of these Breach players do. And Force of Negation to pick up. Again, look at the hand. Both Harbinger of the Seas that are in this deck. No third land. Got to force a Spell Snare and some other stuff. Can't get a look at the two closest to the hand for Jake, but I mean, those are some great tools to work with. Now the decision once again. Are we blocking with Tamio and opening up the ability to discard 2 cards to kill the Tamio? Maybe we have some spells we can cast first. It's Unholy Heat going after the Psychic Frog.
Okay, the decisions begin. Now there are lots of options for Jake here, and really, this is a big decision point in this game, because if you're Jake, how do you fight against this Unholy Heat? You have a Force of Negation that's getting pulled to the front, but instead we decide we're just going to let it go. We're not going to worry about just the Psychic Frog. We're not going to go all in on the Delver. We're going to play a longer game here and keep up our interaction against this dangerous combo deck.
Well, I think it's hard to do, right? I think that was a delirious Unholy Heat. I see at least Flame of Anor. I think Malevolent Rumble is a sorcery. And I think, assuming that Glared card there is a land, then we do actually have Delirium. So trying to fight through the Unholy Heat by discarding cards, not really a plan. Your Force Negation didn't really work. So there's not a lot going on for you, but that does really open up a lot for Fletchers. Now we can start attacking with this Tamio. We can get some clues. We can turn on our Moxel, but we can cast our Emery. That Psychic Frog really was presenting a standoff that is no longer the case. And the Breach deck gets to start doing what the Breach deck does. And that is put 2 Underworld Breaches in the graveyard off an Emery trigger. Not really what you want to see. Saga, 2 Breaches to the yard. Not really a lot of artifacts that are enticing to bring back with Emery. Really want to find your baubles and stuff. Grinding Station even is fine. It's an unsung part of the deck. Just having your Grinding Station in play really makes your Underworld Breaches more or less a kill out of the box. Backup Frog pickup. It's quite nice.
Yeah, this is pretty good.
Still no third land for those Harbinger of the Seas and all the other things. They might be a little late to the party now anyway, but
I thought that was a main phase Unholy Heat. The Instep Unholy Heat means that Jake could not have protected it with the Force anyway. So not a lot you can do with not a lot you can do with the Frog here if that's the case. So another land for Fletcher. Was Fletcher on only 2 cards in hand though? Because if you're Jake, that's kind of where you're looking here, right? You've got more cards. You don't necessarily have a lot of engines going, but you hope that there's not a big follow-up. Unfortunately, Flame of Honor is exactly that.
Huge.
Yeah.
Not only do we have a wizard, so we could deal 5, draw 2. I mean, that's a disaster. But also, again, I think this is on Instep, right? So we can't even force negation. Ugh. Brutal.
Yeah, Flame of Honor, obviously a Lord of the Rings edition to Modern, but one that has picked up more play, I think, as time has gone on. It came out a little bit at the beginning, but even more so now, and it just has a lot of options. And when you do control a wizard and get to choose 2 of the modes of drawing 2, destroying an artifact, dealing 5 to a creature, it really starts to become almost insurmountable as the card that turns the corner for the deck.
And check that out. Flame of Honor, of course, could be up to a 3 for 1. It was a lot more than that. Had to discard 4 cards to keep this this Psychic Frog alive in the face of the 5 damage Flame of Honor. But we did do so, kind of cashing in.
Recognize that was going to be the only chance at this point, right? May as well give it a shot.
And it's so tough having to pitch like all your 3 drops, right? You had to pitch the Harbinger of the Seas, you had to pitch your Abhorrent Aculus, so all your powerful 3 drops, have to go to hit the bin, and of course the Spell Snare joined that party as well. We did keep Force Blue card up, trying not to just die and try to sit behind this massive Psychic Frog as a way to claw back into this game, as now we are very, very far behind on card advantage. Oh, but I think we might have picked up an Otawara there, and that is just brutal. Yeah, that's an Otawara.
The old uninteractable answer, yeah.
Check that out. Jake just cannot catch a break in this matchup. And I mean, Jake's obviously had a great run. You've done a great job on this tournament so far. But really, I think what you're witnessing right now is kind of the reason a lot of people gravitated away from the Dimir decks in this current grinding breach metagame. Is just your cards just don't line up as well as they have previously. And Attack with Tameo. Gonna exile. Yeah, sure. I'll exile 3 cards to block. Oh, yep. Gonna use the Otawara. So now back to hand goes the Frog.
Got a big discount on the Otawara as well.
Yeah, only 2 mana thanks to the 2 legends in play. Grinding Station, a nice follow-up. Like I said, doesn't really impact the board too much right now, but really makes any Underworld Breach in the future kind of just lethal out of the box. Can even sack our Mox Opal and recast it with Emery, just have some mana up if that's the thing we're interested in. Can't get a great look if there's any artifacts that ever hit the graveyard. I don't think so. And thought about force negationing that one, chose not to. Fletcher chooses not to activate. Back over to Jake we go. Found Counterspell. Very late to the party is that one. And I mean, really, the story of this game for Jake has been just not finding a third mana source. And now, I don't even think he wants a third mana source anymore.
Frog number 3. No, I think that...
Well, same Frog number 2. That one got bounced by Otawara.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
Shook off all those counters.
The third deployment of the Frog here with all the counters removed, and it's going to be an uphill battle almost no matter what you do, even if Fletcher has nothing. And as we can see, Fletcher has more than nothing.
Well, not that much more. We got a Tameo. That's not great.
Yeah, that's not great.
We got a Thassa's Oracle. That's also not great. Oh, one of these lands is Shifting Woodland. Never mind.
Exactly.
We shot Breach, and this is just a kill right now.
Yeah, Shifting Woodland has been a massive addition to these decks. Any deck it goes into, it just finds ways to copy things that win the game. This was a big part of the Nadu decks as well. Yes, becomes a copy of target permanent. That means it can attack if it needs to. It can be a combo if it needs to. And most of the time, it's just a land that makes mana, comes into play on tap. But the upside on Shifting Woodland is just massive.
I mean, we've seen it come up a ton. We saw it come up a ton yesterday. Just an uncounterable way to get an extra Underworld Breach. It came up multiple times. I kind of wonder if we're going to gravitate to playing even more of these things. It's just so important. And like you said, it can make, I mean, if you're short on cards, it can make a Grinding Station, but more importantly, it can make an Underworld Breach uncounterably. So that Force Negation is not going to work. We already have the Grinding Station in play. The problem here, maybe we only have 1/0. So if that gets forced negationed and we brick on one on the activation, maybe that's bad. But then we can like go to combat still, make another clue, untap the Grinding Station. We get like 6 cards to find any 0. Seems pretty easy to do to me.
Yeah, certainly a lot of choices here, and you laid it all out very beautifully, and that's what Fletcher's working through right now in his mind, trying to figure out, okay, how do we not mess this up? My opponent threw 1 million cards into a Frog. I got rid of the Frog. We should be okay here, right? And that's just line it up. You're in the finals. You have a chance to give your team a 1-0 lead, which then would mean your team is just a single game away from winning the title here at the Team Trios $10,000 event in Chicagoland. So big turn.
I think we hit Mox and Bobble. So yeah, now I think that's everything because the Mox is fine. That makes blue mana. The other Mox is fine. And you only have 1 Force of Negation. So yeah, I'm going to start on Emery to use that to recast the Mox Opal. And yeah, you can Force Negation this, but there's still a Mox Amber, it looks like. And if nothing else, that other card is definitely a Bobble. So we can just keep going until we find another one.
Right.
And that looks like it to me.
Yeah, Force of Negation that Jake was hoping would provide some amount of interaction. It did, but probably not enough here.
Yeah, so, I mean, assuming this is a breach, I don't know what else. What else would it be? If it's not a breach, that is a Shifting Woodland, right? I mean, we tapped 4 mana. Okay, so it can't be. It's literally not possible for it to be a breach. Because otherwise it would be sacrificed right now. So I don't know what it is. That looked like Shifting Woodland breach. That looked like a kill to me. And now we untapped. So it has to be something else. It looks like there's a counter on it. Maybe it's a Saga? I'd like to get confirmation from the table that is, I think, it has to be like a Saga.
It feels to me that is the most likely.
Why would you make a Saga? It's only still in a turn, right? It doesn't stay a Saga? Am I losing? I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll get updates.
Turned it into a Saga again in the upkeep, and it gets a second counter.
Oh, is that true? Sure.
I have no idea if that's. I'm certainly not an expert on the Temur Breach deck. Certainly not an expert in its deep Shifting Woodland lines. But there's a breach actually off the top of the deck, so we'll see if that changes things.
Well, can we cast that? We just got Harbinger of the Seized. And we lost our Mox Opal. So
Yeah,
Amber
you're right. Without the extra color
only
mana.
makes blue.
Yeah, no
so
Mox
that
anymore.
breach is uncastable. Maybe chat has some insight. Does chat have any insight? You speak for the chat. Does chat?
I speak for the chat.
Happened?
Chat is I'm gonna say as confused as the rest of us might be about exactly what happened there. But I do think that we're correct on how things are going, and how the cards work. So there's a clue, and it looks
was
like
that Opal?
Mox Opal.
Ooh, Opal was a big pickup. Oh, might have gotten bailed out. We found an extra Opal off of the clue draw. That is going to trigger grinding station, so we can respond here if we want to. Don't know that we do. You can float your red mana, then grind away something, then play your breach, and this is a kill. So even if whatever mysteriousness happened, we have it all rolled up here, and yeah, that's going to be extending the hand. Fletcher Johnson going to win that one 2-0, which means it comes down to our legacy match, because it looks like Harrison Camphor picked up win number 3. So it all comes down to this, all the way back to legacy, the way I love.
That's right. And we're deep into it, aren't we? Look at all those cards: Exile Delvers, Giant Graveyards, a Brazen Borrower on an adventure, a Lotus Petal in play, a Brainstorm on the stack. Well, we've got it all. And I'll tell you what, chat is losing it for Fletcher right now in that win right there. So
it was the clutch draw set. That Mox Opal off the top to bail out for the breach kill is the way we drew it up.
Yeah,
I'll tell you what, chat. That's the power of the deck. That's all you need to know.
The greatest to ever do it was called. Just saying.
Greatest to ever do it. Indeed, as Murktide Regent may be one of the greatest to ever attack, as it comes down as an 8/8. That is a lethal threat for Cliff Boy RD, and if it is allowed to connect, then that will be the victory for Jake Conan's team, Harrison Camphor and Ben Unger. But Cliff's got a lot to work with.
Yeah, Teferi in hand. We'll see what the counter magic situation is, because Teferi bounce would probably be pretty good. It looks like 5 mana available for Cliff with that Lotus Petal. Oh, everyone's in on this. We got
yeah. You think that would be pretty good? You think bouncing the big 8/8? That's pretty good play.
Now, does this resolve? That's what this comes down to.
Look at the crowd. I guess you can't see. I can see. There's a nice little crowd for me behind the finals here. As it is down to the legacy match. I forgot chat can't see everything like I can. I can see everything.
All right, fetch for Ben here. Looks like that Pyroblast is going to be on the table.
Yeah. Any kind of follow-ups? I see a Brainstorm. Maybe like Hydro Blast stuff going on. Checking the sideboards real quick. See Force Negations. Consign to Memories. Not really a lot. Spell Pierce would be good. Here's the thrown across the table Pyroblast. Brainstorm in response. First card is Cephalid Illusionist. Second card, Nykermeba. Third card is Ponder. I think we have 3 Cephalid Illusionists in hand. Those are not good.
I don't think we'll see. I don't think those cards are stopping this Teferi from getting countered.
I'm inclined to agree with you.
In fact, I'm not sure what we'll have to see if they have an actual answer lined up, because you said it. That is a truly lethal Murktide. Like, this could just end right now.
Right, exactly. And yes, that's going to happen. And now we're pondering. There's the Forceful 1 card deeper.
Always.
So brutal.
Always.
And I think you see the frustration there for Cliff Boyardee finding that Force 1 card too deep from that Brainstorm, a pile of Cephalid Illusions in hand. No real way to get this Narcomoeba in play.
Could they have pondered first?
Yeah, and there it is, the handshake. Ben Unger's going to win it 2-0, and that's going to be the victory for his team. Still had a daze. Still had all these, he says. Don't worry, even if you drew the Force, I had the daze.
What a match. We got to watch Legacy to end it all. We started when we came in this afternoon. We said, you know what? We would love to watch some Legacy, and we got to watch Legacy be the final decider for it all here in Chicagoland.
Yeah, I mean, incredible. It's awesome to see start on Legacy. Of course, we got to see some of the standard action. We got to see some of the modern action and asymmetrical matchups across the board, right? No real mirror matches, no clear best deck. I mean, we talked a lot about Breach potentially being the best deck in modern, and it certainly is, but give people time to adapt. I'm critical of Mox Opal as a Magic card being allowed to exist, but at the same time, it was allowed to exist for a long time, and people still enjoyed Modern quite a bit. Give Modern time to develop. And like you said, there's a lot of eyes on the Modern format. We talked a lot about that before diving into the Modern match, and we'll just see how decks adjust. The Breach deck's a big problem. That much we know. It is very powerful. If it's allowed to exist unimpeded, it is going to continue to be a problem. We'll see if that continues to be the case as we do get our team sitting down here for the final, I believe, final interview here of the entire, I believe, Handhold is their team name. Had to get that pulled up as well. So
there we go.
We'll see if they're here prepared to hold hands here. Congratulations, Handhold. I love it. I love it. Living up to your name.
Thank you. Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So,
go ahead.
No, go ahead. Go ahead.
I was going to say, like, while we were preparing for this event, Harrison was like, man, it's going to be a bummer when we win this event and it doesn't qualify us for champs.
The shot call. That's unreal. Well, so talk to me, of course, as you're preparing for this event, you guys obviously prepared together. We can kind of go down the line. We'll start with you, Harrison. Talk to me about the preparation process, putting you on the standard seat, your deck selection, choosing not to play Grilagro, going with your deck that you did. Talk to me about the process.
Yeah, so I tested a lot for champs last year and was pretty high on domain going into the event. But I knew Pixie had shown on the scene at Atlanta a couple of weeks ago and had a pretty high performance. I've kind of always hated the Gruul matchup on domain, despite I think it being an incredibly strong deck. So Pixie has a very good Gruul matchup and can play both an aggressive and controlling role depending on the matchup. So I 14-1 on Moto after picking up the deck, and I said, well, I guess I'll just play this because it seems very good. I just tried to find the last couple slots because probably 56 of it is solved, and then just deciding the sideboard cards. But overall, very impressed by the deck, more than I was anticipating.
Yeah, likewise. I mean, a very dominant performance. I got to watch some of your matches as well, and like you said, I mean, it looked like it was quite well set up to battle against some Gruul aggro cards. So obviously a great choice, and obviously led to the victory. So big ups there. Let's move on to Modern. Let's talk a little bit about Modern. Obviously the Breach deck, kind of the deck to beat going in. Just no question, just signing up for Breach. What's your process there?
Yeah, so I've been playing Frog since MH2 or MH3 came out. I played it through Nadu. I'm playing it through Breach now. When we saw the RC data, I was a little bit worried, but it was a week out. I don't really feel like pivoting at that point is going to be super well, and I'm had about a 70% win rate testing on Moto, top 8 at a bunch of challenges, beating Breach and NRG quite a lot. Obviously, this didn't go great for me. I lost to Breach a ton today, but my teammates made it through. So Fletcher's obviously very good. Knows how to play around my counter magic and stuff like that to make it really hard for me. So, but I beat most of the other stuff that I faced, and I don't know, it worked out.
Sure did. And a deck near and dear to my heart. I do like the Murktide stuff, and was sad to see it kind of underrepresented, and nice to see you kind of pulled through. And of course that brings us over here to Legacy. Talk to me a little about Legacy playing, obviously Delver of Secrets, a known strategy against, but we saw a ton of Breakfast, we saw a ton of other decks. Talk to me about your decision to play Delver in the process there. Here we go.
I haven't had a ton of time to play Magic lately. I ran it through a league with my friend Ryan, 3-2'd, locked it in. I shout out my friend Kenwan, gave me the entire deck in paper. I own none of it.
Perfect.
And when we got to the hotel yesterday, I was sleeving up the deck. And I had to ask Jake to remind me. I was playing with, I don't know if you saw, I had the full art Ponders, and I couldn't remember what that one did. So I had to ask Jake as a reminder. But, strong teammates. I couldn't be more thankful for everyone here. And, shout out our team Level Up, great support group. Even though I haven't been playing a ton, they've just been, like Harrison said, just constantly testing and, getting to reflect on notes of others that are, who I consider to be significantly better than myself has definitely kind of helped me up my game, even though, it's not my hands doing it.
Well, all three of you played great matches through the top 8 that we watched, right? Talk about the top 8 run this evening, the other teams you played against, and how it feels to, get the bragging rights in.
Trophies.
I thought everyone we played was a good competitor. I mean, I have been absolutely blown away just by the generosity and understanding from everyone that shows up to these tournaments. It's one of the rare tournaments I feel like I can get through the entire weekend and just say, all of my opponents were just absolutely delightful to play against. I don't have any specific notes on any of like my top 8 matchups that were super big. Outside of all of my opponents were very friendly, very nice to talk to, easy banter, stuff like that. I don't know if you guys have anything to add to that.
Yeah, similar here. I mean, there were a few times going into matches where like you would turn to me, Ben, and you'd say like, "Oh, watch out, your opponent's really good," and because a lot of people. And then we would play, and then
awesome.
usually we would win. And it worked out, but it's definitely a nice crowd at these NRGs. It's some of the most fun I have playing Magic, like period, because of how nice the crowd is. So.
Yeah. Well, it was a great tournament. Great to watch you all take it down. Of course. Anything else you want to add?
Yeah, floor is yours. Any shout outs? Anything you want to add?
Oh, shout out Joseph Pio. Yep. Just the best tester / guy around.
Yeah.
I played some Delvermeres with him yesterday. Obviously paid off today in the finals. Shout out my finals opponent Cliff Boyardee. Just guy who I've been grinding with since day one, and I think is probably the only reason that I've gotten this good. I don't know, my mom.
We don't see enough mom shout outs in the interviews. I tell you what. There you go. I respect it.
Yeah. That's for me. I don't know. You guys?
Yeah, I want to give Pio a specific shout out for telling me to play Dothy Voidwalker in my deck. I don't know if you saw it pay off in the quarterfinals there, but that's like not very stock. And Pio was like, "You should try Dothy," and it's been really, really nice. So, but yeah,
awesome.
Also, my mom.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. We've started the mom shout out meta.
How about you, Harrison?
Right.
You got anybody?
Also, shout out Pio and my mom. He has spent an astronomical amount of time watching me play Magic and telling me what not to do. So
awesome.
Yeah.
Well, that's really awesome, guys. I'm really, really easy to cheer for, and congratulations to all of you. Big spring at the early season. Obviously going to set you guys up for the rest of the season. And for now, enjoy your spoils, trophies, money, all the things that come with it. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Congrats.
Awesome. Love the banter there among that team. That has to be a great tournament, a great one to win. Love the shot call there from Harrison Camper. We're going to win this. It's not going to qualify for champs. You know what you have to do? Just go win the team sealed one at the end of the season. But that is going to do it for our very first event of 2025. So before we let you guys go, I really want to talk about our next event in Madison, Wisconsin. If we can get that slide up, talk a little bit about the 10K Standard Showdown. You mentioned a lot of eyes on Standard, a lot of developments happening with the self-bounce decks and all the things. We'll see exactly what happens with that, and you'll be able to play some high-stakes Standard and potentially join Garrick Alford and the rest of them in battling it out for a spot in the NRG Champs. And of course, some Pioneer. We didn't get to feature it this weekend. Featured a lot of formats. We're going to have a 5K Pioneer trial on Sunday, that event as well. Mark your calendars, March 15th and 16th. And of course, on the screen as well, brought to you by Ultimate Guard. Got to shout them out one more time. Get your cards, get your sleeves from Ultimate Guard. Show up to our event in Madison, Wisconsin. Take it down. We could be talking to you. You could shout out your mom in the winner's interview. Yeah, check that out. Mark your calendars, and we hope to see you then. And for now, that's going to do it. I've been Drake Sasser. Corbin, I just talked a lot.
Right.
Send us off. Thank you for being here with me.
Yeah, thank you, Drake, for the great work today, as always. Thank you to our behind-the-scenes crew, and thank you to all of you for hanging out with us. Make sure to subscribe to the channel as well, and we will see you at the next NRG. Have a great night.